Been later than usual. Let's get that call going. Fuck. Alright, that's a nice way to start. Nice sentiments, nice words. Alright. Okay, good man. Can you hear me?
Yes, and I am going to start adding people.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please do so. I'll count on all of you to hold the stage while I disintegrate. And we'll kind of take it from there. Okay, alright, so we have Salman Sheikh who's joined us. Do us a favor, dear Salman, and open up with your customary greeting, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. I come with peace, love, and happiness for you, Brother JMO, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team D.
Bless you. Thank you so much. I love you dearly, as I do Jameson Reese like a son. All right, so let's bring on whoever else we can. Is anyone else on with us?
I have 7 being called. I just decided to go right down the list, my friend. We'll see who comes on.
Sounds good.
I have no doubt that there has been a lot going on.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite too much to talk about, as a matter of fact. And what the fuck is going on now is beyond me. Getting kind of like a convergence of screens. And so, aside from all of that, what happened to my messages? Now, this is weird. Okay, so messages was somehow throwing up my screen, meaning the screen for tonight's show. So that was bizarre. How that works, I have no idea, or rather doesn't work. At any rate, what I'll count on is, obviously I've been through quite a bit. I'm going to, Sammy Romero says hello. Is he in with us?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Do say hello. Let's check your audio.
Hello.
Hey, Sammy.
Oh, that's adorable. So why don't the three of you gentlemen talk? I'll go get my tea. I'll go mute for a few minutes. Let's see if I can see the live stream before I go, though. Oh, Sarah Thomas is in there. Hey, honey. Mwah. I love you dearly. 3 pink pulsating hearts there. And that's adorable.
Yeah, I got to learn how to get those hearts, because I only got the medical heart with, like, the cross in the middle.
That's delightful. And Big Chicken says, good luck, doggo, there. Yes. Oh, that's adorable. That's right. The one, of course, in the screenshot that he's speaking of. And so with that,
I guess I'll use a snake and a dragon. That's pretty cool.
There we are. And what I'm going to do is explain some of what was going on with that. James Forsyth says, greetings all, and greetings to you as well, sir. Hugs. Okay, I'm going to be gone for just a few moments. I'm going to go on mute. I want to thank Big Chicken. He says, good looking doggo there. Oh, before I go, let me just make certain that I get something checked out.
Oh, yeah, I just now noticed the little pooch. He's cute.
Not my own, of course. Belongs to Sugar Daddy's estate. And, of course, they have many dogs.
That is a nice motorcycle, by the way.
Oh, yes.
I know that's not your
own. Not mine own either. Yeah.
I know.
Matter of fact, that's part of the story tonight. Much as I didn't want to go into it, I'm sure it's going to leak out at some point, because I just won't be able to hold it in, just like the way I puked the other day and I wasn't able to hold it in. So it's going to be the same way. I'm just going to vomit it out at some point, I'm sure. All right, but preparing for that, let me just let everyone know I gotta go get my tea. I'm going to go on mute, and these gentlemen will handle it for us all. Now, Sammy says he's going to be in and out of call, at least for the first hour or so. Are you able to talk for the moment, Sammy?
Yes.
Well, while we have you, why don't you just kind of introduce us to what's been going on with yourself lately while I take care of this one thing before I leave, okay?
Sure. Pretty much what's going on in my life right now is, like I said, I'm still going through this whole family transition, the relationships that I've had to battle and continue to battle and kind of clear the slate, at least for the remainder of the year. And this weekend, this past couple of days, I went to my mother's ranch near where Penny Brandy lives, and it brought a lot of memories. And I've had to resolve more family questions, and especially with my personal life, that certain family members had opinions, and not that I cared, because I really don't, but you want to give people their say, and if they're talking out of their ass, then they're talking out of their ass, and kind of just address them and say, pretty much, because you're quote unquote family, I'm going to address you, but this is pretty much the last time and the only time, and mind your effing business. But even then, through all that, I had to kind of also take my lumps when it comes to my lack of communication with some of my loved ones. I had to clear certain things because it's really hard for me to open up. It's very interesting enough. I can open up here in your platform, Doug, because it's something I'm interested, but it also, I kind of realized that for the most part, my family, I need to open up at least to some degree, that they know what's going on in my life. And unfortunately, because I do have a lot of sisters, they're going to react in a toxic way to get my attention. And that's just a way of loving me, quote unquote. And it may not be the best healthy way, but that's, I guess, the only way they can get my attention. So that being said, I had to kind of clear some things and kind of admit that, to myself at least, that in the end, it's a little bit better if I just let them in a little bit, and not necessarily in a bad way. It's just I really did not care, and unfortunately, that's also it backfires. And I have a lot of sisters, and what I want to tell them is not worth the apology. So I'd rather not tell them and just work things out. And I did, with some of them, I did have to it got dicey, but it wasn't to the point where it's irreparable. It's just family, But for the most part, I think that might be the last of it that I know of. But Isaac helps me out a lot, and even Isaac has gotten his lumps, but Isaac's more vocal than I am. I'm more of an introvert. I like to just hold things in, and it's the older I've gotten, the more I realize it's not always that good. So just finally getting over that hump with that situation, and learning from it, and it's changed. Like we've been talking, with the astrology and everything. That's what's going on and changing my life, where I'm transitioning to trying to make things better. But yeah, I've gotten my lumps. But yeah.
Oh, bless you. I definitely appreciate you sharing that. And the term that you were bringing up the other day about the danger of what could happen in the family was the term ostracization, when people are ostracized. Right. Yeah, and
right.
Yeah, and where was some of the danger for that you're willing to share, or is that something you'd rather talk about privately with me? Of course.
I can share a little bit. I'll share with you a little private, more detail.
Yeah,
because it's a little bit more complicated.
Yeah.
What I mean by ostracized is because my family's big, and there's a lot of personalities, and I've noticed some of my relatives, especially some of my cousins, because their families went through more. Their families were more effed up than mine, to put it that way. Okay, and then you add in the whole Christian born again aspect.
Oh God. And
you mix that up together, then you have a whole cluster F of a lot of BS. And, my background is similar, but my parents were more stable in a sense that they're very simple. And my dad's ministry was very charitable. He was very charitable with his time, and he loved what he did, and it showed. And I've been blessed because of his. He was so charitable to people. I can say that's one of my inheritance, that I've been blessed, not with money, but I've never really gone without. And I thank my father for that. And I think one of the blessings that I've had in my life is knowledge. The knowledge that I've asked God to give me, and sometimes, you better be careful what you ask God, because you will.
Yes.
It's literally, and I've learned that. But it's something that I enjoy. But when it comes to ostracization, some of my family has gotten real personal. They told me personal things about me, or they pretty much insulted me.
Yeah.
And you never want to start off a conversation with an insult.
No.
And especially if it's an assumption about you. So you can tell, like, you start off that toxic, and you're trying to work things out for they won't be toxic. You have to show mercy to them. And after they let everything out, then you kind of shovel up, you kind of pick up the crap and try to turn it into fertilizer.
Right.
And, understand that where they're at, it's not the same place you're at. But if you want to, quote unquote, improve your relationship with your family, it's not easy in the sense that the neglect that you've done in the past, and people are going to call you out on it. And sometimes they get personal, and maybe you think it's a little exaggerated, but I love my family. I do. When it comes to you loving your family, you're gonna have to. But I don't want to neglect them. I don't want to ostracize them, and I want to do better. And just like I want to be knowledgeable on things. By the way, you're the whole ironclad boat thing, and how you connected it with the Japanese is mind-blowing. I didn't get to finish that, but
Okay. Yeah,
stuff like that I love to hear.
Yeah.
With my family, sometimes I got to dig a little deeper within myself to understand that, just like in my search for just to have some knowledge about the world, my own world, I need to do the same. And I've let a lot of people in my life that, quote unquote, cared about me, and they don't. And I'd rather give time to the people that do care about me, even though they can show it in a toxic way, but it's okay.
Right.
I have to. It's something that's important to me. So it's not really work. It's just love. Love hurts. And to quote the song,
can. It shouldn't, but it can. Let's put it this way. Obviously, one of the things we want to clarify, of course, for female listeners in particular, is love should not hurt. You should not maintain a relationship with a man who's abusive, either verbally or physically or psychologically. Any kind of abuse you don't have to tolerate that. In, of course, Sammy Romero's case, he's dealing with, among other things, 7 sisters. And, of course, with a very large family like that, it's hard to imagine that it would be anything other than toxic after a period of time. What I can say is that I'm very proud of you for having the courage to share that. And I'm just glad it hasn't... we'll talk more privately sometime soon. Obviously, it's going to wait till after New Year's Day, but it's just definitely from what you've shared. What you've done is you've, as you said, you've taken responsibility, and one of the things that is that some of these people are just maldeveloped. They're like, it's not even damaged, because some of these people haven't been through necessarily something that would damage them in the sense like many of the people that we've spoken of in the past, like Rocco Fowler, who managed to just kind of go off the other day. That's kind of like he's damaged, and this is what happens with damaged people. So shout out to him. Hope he's better, and may talk to him privately at some point soon. But in the meantime, one of the things that what we have to deal with other kinds of people is they're not so much damaged as they are malformed. They're like maldeveloped. It's like somebody who was placed in a box while they were young because they may have had some health problems and had to go on a form of life support. And then all the while that they were on that life support unit, they never had a chance to develop normally and developed malformed, atrophied muscles, just a kind of a malformed body that never had a chance to develop normally in any physical sense. That's how many people are psychologically. They've never developed psychologically. They've never never emotionally matured. It's amazing that there's people that you will be dealing with who are, you'd be amazed that you think of them as being adults, and you're giving them too much credit. They've never had a chance to grow up. So, and of course, our man, Sammy understands that even while he's washing his dishes, there are. Whatever he's
sorry, I'm
no,
putting some tea in the microwave, or quote unquote. Just heating up some water.
Yeah, and
You guys
so
totally got to try some energy drinks.
well, I'll leave these gentlemen to discuss that. But what I'd like to do is bring Sammy Romero on stage and ask him. So obviously, Sammy Romero, Samlin Sheikh has grown up with a Pakistani family to an extent, and Pakistani families are infamous, like all South Asian or Southeast Asian families, or most families from the Southern Hemisphere are just, they're clans. They're not even families. They're clans. And
Yes.
so with the kind of family that you grew up with, there must have been some dynamics that had the potential, if not the realization of toxicity. So maybe you would share some of your wisdom with Salman and how you might have dealt with this, and whatever you're comfortable sharing and whatever advice you can give while I go mute and you take the stage. Okay, sir? Thank you. Thanks so much. I think he's
All right.
I heard Salman say yes, and then he disappeared.
Yeah, I'm here. I thought Sammy was going to talk.
No, I meant you. I meant for you to talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So yeah, the first thing I would like to say is, in terms of dealing with Pakistani families, as far as all the Pakistani men, please stop messaging Brother Douglas. And then after that is dealing with these Pakistani families. It's different. It's a different world growing up in an Eastern culture and then coming to the West. It's just too many expectations. You have to grow up in two different cultures. Like if you're in America, at home you have to act a certain way. At work or school you have to act a certain way. So you have to grow up with like 3 to 4 different personalities. And they just want to keep everything tight knit. They want to stick with each other. They don't want to deal with anybody besides their own. And it can get toxic, because then you're afraid to share things that happen at school, things that happen at the workplace, because how can they relate to it? But see, in the terms of Islamic law teaches you that whatever country that you inhabit, you must honor their rules and customs and integrate yourself. But see, with dealing with the Pakistani families, just like what Brother Douglas mentioned, is you're dealing with people who are still dealing with their cultural caste system and their tribal system. So a lot of these people are still following that system which existed in those lands even way before Islam came to those lands. And what happens is when you come to these countries, a lot of them just tend to stick with their own, deal with their own, intermarry within their own. And it takes like at least a few generations for that cycle to break. Like I saw in Britain, where a lot of the Pakistanis there are fully integrated into the system because they're 4th, 5th generational. While here in America, the Asian Indians are in that process. And what happens is as time goes on, eventually those cycles will start changing. Now, even in Pakistan, I noticed like that tradition of marrying within your own clans and the cousin marriages, that's kind of breaking now. So even in that country, as the access of internet and modernization and technology and them getting to see the world outside of that comfort zone, like what Brother Douglas says, that those that you think are adults, but they never really grew up. And that's not really their fault because of the type of circumstances or hooks that were put into them by their culture or the system that they were dealing with. So that's what happens. And ultimately, as time goes on, I think we will see some kind of a change. But yes, I have dealt with that toxicity in my culture as well, where including my background, my spiritual and esoteric studies and the things that I'm involved with, it was hard for them to understand. Like, what are you doing? And what is this that you're doing? And this doesn't make sense to me. Is this against Islam? Is this against your culture? So I had to deal with all of those scenarios and toxicities. And what happens is something positive has come out of that as well, where I've educated a lot of people in my family and community. So there's a reason for everything. Everything has a reason for it. There's a time for it, a place for it. Like what Brother Peter Moon says about synchronicities. There is truth to that you will always be at the right time, right place, doing the right thing, meeting the right people. And that's just the way it is. And I had that synchronicity recently when I was at this Asian Indian owned Dunkin' Donut, and they were kicking out this homeless guy, and I told him, don't do that. And I asked him, hey, what do you want? And he said, I just want something to eat and drink. And I said, don't worry, I got you. And even they felt that they could have done that, what I did, because they throw out so much food every day. And that's just the way it is. You have to be the example. So right now I'm trying to help my own Pakistani community living here in America. I talk to so many people on a daily basis who call me and reach out to me. And there's this one guy I was speaking to in Massachusetts, and I explained to him the aspects of why Islamic law tells you to integrate yourself, while many people are kind of still stuck in that cultural and tribal mentality or the caste system. So with my family, the Sheikh family, their caste system in Pakistan, so they believe that if you don't have your own business, your own car, your own home, and you're not like kind of making like these steady incomes, you're not seen as successful in their eyes. So with me, they wouldn't care about my knowledge, about the esoteric stuff, about the other things. That doesn't make any difference to them. For them, it's materialistic. What do you have in terms of your assets? So that's, not really incompatible with Islam. And I even made a video about this, how when kids come here, they're so pressured growing up in these different cultures, and they don't know what to do. A lot of them get rebellious by the time they're teenagers. They end up in gangs, or they end up doing drugs, or they end up in bad habits because they know, how is my family going to understand me? How are they going to accept me? Then in the school, I have to deal with a Western culture. I have to adapt to that. At the workplace, I have to adapt to that. So that's very hard for somebody to deal with, three to four different lifestyles. So that's one thing I'm hoping, just like how the Pakistani community in Britain has integrated, I hope within my lifetime, if I live long enough to see it, that I can see the Pakistanis here in America kind of follow that same route. And I believe I will. I believe there's always a work in progress for every community. I mean, if you look at the history of Irish communities that came here, Italian communities that came here, so many communities that came here as immigrants, it took them 3 to 4 generations to get fully integrated. And that's just the way it will be for the Pakistanis that are here. So in Britain, they're already in that process. But here in the States, by 2040, 2050, 2060, they'll be on that same boat. So only thing we can do until then is the aspect of education. Education and awareness is key. And that's what I love Brother Douglas dearly for those monologues that he talks about and all of the things that he mentions, including the aspect of Shotoku and his principles. And if he would have met the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, what kind of interaction would they had? And I really reflected upon that, thinking that, that is something wonderful, those Eastern values and cultures, and how they're like kind of finding their way to the West now. So I'm grateful for what Brother Douglas does. And in the end, Brother Sammy, JMO Douglas, the only solution we have is education and awareness. And as time goes on, you plant those seeds will become trees and flowers, and then the next generation can benefit from that, and so on and so forth. Because if you look at the current condition of the world, things look hopeless, but let us not lose hope in each other. For God's plan is greater than all of our hopes and worries for what is yet to come. And this is what I always assure those that have a good heart, that it will always destroy the plans and the conspiracies of tyrants and brutes. And having a pure and golden heart will protect you against any evil. So if you keep that positivity and love for God, love for family, love for yourself, just know through education and awareness and doing the right thing, taking things day by day, even when things seem impossible or everything seems against you, just know that things do work out the way that they're supposed to. You always be where you're meant to be, things that you're meant to do, places that you're meant to go, people that you're meant to see. There is no coincidence in this human life, as the Sufi path has taught me. And that's basically it. I mean, I'm dealing with a difficult culture, even with the Pakistani community, but I'm not going to lose hope. And that's what I learned from Brother Douglas, from JMO, from Sammy, that we just take things one day at a time, and we'll get through this. We'll get through this.
Yes, thank you. It's that is something that's very important. It's the small accomplishments that start to add up and stack up, even in these odds where it seems like tyranny is going to be the absolutely new order of things. Um, Slowly but surely around the world, we're seeing instances where there's more and more justice, occurring. And I think overall, unconsciously, people are fed up with, the bullshit.
Yes.
I mean, it's become toxic, and it's reached the level where it's just it's really bad because these the powerful, they're just able to shit on everybody else, and corrupt everything. And at some point, people have got to think, all right, this company does this and this. I'm not going to buy their products.
Mm-hmm.
You hit them in their wallets, and you can change this world. You hit them in the wallets. And, more and more people are starting to get hip to the fact that the whole alien conspiracy bullshit is
Mm-hmm.
just bullshit. I had the
Yes.
joy of, I had the joy of seeing a video where someone was deconstructing ancient aliens, and it seems like any accomplishment that humankind had created with ancient aliens, it's always it was the aliens. It was the aliens. So it's like humankind. So their narrative is like the humankind can't accomplish anything on their own. We're just so worthless that everything has to be aliens. And they're like, oh, the Nazi bell, that was aliens. Hitler was in touch with aliens. I mean, it's like, who are you kidding? People
Mm-hmm.
at this point, and it's really sad. They've gotten so, and I hate to say it, William Shatner has gone so low as to pop up on Ancient Aliens now. I had no idea that motherfucker was on Ancient Aliens until was watching that video where they were ripping it apart. And I'm like, dude, bro, you have fallen.
Mm-hmm.
He has fallen to the cultists of the kings of Edom, which is this sort of meta creation of thought forms of these alien races, which are all bullshit. The designs of the aliens are just I are just lame. I mean, if you're at least gonna sell aliens to the public, at least design something that looks cool.
Exactly. And see, that's what Brother Douglas has been teaching us, which I encourage everyone. Please buy the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. That's the best thing you could do for yourself if you want the gift of truth and knowledge, because it will deconstruct all the lies that you've been told about World War II in the schools and all of these lies that have been fed to you by the system and this repetitive education system, which is outdated. So it'll tell you it's not the aliens, it's this 1,000-year Reich in exile. And there's a reality that we have not been taught. And one of the great teachers that I look up to mentioned one time that nothing in this world works the way that you think that it does. So whatever is out there, whatever has been taught to you, there's always more to the story than what's officially being taught to you. And that's exactly the situation with World War II. I mean, it tells you that, okay, Japan surrendered, but that was not true. That is not true at all. If you look at what the schools have taught us, Japan won the war. If you look at them today, they have a higher quality of life. People want to live there. They have a better system than us. They have a better education, better workforce. Everything about their life is 10 times more better than what we experience in the U.S. And with us over here, we grow up being educated by them through the manga, anime, cartoons, and video games. So they have so much influence in this world that it's unbelievable. And I was reading about the Sufi order, and it was a article that I read submitted by a Japanese university student. So they know a lot of these things, but they are so humble. Their humility is so grand that those people are always have God's protection. And this is why I encourage everyone, please read Brother Douglas's book and even watch his documentary that's on YouTube, Roswell and the Rising Sun, because that will shatter all that alien lies that you've been taught. And I agree completely with Brother JMO.
Yes, and what they want to do is they want to make these thought forms so strong that they eventually materialize like topos, and it's not gonna succeed because
Hmm.
everyone sees through it. The our generation, which is the millennials and the younger generations, they don't care. It's like, so what? So what? You think there's aliens, and it's so funny watching. It's so funny seeing how how the show just goes back to the same old things over and over again,
Hmm.
and just says different things about it. And
Right.
this of course also includes oh my God, of all people, Peter Levenda. I mean, geesh. It's like, yeah, okay, now you're trying to sell aliens. Are you freaking shitting me?
Well, they're all in on it together. I mean, all of these cultists of the kings of Edom. I mean, that's their bread and butter, this alien stuff, because people are eating it up.
Oh, the only people eating it up are probably the baby boomer generation who are somehow there's probably more baby boomers than there are of the other generations, to be honest.
Hmm.
Fuck you guys.
And because medical technology is so great, they haven't died off. They've just decided to, sit back on their recliners and consume History Channel and all this other bullshit. It's like, dude, are you serious? I mean, and this is one of the reasons why we can't advance. We can't advance if we have that old stagnant force still remaining there, still
Hmm.
holding on to lies of the past. You wouldn't, if America had won the war to Japan, had won in World War II, why the hell would you clean up the nuclear waste that you yourself created through through an explosion and have your own soldiers completely radiated
Hmm.
in a country that you won a war against? It
Indeed.
makes no sense.
And just to clarify for our listeners, I've just come back, and this is the part where I entered audially, where I heard what was being spoken of. By the way, it's 44 fucking degrees here. Unfucking believable. And of course, there's no heat in my crypt, so if it weren't for the ladies who have provided me with various heating pads, and all the ladies who provided me with my electric blankets, etc. in the past, I'd be dead meat in the water. However, a bit about that in the, to come. Right now, what they were talking about was, of course, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. For those of you who don't know, the American soldiers and Marines cleaned up those cities, not the Japanese. And that was per Japanese demands that the Americans clean up the mess they made through their terrorist attack. And of course, there's plenty of other things that we can go into for hours on end. I covered a number of them in my last transmission concerning Japan's victory in World War II, and I spoke about much of the British side of that in terms of how the Japanese impacted the British. And of course, the great irony is, of course, that the British, along with the other colonial powers, forced themselves upon Japan with these advantageous trade treaties, and all of that turned around. And then by 2021, the Japanese were basically signing trade treaties with Japan that were advantageous to them by 2020, not 2021. But by yesteryear, they were just doing that out of pity, not out of partnership. It was just so. I don't know if Salman Sheikh was able to hear that, but was he able to? Were you able to hear the entire monologue at this point yet, Salman? Or
Yes, brother. I heard the entire monologue, and I loved everything from Shotoku and the aspect of him existing at the same time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, the history of Japan, like you put it. And I really enjoyed what you explained at the end about the retail theft that's going on across this country.
Oh
thank you.
yeah, that one. Yeah, that is something I wanted to also dive into. That pretty much proves hook, line, and sinker that the media is running this country, not the politicians.
Oh, not that I'm arguing, but how so? Just for some details on that to provide our listeners.
Well, by doing the sensationalism of this retail smash and grab stuff, what they do is they wind up socially engineering a sort of pity for that piece of shit, Kyle Bitchenmouse.
It
And
does. It does. Yes, and that is so
and
bizarre to me. Go
and
on about
and
that.
and not only that, I noticed the media outlets who are focusing on this are conservative media outlets, and the people they're showing in the smash and grab are mostly people of color.
Mhm.
So there is a racial component to this that is the reason why they want to, all of a sudden have this ramped up policing, the very thing that we were supposed to be, letting go of. And what is Sleepy Joe, the old dope, doing? He's just a piece of shit. I mean, seriously, it's like one hand washes the other in this country. There is no winning. You endure and you survive. This is third world. This is raw fucking third world.
Yeah.
People don't realize this. No, we don't need it. This is the greatest country in the world. If you were anywhere else, you'd be dead.
Well,
See, that's why I tell the Pakistanis, stay where you are.
yes,
Yeah.
so true. I mean, oh my fucking god! It's like what do they get when they come here? So honestly, it's one of those things. And by the way, of course, this is something I'll talk about with Salman privately. Is more about his family, simply out of curiosity, because I really don't know how much of Salman's family is actually here or how much of it is back in Pakistan. But I presume he has relations there. But I don't know how much of his immediate family might be here or not. But one of these days I'll talk to him about that personally. But that's why I had him talk to Sammy about these family relations. Of course, when it comes to Pakistanis, it's like what our lady, my manager, Selena Khan, has said. She is from Bangladesh, of course, which, as Salman Sheikh can testify to, Bangladesh was once part of Pakistan. And
Yes.
yeah, and so she had a friend who married into a Pakistani family proper, meaning that they were part of, for lack of a better word, Greater Pakistan, or the Pakistan that's capital, that is Islamabad. And she was saying that it wasn't the husband who was beating her up every day; it was just the rest of the family, just basically demanding of her, do this, do that, using her as basically a maid.
Hmm.
Yeah, and it's just so that I mean, toxic, beyond description. So, whatever you're willing to share about that, I'm sure you've shared some of it with Sammy already. But does that dredge anything else up before I go back to Jameson and talk more about some of the issues he brought up to kind of edge us into bringing Peter on at 9, who's shown me in the message box he's here. He's asked if he's going on at 9. I said, but of course. So take it away.
Yes, Brother
So.
Douglas. You know what you're saying is true, because I've seen this in Pakistan too, where let's say a son gets married and the parents, the brothers, and their wives and kids. You have like 15 to 20 people living in one home, but Islamic law tells you that when you're married, your wife and children are your first priority. And the wife is not to be treated as a slave or a maid in any way, because the Prophet, peace be upon him, gave rights to the woman. She has the right to choose her own husband, to divorce her husband if she wills, if he's being psychologically abusive or physically abusive, and the right to inherit property, do business, do her own thing. And that's basically shared as in the aspects of the divine feminine through his daughter, Fatima, who is regarded as a high being in Islamic Sufi studies. So, see, the problem that we're dealing with here is these people are mixing their cultural stuff that existed in that land before Islam with Islam, and that doesn't work. And like what I explained to Brother Sammy is that as time goes on, let's say another 2 to 3 generations, we're going to see a big change, because the modern generation that's growing up with the internet and a more better education system and knowing the rights of women and the rights of the family, the rights of children, those kind of things. I think over time, hopefully within my lifetime, I will see that difference. Even now, Brother Douglas, I'm seeing that tradition of the cousin marriages. It's getting less and less as time goes on. I don't hear of it that often anymore like I used to in Pakistan and here in America. So that's breaking, and I think it's just time will be the ultimate factor of them kind of getting their act together. You know, one can only hope, and I believe it's only education and awareness that can change this thing.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. And so back to some of what Jameson was talking about, because it is so irresistible. First off, I'd like, before we transition back to Jameson, we're going to segue through Salman in that direction, because I presume Sammy has taken off by now to do whatever he's doing. But Salman, you basically intuitively, or was it, did you read it somewhere? But I think you just knew it, that Kyle Rittenhouse essentially made his deal with supernatural powers to be famous. That he just, the way that they would describe this in the music industry is that fork in the road where the musicians would go to, and then thereafter they would be blessed with a talent that gave them fame. And I don't know how familiar you are with that urban legend, quote unquote. It's beyond urban legend, but I'll get into that another time. But with what you do know,
well, what stood out to me, Brother Douglas, was that, because I know about the aspect of the jinn. I even been in situations where I've seen a Sufi exorcist exorcise, demons out of this girl. So I know how powerful this can be. Like, you really have to be about it, and you got to know your stuff. Otherwise, these forces will get the best of you. And that's why the Sufi path, the master will never initiate you unless he knows you're like dead serious about what you're about to do in terms of those practices and the life that you're about to partake on. But what stood out to me, to answer the question about Rittenhouse, was when I was watching the trial, the who was it, the prosecutor, he was showing something from one of his social media accounts, and it said, and he had declared on there that, bro, I just want to be famous. So he had declared he wanted to do this. He wanted to be rich and famous, and those two men that he killed were his ritual sacrifice, and that was my intuitive telling me that that's what happened, that those were the sacrifice. He made his deal with the devil, and he's now showing up at Fox News, Tucker Carlson, conservative shows. Everybody wants to intern him and do all this stuff. So he can enjoy his 15 minutes of fame, but you and I both know what happens in the end with people like that.
Yeah, I hope they assassinate his ass. Just put a bullet in his fucking head.
Well, that may happen. I mean, as I said, it's not something he's going to escape from. This is going to be part of his life forever. And as I made, Peter Moon will be on with us any minute, but one of the things that Peter Moon was pointing out was how much O.J. Simpson got away with. But yeah, only to extent. I mean, O.J. Simpson, everywhere he goes, it's not like he's treated normally.
Yeah, people are going to have it out for him. He's never going to know who has it out for him.
Yeah.
He's never going to know who in the crowd is going to be the person who wants to take him down. Yeah. And that's exactly what Rittenhouse is going to experience.
Yeah.
He can go into a restaurant, he can go into a lounge, and he'll never know. He'll definitely be afraid if he sees someone black, because he'll never know what to expect there.
That's right. That's right. He's going to live his life in a kind of fear. He'll probably move to basically someplace like Idaho or something. Or
the tornado belt, bumfuck nowhere. Where your home gets like leveled every 2 weeks or so. I mean, yeah, you can have fun with that shit.
Yeah, tornado belt or floodplain are one of those areas where you see lots of white people and nobody else.
Because everyone else brown and black has the sort of instinct that says nope.
Yeah, survival instinct, a kind of survival instinct to avoid these areas, but. As we pointed out, when it came to this smash and grab, it does seem this bizarre kind of I said what I said, and people who listen to that will know what I said. It's basically reverse. It's how do we say this? Retroactively. It's retroactively rationalizing Kyle Rittenhouse. The whole thing is like, see, look at all the property these people are taking, and look at what they're doing now, and we need people to protect the property, and this is something that Uh,
I can't help but think that Sleepy Joe has something to do with that shit.
It's I don't know. I don't know. It's one of these things. You've heard why I said that. One of the alternatives is bringing back Hillary Rodham Clinton as a candidate for 2024. The other would be, and I've seen this recently, but it's almost that's almost like a fantasy ticket, kind of like when people were hoping that the former general from Jamaica, what was his name, Mr.
Colin Powell.
Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. That Colin Powell was going to run for president for a while. People had this dream ticket that he would do that. He had no interest. And the other thing that people suggested was Michelle Obama. And Michelle Obama, that would be like who was backing her, saying I would bet on her if she ran for president, she would win. Joe Rogan was backing her. He was saying if she was running for president, I would bet. I know she'd win. Whoa. Bizarre.
Wow.
Bizarre.
That is interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's for him to say that of all people.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
And he was like Trump's left testicle.
Testicle, yes, that's correct. Yeah, so God knows what happened to him. Something happened. But with all of that going down, of course, what I'll have to do tonight is get my head together and out of my ass, and I don't know if I'll be able to do that tonight, but we'll have Peter on, and we'll have our brother Salvin and Sammy, and of course, the man who is basically my son for all intents and purposes, God bless him, Jameson Reese, who was going through a bit of a depression at the time that I came back. Of course, coming back from what I came back from, if anybody
Yes,
has any
I want to know what happened, dude. I mean, I'm fairly certain whoever did whatever, they have suffered the consequences.
Oh
And
my God.
they won't be doing anything again, that's for certain.
Well, bless you, and more power to you. Hopefully that works out. Whatever counterspell you cast, there was an element of the supernatural involved with this. It certainly, the whole thing borders, like everything else in my life, it's straight out of a Fellini film. So we could get into that soon enough. Like I said, I'll vomit it out. Well, we bring Peter Moon on. Hopefully he'll take up quite a bit of the time and stage, because I'll need that tonight, and I'll need you gentlemen to hold the stage too. Now, let's go through a little bit of the chat room, see who's in there. Now, Sarah Thomas says she's on her iPhone. Okay. Travis Moss says, greetings, Douglas. Sent you an email on a weirdo I was in touch with that happened to French translate Aquino. Interesting. Thank you, Travis. I'll take a look at that. And then Marcus Grick says, hey guys, I just woke up. So much chronic pain. I'm so sorry. Do you have just the question from Marcus Griggs here, do you have something like, I hope it's nothing like neuropathy or something. Oh my fucking God. And Marcus Griggs says, Jason, I wish I could just turn it off. Marcus, doesn't Australia have kind of a health system? I mean, they're kind of like Canada, aren't they? Can't you get
Well, one of the sad things is that they don't. I think dextromethorphan is one of the substances banned in Australia.
Is it? Okay.
So you couldn't dissociate from the pain, sadly.
Okay. Then Marcus Crick says, already at 70 milligrams OxyContin today, and it's not MIDI. Holy shit. Dude, what the fuck do you have? What happened to you? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. And he's a father too. You know what? That's what it is. My guess would be it's the fact that he's a father. I'd be in pain all fucking day if I were a father of a child. Anyhow, oh my God, I'm so sorry, Marcus. You're in my prayers. And Peter.
Oh, actually, they do. From what I'm seeing, they actually do have products that have dextromethorphan and pseudoephedrine.
Oh, cool. I mean, yeah.
I mean that'd be a hell of a stimulant, but hey, I mean, it might definitely.
Okay. Now let me see. Salman Sheikh says, "Oh, Salman, do you want to talk about that here? Bring it to our listeners. Tell them what's going on with you in terms of that you have to drop off. You don't need to tell us what you're doing."
Okay, yes, Brother Douglas. So around 9, I'll drop off. I have to do this talk with a brother from Texas on Eliphas Levi and the Kabbalah, and how a lot of Levi's works influenced many of the occult circles. So as soon as I wrap that up, I'll be back with you all by 10 p.m. my time, or 10:30ish, and of course be with you till midnight. So I just got to get that gap in between.
Understood, and I appreciate your sharing that. We'll do our best without you for that period of time, and we love you dearly. Thank you so much for sharing that. And of course, we might bring on Daniel Orola. I don't know if our man called him. We don't need to bring him on.
I did.
Yeah,
I called everybody.
Oh, okay, okay, good. And
another thing that I wanted to go into that I found interesting was this rise in this trend, at least in New York, of hostile architecture.
Hostile architecture? You mean like fortressing, like, razor wire and shit, right?
Yes. It's a sort of fortressing, and because there's a loophole in New York's tax code laws, what these billionaires can do is they can like fund a project where they build a statue in like a park. Mm-hmm. And then they build these these super thin buildings that do not fit, that are not up to the restrictions, that they don't fit the codes, and they can get away with it and not have to pay taxes on $billion-dollar freaking what do you call it, $billion-dollar mansions that house absolutely no one. And what this does is this is essentially them buying up land to push all the poor people out and push us towards the southern states where everyone has freaking guns and wants to kill everyone who's metropolitan. So yeah, it's that sort of hellhole going on in New York and whatnot.
Jesus, I appreciate
the cities around the world.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. And of course, fortressing's been a phenomenon that's been going on for quite some time now.
Yes. You also, I actually have the book that you recommended, which sources from all the way back from 1998, where they were talking about it.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my God.
What they do is they make it so that if you're homeless, you don't have anywhere to shit or piss. You can't go to a Starbucks and shit or piss unless you're like one of those yuppies standing online. And half of those people, I don't know how the hell they don't piss. They're probably because they live like a few blocks away or some shit. But they make it so that they put like spikes and all types of things on the streets, or they're coming up with these benches that you can't sleep on. Mm-hmm. That are all angled in some weird, bizarre curvature, so that you can just, so you have to sleep with the rats and die.
Shit, yeah. But by the way, taking into account everything that you're saying, I'm just kind of tucking it away in the corner of my brain right now, not ignoring it. It's there. I hear everything you say, and I appreciate it, and let our listeners digest that. So Peter Moon was saying, I have seen young college looking, he said, put that in quotes, people doing raids of stores. It is bizarre. It's almost like these are crisis actors. It's almost like these are people employed.
Yeah, that's the false flag.
Yes.
That's a false flag, and in all honesty, the incidents statistically have not gone up from years prior. It's just the focus has been more pushed towards that as a means of socially engineering into consciousness a justification for white vigilantism.
Thank you. And then James Nagy says, Intel funds media and they in turn brainwash us. Nothing new. Project Mockingbird is over 100 years old. James Forsyth says, the part of consciousness we damage in another is the part of our own consciousness that will attack you. Rose Again 2 says, I bet she would win too, speaking about Michelle Obama. And she's saying about Joe Rogan that just because he thinks she would beat Trump doesn't mean he supports her. So that's an important point. He's putting his money down on her in that he's certain she would win, but that doesn't necessarily mean he supports her. But it's supportive in its own bizarre way. Chris Collins says, I would welcome 44 degrees right now. In St. Paul, it's 8 degrees and dropping. Holy fucking shit. I'm so sorry.
It's 44 over here too in New York. Okay. And I'm just living in the cold because I have learned that this can being in the cold for long periods can have anti-aging properties. So I'm trying to use that in caloric restriction these days because I want to stay young. It's like, this is the body of Lucifer, man. I want to keep it nice and beautiful.
There we are. There we are. No, I encourage that. My mother very much taught me that. It's one of the reasons why you see me going outside in a fresh t-shirt in the cold, because I'm staunching the bleeding of my wounds. I'll go a bit into that when we bring Peter on. Won't be able to resist, I'm sure. Before he comes on, I do want to bring this up while Salman Sheikh is with us. And Salman, do you have to leave like at 9 o'clock on the button? Like you got to leave right then, right? Is that the case?
He's left, actually.
He left already?
Yeah, because he probably had to get everything prepared.
He's got to prepare it.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. What I want to bring up, remind me to bring this up later with him when he gets back, and with Sammy when he gets back, is that people can hear this in the opening hour. When people hear the opening hour of the last transmission before tonight, you're going to hear a bunch of noise. And in the chat room, because you'll see it on streaming, the chat is visible. You'll be able to see Jameson and Sammy Romero talking to each other saying, "That's not me. I'm on mute." And it wasn't Salman Sheikh, and it wasn't me. It damn well wasn't me. I just want people to know that. So that means we had a person who was basically online with us, who was not one of us and not invited, and was just in the background, just noisily off mute. So this is the intelligence network for you. There's no intelligence involved.
Yeah. They choose the dumbest pieces of shit, and I have to note that the stalking has kind of gone up too. I've started to see characters that I should not see. I don't grasp how I'm seeing people I used to go into tech school with in the Air Force. That's pretty odd. So they've gotten all their assets.
Oh, there you go.
All over the place.
Oh my God. So let me change into a warmer sweatshirt, and we're going to bring Peter Moon on anytime you want, really. I mean, he's already here because he's in the chat room. So you might as well bring him on now, and unless you want to kind of ease him on,
What I'll do is I'll bring him on now, and I probably will take a swift break.
Let me change my sweatshirt before you do that, okay? So,
all right.
So stay with us till the top of the hour. Give me a minute here. So let me do that while you bring Peter on slowly. Let me change the sweatshirt here. I'm off the mic, and so when he comes on, he can just take over.
Yes. All right.
Hey, James.
I'm off the mic, but I'm not muted, by the way.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Sammy?
Hey, Jason. This is totally off subject, but I was wondering, did you watch Spider-Man: No Way Home? Have you watched that yet?
No.
Or you're not really into Marvel?
No, I haven't watched anything Marvel in a long time. I haven't watched anything DC in a long time because I'm just one of those nerds who hates movies based on comics.
Okay.
Oh,
well, this has to do with the multi-universe, quote unquote, and pretty much all the versions of Spider-Man end up pretty much meeting each other, and it's very interesting to take because I kind of started wondering. Maybe there's another version of me somewhere. This is just.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I think that, in reality, that this is the only universe, because Douglas has covered this. The idea of a multiverse is sort of a thought form, and it's sort of meant to create a thought form of alternate universes. This is a little it's a little chaos magic being done. Because in chaos magic, these are the things we do. We play around with beliefs that may be so absurd they're not funny, and we utilize the belief in those things to cause strange phenomenon to happen. So I mean that's chaos magic 101.
Okay.
I tried to. Yeah, I'm having now. Just to diverge for a moment, Peter, I've been unable to get him.
Really?
Yeah, I tried to add him. It says it has the yellow unavailable thing.
Oh, okay. Let me tell him that in the message box. All right. Let me get over there. And let me see if I can grab a pair of quotation marks here and tell him. All right, and what I'll do is I'll try to bring him on first, see if that works.
Okay.
And let's see now, Skype. I need to turn Skype on, or rather bring up on screen. Let's see if Peter comes up. And Peter Moon, there we are, says he's available. Oh, that has to press the call button. Put him
What's that? Am I here now?
Yeah, there you are. Oh.
Yeah, for some reason, I didn't hear the phone go.
Uh-huh.
I didn't hear any ring.
Okay.
I don't know if I have the sound muted or no, it's not. But for when I saw that, I turned on Skype. It says join call, and I was able to do that. So that I don't know what the problem was, but here I am now.
Thank goodness. And so obviously, if anyone's seen my promotional banner, I've been through a lot tonight and wanted to wait till Peter came on before I vomited out the story eventually. What I do want to do first, of course, is take our time with it. And hopefully Peter Moon can hold the stage for as long as he wants, because God knows I need that time to pull my head out of my ass and get it together to do any monologue tonight. I hope everyone appreciated the fact that I did quite the monologue with our latest transmission. I hope Peter was able to hear all of that, because that was probably...
I heard stuff. I didn't hear what you did before.
Okay.
The previous one. I've been too engaged.
Okay.
But I was listening to the last 20 minutes or so.
Oh, what I mean to say is, hopefully you will find time then to listen to my monologue from the latest transmission before tonight, because that was the most Japanocentric in a long time and had to deal with many of the issues that we put into the book. So that I think is important. And I look forward to your impression and your feedback on that when we meet again on Sunday.
It would have been good if I listened to it, because then I'd have something to talk about tonight.
Oh, you've got plenty anyway. There's always plenty.
Then Salmon's going away, and if I take questions from Jameson, that's his questions can get into pretty deep, intense stuff. So it requires me to think harder.
Well, no worries. We got some deep stuff from Salman already. He left to talk about...
He's gone. He's left.
Well, what I mean to say is he went to interview somebody on the subject of Eliphas. I hope I pronounced this man's name correctly.
Eliphas Levi.
Yes, you could start with that. Yes.
Oh, it was better start with him, because when he comes back on that subject, of course, Eliphas Levi is where we get the illustration of Baphomet that is so familiar.
Right.
It's actually a very well rendered illustration for its time in particular. It's sort of the quintessential model of Baphomet, and he that's attributed to him. If he didn't steal it from somebody else, I don't know. I went past him, but Aleister Crowley identified himself as the reincarnation of Eliphas Levi. And I'm not even sure that was his real name. It was the priests of Levi, the tribe of Levi, is where we get levitation from. These were magical creatures, the Levi priests of the Judaic tradition. He could have well been Jewish. He could have been, because they were the keepers of the esoteric wisdom in Spain. Yes. I think he emerged in France, but I don't remember if he was French or Spanish or what the hell he was. If he was Jewish, it would make sense, because, as they say, they hid themselves as Christians for good reason. Otherwise, they'd be executed. They could convert, and so he was a carrier of esoteric wisdom. And Joe Matheny, who had studied the Enochian language very extensively and the Enochian calls or keys, he said that Eliphas Levi screwed these things all up. He twisted them all up. Okay. And that's what the Golden Dawn accepted.
Okay.
And used. They used the wrong stuff. But Crowley did not use the wrong stuff. Crowley was more astute. But this stuff really wasn't broadcast or informed. because that's what they were doing. They're doing Enochian magic, which is the magic of the calls, emulating John Dee and Edward Kelly. Now, Marjorie Cameron was very specific, telling me that John Dee and L. Ron Hubbard, when they were doing the Babylon working, were trying to emulate the work of John Dee and Edward Kelly. And all I can say about that, and obviously Parsons was familiar with the Enochian calls. How well he knew it, I can't say. But from what I've read of Jack Parsons, it was, those Enochian calls were like a bunch of chemicals to him. Like he'd mix chemicals and get an explosion, or and harness the explosion. And I think he was much more of a hands-on results guy than he was, learning the whole Enochian system. And, just like he didn't go to chemistry class. He started with a chemistry set and started making experiments and had a knack for it.
Right.
I think that's how he would have used the Enochian calls.
Yes.
And this is what prompted Aleister Crowley to say, I get fairly frantic when I contemplate the idiocy of these louds. If that was not just a piece of information to distance himself from L. Ron Hubbard, who he could, would, should have sent in as a spy to break up the lodge, which he already was doing with Jack Parsons. It's very important in that regard that Parsons was supporting Aleister Crowley. And for Crowley to undermine Parsons means he was cutting off his money source, which was very Aleister Crowley-like to do.
Yes.
He did cut off his money source before his own. So he would have had a very pedantic overview of the Babylon working. Like it would have been very scholarly and scholastic. Oh, you mustn't do this.
Right.
You mustn't do this because it's an abomination. And it was an abomination. However, it's like he's the only one trying, giving it a good, doing a good college try, so to speak. That's what was, and Parsons was somebody who got results. So that is, and when you get down to the Enochian calls, what are you trying to do with them? These are the things that are the hierarchy of creation, or what we call the demiurge, the material creation.
Right.
And I'm not saying they don't apply to the other realms either, but certainly if you want to start monkeying with creation and changing the constitution of an object or something like that, what is it made of? It's interesting that I picked the word constitution.
Right.
So if you want to say, well, I'll think of this. I was thinking of this the other day. In the novel Dracula, the vampire is able to manifest. He can create a whole breakfast for Renfield. Right. When Renfield comes to the castle, he can just magic it up. But what is involved in that magic? So he can put a beautiful breakfast. He can manifest things. He's truly a magical creature. And what goes into that process of manifestation? It's magic. So if you're going, that means he's reconstituting what is in his dining room. There's nothing there, and all of a sudden he's materialized all this stuff, whether it be a chicken dinner. I don't think he manifested the wine. I got the impression that was vintage wine that had been sitting there for hundreds of years.
I mean, that would make sense, like the wine cellar of a castle, of course.
Yeah, at least in the movie.
Yeah.
It looked like authentic wine.
Right. And by the way, of course, his famous quote was, "I never drink wine," but that was kept for his guests as opposed to himself. So go on.
Yeah, he would drink the blood. I never drink wine.
Yeah,
wine, and he didn't talk a lot, but his words were very calculating. And so anyway, in that instance, you have a reconstitution of materiality, and what forces manifested that? it's not necessarily an illusion. It could be an illusion, but whatever it is, you could attribute it to hypnosis, where, if you think you pick up a hot rod, it's hot and you get blistered. It could be like that, but it could also be manifesting the materiality that goes into making up the dinner. So you're going to have to elicit the powers of well, not necessarily bilocation. Jameson put in bilocation. It could be taking it, but then he'd have to be taking it from another location. But if he's, monkeying with reality, it's going to have to go through, he's going to have to go through intermediaries, or he's have to have command of the intermediaries. And these Enochian calls are all about the hierarchical angelic structure, or organization. It's like a bureaucracy. It's like you're going through the bureaus. Now, that's not to say you can't bypass the bureaus. Trump was very good at bypassing stuff and getting stuff done. He could do that. He was sort of used to doing that in business. It's not to say you can't do that. You gotta, Jameson, you've got to mute the.
It's just that whenever he enters something in the text, it does that. Just...
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that.
Yeah. What you can do is,
what I'm saying is,
go on.
What I was saying is that a lot of what people think of materializing something from nothing is not what's happening. It's bilocation. And there are spirits that can do that. They can they have to pull it from somewhere else, and they can transfer it to whatever location you're at. Like I saw a video of a black practitioner in some African country who you can see the spirits visible in the video, like these floating orbs, right? And he manifests money out of nowhere. He wasn't, that's not being done through some kind of alchemical process. That's bilocation. That's being transferred from something that's existing.
That's one way to do it. But it doesn't.
I'd argue that's the only way to do it.
No, it's not the only way to do it. It's not the only way to do it. But it's kind of a stupid argument, though, because neither one of us are going to be able to, well, here's the way you do it this way, here's to do it this way. But whether it is, you're enlisting, spirits. You are enlisting spirits, and you're breaking the rules of the material universe.
Well, we can agree on that much, yes.
That's the whole point. And so when you're engaging in this Enochian manipulation, you are breaking the established rules. As they say, just like Trump would break the rules to get to do Operation Warp Speed, and he's bypassing and making the CDC do stuff they'd normally not do because they just sit there like a bureaucracy. This happens all the time in business, so it can get done. But if you're at the bottom of the totem pole as an individual who, like John D. ends up at the bottom of the totem pole, asking spirits for money, and he ends up poor and impoverished. This is the great Enochian scholar. And it's sort of like they, gave him back to himself in a handbag without anything to show for it.
That shows that there's a sort of agency of tricksterism in that. And that's the reason why I have sought to reconstruct the system by inverting certain values in the Enochian calls, because the Enochian calls themselves are deceptive.
Well, regardless of that, John Dee's intent and his whole manner of, this guy was one of the most knowledgeable people, if not the most knowledgeable person in the entire globe. He was a super scholar. He was a Renaissance man. He knew everything. And then he went to study the spirit. He studied everything academically. He knew everything there was to know academically, from his schooling. So he went on to the paranormal world. And as they say, they, took away his cake, basically. Mm-hmm. And he was able to, with the work of Edward Kelly, code the whole Enochian language. But then again, what was he doing?
That's what I'm saying. Is the language itself is the deception. You can. This is the whole thing. The puzzle. It's a puzzle. The entire system is a puzzle, and nobody has pieced it together properly. And I'm not saying I could do it either, but I'm saying that I'm starting to see where there are faults.
Okay, but the point is John Dee was an instrument. He was an instrument of a something outside of himself, and he sought to capitalize on it. I don't know that was his major impetus, but when things came down, when things went down uncomfortably, he sought to, and he was ended up impoverished. Mm-hmm. But he's my whole point is, when you start to do break the rules, so to speak, you're going to go through a bureaucratic it's like bureaucracy. What can I say? Unless you can go direct. Now that's not, and L. Ron Hubbard used to teach that you can go direct. You can do anything direct. That was one of his great lures to people. You don't need a system. You just postulate and direct your energy. That works very well until it doesn't work. In other words, how much can you take on?
Well, this is the whole point of a system, is that what the system does is the system refines the energy and directs it in such a manner that you're guaranteed to get results every time. Whereas if you're trying to do things direct, you're going to have times where you shine and the synchronicities just come in left and right. Then you're going to have times where you fall flat. The whole point of a system is to find a middle ground between, that. Even if you create your own system.
Well, yes, and when I'm going back to what is my whole point is, if you're trying to create supernatural effects, you're bucking up against a lot of inertia,
right,
that is going to resist you. And it's not unlike somebody walking into Yankee Stadium and saying, I want to play center field for the New York Yankees. They can get in so far, and the better they are and the more charismatic they are, and of course ultimately they're going to have to be skilled, they're going to be sent back on a bureaucratic thing and write a letter for a tryout or something like this. It's not, and there are instances of one guy I know who walked onto the practice field of the Cincinnati Bengals and got a job as an NFL player because he was skilled. He obviously he had the size, the talent. I don't think he'd ever played, college football, but he had the skill. I said, I can do this. He was a basketball player, and he got a job. But so in other words, you can bypass the system. And of course, what that means is, if we're dealing with somebody who's a quintessential magician, see, this is what Aleister Crowley could do in a Masonic lodge. He could walk into a Masonic lodge, and he knew it so backwards and forwards, he could access anybody who knew anything, because he generally knew more than anybody in the lodge. Mm-hmm. So, because a lot of the people in the lodges were just kind of, low order do-nothings that didn't know much about anything. Crowley writes about it. And
now, were these just just kind of like spoiled, wealthy dilettantes, is what I would suspect.
Not that good. No. Just people that, not like that. It's kind of like those people. I'm talking like somebody who might be part of a tong and run the bingo game, and that's about all he does. And he has a job, and he he runs the Tong bingo game. He doesn't get involved in anything, criminal. He doesn't get involved. He just runs the bingo game. That's what a lot of those Masonic people are. In the way he's describing them, they're not even up to being part of some deep conspiracy because everybody's asleep. They're just a sleeping lodge. And Crowley was a live and electric person. Whether you like him or despise him, he was live and electric. And because he's like live and electric, he's potentially dangerous, like a third rail on a rail line. And that's kind of what happens with the Enochian stuff. It's like the third rail, which powers an electric train. It's like, so yeah, this is the power. And it's like, what are you doing with the power? Why are you doing it? Watch out. And it's not that you can't access certain realms, but the question becomes, what are you doing it for? What are you trying to do, and what are you doing it for? And what is the fallout, or what is the payment? As Jack Parsons, basically knew that his final magical act, the Black Pilgrimage, may cost him his life. He expected that it would. His death was a part of his magic,
right?
And that was like, that's rare.
Right.
It's not unprecedented, but it's rare that somebody will do that,
right?
And do it altruistically.
Now, is that what you felt he did? He was doing this altruistically?
In his own mind, he was.
Okay.
Sure. He was trying to change things for the better. And, I've certainly felt the reverberation of him and his magical act the whole process of meeting Cameron and all that. There was quite a lot of, reverberation going on because I'm feeling his legacy. It's like it's permeating my arc field. It's like, I'm digging this stuff up. It's like, what the hell? I'm digging up Marjorie Cameron, all on the Trail of Montauk. So it's like,
that's delightful.
It's a live energy. It's different than the Aquino stuff because, when I had first contacted you, and then I had that meltdown of my electric panel, on the coldest day of the year, and it was freezing. The cold was penetrating right through the house. I could just feel the cold, and this was the coldness of Aquino. There's no question in my mind. It was coincident with that. And my girlfriend had told me, she says, she picked it up. She didn't want to say anything. She didn't want to spook me. And why is my internet going out and my, leading to water dripping on my electric box, dripping on my phone, or dripping on my phone panel, and ultimately having to get it all replaced.
Right.
Which was quite an ordeal, at least for that 24 hours that, where you're struggling to get heat back in the house in the coldest day of the year. And you have no electricity for the evening. But that's sort of like, that was a different wake of energy. It was the wake of Aquino. Right. The wake of Parsons was much different. Yeah, it was dark with Parsons, but there was, the
it was
hope
just different. Yeah, there was kind of a flamboyant sort of, shall we say, well, you can describe it better.
Edginess.
Jack Parsons was not trying to take everybody to hell.
Yeah.
He was not. He was trying to reverse the tyranny of the patriarchy and the restoration of the goddess Babylon, and the feminine energy, restoration of the feminine energy, which is something that people are taken away from and like. Peter Lamborn Wilson loved in his lectures to talk about, and I think he writes about in his books, about how when colonists would have their children either get lost or taken by indigenous tribes, the children would not want to come back to the colonists. They didn't want to stay with the indigenous tribes because life was so much better.
Right. Right. Yes. Much. Yeah. So do go on. And unless you want me to start talking about something myself, you know, you're doing so well. And
I'll just wrap up on Eliphas Levi, which is what, and of
what
course,
started us on this. Yeah.
he's going to talk about Kabbalah and Eliphas Levi. Of course, he wrote about Kabbalah, but I'm going to address a question or a comment that Jojo, my friend Jojo, had, because I asked her what she wanted me to talk about, and she said, "Let's talk about this amazing year of 2022 astrologically."
Okay. Yeah.
And she says, "And your 5 birthday this year, coming out of a 5 year." I don't know that I have a 5 birthday year. Let me look that. Let me see here.
By the way, so
I don't think I do. I don't think I do.
Okay.
I think it's a 7 year for me. But I just looked at that real fast. She might be looking at the wrong date. If she's looking at my Facebook birthday, I don't know what it says. It might be the wrong date. So, but in any case, she's talking about 5 birthday this year, coming out of a 5 year. Okay, she's saying 2021 is a 5 year, which is correct, going into a 6 year. 5 and 6 are the whole relationship of life and matter. And this was pointed out to me by my friend Madam X, with the pyramids on Mars, all of that stuff that Hoagland popularized. There was a picture. While everybody paid attention to the face, there was the pyramid structure he did point out was a 5-pointed pentagon structure on top of a hexagonal structure. This was undeniable. A 5 and a 6. And she was pointing out, she said, that's the whole telltale of the relationship between life. Now, what that means is, when you go into molecular biology, 5, the shape of a pentagon, is life. What do you call it? Biology. Your moleculars are 5. When you're dealing with materiality, it's 6. So when you have 5 and 6 is the relationship of life and materiality. Now, this becomes very interesting because in the part of the Montauk Book of the Living, which Jameson was asking me about last Sunday, it goes into the relationship of 5 and 6. But also, I'm starting to cough.
Oh, do you need a drink or do something? What I can do is take over for a little bit.
I'm drinking, but I'm going to try and get this out.
Right. And so while he's doing that, of course,
I'm okay. Let me just finish here.
Sure.
It's a 5 and a 6. So when you break down the decode the Book of the Law, he'll talk about the Star of Sothis or Isis, and Crowley is describing, and it's laid out in that book, of the relationship between the 5 and the 6. It's the pentagram and the hexagon. Now, not only is that the relationship of life and materiality, or life and Malkuth, it's also the construct of the Kabbalistic tree of life, that 5 and that 6. So you see it in the tree of life, and it's laid out in that book, and also that tree of life is the template for DNA, or say it's an effort to put a 2-dimensional rendition on DNA, and that's basically. So if we're going from a 5 year into a 6 year, to me, it's a relationship of spirit going into matter, which isn't necessarily the most, it's like, it sounds to me, that's almost like, that is the satanic pentagram. If I interpret it that way, there might be a more creative or opportune way to interpret it. But 5 going into 6, this would be a year of materiality. And
5 and 6 also equal 11, and 11 is the number of heads of the other god, El Acher, which is also the Edomite god.
It's also Abrahadabra.
Azrat.
It's also that's the formula of Abrahadabra, 11.
Right.
11 letters, and that's why Crowley he plays with his 11th degree, which is homosexuality, but 11 is also the consummation of life. It's not. I mean, it can be, as I say, Crowley twisted it into the anal sex thing. Which he would have had a formula for that too. But that's what I have to say about 5 and 6. But I'm going to go get myself some more water.
Yes.
Douglas, you can start talking.
So what we'll do is take over a little bit, and Jameson, you can take it from there. And have you ever heard of, who was that guy? Brendan Zoget and I were talking about him before you became a part of Team Dietrich, or became a part of it, physically. You were always a part of it spiritually, listening for quite some time. So I'm sure you heard Brendan and Zoget and I talk about this guy. What was the name of that magician who Brendan Zoget, like myself, was convinced was working with the jinn? And there was a video that just showed everything this guy was doing. Judith Eggert was convinced.
Was that David Blaine or someone
it
else?
Was somebody. I'll remember his name if people get his name out for me. But I don't remember it offhand. But he was one of these guys who just did the impossible. Judith Eggert was convinced he was the Antichrist, and this was because
wasn't he Iranian? I think, right?
No, he was some. His ethnic background was in question. He was rather swarthy. I would say he was definitely ethnic in the sense that he was not British, but he was basically a British citizen, and they were picking on him when he was young, and that's how he said he got into magic. It's just basically, and it sounds, I spoke with a security guard once, because I was in the business of security, who told me that he had he basically did some security for this individual. Why I can't remember his name? Well, I guess that's part of the magic, right? And so when he did security for this dope, he basically heard him saying that he had made the deal, that he had gone out and made a deal with the dark forces or the jinn, something of that nature, to get himself the power that he had. So it was somebody who then kind of like was in question whether he was like losing his abilities later on. But
oh yeah, I remember he get some kind of cancer.
I don't know about that. It wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, he had gotten some kind of like intestinal cancer that he had to get over, and he lost a large amount of weight.
What was his name? Was Shocker or something? Shock. The big shocker or something he called himself. What was it? He had a kind of a bizarre, stage name he was using that was along those lines, where he was promoting himself. So if anybody remembers who I'm talking about, the guy was like, he did the biblical shit. This guy was like turning water into wine. He was like pouring countless fish out of a basket. This kind of shit. He was like walking up and down walls, turning water into solid ice.
Yeah, I remember him. I just can't remember the name of the guy. I'm trying to like I'm trying to figure out what deal they made, because I got to do that myself.
I will tell you, if I don't know this person, but when these people turn up from now and then, almost inevitably, like Chris Angel, the mind freak, almost inevitably, these people went to a school. And they went to a school. It's called the McBride Magic and Mystery School, a private school located in Paradise, Nevada. I met Jeff McBride, a very nice guy. And, you're talking casually with you, he'll tell you any trick. Oh, that trick, yeah. He's a magician who teaches stage magic. He also believes in shamanism and actual magic. But he was just like real straight shooter.
That wasn't this guy. Yeah.
But see, what happens is you teach somebody something, they go out and they do shit, and they're good at it. I mean, this stuff is really, I mean, it's like Las Vegas stuff. I mean, it's class A showmanship.
Okay. Well, this was beyond.
That would be my first test.
Understood.
Did he go to that school? And what does Jeff McBride know about this guy? He could tell you, I'm sure. I don't communicate with Jeff.
They actually have classes online. I'm going to consider this.
Oh, brother. Yeah. Well, I mean, actually, you know what? You'd get laid. You'd be drowning in it because women love magicians. Point. Yeah, that's of course. Then of course, if you go David Copperfield with it and start fucking all your stage, assistants, then there's a price to pay at some point.
Oh yeah, those guys, they often do have gorgeous stage assistants.
Oh, of course. And you've got to really be cautious about safety. You don't want them to wind up drowning or burning alive in one of your performances.
Nor do you want to catch STDs or get anyone pregnant.
Yes.
Which is probably the two biggest fears I have in life, aside from dying in a car accident.
It was David Copperfield who prompted me to, sort of ask Jeff McBride about this stuff, because my ex-wife was just a big fan of David Copperfield.
That's
cute. She thought he was just the most incredible performer. And so she asked, it was the first time we ever went out after she gave birth. And he was performing at a local college, and I took her to see him. And I was rather mystified by this one magic trick he did right in front of us practically, because he just happened to go into the audience. I think there was an empty seat in front of us, and it was put there purposely so he could sit there. And what he did was he basically had some handkerchief and he was making it dance in the air. And it looked really real. And then I saw him put his hand over his mouth, and he was moving his mouth. And I thought he was doing, Enochian calls or something. I thought he was chanting magic words. It wasn't meant for everybody to see, but I could see it because we had the empty seat next to us. So what the hell is he doing? Now, he also had a relationship with Preston Nichols that Preston had told me about, that David Copperfield had a magic box, and he came to Preston because he wanted to know how it worked. It was literally a magic box. Now we're moving out of stage magic into real magic. Preston says, well, I can figure it out, but I'm going to have to take it apart. He didn't want to take it apart. That was the end of that relationship or story or whatever. He came to Preston. It was not that he had a relationship. It was just that he sought Preston out. But so anyway, when I met Jeff McBride, he says, oh, what he's doing there, he's not doing Enochian calls. He's got a filament that's so thin you cannot see it, and he wraps it around his tooth, and he's got it hung from something. And so when he's moving that handkerchief, he's moving his jaw to make that handkerchief dance up and down. He knew exactly what he was doing. And Jeff knew his stuff. And when Jeff was performing, this is at the Star Wars Festival, his stuff was very low key. He was just having fun. He wasn't trying to bamboozle. He was more into doing his drums and playing his music. As they say, he used to go to the rainbow gatherings. I remember he had a song about the rainbow, and it was more of a drumming, jamming thing. And he was a pagan at heart, very nice, really nice guy. When you meet somebody, and he had his school, and this is where many magicians go to learn their craft and then completely leave people awestruck with what they learn on video and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think that if I look up magicians on YouTube, I could find this guy, the lovely Diane Buchberger. She was suggesting that it was Chris Angel, but that's not who it was that I was thinking of. It was somebody who had kind of like a weird kind of sub name, like a title, like I'm Duke the Shocker or something like that. Just had kind of like an odd, name. It was a stage name, but he was well known, and then kind of, did a trick with the guy's cell phone and broke it, and that was when people thought maybe the guy's powers are leaving him or something like that. So it was just one of those guys. Anyhow, it's not that important. But definitely, if our man Jameson becomes a stage magician as well as dealing with what he's dealing with, that wouldn't be uncommon. Most stage magicians are also involved with the occult, and it would also, like I said, get him laid repeatedly. So
that would probably be something I need.
there we are.
What I will say
it
is
could
that
also be a career for you.
Yeah. And so there we have that. By all means, now that our man Mr. Peter Moon is back and he conquered his cough, which who knows, might have been an occult assault right there. But he
No, I still have congestion. I'm getting rid of.
Okay.
It's from the other night. It's fine. It just coughs up and it's okay.
Yeah, and
I do have a couple of news items to share though.
Oh, please, by all means.
As of early this evening, Ghislaine Maxwell was found guilty of 5 of 6 counts.
That's right. Yes, go on.
So the rhetoric on the news, particularly Fox News, I watched some of the CNN coverage. I don't know if they were going into it, but they were basically the whole question. And Jonathan Turley, the constitutional scholar, was saying, well, okay, this is, it's like you got the, you prosecuted the person who drove the getaway car, but you didn't prosecute the robbers. In other words, there are so many people that are listed on the list, and he says the whole energy of the Justice Department has been to hide things. It's as if they're hiding what else could happen. I would like to know who took the bulldozer to the estate on his island. Mm-hmm. They showed bulldozers. There are drones flying over. They took pictures of the bulldozer coming in and, raising all of his stuff, hiding all the evidence. It's like hired George Lucas, I guess. But
yeah, I was about to say none of that is surprising. Of course, I'm certain you expected that, as we all.
No, it's not surprising. But you see, it's like. Here are the journalists, a few journalists, saying, okay, well, we're not even journalists, as a guest on a journalist. So let's see what else is going on here. Is she going to get time less? Like she's maximum 65 years. And they say we're sentencing guidelines. It'll probably be like 10 to 12 is what she'll get. And if she could maybe pare that down, if she gives up names, I would be most concerned for her is if she's rubbed out before she can give up any names.
Well, that would be interesting, but at the same time, that would kind of give the game away right there.
They gave away the game with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, they just had a physician who was at the autopsy of Jeffrey Epstein. And he said, I was there when they autopsied the body. And he says, the way, he says, like at least 3 vertebrae were broken. He says, that doesn't happen with hanging. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. By the way, since we're speaking of sentencing, I want to thank everyone in the chat room for participating. Diane Buchberger participated via the Facebook the post, which was fine, tonight's link. And then Sarah Thomas brought up something Chris, and then basically Allison Campbell got it. Sarah Thomas tried with Chris Angel. Thank you, honey. And she said Tim Rifat considers himself a honest-to-God occult magician as well as a stage magician. By the way, Jameson Reese, if you could handle that one bot in the chat room, I can still see him. I'm sure you probably will get him soon if you haven't already. But the person who got it right was Allison Campbell. It was this Dynamo character. It was that was the stupid name that I couldn't remember for the life of me. Something like Shocker kept coming into my mind. But yes, it was the guy who called himself Dynamo. So if you look him up on YouTube, but if you know what I found that was so funny was because our man Mr. Peter Moon was talking about David Copperfield, and I looked up David Copperfield. No, I didn't really look him up. I was looking up stage magicians, demons, jinn, and David Copperfield, of course, came up along with many others. But David Copperfield was on trial, and this was like 3 years ago. And if you take a look at David Copperfield on trial 3 years ago, where he's giving up the secrets of some of his stage magic under oath, it's pretty. He's not a bad-looking guy, but he's not what he once was. I mean, oh my God, he used to be like a pretty boy, just like someone like made up and like a Biofax. He looked almost like a Biofax. And then when he's on trial there, he looks pretty angry. He's got, bags under his eyes, so looks older, and he looks pretty sinister. Like a mafioso, all right, a mobster. So that's fitting. It's apropos. And let's take a look at what else people have said. There was another person who tried to communicate something with me, and so I think they communicated what they had to. So then we have that, and so it's that Dynamo guy. And if anybody, they don't have his stuff available on YouTube anymore. But the Dynamo guy, he was this guy who was doing just the impossible. There's no fucking technical capabilities that would enable him to do what he was doing. He was walking on water, and this was not in some way that I see people trying to rationalize this shit, and they produce videos about how he turns water to ice instantly before your eyes, and how he was like, basically this guy was going to Africa and just basically scaring everybody to death. And people might say, oh, he went there because everybody there is superstitious and they're easy to fool. Bullshit. He went over there and he was like pulling shit like, hey, picking up some guy's DVD, running his hand over the DVD, and the picture on the DVD is this dude's face who's like the singer whose content is in the DVD, right? And or the CD, but it's the CD cover in this little plastic container, like a DVD box, sleeve jacket that's plastic, hard plastic, with the illustration in it. He's like running his hand over it, and the guy's opening and closing his eyes on the CD cover. Okay, it's like, this is like, no. It's...
let me say something about that.
Yeah.
There are instances when people do manifest this type of thing.
Yeah.
So it's over 99% of the instances are going to be tricks.
Mm.
There is a room, of course, for what we call the miraculous.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll explain.
Mm-hmm.
I once got in this discussion with this woman
mm-hmm.
who, she was very kind of like angelically sweet.
Mm-hmm.
And she had talked about, we kind of got into a similar discussion. And she said, she started talking about this fakir she saw in India.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that this guy could, he would bite the head off of a bird
mm-hmm.
and kill the bird, and then he'd reattach the head and the bird would fly away alive again. And I told her, I said, that is so disgusting. I said,
yeah.
And she says, it's right. It was disgusting. And she agreed with me that it was not kosher. It was not good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there is a very famous character in the Catholic history. I don't know if he was ever called a saint, probably was. Padre Pio. Padre Pio was notorious for having stigmata, which is, of course, the bleeding in the palms or the wounds of Christ. And it was quite a sight to behold. This wasn't something he was faking. And it was he attracted a lot of attention. It was very disturbing to the Vatican. Mm-hmm. I don't remember all the politics of it, but I began to understand the politics in the Vatican's viewpoint. To me, this stuff did not sound as if it was coming from the most pure realms. Mm-hmm. It's hybridized with demonic energy. And it's certainly an energy that is out of control. Padre Pio couldn't control it. So the Catholic Church tried to control it. And I think they did to a certain extent. I think they might have recognized or tried to exploit it after his death. But it was quite a problem. And it's because, what's going on here? It's like you've got a hole in the dike and something's leaking through. And it's not necessarily, it's even a point where it struck me from what I read about it and heard about it. The Catholic Church had a monster on its hands. And it was in the best interest of the church, not as the church, but as the ruling political body that it was, to reduce the amount of chaos that was emanating from this man's hands. Because it could lead to a lot more problems. It wasn't about, attracting, because he attracts worshipers. What's he going to do with them? Take them to a cliff and have them jump off? I don't know. So in other words, this stuff is problematic. Mm-hmm. It's not that it can't occur. And my Qigong would teach you that, yeah, you can walk on water. But it's few and far between, and it leads to more problems than solutions in most cases. Because and then I've once met somebody who could do remarkable things, and he was interested in meeting me, and then I knew somebody who knew him well. She's the one who brought us together. Mm-hmm. And I said, in fact, we were together. I asked him, I said, well, have you ever tried to teach this to anybody? He says, no, I never really thought about it. and I later asked her, and she says, oh, no, he'd never want to teach it. Uh-huh. He'd never want to teach it because, then they'd have it. He wouldn't. And I thought, wow, how selfish.
There we are. Yeah.
And, this guy was not a bad guy per se. I mean, he wasn't a bad guy at all. And then I think he hired somebody to write a book for him. Mm-hmm. $50,000 he paid him or something, or 25. I don't know what it was. Mm-hmm. He should have asked me. But he should have asked me, but I couldn't have done any better. I could have actually probably got a lot more interest in him, but it wouldn't have, been worth his $50,000 because, who wants to read a book? In other words, it's like, I don't know what the book said. Mm-hmm. I can do this. I can do that. He had such a demand for his services. He didn't used to charge for his services.
What were his services? Why were they in demand? For sheer entertainment? Was he just or was he healing people?
Healing people.
Oh, okay.
He could heal people. He'd go in the doctor. He healed the doctor's knee. He was telling me. He had worked on the woman I met, and he had skills. It's like he could, it was a chi ability. He had learned from, he said he was doing Tai Chi for 8 years, and all of a sudden this light went through his forehead, and he had ability to heal. Mm-hmm. And, but he wasn't And then she also told me, she said, oh, he's like a child. Now, he wasn't young. He was very well established in business.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was a success in business. He didn't need money. But so he did this for free. And then he found out if he didn't charge, people wouldn't get better. So he charged people. But the guy had a skill. But there was not a commensurate, I guess what you'd say, attitude of teaching people. I don't know. I really don't know. It's like people have skills. You know, there are amazing things in this world.
Well, that's
and I looked.
Go on.
I said, why can't I do this? Why can't I do this? And I went back and thought about it, and I said, you know, it's I applied my intention. I said, well, this is not what I'm here to do. To be nice, to be able to heal people like that, but it's better if they heal themselves. Because as I say, he had an immediate problem. He said if they didn't pay him, they wouldn't get better.
Really?
Yeah, that was a problem. He said he used to do his work for free, and it's because people that need to be healed can develop quite a complex. They're already developed a complex over their illness, and then they can make it more difficult. Well, you know, you got, you know, it's just like it's tough. It's tough. That was one of the dictums of Scientology. If they don't pay, they don't get better. And that was true because somebody's taking advantage. And that people have said that in all sorts of healers I've met that. When the people don't pay, they don't get better.
Wow.
I've had many healing sessions done on me for free by friends of mine where I did get better. But it was like an exchange, either as a friendship exchange or whatever exchange. It was never like, I guess what you'd say, undeserved on my part. So there's something to be said for that. But so anyway, when you have a live wire of miraculousness, and I think the New Testament story is a great example where you have somebody who's knocking the socks off the world, and it's immediately met with not just suspicion and derision, but containment and let's get rid of this. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. And what was it dangerous to? It was dangerous to the status quo, powers of the status quo. Now, this takes us back to the Ghislaine Maxwell paradigm. It's like they were saying that there are certain powerful people who get very angry when this subject is brought up, the Jeffrey Epstein death, and the suspicions of the death. And he said that this doctor who was at the autopsy said that the coroner initially ruled it undetermined, cause of death undetermined. It was overruled by the county medical examiner, or the head medical examiner, who said death by hanging, self-strangulation. It was just ruled arbitrarily without any examination. And then he had all sorts of issues to do with the video, and all of these tapes and stuff in his room were marked with, you know, they might say Bill Clinton pedophile tapes. I'm not saying they did say that. If they had a name, because I don't even know that Bill Clinton's been accused of that, but if it had a name like that, the court did not want those things named. No, we're not going to name names. That's going to be too much public curiosity. You know, it's going to stir up too much curiosity. They did say that to prosecute any of the people that, you know, okay, all these girls were being trafficked for sex. This has been established. But we know it wasn't just with Epstein. So he says, who were they having sex with? What about these people? And then it was pointed out by a prosecutor, it's very hard to prove these cases. It's not impossible. But can you imagine Bill Clinton being dragged into court I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Oh, well, that would have been that would have done him in, of course. But there we have that, and certainly, while I'm going to ask both of you a favor, I'm going to go mute for a little bit here, just a few moments. I just need to again add another layer of warmth. I'm going to use this heating pad that was provided by the lovely Clarice Claudette. Shout out to her. God knows if she's listening. I'm so sorry, honey. I've been so busy and will be till after New Year's Day. But definitely one of the things that I want to do is just thank her for her care packages. Honestly, they're getting me through the holidays in terms of just snack material as well as so many other things, medicines in case I need them. God knows I certainly felt like it. I thought I was going to turn myself into the hospital yesterday after what had happened. So when I get my sweatshirt back on, this other layer underneath it so I can be warmer, and then get her heating pad over me instead of under my ass where it's positioned right now. I need to go mute to do that so everybody doesn't hear me moving around. But then maybe I'll tell people a little bit of what happened, and that way, our man Peter will be here to put some analysis into it if he wishes. In the meantime, Jameson, since you're back with us, come back on stage with Peter for a few minutes and tell us what you think of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, just so you pronounce her name correctly. It's in the English, which is just so vulgar. In the French, it's
Ghislaine, right?
Oh, in the French, it would be beautiful. It would be Gilles Ghislaine. It would be like that. But in the English, it's like silent S. It's Gillian, Gillian, something like that. So anyhow, like Peter says, the last thing she's worried about right now is how people pronounce her fucking name.
Yeah, well, she's worried about being off like Epstein because they might press for information. But I have a question. Epstein was supposed to have had a book where he kept the names of all the people who were clients and whatnot. Where's that book and who has it?
Oh, I think that's in the hands of the Justice Department. I don't think that's been hidden, but they didn't want to show the names. I think some of the names have been mentioned. I don't think it's too hard to find, but they don't want to sensationalize it. This is what the judge said, and it's sort of like sensationalizing what it's all about, because then it's going to bring stuff to the forefront.
Well, then it's that sensationalization that needs to happen in order for it.
It does need to happen because by the way they're doing it, they're desensitizing everybody to it, and it makes the Justice Department look as guilty as hell. Like it's like, it's very hard to connect these cases. We have to be sure. Well, they knew Epstein was guilty. They took a sweetheart deal with it. They were obviously guilty as hell. I think it was the whole Obama's administration was guilty as hell. Most of these district attorneys are so crooked, it's not funny. I'm talking about not district attorneys. I mean, attorney generals. They're disgusting. The way the stances they take on their cases are all political. I mean, this is, as I saying, this is the tip of the iceberg. And you have these journalists, saying it. Well, we finally got her convicted. Now what? So what? She's convicted. Have fun. I would expect her to turn up dead.
Yeah, that's the thing. If she does turn up dead, then that's going to bring a lot of attention. People are going to know that the Justice Department is probably hiding names of people who work in the Justice Department, which is the reason why they don't want to sensationalize it, because they're protecting their own interests.
I mean, going back to that Comey guy, I mean, the Justice Department had no integrity whatsoever. It was very biased and political. And in his case, he was just strutting his own power. He was biased and political towards his own nuances. He was somebody who hated Trump, yet he was destroying Hillary.
Yeah.
He was.
Well, yeah, he was someone. Well, I think he was a stage asset. He was he was probably definitely a Russian asset in that regard. Because why would someone who doesn't like Trump destroy Hillary Clinton?
Because he's got a big ego. That's why. He's got a huge ego, and it's all about him. It was always about him. He thought he was some great leader, some great man. That's clearly the way he spoke. He didn't need the Russians. He was drunk on, he was high on himself. He really was. He just had a tremendous ego, and he thought he was more important than everybody. And turned out he caused a lot of trouble to both Hillary and Trump. And I'm sure they both hate him.
Yeah, without a doubt. So the question is why he's still, walking around above ground.
Because he was the FBI director. It's like, when you're like that guy, Adam Schiff, he made all sorts of accusations that he can't ever be punished for. They were false accusations. He lied his ass off, but he can't be punished because if you do it, like even if you go to court and sue somebody and you do it without blabbing it to the press and stuff, and you do it, you can't get in any trouble for suing somebody. The press can make all the noise they want about it. And as long as you're minding your P's and Q's, you could sue Geraldo Rivera for rape, saying he raped you, and he didn't, and he did all these horrible things to you. Make all these accusations. As long as you do it in court, and you lose, it's no slander there. If you start to blab it to the press, then it's different. But if you do it in the context of the court, and these people who are hurling accusations, prosecutors, they do it to the court. They don't really talk to the press. So, and if you're a congressional body, you're immune. You can just prosecute all you want. You can impeach Trump or Biden as many times as you want. Have all these, false investigations of either one. No, doesn't matter. You're immune. You might get voted out of office, but you won't be punished for that. And this is one of the problems. We don't have sufficient justice.
We don't have a justice system at all. It's a joke.
Well, it works on certain rudimentary levels, but when it comes to high-profile, important cases, it's tilted. And this is the problem. Some other news we have that's very interesting is it was reported, I think early this morning, that the famous football broadcaster John Madden died suddenly and unexpectedly at age 85. Now, it was no surprise to me that this man died just because he was old. He was obese, 85 years old. He lived a full life.
Yeah.
But they don't mention his cause of death. Just that he died suddenly and unexpectedly. And it's like there's all this outpouring of, emotion for him today. I'm just very curious when they're going to announce his death. Did he have a vaccine? Did he not have a vaccine?
Who we talk about?
Well,
John,
I think his...
the famous football broadcaster who died suddenly and unexpectedly yesterday, and he took the Oakland Raiders to the Super Bowl in 1976 or something. And then he became a broadcaster, and he was very popular, very good. He was one of the most, I guess, iconic names in sports broadcasting. And the point is that he was famous, he died, and they don't mention a cause of death.
Okay.
And my first question was, did he have the vaccine? Did he have the booster?
It's interesting that that's your first question as opposed to, did he have COVID?
Well, my question would be, why wouldn't he die? The guy was overweight, he was obese, he didn't take care of himself. So it's almost to be expected.
Suddenly and unexpectedly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you let yourself go to pot. And American,
I don't know what his current medical analysis was. I thought he did good to make it to 85. I'm sure he went through some procedures.
Oh, 85, not 55, 85. Okay.
85.
Well, you do know he's lived beyond the life expectancy of your average American male. You do know.
Yeah, no, he did very well. He lived a very full life. But I'm still very curious as to where I'm just very curious. Is they don't give a cause of death, and they don't give whether he was vaccinated or not. There was a New York Times editor who got vaccinated. I mean, boosted. He died of a heart attack the next day.
I read about that. Yes. This is true. My mom and I were actually talking about this, is, the fact that they're so anxious to push the vaccine on people, but they're not telling anyone that even if you have the vaccine, you still have to wear a mask. This is an airborne disease, and nobody's emphasizing, taking safety precautions anymore. They're just talking about get the booster, get the booster, get the booster, get the booster, get the booster. It's like, you can have 10 or 11 boosters and you'll be walking around. If you're walking around without a mask and somebody with COVID is hacking and coughing their lungs up, and you go like, let me just sniff this in, you're going to get COVID.
Well, what's going on now with, as far as the what appears to be going on, is that everything's the moral climate of COVID is changing. It's going to change with the new year, but it's already begun. They're saying that they reduced the quarantine period from 10 days to 5 days. Now, to me, this is utterly ridiculous, because 5 days isn't enough to do anything. And if it's a legitimate illness. And Fauci says that we need to get people back to work. See, the same thing that the Republicans were saying.
How does the guy how did the guy in charge of the CDC say we need to get people back to work? He's not even a politician. He's not the attorney general. He runs in the CDC is technically an organization that is not a government organization. They're technically their own company or entity.
Well, he doesn't run the CDC, but he's lockstep with them.
Yeah.
But the thing is that it appears to me that the Democrats are going to lessen the drama around COVID and try to make it go away, like Trump did at the very beginning. He tried to poo-poo it and minimize its impact. And he couldn't get away with that. Biden's going to do this. Okay. And he will be able to get away with it if the what's the Omicron? Was that what it's called? Omicron?
Omicron.
It's Omicron, but Jameson has fun with it by calling it Necro-Omicron. Yeah.
If the Omicron virus is benign as they think it is, and it's going to give everybody an immunity against COVID altogether, this is what they're saying, and it's going to go away. But it's in the interest of the Democrats to make COVID go away and to minimize it, and to minimize the restrictions, and then also to make inflation go down. They're trying very hard because they want to win the midterms. So it seems like everything's being politicized, and they're going to start making Republican talking points.
I see where you're going with this. They're trying to appeal to the Republican voters. Yeah. And well, this is the problem. We have two political parties that don't do jack shit, and we don't have government. We really don't have a government. So all the people talking anarchy. We see the government this, that. We don't have a government. What government? The government who tells you aliens landed at Roswell and there are 101 alien species that are responsible for everything the human race has ever accomplished, because you motherfuckers can't do shit. Yeah, that government, it doesn't do anything. It just siphons off everyone's money, and more people are going to die. What's going to happen is the Omicron is going to mix. Is someone who has had the Delta has Omicron, and who knows, they might even have had another strain, and at some point that thing is going to mutate, and we're going to see something nastier pop up. I guarantee it.
Oh my God. Well, definitely. The one thing that I can say is that it's not just face masks. Everything is now a political death match. It's basically an oil spill of politics that's polluted all American life. It leaves no room for common ground. So we're trying to find it here. on tonight's transmission. Peter and Jameson are going over it now, and I think that that's wonderful. I mean, honestly, that's
It's
so
all about control.
Yeah.
It's all about control, because you think about, I don't think the Democrats as themselves knew that the virus is coming, but it was a perfect wedge to use against Trump, and it really undermined Trump's props, what he was doing, where he was going. It really didn't help him at all. In fact, it's probably the most responsible thing for losing him the election, even more than any.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, if that's responsible for him losing the election, then it's going to be responsible for him winning the election in 2024. And
that's the crazy thing. However,
I mean, everything seems like it's so designed. It's like we already know where it's going.
For this, Jameson, I don't know if you heard, but he got booed severely by his supporters when they found out he got the booster.
Yeah.
So he's being now stigmatized by having gotten the booster.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
He also had the illness.
No, go on with that, because I want you to go deeper into that. Well, yeah, now he's.
I don't know. It's just that they're saying that they don't know that Trump had the support that he did, but they're also accusing him of holding Republicans ransom, saying, "I'm not going to support you unless you say that the elections in Nevada, I think it's the governor of Nevada or the senator from Nevada, unless you say the elections were bogus in Nevada." So in other words, he's doing political ransom. In other words, if they don't agree with his viewpoint, he's not going to endorse them. So they might not win. He's doing this sort of thing. And he's not admitted he's going to run. But the whole point I was making, though, is this is all about control. The Democrats only went against the wall because they didn't want Trump to have the victory of the wall. Clearly, that's the only reason they did it. Then they figured out they could get voters from it because they could make anybody vote. Now we got voters. And these guys don't have tests for COVID. They come in and get everybody sick if they're indeed affected. So it's like, it's nuts. It's just, there's no logic to anything that happens. And now, as you say, they'll start taking Nancy Pelosi was cracking down on crime. You're talking about the Republicans want to see, are targeting the crime. Well, the Democrats have been targeting the crime because they don't want to be positioned as the party that tolerates crime. So they've been cracking down on it verbally, rhetorically. So it's like there's no, in other words, and you can't hold these people accountable. It's like they've got the TV on them, and they can say, well, I control the District of San Francisco. You can't do anything about it. Mm-hmm. I can eat $13, ice cream. And her wealth went up to over 300 million or something. And somebody said that the Prime Minister of New Zealand, she was making a salary of, I think, $400-something thousand a year in New Zealand dollars. Mm-hmm. And then it blossomed into 20 million or something, her net worth. And my friend was asking me about this. And I said, well, it's like, if you don't take that money when you're in power, they don't want you there. They only want you if you'll be part of the system, which means taking graft. If you're honest, they don't want you anywhere near the system. And they'll do everything they can to get you out of it.
Yes.
So if somebody offers you $23 million to, stay in charge of New Zealand, you'd be inclined to take it.
I had no idea about that concerning her. I'll certainly look into that.
That's what he told me. I don't know anything personally myself, but he was, he thought, but this is typical with politicians. Right. I don't expect any politician of any country to be clean. How do you get into that position?
Right.
Although, this is very interesting. I did hear part of a lecture today, which was very interesting. It was on the politics of Tammany Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Tammany Hall is, of course, the political machine of New York City back in the 1800s. And they were, even the professor who was giving the lecture would sometimes go into an Irish brogue when he'd start talking. But he would say that there were two types of, what do they call it, graft. It was honest graft and corrupt graft. Well, of course, what he was talking about, and some guy wrote a book about it, some Irishman.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, with politics, he says, it's not about debates. It's not about college education. He says, you got to get rid of your college education. It's about human nature. He says, so the way a politician works, the way he would work, is he says, okay, so you go down and you hear about this guy who's a good boxer. You go down and you see he's boxing. You say, oh, come up, join our boxing club. Oh, we'll give you a stage, a venue. The guy's good. And now he's going to vote for you because you're a politician. You put him up. You do the same thing with a ball player. You do the same thing with a musician or an actor. You see them. You find the common people, and then you put them in a position where they will thrive, and they will back you, and they will push you. He says you're actually taking care of your own people. Now, when it comes to the poverty, the people of poverty, you go down and you give them food. It's not hard for a rich politician to arrange for the people to eat. You set up a soup kitchen, and these people like you, and they vote for you. In other words, you're doing this. It's expedient to do this as a politician,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also serving the community. Now, the professor said that this was the Catholic Irish way. He said it was problematic, though, when the Protestants would come in, because rather than to feed a hungry person, they'd say, why are you out of work? And they would look for a moral deficiency in the person for being out of work. Whereas the Catholics and the Irish would just feed them, take them at face value.
Right.
Whereas the Protestants would say, oh, and it was a whole attitude shift.
Well, there you go. The Protestants are assholes. Go on.
Destructive, and it creates division. Now, he said you would think the Italians and the Irish would have a commonality with the Catholicism. He says, no, it has more to do with ethnicity. More to do with ethnicity than it does with religion. So the Italians would be very different than the Catholics, and they wouldn't necessarily reach across to help each other. So that bred problems, and he said the Catholic Church got into a problem where they couldn't be giving out too many handouts either. That evolved into, I guess, the dissolution of politics. But initially, the Tammany Hall political machine was set up to actually serve their own kind, which was Irish,
Mm-hmm.
but it would extend beyond that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, and this is the thing, is that what you have here is you have Nancy Pelosi being quoted as saying, we feed them, we feed them. This is what she said, we feed them. Who's she feeding? There is an arrogance and a disconnect. So
I think when she says she feeds them, she's feeding people bullshit. That's what she means.
but it's like, this is the thing, is the government, the government has such a stigma about helping people. And then you have these programs that they set up to help people, and then they get ripped off. You have fraud. So the government's defrauded. So all these programs set up to help poor people, then you have scammers that will, scam the government. It's government is a dubious proposition. You can't live without it. You can't live with it. And, we don't, it's amazing that the world survives the way it does.
Well, we don't know if it will, but
It has a track record of surviving. The world
yes,
does.
it does. It does. Thus far.
The United States is 200 years plus old. It's got it's coming upon 250 years. 5 years. It's 245 years. So 245 years old, the United States is.
Yes, yes, which isn't much at all compared to civilizations that have been around for thousands. But of course, those civilizations have undergone incredible permutations to the point of unrecognizability. And in terms of the United States, it will go through a sea change as well. The sea change, for all intents and purposes, will feel like it's the end of the world. It'll be the end of one world, at least. Certainly what I might go into tonight, if I go into Asia again, which is probably what I will go into, because, of course, important things are happening there that need to be brought to the light to people here in the West. So we'll see if I can get my head on my ass for that. In the interim, I'll tell people why my head is so far up my ass, and I'll do that while Peter is with us. Now, certainly what Peter and our man Jameson Reese are bringing up right now is that they're addressing the fact that politics is seeping into our daily life, and it's ruining everything. Certainly researchers concur that Americans are choosing jobs, brands, and friends for partisan purposes or partisan reasons. So whatever the politicians are doing that is kind of, shall we say, basically benefiting or profiting for themselves, as Peter says, is what politicians do. And of course, Jameson is exhibiting a total cynicism of the system. But in terms of the citizenry, their politics is far more profound. It is nothing to do with some kind of self-aggrandizement. It has everything to do with basically their tribal affiliation. I mean, this is what masks have become. Forget the health concerns. They're a signifier of tribal affiliation at this point. And that's not because the Democrats have chosen it to be so. It's simply the way that it's worked out with many on the conservative side feeling that it's a constraint, that the health officials have taken on the role of control freaks. So they're saying, oh, don't fall for it. And well, the politicization of face masks is stupid enough, but research is now proving that the polarization in these United States has permeated all what would otherwise be seemingly unrelated issues, leaving very little of our lives that's unpolluted by partisanship. And those few who might remain outside the scrum may have to bear heavy burdens in the days to come. But most of those people are just as deluded. There are some people who think that, oh, they're libertarians or independents. Well, take a look at those fuckers. I mean, you've seen what I've done to deconstruct libertarians in the past, and you take a look at an independent like Bernie Sanders. He's not independent. He's a goddamn communist. So what are we left with? It's basically we have to choose sides, and we have to ask if there's anything that politics cannot ruin. And the answer, really, it appears, is a resounding no, because partisan conflict is creeping into all areas of American life.
Well, I think it's interesting, Douglas, because what this means is, see, we all know that the politicians are not serving the people. This is the biggest problem. In fact, the biggest message is that they're trying to control the people. And the illusion is that the Republicans are trying to protect the people. Nothing could be further than the truth. But when politics gets into your everyday life, it's all a negative. It's all bullshit. It's not something that's like people are like lined up. I found out they're lined up in these corona tests because they got to get to work. They need testing to go to work.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't matter whether they have the
Yes,
vaccine or not.
that's exactly what I was saying last week. Yes, my
Yeah,
brother.
it doesn't matter whether they have the vaccine or not. They have to be tested because the vaccine is not foolproof. So it's like this is driving people nuts.
But the tests aren't foolproof either.
Well, that's beside the point. It's driving people nuts, and it's stupid. It's arbitrary, and this is why Fauci's saying, okay, 5 days. Why didn't he just say 1 day? Why didn't he say 3 days? Why doesn't he say, put a beanie on your head with a propeller and fling it?
That'd actually be pretty cool. A beanie
Yeah.
with propellers on it. It reminds me of something from like Super Mario Brothers or something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like it's so much bullshit that how can these people even believe what they say? They can't. But so people are beginning to become more and more disgusted. They've already disgusted. But it's like, but it's like, it's to the point of ridiculousness. And although a lot of people, I mean, are frightened and they're afraid of getting ill and they're very scared. And whether that's valid or not is beside the point. That's some of them. And some people just don't, they know there's an illness, but they're just not, want to get on with life.
Yeah. Well, I wish that were possible. Life's not returning to normal anytime soon. We have just what can we say? This is I'll try and make some comparisons to Mao's China, which underwent a just monumental change, and that was something that, of course, destroyed China as it was, and what we have now is more in China. We really do have pathological power freaks. And here in America, it's far more along the lines of there are genuine public health concerns, and certain things have to be done in the name of public health. In communist China, of course, it's just more that they're hiding the problem rather than dealing with it. So we're fortunate here in that it's at least all out in the open. As dysfunctional as it is here, we're at least discussing it openly, or at least we're doing that here on this transmission. To tell people the truth, it's simply because I've grown too exhausted about the subject to really take sides.
This is the point. You can't take sides anymore. You just have to let it. It has a life of its own, and it comes into your life in different ways. Whether you have to wear a mask, whether you have to get a vaccination, a test, it comes into everybody's life in a different way. And you have to deal with it one way or another. Everybody has to deal with it. But it's like trying to create an article that pins the tail on the donkey isn't going to work. Because if you're right about everything, it's not going to be paid attention to.
Well, I suppose that's as valid a point as any. I guess a better way to phrase what I'm saying is that I have a side. I'm sorry, go on.
That's just what I was saying. I didn't mean words in your mouth.
Oh, no. I didn't take it as such. I didn't take it as such. No. I was just going to kind of like, how would I say it? Just respond to what you said. That's all. Not because I felt that it was somehow doing anything with anything I've said. I wasn't saying much. So what I'm saying is that at this point, a better way to phrase what I said was that it's not that I haven't taken sides, rather I have a side, and maybe if I am in a more, how would I say it, more energetic mood, or if I have enough drugs in me, then I would be more, how would I say it, I'd be expressing that side more forcefully. It's at this point, how would I say it? It's been this way for some time now concerning the subject. I'm just too weary of it to how would I say it, defend my side or promote it or just argue the point. What we did notice about Donald Trump was when he got on the stage and said what he said about I took the COVID vaccine, and then he started getting all the boos. When he shut them down and overrode them, then he basically was saying that it works, that the people who get the vaccine aren't dying at the rate that the people who don't get the vaccine are dying. But he did caveat that. He qualified it by saying, whether you get it or not is your decision. Now, Fauci's response to him was that his support of the vaccines is simply too late, and it certainly,
he created the vaccines.
Well, I'm not arguing that. That's essentially why people say Trump is now taking the stance that he's taking, because, as Jameson and yourself have both pointed out, this is what could get him back into office, right? I mean, this is what he could use to get him back into office. That would be his platform was, I did Operation Warp Speed, and that you wouldn't have the vaccines without me. So that's the point we're making, right? I mean, so that's his stance. So in that sense, however his base at this point, his base is predominantly anti-vax as part of the tribalism. So isn't that a bitch? You know, that there goes some terrible irony for you. Whether he can overcome that or not through sheer force of personality, we'll see. You know, good luck to him in that regard. I mean, certainly I wouldn't fault him if he tries, and if he succeeds in that regard, that would at least be productive or constructive. In terms of myself and what was going on with myself, so what happened was, just a funny thing here, and Salman's not with us, so I can't really ask him his permission. When he comes back, I'll repeat it to him a little bit about what I said, but basically, here's goes something that I mentioned the other day, and Salman heard this. I was pointing out my medical cosmetologist, V, and you might have heard me talk about this, Peter. Certainly Jameson did, and we were having some fun with it, not at her expense, but it's she demonstrated to me, and I'm sure Peter heard this, but for our listeners, V demonstrated to me the fact that she hasn't really matured emotionally, and in many other areas she processes almost childlike in many ways, and one of the ways that she had this childlike processing was concerning myself, or maybe this is the way mothers feel about their children, that their children never grow up. I kind of feel that way about my son. I understand that kind of parental phenomenon where your child is always, to you, the child is always a child. But something arrested in her mind of the fact that I myself am no spring chicken. I mean, I'm 55 years old, 56 in Asia, across the international date line. But in terms of my age, obviously I'm beyond the age of most police departments accepting someone. And that's they make exceptions in all kinds of different weird cases, depending on the department, etc. There's all kinds of leeway, but, there's general parameters. And obviously I'm not in any shape. I'm like, I'm complexly post-traumatically stress disordered, and I'm on SSDI. But they kept repeating all these ads she kept hearing for the Oakland Police Department, which itself is like a whole story I went into before. I'm not going to go into that again, but that's like its own that's like joining the Israeli army and going into the Intifada. It's like serving that on a daily basis, serving in that environment. It's combat patrol duty. And so she's saying, oh, OPD is hiring and they're paying so much. Why don't you join OPD? And it was like, that's like I said, it's like approaching a veteran who's had both legs blown off, and he's on his disability and his pension and shit, and he's sitting down there watching TV, and somebody says, hey, that war you were in, yeah, hey, they started up again. Hostilities have recommenced. Why don't you sign up? Salman Sheikh is back, so I can talk to him about this while he's here. So it was kind of like this. Salman Sheikh says to me the other day, it was like, I had just finished this 12-hour transmission where it was the next day. I finished the transmission on Wednesday into Thursday morning. And then I normally, after that, I can like drink a dope till about, sometimes 3 to 5 p.m. and then crash. And then I'm asleep at that point, usually till the next day. I mean, like till, 3 to 5 p.m. the next day. And, but obviously I'm totally fried and burned in any sense of functionality. But I was up at that time and I got this little voice message from Solomon Sheikh in the message box on Facebook. And probably between my cruising for porn and the usual stuff I do to relax, music videos, doping and drinking, I see this little voice message and I play it, and Solomon Sheikh says, "Hey, I got some time today. You want to do an interview about the Chochoa?" I'm like thinking, this guy's processing totally different. This guy's on a totally different, because he sleeps and eats regularly. He's on normal biorhythm. To him, it's like he's in a different parallel universe from where I'm at. So Solomon, just so you get the point I'm making, is that it was the day after a transmission, and I know you were just saying, "Hey, I'm available right now. Do you have some time?"
No, that was on the Christmas Day, Brother Douglas, on the 25th. So that was 2 days after your previous transmission on the 22nd.
Was it? Holy shit!
Yeah, I sent it to you on Saturday the 25th. And I was wondering if, because usually you do it on the end of the month for me, or usually on a Saturday.
How come?
So
I didn't get that.
Curious.
Oh, I didn't even get that until, let me see. The transmission I did was on Christmas weekend Sunday. So the 25th was Saturday, was it not?
Yeah, that's right. So the previous transmission before that was on, let me see.
No, I mean, the transmission that I got it after was right after my Sunday transmission. So I got it on Monday. That's when I
sent it to you on the 25th, because you know how like usually you do those interviews with me at the end of each month on a Saturday.
Oh, okay.
So I was just wondering if you had been available, but we can do that later.
Understood. Yeah, we can talk about that later. That's fine. So I was just bringing that. I thought you had sent that to me like on Monday. Like
no, it was on Saturday on Christmas Day.
Okay, yeah, let me take a look at that to see what the date says. I'm sure, believe me, he's not lying. Whatever he's saying, he's telling the truth. It's just that I'm where is Solomon Sheikh here? Let me look him up. Because I didn't get that until Monday, and I thought that was so odd that
it was on December 25th, 11:01 a.m. my time, which would be like 8 a.m. your time.
What I got was Saturday at 8 a.m. when it came to me. Saturday.
Oh, it's probably because of the messenger. The messenger acts up sometimes.
Okay, because on my side it says Saturday at 8:01 a.m. So it's like you said, a minute after 8. So yeah, so I was just thinking that you were not. You weren't processing how I process the world, which of course is hard for people to do because my process in the world is totally different from anyone else's. My lifestyle is just so different that's hard for people to remember.
Here, I'll send you the snapshot.
Yeah, sure.
Douglas, you're a nocturne, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I can process the world probably closer to you, because by the time I go to sleep, the sun is rising.
Right, and that's fine. So here we are with Solomon. What he sent was December 25th, 11:01 a.m. I'm trying not to open it because whenever I open these images on the text box, then it shuts down the whole screen. But anyhow, there we are, 11:01. Yeah, you're on. You were definitely. It came to me on. For some reason it came to me not until like Monday. So that's weird. It's just the way it worked. It's like Solomon said, probably, and that this is also another factor to take into account. It could very well have been intercepted. And if that sounds paranoid to people, they just don't know how my life works otherwise. As I said before, you had this quote unquote homeless person, the mutant chick, that, and by the way, I don't say that lightly like some kind of slur. As I told her, she was a product of a program that she wanted to know about herself. What was her name again? Amber Rose Dio. And Amber Rose Dio wanted to know about herself, and I told her which program she was a result of. And, if people want to hear about that, I could go into that again. But we don't need to go into that right now. But Amber Rose Dio was like basically someone they fucked with genetically and then turned loose. Just stuck a bunch of trash DNA in her, screwed her all up, turned her loose, and she was basically homeless. Not even basically, literally homeless for years. And yet she could read every single one of my emails. And I never gave her permission. I never gave her any of the passwords. She had no direct access to my Gmail account, but she could read every single one of my emails. And when I asked her how she did this, I'm never going to reveal my sources, but it's obvious that she was controlled by Aquino. And of course, that was obvious by her channel, which was the so-called Mystic Warrior, but spelled MyStick, MYSTICK. This is an example of compartmentalization for you. Stephen Outram would always disparage her and, of course, shit all over her and call her channel My Stick Warrior while he was making fun of it by writing in his trash column, MY dash, he'd hyphenate it, stick. And yet he was always trying to friend her on her cell phone, and she would wind up with him in her Facebook friends list all the time, and she'd try and block him, but he'd come back in because, obviously he had friends in Facebook that were enabling him to do that. It was just all crazy shit. They're all compartmentalized. He's shitting all over her, but he keeps trying to friend her, and it's always like somehow in her phone messages. So obviously because of his sausage software background, like Salman Sheikh is bringing up, which was his company. That was the name of his company, was Sausage Software. I'm not saying that as some, alliterative joke. That was literally the name of his company, which, according to what everyone said at the Presidio, Michael Aquino gave him the inside dope as to when to sell short, and he sold before the Silicon Valley bubble burst, and made himself a cool $75 million. And that's what he retired on. And because he wasn't really any genius, never went anywhere in the software industry after that. He was just doing nothing but, trying to go online as quote unquote Silicon Valley secret weapon, and then trying to attack myself, because of course he was always affiliated with Aquino, including the time he had asked me to have sex with him. So when you go from that to Rose Dio and all these people, they're all connected to each other and able to read each other's mail, essentially. So it's an intelligence network oriented situation. So there's every time I send emails to people, there's all kinds of times they just don't arrive. And then, as Peter Moon can testify, a friend of his wound up sending him something about me that the friend never sent him. So it was the intelligence community that basically turned Peter Moon onto myself for their own Machiavellian, Byzantine intrigue purposes for their own Machiavellian purposes of Byzantine intrigue. So there you have that. And Peter Moon is welcome to, give his perspective on that. That's pretty much the way it was, right?
It just occurred to me that, he was probably put up to requesting sex with you by Aquino.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I thought that was always obvious. It wasn't obvious to me at first in the sense that I automatically suspected that, but in a real sense it was. I mean, it's one of those things that was just, obviously it was not something that I took as anything other than some form of trap. It was some form of entrapment. And so it was also, it just reeked of Aquino anyway. So it was one of those things that just made sense. I mean, so there you have that. And when it came to what happened here with Salman, okay, this is definitely something that doesn't make sense. He sent something to me that didn't arrive to me until like Monday. I didn't see it. And then when it came up, the date's there, Saturday, 8:01 a.m. now on the message box, but I never saw it until Monday after I had done my transmission. I was thinking, is he out of his fucking mind? That's what I was thinking. Does he think after I did a 12-hour transmission, hey man, yeah, come on, let's do an interview. But that being said, now that he's back with us and we hope his interview went well, I might as well launch as into what happened, because I'm getting all kinds of emails from people asking me what the fuck happened. Okay, so if anybody's seen my promotional banner on Facebook, and this is why I do tell people, if you're a listener, go ahead and friend me on Facebook, even if you have to set up a false account, just so you can avoid them selling all your information. But that way, when you see the promotional banners, you usually get a hint. In fact, you'll get an entire essay as to, at times, as to what's going on tonight and what we're talking about. And certainly one of the things I do want people to know is that this is not simply the last episode of 2021, which is something that both Salman Sheikh brought up and a wonderful person in the chat room. Let's take a look at who said that. The last episode of 2021, somebody said that, and they're right on the money. Of course it's that, but it's also, far more importantly, we're midweek in the middle of Kwaanʒaa. Not that I'm going to go deep into that. You can see the whole essay on Facebook, and you can see a bit of it summarized here on the show summary tonight, right here in the, when you take a look at the show summary. But aside from Kwaanʒaa, the one of the things that happened was that because of Kwaanʒaa being ongoing, my son called me back to asked me if I wanted to come back to the estate. I said, of course I always do. And so he brought me back to the estate. Now, by the way, this is in between Christmas and New Year. We have Kwaanʒaa. And so when he brought me back to the estate, of course, he's very heavily influenced by myself. He knows all about these sorts of things. And Kwaanʒaa originated when, of course, we're talking about cultures in Africa that go back countless ages. But when it comes to Kwaanʒaa itself, the modern form of it originated the year that I was born, 1966. And that's when this criminal professor, and that's not to disparage the man or denigrate him. The man has a criminal background. As far as I'm concerned, that simply gives me more respect for him, in the sense that the man has street credit. So basically, the guy was through a lot, and he was a black guy, and he helped introduce Kwaanʒaa to the modern world. And the reason that this has bearing on what happened is because if it weren't for this individual doing what he did to help try and solidify the black community, help bring, a sense of culture to it, more than what, well, it obviously has a lot of culture, but Dr. MAULANA KARENGA, who was born Ronald McKINLEY Everett, he decided to Africanize as much as possible, kind of like a neo-African and Afrocentric perspective, introduce African culture to Black Americans. And so he's been doing that through Kwaanʒaa, starting the year that I was born, which was, by the way, the year that Mao Zedong unleashed the Cultural Revolution. As a matter of fact, I might bring that up later tonight, that when I was in the second trimester in my mother's womb, when Mao Zedong wrote to his wife that all is in chaos, and that's the way I like it, that he had set the world into chaos, and he was going to use that to remodel the world in his image, or China, which was his world, the center of the world as far as Chinese are concerned. And as our man Jameson Reese says, yes, all the cosmic humor is here involving that. So anyhow, when I get over to the estate and start, I really got to stop doing this. And I really got to stop, I really got to start asking why, as opposed to just diving in. But so I got there and I start drugging up and drinking. And that accounts for the screenshot for the photographic image you see in thumbnail of live stream tonight. And of course, by that time, I'm high out of my mind. I'm flying higher than a kite. You can see me right there. One of the dogs has leapt onto my lap, so to speak. I'm on Sugar Daddy's, one of his many motorcycles. He's got a collection. And so, well, I'm sitting there, just kind of flying. And then, my son and a lot of the Blood Boys are a part of this. Like, they're trying to give back to the community. So they feel that they've been blessed. They feel that they've, they've got it good, and with their privilege, they're trying to give back and help people. I suppose that's admirable. Anyhow, so they start talking to me. Well, what about Kwaanʒaa? And I'm like, yeah, what what about it? And then they're like saying, well, there's this thing that we want to get involved with that, but we'll need you to help provide us some security escort to go down there. I'm like, yeah, sure, where? And they're saying, Bayview Hunters Point. Yeah, just so anyhow. So for those of you who aren't familiar with San Francisco, Bayview Hunters Point is as bad as the Tenderloin is. If there's the one thing that makes the Tenderloin so dangerous and probably the worst ghetto in the world is it's still, comparatively speaking, an accessible ghetto. Bayview Hunters Point is that's like off the charts. It's not even an accessible ghetto. That's like a black ghetto that I used to go to when I was young because my father would bring me there, the man who raised and guided me, and he was bringing me there because it was still a naval base. So it was like Bayview Hunters Point Naval Station at one time. And so basically when the Navy abandoned it, they left it a toxic waste dump. And that's, of course, where San Francisco dumped its blacks. The blacks that hadn't been left in Oakland, they basically took the San Francisco blacks and dumped them in Bayview Hunters Point. So it's like, how do I describe this? It's basically a shithole, but it's a totally black neighborhood. Now, of course, as an adult, or even as a young man, just out of childhood, I've been there multiple times. It's not a place I'm unfamiliar with, but because of my background in the Tenderloin, because of my criminal background, I could go there by myself and not really worry. I don't have a aura of fear or uncertainty, and that makes all the difference. But escorting a bunch of young gay pretty bucks down into an area like that, because they're trying to participate in some kind of social charity. Now, by the way, they're trying to virtualize everything these days, and they're trying to virtualize stuff because of the disease, because of the plague, but there's still stuff that they do live. I mean, this can't be avoided. People have to do something. And so they were saying that, so they were talking to various black charities that they were trying to help. And so part of the Kwaan̶aa theme is, instead of Santa Claus, okay, they've got Kente Claus, which many of you people may never have heard about, but some people love the character and some people think it's just grotesque. But so they were looking for some elves. And so apparently some of the Blood Boys had volunteered. My son was willing to go down there and help them do something for what they were planning for a social event at Bayview Hunters Point YMCA that was supposed to happen essentially like maybe today in the daytime, but they were going to do like some kind of trial run, or what do you call that? Again, people practice for a routine. It's called I'm sorry, what do you call this? You practice for a play or something, and you do like rehearsal. Thank you. I could never have gotten that out without you. So there was a rehearsal. Yeah, only it was at night, essentially, like early evening. But the sun goes down very quickly these days. Effectively, it's night. It doesn't matter that it's 5 p.m. The sun is down past the horizon line, effectively during the winter. So for, again, just some background on Bayview Hunters Point, to give you an idea of what it's like, I actually did an ad. I did an ad in 2017 or something like that. Let me see, 2017. Yeah, July of 2017, I did an ad for the Bayview Spark Festival. Now, Spark is SPARC, and it's an acronym. But basically, it was all about Tesla coils, spaceships, and fire art. And what they were trying to do was get black kids interested in science. So that's when my son, who was married by maybe about 2 years at that point to Sugar Daddy, and then he, of course, is very socially conscious. And He did some of the funding for this. So he funded, let's get black kids interested in science. Let's get them, into technology so we can get more black kids in Silicon Valley. All right, all commendable, but okay. So when they said, why don't you do the ad for this and promote it? And so I wrote the ad, and let me read this to you. Calling all danger addicts and adrenaline junkies. Check out next weekend, San Francisco Bayview Spark Festival, bringing fire art in various forms to San Francisco Bayview's Crack Alley to ring in the Gregorian calendrical solar return of the Österreichisch, that's the Imperial Austrian, Serbo-Croatsky Amerikanich, the Serbo-Croatian American of Serbian ethnicity, Croatian nationality, and former United States citizenship. He did not die a U.S. citizen. Most people don't know that. Svetog Nikolaj Tesla, the sainted Nikolai Tesla. And of course, he suicided. I added that into his little biography, which most people don't know either. I went on to say, if you got absolutely no fear of getting stabbed by a crack-headed baby girl and your kidneys being harvested like you was a giant crack rock the moment you roll down your windows, if your last words are gonna be, hey, watch this, hey, have we got the party for you? I should know about Hunters Point, because I've been there all too often. It's the area northeast of Candlestick, and the 101 and 280 form its borders. Historically, it boasts the largest area of chemical waste in the entire city and county of San Francisco. From 1929 to 2006, the Bayview Hunters Point District were home for the coal and oil-fired power plants, which provided electricity to San Francisco. Smokestack effluvium and byproducts dumped in vicinity have been cited for chronic health and perennial environmental problems throughout the neighborhood. As to more immediate dangers of the area, almost a third of all San Franciscan homicides occur in the Bayview Hunters Point area. And I referred to some linked articles, as in, peacekeepers try to calm Bayview/ex-gangsters, parents, cops seek alternatives to violence. That was back in 2002 by the SF Chronicle staff writer Eileen Lelchuk. Over half a decade after that, minuscule imprinted nod to endemic autogenocide, there were almost 100 murders in the city and county of San Francisco for each of those years between 2007 and 2008. Yeah, Hunters Point racked up about 30 murders, far more than any other areas, even the Tenderloin. By the 1960s, the Bayview and Hunters Point neighborhoods were populated predominantly by Black Afrikan-Americans and other racial minorities, and the area was isolated from San Francisco proper. Literally, fenced off. Walled off. The hyphenated name, Bayview Hunters Point, became the official designation for district pollution, substandard housing, declining infrastructure, limited employment, and racial discrimination. The socially critical African-American essayist, James Arthur Baldwin, author of Reading James Baldwin on the 4th of July. Well, actually, that was written by Nicholas Bucola, who was the anthologist, really. Documented the marginalization of the community in a 1963, that's my own late sister's birth year, documentary stating, "This is the San Francisco America pretends does not exist." Now, circa 1966, the year I was born, racial tension sparked a race riot at Hunters Point, closure of the naval shipyard, shipbuilding facilities, and deindustrialization of the district in the 1970s through the 1980s only increased unemployment and local poverty levels. Till 1969, the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard was the site of the United States Naval Radiological Defense Laboratory. The NRDL decontaminated ships exposed to nuclear weapons testing and also researched the effects of radiation on materials and living organisms, inclusive resident populations. This caused widespread radiological contamination, and come 1989, the base was declared a Superfund site. I love that term, Superfund. Requiring long-term cleanup. The Navy closed the shipyard and naval base, in 1994. The base realignment and closure program manages various pollution remediation projects. And by 1994, the San Francisco Energy Company proposed building another power plant in the neighborhood, but community activists protested and pushed to have the current facility shut down. In 2008, PG&E, our Pacific Gas and Electric Company, that's Northern California's utilities monopoly, demolished the Hunter Point power plant, and commenced a 2-year remediation project to restore the land for residential development. That means ghettoization. Now, this next weekend, but 1 week following this 4th of July today, Sextant, Icarus, and the Flaming Lotus Girls are joining forces to present the street party to end all street parties. They'll set the night on fire and then electrocute it. Fine art in various forms will surround you all day and into the night, and then they'll be ringing in Nikola Tesla's birthday anniversary at midnight with 100,000 volts of electricity. So what they had was these giant Tesla coils that Sugar Daddy helped to set up, and they were just basically using the Flaming Lotus Girls, who were presenting interactive fire sculpture, meaning they were throwing a lot of torches and setting themselves on fire like stuntmen, and jumping through hoops and dancing while burning. As Icarus, that was the music group, keeps us dancing into the night with 2 stages. They'll have aerial performances, local food and drink, vendors on site, screen printing, and face painting for the youngsters. Now, this, as I said, this event will be slightly safer and open to the youngest of daredevils from ages 4 to 9, when groups will be on hand to share information about what they do with all who are curious. Then it became a 21 plus party from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. So it was an invitation to be a part of Bayview's first science, art, and music street party. So I was telling people to join us at Spark at that time. Now, I'm not going to go into the story of what happened with Spark, but rather what happened with myself last night. So when this is presented to me, like we're going down there to for this rehearsal with a bunch of queer boys dressed as elves, then all right, so like an idiot, because I was totally blown out of my mind at that time, and I really wonder sometimes if they're all just testing me to see if the machine still works or some shit like that. And so they bring me down in the car. Now, by the way, his cars are, like with many wealthy people, they're armored, and to an extent armed. They're certainly carrying capacity for the arms that I demanded. Of course, there's a problem of reaching those arms when you need them. It's a terror. There's other things that are kind of tweaked about it. Not going to go into that, but you don't want to get it scratched or dented, because that's still cost on the car if something happens to it. So when we go down there, okay, sun's down already, and the YMCA in that area is just, there's no describing it. It's got its own fucking moat. There's no other way to describe it. It's just like a shithole. It's like if you would imagine like a quarry. It looks like a quarry with a big cesspit. Yeah, that's like the moat in front of the YMCA. Now, when we see all this and we're going through these like Palestinian type walls and shit, there's no checkpoint. It's not like there's any guards, but the moment that we get to where we can park before the YMCA, then we're jumped by a bunch of people who slam into the car. And I mean like a zombie film. Like, okay, we got a bunch of black guys and it's impossible to tell what age they are, but they're like pressed so close against the windshield. It's like, because there's this rain that's been ongoing, it's like their lips are already wet, so it's almost like they're giant suckers that have pressed against the windshield and they're kissing it, and you really wonder if you can pull them off, because they're probably stuck there like suction cups or something. So at that point, when they're literally bodily blocking in the car like that, there's no way you can really get out without getting out of the car. So I told everyone, you stay in the goddamn car and I'm going to get out. And when I get out, you pull out, because they'll all converge on me. And you stop over at the point I told them, about that far away, 200 yards. And then when I run and jump back into the car, you start up again at full speed. So I told them this, and when I got out of the car, I'm still carrying a bottle in my hand because I've been drinking heavily, which was how I got in that situation, agreeing to this madness. And when they start going in on me, I could see automatically who was in charge. And there's this older, well, they're also fucking weathered, but yeah, he's older. And it was just basically he closes in on me, and of course I hit him with a bottle. Now, of course, nobody saw that coming, which I never understand why they never see that coming. But that's because you're holding the bottle like you're drinking out of it, and everybody assumes, I guess, that you're vulnerable because of that. But of course, I sober up instantly, and the ball becomes a weapon when you just flip it by the neck and you smash it against his head. Then I have a broken bottle, and I'm jamming it into all their faces, and that, of course, is really something that sets them off. Most of them are screaming in terrible pain at that point. The rest of them are hitting me with whatever they can, and at that point is when I break and run. And when I make it to the car, I jump back in, and we drive off. Now, a few bullets start flying, but by that time, it's too late, and they're not hitting. Now, the person who I originally cracked on the head with the bottle was the one who had the gun, which is probably why he was the one that was in charge. And they were probably all homeless. But the odd thing was, it was like they were expecting us. It was just like there was an ambush there. So, of course, what I told Sugar Daddy was somebody's probably monitoring the calls that the Blood Boys call to each other on their cell phones. That's easy as hell to intercept, cell phone calls. And probably when they're calling to each other from bungalow to bungalow and they're talking, probably it was noted that they would arrive at this time at that place. And those homeless people were probably paid by somebody just whatever amount of money they were given, enough crack money for the month or something, to do what they did. That means as soon as they saw the car show up, then they all bodily slammed against it and pressed it in. So they probably felt that that we would surrender ourselves or something. I mean, usually when people set up an ambush like that, the one thing that you first learn when I was in security is that what I would tell everybody, because you get all kinds of idiots out there who are not familiar with security contracts, and they'll think that somebody in my position who's done private security before would act as the driver, and it doesn't work that way. By the way, there are professional drivers who are evasive drivers. But I would tell anybody who contracted me, as Sugar Daddy did in the past, which was how he met my son, is that you don't hire the evasive drivers, because all anyone has to do who's driving you, whenever they run across an ambush, and it doesn't matter if your car is armored, when they just saw that tree down that blocks the roadway, when they've done something like set up the cow traps that blow the tires out, all the driver has to do is surrender you. Nobody cares about him. He can go free. As a matter of fact, they'll let him back in the car to drive away. All they want is you. So anybody who has training from myself as a person who's hiring me, they would drive themselves, because I would tell them, you're the only person who cares about you. No one's going to die for you. When they block the road, you know you're going to have to go through. You either back up or you go through. The other choice is a horrible death, a slow death on camera while they cut you apart and demand ransom. So this is what I would tell people, so I didn't need to know how to drive. As security, someone else was driving. The person who hired me was always driving. So when it comes to the armored car, of course, that's subsidiary. It's just collateral. That's just to prevent bullets that are firing after you, like when we were taking off, from breaking through the engine block or breaking through the back to take out a life. It's something that's just collateral armor. So when it comes to what happened later on that night, I put on a fresh t-shirt, which you can see in the promotional banner, went outside in the cold, so that would help. I felt like I was going to vomit. As a matter of fact, that was after I had already vomited. Later on, when we were in the car, I had to have my son stop driving so I could step out and puke my guts out. Later on, I felt like I was going to drive heave again. It's just my body is purging out all of the drugs and all of the alcohol because I had to sober up just immediately like that. there's probably your average baseline human could never do that, but that's what happens to me every time I get in these situations. That's why I always wonder, like, when I get into these situations, are they putting me through like a diagnostic? Like, I'm not talking about the enemy, I'm talking about sugar daddy and my son. If they're doing that, it's not conscious, but sometimes I wonder. Of course, you know, the fact that they were even allowed to go was because I was with them. So that was of course, I certainly appreciate the vote of confidence. But, okay, I've really got to, next time, really turn in my protest before even, like an idiot, volunteering to go down to some environment like that. So there you have it. That's pretty much what went down with the... yesterday, and with that we turn it back to our dear friends Salman and Peter and Jameson, and of course if they have any observations to make or any questions to ask.
Yeah, I'm going to go right out and say I'm betting that Peter Levinda paid for it.
Yeah, I don't think that that's unreasonable. Something happened that made that suspect. That wasn't like yeah, even homeless blacks in an area like that would normally not be that motivated to, you know, just throw themselves bodily onto a car and just kind of like box it in like that. So there you have that.
See, with the type of life that you led, Brother Douglas, you're always under attack by the enemy. And this is why I say that anyone that comes after you, they fall into their own hole. Whether it was Aquino or the Bukaki Beret or these homeless people that were setting you up for the ambush, you're loved and protected, my brother. And the Sufi path teaches me is that the one who serves his mother, heaven lies at the feet of your mother, as the prophet, peace be upon him, says. So you always have her love and protection over you, and there's no enemy on this earth that can hinder you in any way.
Oh, bless you. I love you dearly. Thank you so much, Salman. Deeply appreciate it.
Much love, my brother.
Thank you. And yes, so aside from all of that, I hope Peter was able to derive some morbid entertainment from the...
It's a hard act to follow. It's a hard narrative to follow. But just all in a day's work of going to Hunter's Point. What does one expect?
You know, actually, that shouldn't have happened. That's not normal. Okay, even for Hunter's Point, that's not normal. It's as I said, as dangerous as it is, and of course, there's always the point of being just too white in a neighborhood like that. But it's still, it's definitely, that's the closest for anyone listening. That's the closest to a dystopian science fiction scenario where they're going into the mutant district, and I'll swear to God, those homeless people that I was dealing with looked as if they had been mutated in one way or another. Of course, heavy drug abuse and homelessness will do that to you, but there seemed to be something beyond that.
This explains to me, and I never could understand it when I first went to the southern part of San Francisco, which is near, as I said, this area he's talking about is right near Candlestick Park, or where Candlestick Park used to be. And I remember walking down there from a hotel I stayed at. I don't remember. There wasn't quite in the area you're talking about, Hunter's Point itself. But in southern San Francisco, I never saw anything like this. And these bars on windows, it's like bars on windows of just ordinary houses. If you don't have bars on your windows to protect people from breaking in, you're screwed. I mean, this is what the messages are saying, you know, and you see all this. I never saw houses with bars on the windows before. These are suburban houses. These aren't high rise. You will see houses in Brooklyn or buildings in Brooklyn with, you know, protection on the first floor, at least, of that. But these were like prison bars.
Yeah.
And I never said, what the hell goes on here? This explains it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And by the way, just so people understand what Peter Moon is talking about, when I visited a fellow security guard of mine in Oakland, and by the way, don't ever call somebody in security industry that. Most people hate that term, and certainly nobody in my industry deserved that term. I never had a problem with it, but they prefer the term security enforcement agent, etc., the armed professionals. Security guards, usually you think mall cops, and they're usually unarmed, and they are in polyester, and they're going around on those segways like they make the comedies about. But when it comes to security enforcement, people who are armed, okay, that's a different level of professionalism. And so there was a friend of mine who worked at the Acorn Projects who lived in Oakland, and he was a Vietnam vet in one of the major battles, a battle in which many people died within a very small amount of space that probably was portrayed in a film at some point decades later. But basically, that was one where they called in airstrikes, and then Allied and enemy alike died because they essentially gave the zone up for lost. This poor bastard came home to the United States. His name was Steven Suter. Steven Suter. His surname was spelled Sooter. I was friendly enough with him where he came to visit me at my home and visited my parents. He met both my parents. And my mother thought he was a nice guy, but she kept thinking of his name as Sewer. So she kept calling him Stu Sewer, because my dad's nickname, George Dietrich, his nickname was Stu. So she thought of him as just another white guy, just another Stu. And she called him Stu Sewer. And my dad shook hands with him. And I can't remember what it was. There was a joke I was making about everyone. Well, this was a running theme about my dad anyway, was that dad would talk about this guy he knew died, that guy he knew died, and there was somebody he was drinking with, a drinking partner at a bar, said, "You're a regular Typhoid Mary." And for guys who are not historically familiar with the term, that's a woman who carried typhoid. She was what do they call that? A carrier, somebody who carries it but doesn't die of it. I forget what they call those carriers, right? She was a
carrier.
Yeah, she was a carrier.
And she was a patient zero.
Yeah, carrier. Yeah, she was a carrier, and she was a cook, and so she infected everyone around her with typhoid. She went around the country killing what had to amount to thousands of people ultimately, before they isolated her as the cause, because everywhere she went, hundreds of people would die, and because she was spreading typhoid. And so anyhow, so this guy was saying about my dad, "You're a regular Typhoid Mary." And so when he shook Steve Suter's hand, I says, "Oh, he's going to die next." It's Steven Suter, that is. Then Steven Suter got in his brand new SUV. He had shown it off to us when he drove in that brand new, what was it? It was a truck. It was a pickup truck. He drove in his brand new pickup truck to our home. And when he parked it in front of our door, he says, "Hey, look at that." And, my parents went out to look at it, and all sparkly and shiny. Of course, he drove home to Oakland, and somebody just rammed right into him, turned the truck upside down. He wound up, crawling out with, and because he was security, he had a firearm. And so when he came crawling out of the car with a firearm, then the cops came by and said, "Hey, what are you doing with a firearm?" Okay, the guy's like bleeding out and shit. And they're like asking him what he's doing with a firearm. "Hey, was this guy chasing you because you guys knew each other or something?" This kind of shit. And then anyhow, they took him to the hospital, and it was just this is the kind of bullshit that happened to this guy. Long before that, between Vietnam and that, he had been a security, unarmed at a hospital in San Francisco. It was Children's Hospital in San Francisco. And he was unarmed there. And what happened was, because they wouldn't allow anyone to be armed in a hospital, even the security, which is so fucking stupid. And then what happened was a white woman doctor went into the pharmacy to get some meds for something she didn't even want to bother to go through because this happens, you go through the pharmacy itself and it takes forever. So she just went in there to grab the meds, and a drugstore cowboy, that means a drug addict who raids drugstores, who's at the point where they literally rob drugstores for drugs, had broken into the hospital, some black guy, who then, when he caught her alone in the pharmacy, raiding the storehouse of the pharmacy, he proceeded to throw her down on the ground and rape her. And then when Steve Suter came in and saw what was happening, he broke in to stop the act, and the black guy pulled out a gun and shot him in the face, like point blank, and blew off his lower jaw. So if it weren't for the fact that a fully trained MD was in that room at that moment, he would have died. But she basically, his last memory of that moment was her looking angelic with all of the halogen lights or whatever behind her head, framing her head. So she looked angelic to him while he was looking up at her, and she was screaming for help while staunching the blood. Of course, he fell instantly in love with her, which of course she did not reciprocate. And but he wound up having his jaw replaced. So he had an artificial jaw, poor son of a bitch. And so there was that story of Steve Suter. The person who wrote him like a congratulatory letter, I can't remember the politician, but it was like, I think it was the guy who was with Tip O'Neill. It might have been Tip O'Neill, may have been. But it was somebody like that, of that level, who like was a politician and lived in San Francisco, who wrote him a congratulatory letter. Not that that got him any shit, but and it wasn't like he could sue the hospital. They just said, oh, well, he did it in line of work, so it's not like he even got like a bonus. It was like, believe that shit. So he was like my mentor when I broke into the Acorn projects. He had been patrolling for years, so they assigned him as my mentor to break into the Acorn projects. But anyhow, so there you have that. He lived in Oakland, and when I visited him in Oakland, he lived in a home where all the windows were barred. And just to describe this to people, like what Peter Moon was describing, these aren't just, as Peter Moon said, these are like prison bars, but sometimes they could get bizarrely ornate. And it was like, some of them were like, you would wonder why somebody just didn't pull in, just didn't put in full metal slats with cheese grating, like, like little pinholes.
How much money they have. It says how much money the person has.
Yeah, something like that. But in his case, it was like more ornate. Like it was like there was like there was a sculpting, but it was like all metal with just little holes in it that the light could get through. But with such little light getting through, why didn't you just like make it full metal with just little pinholes for the light to get through rather than the ornate sculpt? It was just like, in other words, it was almost all metal. It was made to look ornate, but it's just all metal on each of the windows so that, you're slamming out a full metal jacket, so to speak, when you're like trying to get in. So this is like, some of these places were like locked up. Now, the point is that you have to have the keys with you at all times, because it's like, if your place catches on fire and you don't have the keys to get out and the windows are the only escape and you can't get through the windows because you don't have the keys and you're locked in with those bars, you're going to burn to death. So this is the horror of all of those places. This is how some of those people in New York died, who were living in the sub-basement rooms where their only view, and Peter can attest to this, as can anybody who lives in New York, like Jameson Reese. There are people who live in basements. Maybe Jameson Reese lives like this. I don't know. But you look out, you have slats. You have slats where the sun comes in rather than full windows. And those in places like deep New York City will be barred. And so this is how some of those people died during the floods, was because they couldn't get out through the barred windows when their room suddenly flooded and they woke up in their bed with all the water coming up to their chin, and then they tried to get out the window and they were barred in there and they drowned. So
yeah, that is how my basement window is. It's so tiny that, only a cat could squeeze through it.
Well, there you go.
I mean, I could probably squeeze through it if it wasn't barred.
Okay.
Honestly, but yeah, if anything happens down here, I'm dead.
So do you have keys to the bars, or you can't do that? You can't use keys to unlock.
Oh no. I would need to use a blowtorch to like cut through the steel and shit.
That's awful.
I mean, well, it's one of the prices I pay for being able to do my practice. So, if anything backfires, it's all on me. And
so you're like Lazarus in the tomb. You're like Lazarus in the tomb, really.
Yes. Well, there's a sort of comfort that comes with being in a tomb. I don't know what it is. My brain was biologically off from the get-go. No
worries. I understand. I get it. I too would be comfortable in a room like that, bizarrely enough, because my crypt is not much different. So there we have that, and uh, just glad I was able to survive to share this with everyone here tonight, Peter and our listeners, and of course all of Team Dietrich. And certainly, yeah, obviously,
Yeah,
let's.
those are super bizarre circumstances, though. I mean, the chances, even though the place is unlivable and everyone who's there are a bunch of poor black mutants because of the radioactive shit and toxic waste. I mean, yeah, one doesn't want to go to that part of Innsmouth anyway. But I mean, shit,
Yeah, and by the way,
that's just bizarre.
yeah, it is on the bay. So we're talking Innsmouth fucking territory because this used to be a naval base, and my dad used to take me there when I was young, for reasons now
Yeah,
that.
that is totally probably like an old stomping ground of experimentation Michael Aquino had, where you would just like, I don't know, do all kind of genetic tests and shit on the poor denizens of that dark underlayer of Earth.
Yeah, well, I definitely want people to understand this. My father had no intention of that, to the point where, let me tell people this, they really need to know this about my father. My father, after what happened to me at Letterman Army Medical Center, he actually started taking me to a black civilian doctor, who had nothing to do with the military. He and my mother sought out a what was through some kind of social program, a black ghetto doctor named Dr. Michael Lenore, who basically came to the point of visiting our apartment home just to see what kind of environment I lived in. And Dr. Michael Lenore, excuse me, Dr. Michael Lenore, Lenore, I believe. Dr. Michael Lenore later on had his own like little television show. So I used to make the joke about him. Not only am I a doctor, but I play one on TV. But yeah, he like did a lot for me when I was young, and this was because even he knew my parents did not trust the military doctors. So that was how much distrust they had after what was done to me at Letterman. Just so that people know. So it's not like my dad was bringing me up there for some kind of experimentation or something like that. He had something to do with the Navy, that even in his retirement, for some reason, there was something he was doing up there. And whether it was consultation or something else in his retirement, he would bring me along just because he couldn't leave me at home alone. And my mother was out basically hunting for blood, or at work at different places at different times. She had a series of jobs herself, but oftentimes that was just an excuse for her blood hunting. And when it came to, I remember distinctly talking with sailors. They're buying me Coke from vending machines, just keep me occupied while Dad was talking with somebody on some kind of consultation. After 30 years in the Navy, it's not surprising, and with all of the things that he had done in the service, up to the point of course, murdering the man who had killed hung the war criminals at Nuremberg. Obviously, my father probably had involvement that were bordered almost on intelligence circles. So there we have that. And aside from all that, in terms of, oh yes, Christopher Remal in the chat room was bringing up Typhoid Mary as a vector. Yes, a carrier, a vector. Yes, these are good terms. Suitable. Sarah Thomas was pointing out her nocturnalness. Ballistic Boopa was saying 20-second transmission was one of my all-time favorites. Santa as Father Time as original time traveler. Well, that's Peter Moon territory. and, yes, and Daniel Larola has been active in the chat room. And then Sarah Thomas was bringing up my symptoms, COVID apathy. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't contract anything from all the blood that spilled on me, shoving that broken bottle into everyone around me. Holy shit. And obviously they got a few scratches in too, so hopefully I haven't contracted anything. But, oh my God, it was for the best. It really was for the best, because if we had gone into that YMCA and they had come out later in the night, I shuddered to think what would have happened to the car we had parked. I mean, it's like, what could I do? Am I supposed to go out and watch the car? I would have made several trips to go out and watch the car, but I couldn't stay there forever because I'd had to go in and keep an eye on the lads, right? So
they could have made a more intelligent
ambush
of you.
Yeah. Well, look at the quality of the work they had. They're paying homeless people.
Yeah, well, that shows us that the History Channel and Gaia TV is really depleting their funds because less and less people give a shit.
What I would be very curious about, if Peter Levenda or somebody of his ilk did try and arrange that, how would they? What would be their contact point and their money point? In other words, you don't. Peter's certainly not going to show up there handing them $100 bills. It's like, why don't they just take?
Well, Peter, there's a saying: the devil has many extensions.
Yeah,
we'll leave it at that.
I would be curious as to what those extensions are, and how does one liaise with these people?
It's an excellent point, and it's a valid question, and I hadn't given it much thought, but my thought would be one of the Temple of Set cultists would just go in and kind of like, hey, probably daylight hours, go in.
Yeah,
and
I honestly, if I'm sorry, but this is just how we black folks think. I don't care how super thuggin' and gangster you are. You see some weird white dude who's wearing like some kind of hooded black robe and looks like he's all demonic and possessing shit. You ain't gonna fuck with him. So he could probably walk around there and not worry about anything.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And just kind of like, hey, here's some money. There's a car coming in later. Take these people out. And
yeah.
And and like I said, it was obvious who was in charge and why. The guy who had the gun, and by the time he got back on his feet and pulled enough glass out of his eyes, he was probably firing blind anyway. There we have that, and so I got the car back home without a scratch, and that's a minor miracle in and of itself. But when it came to tonight, honestly, I felt so sick later on during the night, and like I said, that's just my body purging all of the dope I had pumped into it due to the adrenaline kicking in. Honestly, I thought I was going to go to the emergency room. Actually, I did speak to a doctor last night. I talked to a wonderful Asian woman doctor, Dr. Ko, and was speaking to her about coming in. And she discouraged me from coming in at all. But of course, the risk would be I go in and get COVID, right? So that's so she was discouraging me from coming in at all. And so after I slept for a fairly long time, then like a day's worth of time, close to, what must have been about 16, 18 hours or so. Then got up just in time to get the promotional banner up and be here now. So it all worked out, and as it is, we've got a few minutes till the midnight hour, the witching hour approaches, and then Solomon and Peter will probably turn in, but I do hope they'll hold the stage for a while longer with our friend Jameson and Sammy if he's back, and then I can, I'll be here, but I'm gonna try and get some notes together, see what's up online, so I can like pile together something that I can jumble into the points in arc of narrative. As
well, what I will say is there's no shortage of shootings.
Oh God, that's right. Now I spoke of yes, I closed the show by the way, one of the things you'll need to hear, Peter, is what I said about these retail break-ins, and then I went on to, my usual just rant about what a gun-crazy white supremacist Christmas it was with Boebert and who was the other guy I was shitting all over, if any of you gentlemen can remember.
Well, their names are so freaking weird that it's just impossible to remember. I mean, it's no wonder why they need guns, because they'd have no one would freaking remember them otherwise.
Oh yeah. There you go. It was Boebert and somebody else. It was was Boebert the bitch, or is that the guy? I'm trying to remember now. But they both. It wasn't Marjorie Taylor Greene. It was the other infamous chick, but they both had their families posing with guns. I mean, like everyone in the family, including, you know, kids who are like fucking 9 and shit. They're all like carrying guns. The one woman, the female politician, she was a single, so she was like mama bear with her kids, and they all had guns. And it was like, you know, so I was raving about the gun sickness in America, and mass shootings. There had just been, when I was on Sunday night, a mass shooting at Nordstrom's. And I don't know if there's any more news on that.
Oh, Massey, Thomas Massey. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. And so it was Massey and Bobert. They
God, this picture is so white. I can't even see the color of the guns. Holy shit. I never thought I'd see the day.
That, like I said,
the guns, like, they're so white that the guns look gray.
Yeah, like I said, Kinte Claus comes down their chimney. They're just riddling him with bullets as soon as he comes out. You know, but then of course, that's what puzzles me. If White Santa comes down through that chimney, he's been doing it all night. He's going to be charcoal black too, right? After a night's worth.
Yeah. I mean, really. I guess Santa. Well, I guess Santa nowadays, he just carries a what do you call it? He carries a gun and a rocket launcher, so just blow the door open. I'm American Santa. I'm coming in with a bang.
I remember there was my dad had like newspapers and circulars, just shit that was printed for the Navy, like and then or stuff that was like on military bases, like local, like rags or something, local newspapers, but they had like they were printed for like maybe these were for civilian kids. Yeah, I guess these were for civilian kids. So it was just a newspaper, and then there was the kids section. But this was like from World War II era, because my dad, he had papers. He was like a paper collector. He like newspaper collector. He like kept newspapers, which my mother hated about him. Like, she considered him to be like half rat or something, and he was nesting.
Oh yeah, the sort of hoarding.
yeah, that's what it was. And so. But I remember a World War II newspaper talking about to the kids. It was like in the kids section where you'd find the comics and the puzzles and shit. It basically said, and don't worry, the Japs have been trying to take the North Pole, but America's defending Santa. And, you know, we're up there with, and then, you know, ever since then, for those of you who don't know, NORAD, which is the North American Air Defense, one of their major budget issues, or, you know, one of the things they put budget into is tracking Santa Claus on Christmas night. So the same.
Are you serious?
Oh God, that's what happened to Biden just the other day. Biden was up there with here we're tracking Santa with NORAD.
How much of our tax money is going into this bullshit?
Enough where the president has to sit down and take calls from the kids and shit. And then what happened was some irate father came on and said, "Let's go, Brandon!" You know, and Biden didn't
Who's
know.
Brandon again?
Yeah, and Biden didn't know what the fuck it meant. You know, he just went, "Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, let's go, Brandon." You know, you know how that happened, James. It was because there was some, what was it, NASCAR or some shit like that, or some ball game or something, but people were saying, "Fuck you, Biden! Fuck you, Biden!" And the announcer didn't hear them, so he misheard them and said, "Oh, the crowd's chanting, 'Let's go, Brandon,'" which was the name of the car racer or something, the NASCAR racer. He thought they were cheering him on. And he says the crowd's saying, "Let's go, Brandon," when they were actually saying, "Fuck you, Biden." And that's when, since then, that's become a slur where, you know, whenever they say, "Let's go, Brandon," that's a code word for "fuck you, Biden." That's how Peter Moon opened up Brandon Young talking the other day, where he said, "Let's go, Brandon," to bring Brandon Young on. But yeah, so somebody called up while NORAD was tracking Santa and told Biden, "Let's go, Brandon." And Biden, of course, just went, "Yeah, let's go, Brandon." And so there you go. It's just, the whole thing's a fucking clusterfuck. By the way, is everybody else on mute besides you and me, or what?
I'm still here.
Oh,
I'm here. I can't imagine what the Japanese must think about America.
Oh God, it's
Oh,
just
this
you
a
know what they
fucking
think.
country full of retards.
Yeah, you know
Oh
what they
my
think. They
shit.
think it's a monkey barrel full of retards, but they love to come here so they can take photos of themselves on the firing range, right? They come here to fire guns and take pictures of themselves waving guns and shit. And then the dumbass Americans think it's because we put them under gun control in World War II. Now think of the pathology here. The pathology is when the guy told me that. This wasn't what made him repulsive. It was just another factor. But like I said before, the guy was repulsive to me anyway. But he said it with this pride. Like, we put them under gun control. So there's a sense of, like, these are the same people. The man's a gunman, for God's sakes. He's working in a gun range. These are the same people who will fight to the death to maintain all possible gun rights. To the point where, like I said, it's costing America billions every year because of all the people dying, and those costs add up. The amount of income that they otherwise would be contributing, that's all taken away by all these people who die of guns. And it's more than just mass shootings. It's accidental shootings, which take more people than you can fucking imagine. More lives. It's a terror. But, you know, your average American would insist that we have our gun rights and we keep them, but then would have this pride in their delusional fantasy that they've somehow imposed gun control on the Japs. So what the fuck is that? I mean, this is...
It's a hypocrisy that is so bad that their brains don't comprehend it as such. There is such a cognitive blindness and a lack of self-awareness that they lack the capacity to even see the sort of moral contradiction that they themselves are spewing.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. And oh God, Alec Baldwin, buckle up. I mean, there be calls for Alec Baldwin to be prosecuted after Kim Potter was found guilty. So
I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a offer from Fox News killing someone with a gun.
I think
because you know how it goes with white males. You know, you kill someone with a gun, that's how you get in. That's how you become somebody. And even better if you kill someone who's black with a gun. Oh my God, you are like immortalized in America.
He killed a woman, which to many white supremacists are.
Well, there you go. That's equal. Yeah, they might as well be someone who's black then.
Yeah,
there you go. He's passed the test. He's become one of the good old boys.
Yes, there we are. I mean, he's like and this is what I concluded last time when I was talking about him, was that I really feel that somehow he was inspired by the fame that came to Kyle Rittenhouse, and that he felt that he could get that himself. And people would say, well, he's already famous. But maybe he feels it's like, think of Jesse Smollett. Think of Jesse.
In all honesty, we can argue the same about that Trevor rapper dude who like in his 3 interviews. Well, no, I think he did an interview that was like 3 parts. That asshole with the Astroworld thing.
Yeah.
And he never once has any.
Remorse.
He never once shows any remorse whatsoever for the victims.
Incredible. It's like these are truly demented people, and it's as if, you know, like with Jesse Smollett being famous and having a career in acting that was solid wasn't enough for him. He had to make himself a super victim, or rather just a victim.
Well, I think he just wanted to experience prison life so he could get butt fucked. but that's just my thinking, you know, knowing that the guy, you know, he's flaming.
And so maybe it was the same way with Alec Baldwin. It wasn't enough that he had what he had, that maybe he feels he's going downhill, and that killing somebody would get him like a big boost, a big shot in the arm. And but it's definitely,
well, I mean, you can only impersonate Trump so long until that egregore takes you over.
Well, they thought it was very funny when Trump got COVID, you know, a month before the election.
Right.
They really made fun of Trump. And, you know, Baldwin,
did they do that on Saturday Night Live? They made that part of the routine, or?
Yeah. That was part of
Yeah.
the routine for a long time. Because
and
my mother
here it
used to
comes
watch
back around. Baldwin is now, and Trump will not make fun of him. Trump actually wished him good luck when he heard that he was up against charges for, abusing somebody over a traffic ticket. He got off that. Baldwin beat that.
Well, of course he would beat that. Yeah.
It wasn't. I was surprised he beat it. It was. He got very aggressive with somebody, but he beat it. And but anyway, he's not going to beat this one.
No, I hope not. Jeez.
It's like it's coming back in his face. It's unfortunate for him. He's a very troubled, vexed person. He always was, but he's never been forced to eat his own dung. Now he kind of has to. I don't know how he's going to get out of this.
I pray he doesn't, because he certainly doesn't deserve to. The man's a piece of shit. Yeah, later on tonight, I'll probably just start with that to get it out of the way, and tell people a little bit about what happened to Kim Potter and why this will perhaps serve as precedent for Alec Baldwin. I certainly hope it would. But definitely, Kim Potter, I'm so grateful that she got prosecuted. And that she was found guilty, and that's
Well, that almost goes without saying, because she's a woman instead of if she was yeah. I mean, I'm actually surprised that Chauvin got prosecuted. That was a shock to me.
It was and it wasn't. It was at that point. It's like it was almost like, honestly, come on, Peter, help me out here. Do you honestly think they would have let him go with all the riots that were going on? They were going to
let Baldwin go?
No, the Chauvin, the Derek Chauvin, who stood on George Floyd's neck and kneeled on his neck. I mean to say,
no, I know they couldn't let him go. He was obviously guilty as hell.
It was not only that, it was just the social demands were such. I mean, in a way, it was that way with Kim Potter to a degree. By the way, what you have is the radicalized right is actually basically outraged that Kim Potter got prosecuted, because they're basically saying that that this was political, that it was simply that they couldn't let it go because of the.
Are you serious?
That's what they feel.
Because I guess. Well, then again, that's no surprise, because they feel that black people are nothing more than things that should be target practice for their Second Amendment rights. So.
Well, definitely, Dante Wright was no angel, of course.
Without a doubt, But the thing is, the point of the matter is, why not shoot him if he's doing some shitty stuff?
Oh no, yeah. The reason I said that was not to rationalize his death. The reason I bring that up is, I'll go into it when I go into it, because it's best to make certain that it's a coherent statement. But with Dante Wright, no matter whatever he did, he wasn't doing anything at that moment that warranted death, obviously. And the insanity of Kim Potter, of course, was the fact that she's like a career police officer who was training other police officers in safety. That's the insanity of it. And then she pulls out a gun and says, "Taser," and shoots him, which, by the way, I'll go into why that is so insane, because the taser is on the opposite side of the belt. It's kept on the opposite side so that, it's on a cross draw. You pull the taser cross draw so that, you have it on the other side so that that's not your gun. And then
that's pretty much why it was premeditated, because she knew what she was doing ahead of time.
She had
there was some pre-thought.
It was like she must have wanted to kill him and thought that she would just say, "Oh, it was a mistake," and get away with it. This must have been her insanity at that moment. It had to be that she felt she'd been on the force so long, and she saw so many guys get away with so much, that she must have felt, I can do this. That I can do this. I just pull it out and say taser, and oh shit, I made a mistake, and it'll all be all right. But the insanity was she did this while Chauvin was on trial. Now, that's a factor. That's a factor, because Chauvin had not yet been declared guilty. He had not been found guilty. So she probably thought he was going to get off, and probably thought that, then I can do this right now. So it was before he was prosecuted, so she probably still felt in that safe zone that many officers felt they had, so she did what she did, and it was premeditated, and well, she's paying the price for it now, and we can only help Alec Baldwin does as well. I mean, oh my God, it's like...
Yeah, I mean, I
I'll say before I go is this is a time when a lot of truth should become unspilled in the next month or so. I would expect a lot of stuff to come out of the woodwork.
Can you tell us a little bit about the astrology behind that, or
just the period that we're in? It's just Pluto and Capricorn. The truth coming out. It's you're going to see it particularly in the next month, I think. But we're already seeing it now. I think this Ghislaine Maxwell travel case will uncork a little bit. Alan Dershowitz is busy defending himself. He was on TV, I saw, but I didn't watch it. So it'll be interesting to see how everything plays out. But I'm going to take off for the evening, and I'll listen to your Japanese
episode.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good night to everybody, Jameson and everybody.
We love you dearly, and share our love with Paula. Okay.
All right.
Good night, Peter.
Okay, that was Peter Moon. Don't forget to buy the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II at skybooksusa.com. Our dear friend Salman Sheikh now will stay with us as long as he feels he can. A few more minutes at least. And at least, of course, say goodnight before you go to everyone. But after that, you're welcome to stay as long as you wish, as long as you can stand. But I know your biorhythms are much different. And...
Yes, Brother Douglas. And what I would say is that my New Year's resolution for 2022 is for all the Pakistani men to stop messaging Brother Douglas. So, with that said, I love my brother dearly. Everyone, please support him. The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Buy it and spread the knowledge that it contains to deconstruct all the lies that you've been told about World War II. And the position that we're finding ourselves in. Please support our brother morally, financially, donate to him in whichever capacity that you can, and help support his cause, because he is our Vulcan interventionist, and it's our collective war. And as you see recently with this homeless mutants that he had to deal with, that the enemy does not give up. But of course, just like Aquino and the Bukaki Beret and all those that came before, they all get buried in the holes that they try to dig for Brother Douglas. And that's the beauty of it all, is that good always wins in the end. And with that, I would tell everyone, please support him, share the transmissions, offer the moral support, report the gang stalkers, and just support him and his cause in any which way you can, because supporting Brother Douglas Dietrich is supporting the survival of humanity. And that's the best way I can put it. And I love him dearly. And with that, I depart with the greeting of Assalamu Alaikum. Peace be upon you and yours. And much love to Brother J-Mo and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. And I look forward to catching the monologue tomorrow morning.
Assalamu Alaikum. Love you dearly. And that's Brother.
Much love.
Good night.
Good night, J-Mo.
Yes. And someone said much love. Was that you, J-Mo, or Sammy, or Brendan Zoget suddenly dropped by? Because it's usually what he says.
No, I think that was Simon who said much love.
Oh, did he say that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just said good night.
Oh, okay. There we are. Yes, that does. Yeah, that didn't sound like your normal sign.
If I ever say anything like much love, then you know that I've reached the point where I'm on freaking. Well, you know that it's time that I'm gonna die soon.
Oh, well, definitely. Love you dearly. And so what I could do is start, oh, God, I'd better start with these solicitation. Oh, God, I still got to call up our man, Mr. Benestenius. Got his friend called, and I never got back to him. But then the holidays, holy shit, I won't get back to them till after New Year's. So didn't get my payment for Christmas. I'm sure he'll I got to ask him for it. That's all. And now I notice, let's see who's in here. Jennifer Williams said, "Oh, hey, Jennifer Williams. Mwah, love you dearly." Says, "Might I, Hunter's Point, be a perfect area to practice with DEWs?" Or what is that again? The electronic something? Electronic warfare? What is that? Direct electronic weapons or something? DEW. DEW. And there's a few acronyms for that, because I know there was the DO line, which was the radar line, but that has to be a totally different acronym from what she's talking about, because she can't be talking about radar. Two acronyms.
You never know.
Acronym. Direct energy weapons is what she might mean. So you can't find it conventionally. So she can clarify that. Oh, we got another bot. Anyhow, she
Got
says,
it.
"Allah
You can
Rwanda."
check out Urban Dictionary, maybe.
Okay, yeah. She says, "Allah Rwanda." And she says, "Sending frequency via a cell and creating a specific frequency hive mind, causing them to rush the car uncontrollably." You know, I welcome this. I welcome this kind of speculation. It's important. And you never really know.
Honestly, that does make kind of sense.
Yeah.
Because even homeless people do have cell phones these days.
Right. Yeah. And here we are. Daniel Arola says, "If I hear Jameson say much love, I hope it's because he's been getting some killer poontang." There we are. He'll get that as soon as he becomes a stage magician. Yes. And then Peter.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the anti-gods will be, just they'll have their 11 kingdoms on the earth before that happens.
Well, we'll see. Anyhow, then. Why did Peter bring up the Caribbean island? She must have spoken about a Caribbean island earlier. And
did it have something to do with Epstein?
Oh, maybe. Okay, or something. Maybe Epstein's Island is right off New York. It was, a New York island. Then what was it? Daniel Rollo was talking about Private Albert Gitchell as another example of this kind of carrier, the mess cook who was found to be immune to the Spanish flu in 1918. So he still worked as a cook and as a carrier of the virus. Well, rather, Daniel, they made him the cook. They wanted to spread that fucking virus because they wanted the soldiers to carry it into Europe and conquer Europe, is what the Americans had decided to do. There was a science fiction story that actually was written maybe in the 80s or the 90s that spoke at length about the Americans in a totally different vein. They turned it into a cyberpunk type format, but whoever wrote it knew what the Americans had thought, that they felt that if they wiped out the European population, the Americans would have had no problems just colonizing Europe with Americans, like it was, Africa or something. That if there were nothing left but stragglers and, people degenerated into pre-civilizational status by the collapse of all the infrastructure, the Americans would just come in and wipe them out with firearms and take everything as their own.
I'm glad that didn't happen.
Thank God.
Because if that tainted, cursed American bloodline had leached into Europe, there would be no Europe right now.
No, it's so true.
It would just be like a gigantic Liberia of white folks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, there's no way I could thank you enough. Oh my God. Aside from that, really creepy guy friended me. At first I accepted the friend request because I didn't give a shit. Probably you know who. But we probably know it's
could you screen share?
Oh God!
Just for morbid entertainment.
It's just let me see now. The fucker, I blocked him, so it's just it was a guy named something Mueller. It was just obviously a fake photograph, just some generic looking white guy. But he said, I figured it was Richard K. Cole Jr., but went over there, and for his banner he's got his two dogs, of course, so it's him. It just and the fucker was like he had some just a kind of Germanic name, but a real American looking guy, kind of square headed, and it's just for his occupation he wrote German Army, which is of course not something any German guy would say. He wouldn't say German Army in English. Any guy who was in the German Army Yeah, would write Bundeswehr. They would enter Bundeswehr, which would be the German word for their armed forces. But it's just stupid. He's just a fuck. He just does what he does. He just can't stop. And he keeps generating these false timelines, and so there you have that. Other than that, let's see if I can get the energy up to get started and go in some direction. So, I wish I had more of. There may not be an arc of narrative tonight so much as rambling. So, what I'm going to do is ask our dear man Jameson to, and if Sammy's with us, to join in. If anyone else wants to join, make another series of calls to people you think might be available, like Daniel Arola and Mandy Yu, and see if they want to come on. And that way we might get a little bit of a roundtable before I get into this. But if not, I'll just jump into it. I want to thank everyone for their patience with me. Peter, I was thinking Peter Moon, of course. Thank everybody for their Peter, right? Yeah. Anyhow, Jennifer Williams was saying, yes. Has anyone seen Kingsman, The Secret Service? Was wondering if anyone knew if David Copperfield had a Caribbean island. Peter answered in a chat he did not know. Have you guys heard this? Well, it wouldn't surprise me. That sounds like something he would do. These guys get rich. They indulge themselves. They do all kinds of shit. So, fuck. I might as well get started. Let me change my, Jameson will have to hold it for me for a little bit. Let me change my sweatshirt. In other words, I'm too hot now. Now I'm too hot, so I'm gonna take the long underwear off, put my sweatshirt back on, and then Jameson, you listen to this band and you stay with us, hang with us. Don't go away. I'll be back sooner. I'm talking like only in 15 minutes. I'll be back 15-20 minutes. I'm gonna be mute for a little bit, and Jameson's gonna catch you up on all the latest mass shootings and everything else, because there was one that happened in Boulder, Colorado that took out people. So
yeah, I was looking at that one.
I'll go mute while you handle this. Thank you, son.
All right, let's see what we've got here. Honestly, I would rather talk, we can just go into the mass shooting stuff. All right, so this one was, holy shit, there's a lot of these. Oh, you're right, I was looking at some in Texas. Let me see what I can find here. All right, so we have a, this is an article about the, this has something to do with the domestic terrorism and the Patriots. Damn, I pulled up a lot of things, but I didn't actually take a really, really, really good look at them. Because it's just everything else, it's just so normal. Let me go into the mass shootings in Colorado, which seems to be mass shooting central right now. So I guess it's famous for something more than just South Park, which, is unsurprising. I mean, what do you think? These people are bored as hell. What are they going to do? All right, so there's a Lakewood shooting spree. The Denver Lakewood shooting spree is the 687th mass shooting in America this year. Interesting numbers. According to the Gun Violence Archive, it's the 13th mass shooting in Colorado in 2021. Oh, 13 is a good number. That's the number of the female cycles, and that's also the number of Hecate. With the year nearly over, it could be the last until next year. Why did they have to say that? Because we know someone's going to try to not make it the last after reading this. The more that becomes known about the mass shooting in Denver and Lakewood on Monday evening, it's the stranger the tragic story becomes. But in the most important way, it's like virtually every other mass shooting. A troubled man, it's almost always a male, has a gun or two guns or more, for one twisted reason or another, sets off to shoot and kill people, there are usually signs of trouble. There are usually red flags that should have made it clear to a thinking society that the shooter should have never had access to guns. The police have identified shooters suspected in all 5 killings as Lyndon James McLeod, who is 47. After killing 5 and wounding 2, he died in a shootout with a Lakewood police officer who was seriously wounded. The shooting spree lasted for more than an hour, but it wasn't so much a spree. In fact, it was a series of apparently targeted killings. Police have said most of all of the victims were known to the shooter, and yes, McLeod was known to law enforcement. He had been investigated by police earlier this year and also last year, but had not been charged. I'm guessing the investigation had to do with domestic violence, because this is always usually the case, even though they don't put it here. In a news conference Tuesday, Denver Police Chief Paul Pazin said the shooter was on their radar, but would not be responsible to discuss the nature of earlier investigations, which he said were likely connected to the Denver Lakewood gun violence. What we do know is that 4 of the 5 people killed either worked at or were near tattoo parlors when they were shot. What we do know is that McLeod owned a now delinquent business called Flat Black Inc. at 246 West 6th Avenue, a site where a tattoo parlor now sits, where McLeod had fired at 2 people he was chasing on Monday. We know that the shootings began at Soul Tribe Tattoo, owned by Alicia Cardenas, the first victim. She was 44, a mother of a 12-year-old, and self-described indigenous artist and muralist who had worked at the site for years. And according to a tweet by Kyle Clark of 9 News, the shooting spree suspects' business published a 3-book series of what could be described as alpha male sci-fi. That is so fucking gay. Published from 2018 to 2020, celebrating brutal violence against the characters' perceived enemies and graphic sexual assaults. The shooter in the books was named Lyndon. Okay. So yes, red flags. He was also known to law enforcement. And yes, we see the same old story, even if differently told. It could be a school. It could be a drive-by. It could be a movie theater. It could be a grocery store, a birthday party, a man who set out to kill cops, who was killed by a good guy with a gun, who was then mistakenly killed by police arriving at the scene. We've seen it all. According to the Gun Violence Archive, which keeps track of these shootings, because someone has to, the gun violence in Denver and Lakewood represented the 687th mass shooting in America this year, a mass shooting being defined as one in which at least 4 people are injured. It was also, according to the archive, the 13th such shooting, including the King Soopers massacre this year in Colorado. As everyone knows, because we're constantly reminded, this is a peculiarly American epidemic. Yes, this is why the Americans are so proud. Look, the Japanese don't own guns because of us. No, they don't own guns because they want to prevent becoming like you. America could not do anything to force the Japanese to disarm. It's just absurd. It's not like a COVID-19 pandemic, because you don't see this problem spreading worldwide, with the exception of those countries where the government has basically failed as an institution. Well, gee, I have to scratch my head on that one, because our government has failed as an institution, and this has been a problem before it failed as an institution. Or rather, maybe it was never an institution that was legitimate to begin with. Most developed countries have tougher gun restriction laws in place, according to Giffords, the gun control group founded by Gabby Giffords. you're 25 times more likely to get killed by a gun in America than those peer countries, which is a function, we're told, of hundreds and millions of guns in America, because there are more guns in America than there are people to handle the guns. No, our military is actually quite undergunned compared to our civilian population. This is absolutely true. Three of the people killed in the spree were identified on Tuesday. In addition to Cardenas, Danny Schofield, 38, was killed at the, get this shit, Lucky 13 tattoo in Lakewood. Oh, the irony is just so great here. I mean, come on, the 13th shooting in Colorado, and the second victim was killed at a place named Lucky 13. That is just rich. And Sarah Steck, 28, a clerk at the Hyatt House, was killed at the hotel in the Belmar Shopping Center. The first mass shooting in Colorado this year apparently came on February 3rd in Oak Creek. 2 died, including the shooter, and 2 others were injured. It is to Colorado's credit that it has passed gun safety laws after the most notorious of our shootings, Columbine. Aurora Theater, King Soopers, 3 laws inspired by King Soopers shooting will go into effect January 1st at the end of this week, which isn't going to make a goddamn difference because people who already have guns are going to go ballistic anyways. One new law allows local governments to pass more restrictive gun policies than those set by state law. Of course, here's the idiocy of this, is that the minute they pass more restrictive gun policies, more people buy firearms. Of course, because there's a reaction, we're afraid they're going to take our guns. So this is a negative feedback loop which resists the sort of enforcement of stricter gun laws. And we see this time and time again. One closes a background check loophole and prohibits people convicted of certain misdemeanors from buying guns. I bet you all those misdemeanors aren't violent misdemeanors, in that it's the violent misdemeanors that can still buy guns. I don't know this, folks, but I'm just being cynical as fuck because that's all I'm left with in this world. One sets up an Office of Gun Violence and Prevention, which sadly will have a very recent case to work with. There were 3 more gun laws passed earlier this year in Colorado, which, given that we're a Western state, is pretty remarkable. But the sad truth is that unless Congress passes more any national legislation covering these issues, this effect will be minimal, of course. And even if they were to pass any national legislation, the effect will still be minimal because people are going to have a natural reaction to do just the opposite. It's like if you told someone that we're going to stop making toilet paper or we're going to restrict toilet paper. What are people going to do? They're going to run and grab as many rolls of toilet paper as they fucking can out of fear that they're going to lose toilet paper. This is exactly what happens when one tries to restrict guns. So I don't know what the solution is. I just know that the solution is in America with less people in it than it has now. Which is kind of fucked up to say, but to be honest, I'm too cynical to come up with anything that would be more rational. There were 3 more gun laws passed. Oh yeah, I went into that. The sad truth is all right. In fact, over the past 2 years, we have seen a tremendous growth in gun deaths, including homicides and suicides in Colorado and all across America. Well, gee, maybe it's because the system is fucking hopeless. Some say the increase has to do with COVID-19 or maybe the high-profile police killings. No one really knows. Bullshit. No one really knows my ass. It's because we do not have a functional government at all. We don't have a functional nation at all, and this is a prison rape anti-culture. In fact, one would argue we don't even collectively have a culture here in America at all. except for mass expenditure, waste, and shooting. As I write this, I understand the futility, but also the necessity of doing so. When we do nothing to confront these gun deaths, we must be reminded that we are doing nothing. I say, why don't we just start a war and send, just draft every male to go run into, bullets or whatever in China or Russia or some shit, I mean, that will probably solve half the problem. When we do too little, we must be reminded how little we do. And even as we do too little, we can actually credit the discredited NRA with getting one thing almost right. It's not exactly guns that kill people. Actually, it is the guns that kill people. It's gun violence that kills people. No, because I think that if these people didn't have guns, if they had swords, let's say we replace all the guns with swords, I don't think we'd see anywhere near as many deaths as we see. So it can't just be people killing people. In fact, guns make it so easy to kill people. If you can kill someone by just pulling a trigger versus having to run up to them and overexert yourself with trying to cut and stab them to pieces, I think most people would choose just the gun. You could be a lazy sack of shit with no skills whatsoever and still kill someone close range. It's so easy. So yeah, it is the guns. And so I have to disagree with the author on this. And this is coming from the Sun, Colorado Sun. You'd think everyone would be opposed to gun violence, and yet, and please don't say it's too soon to politicize the Denver Lakewood spree. I'd say at this point, the politicization of anything is a waste of time because we all know where this is going to be going. Oh my gosh, is this person a Republican? All right. Yeah, this person is probably definitely Republican because they're saying state Republicans plan to make crime a major issue in 2022 elections. Wow, this dude is so full of shit. And this is the only thing I was able to find of this article. This Mike Litwin. He looks like a piece of shit too. Oh my gosh, he looks like an old white caveman with this big old long beard and long hair. He looks like shit, basically. Well, then again, just everyone looks the same at this point. Let's see. Let me see if I can find another article about this that isn't politicized in some way. All right, here we go. Now, there's actually an article that says 6 are dead, and so this is interesting. A number of mass shootings. This is as of 8 hours ago. So let's see. Gunman kills 5 in shooting spree across Denver area, police say. Yeah, we went into what happened. He obviously had personal business relationships and whatnot. They're going into number of mass shootings. Yeah, I could drive this point home for. We can go into this for hours, but it's. I'm going to be a little cynical here, and I'm sure Douglas doesn't agree. Probably won't agree with me on this, but it's literally futile at this point because with what humans are and with the way humans are, I've given up all hope that anything can be done. In fact, what fascinates me more is probably some of the things going on in the science world. Because honestly, speaking of gun violence and, just mass upheaval it's no longer a fun subject to talk about it because it's the same old. It's so normal now that it's just like not even entertaining anymore. But the thing is, we are still, the only thing that I have to really look forward to is the fact that we are making, a tremendous amount of progress in the realm of science. According to Popular Mechanics, they are teaching quantum materials how to remember. And this has a lot of interesting implications, especially for computing. The biological learning methods of habituation and sensitization help organisms, including humans, adapt to changes in their environment. Each can be exemplified in riding a bike. As you learn to ride, you become habituated to the bike's wobbles and respond less to its tilts and vibrations. You're able to ride faster and farther as a result. But if you fall and hurt yourself, you'd be more sensitized to the bike's instability, and as a result, more dependent on the brakes or training tools. I think most people who ride bikes should actually have training wheels, but that's because of I've almost gotten hit by people with bikes more often than people with skateboards. I hate to say it, but I can't stand bike riders in New York. They're some of them are just assholes, and some of them like to just creep right up on you without warning at all. And you know, it's any wonder that I haven't knocked anyone off their bike and just knocked them the fuck out on their bicycle, because they're just, you know, assholes. But that's beside the point. Scientists in the field of neuromorphic computing, which aims to make computers smarter and more independent from human input, they're basically copying the model of the Dietrich hologram, are working to reproduce aspects of habituation and sensitization in hardware. A new paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Scientists demonstrates similar behaviors in a semiconductor called nickel oxide, which could help researchers develop more agile and adaptable devices. Arguably, I will say that this is probably not new technology. Rather, they're just fleshing out old technology and leaking the information very slowly in such a manner as to get people more comfortable with it, because they probably already discovered all this shit at Presidio. In living organisms, habituation and sensitization can help resolve the stability plasticity dilemma. Whether we decide to hold on to old information, which is considered being more stable, or be more responsive to new information, which is being more plastic. By plastic, they mean more malleable. Like it's sort of like neuroplasticity, when the brain compensates for a loss of functions by using other areas of the brain, adapting to change. Just as neither the overly cautious cyclist who never gains speed, nor the reckless cyclist who never brakes will master the art of riding, machines won't learn effectively if they can't determine how to prioritize items within massive amounts of data and information. This is basically sorting out what data can be important, what data cannot be important. A good example is I tend to read all of the things that Douglas writes when he has his banners up for the transmissions, and there are people who don't like to read it because they don't know how to filter out the information. Whereas having, you know, read these things for so long, I've learned how to filter out the information. That would be considered plasticity. Just as, all right, yeah, I went into that. But for a computer to learn how to learn better, it must be fundamentally different from modern machines. The traditional materials used for electronics have not been designed for brain-inspired computing, says Sriram Ramanathan, PhD, a professor at Purdue University, and one of the study's authors. Ramanathan and his colleagues set out to demonstrate habituation and sensitization in hardware using a quantum substance, which is anything with properties that can't be explained by classical physics, aka nickel oxide. They repeatedly exposed the semiconductor to various gases and light and watched how quickly it responded to changes as measured by the material's electrical resistance. The team placed nickel oxide into a box at 200 degrees Celsius, then added a gas containing hydrogen. The hydrogen bonded with the nickel oxide's oxygen atoms, but when the hydrogen gas was turned off, the excess hydrogen released from the nickel oxide as it reacted with oxygen in the air. You can think of the material as breathing oxygen in and out, explains Ramanathan.
When the oxygen left the nickel oxide for the surrounding air, the chemical reactions left electrons behind in the semiconductor. And those electrons would determine whether the switch is on and off. Hence, they would be useful in computing. And when the influx of oxygen gas entered the material, it bonded with those extra electrons. Those changes in the availability of electrons, he says, changed how easy it was for an electrical current to travel within the nickel oxide. If it becomes more difficult for a current to travel, you would have the switch off, and if it becomes easier for it, you'd have the switch on, sort of like binary. Sri Ramaranthan and his colleagues modeled their nickel oxide experiments after experience previously conducted with sea slugs in the genus Aplysia. For centuries, scientists have used these slugs to study learning, behavior, and memory. I would have never guessed that of all creatures, sea slugs. The slugs can retain information for weeks, a killer long-term memory for an organism with a year-long lifespan. Yeah, that is actually quite impressive. Comparatively speaking, that makes my memory look like nothing, which there are other factors that play into that, of course, and display a relatively high level of neural plasticity. It may not make them intelligent, but it does make them the perfect subject for researchers teasing out the origins of fundamental learning behaviors like habituation and sensitization. Now, I would argue that if we can learn this, we can also probably discover how we ourselves learn as well. Aplysia's colossal neurons, the largest in the animal kingdom, can grow to 1 millimeter in length. The neurons' gargantuan size make it easier for scientists to physically see and study physiological responses to stimuli. That is indeed fascinating. The team repeatedly added and withdrew the hydrogen gas, reducing the time between exposures to see how this reaction changed over time. The first time the nickel oxide was exposed to hydrogen gas, it reacted strongly. After 15 minutes, around 99.95% less electrical current was passing through. But as scientists shortened the period between hydrogen exposures to between 45 and 15 seconds, they found there wasn't as much oxygen available to react with the second round of hydrogen. This meant the electrical resistance didn't change as much during subsequent rounds, mirroring the reaction damping effect of habituation, which is basically the more you get used to a stimuli, the less sensitive you are to it. Researchers then sensitized the material using ozone, a highly reactive gas made of 3 oxygen molecules. When immersed in ozone, the nickel oxide took in oxygen quickly, decreasing its electrical resistance. Next time it was exposed to hydrogen gas, there was more oxygen to attract the hydrogen and a stronger change in the electrical resistance. This is an exact analog to biological systems, says Helen Lee, PhD, a professor of electrical and computer engineering at Duke University, who is a PhD student of one of the co-authors but did not work on the study. Note that a lot of these people doing this research that is leading us to technological advancement are of the Asian continent. For those who, this shows why, we sort of have to rely on the Asian culture to push humanity forward because, although I hate to say it, all the whites are doing is shooting everything in existence and making it so that, everyone else can't contribute anything by killing them off. Humans have sensors and receive the external signals, and then we process it immediately. It doesn't have to pass through something else. Right now, machines use different systems to receive information, then process it, like how a camera takes in light and then processes it into a photo. But in the study, the changes in the nickel oxide's electrical resistance were a direct
reaction to the gases in its environment, meaning it didn't have to pass through something else for that to happen. Neuromorphic computing could similarly enhance a computer's ability to receive and process information. When applied to devices like cameras, these machines could become much smaller and more efficient, which would be great because then you wouldn't know someone's taking films and pictures of you, which is pretty much the case now anyway. But I digress. More generally, says Lee, our brains use very little power in comparison to computers. Successfully mimicking the brain's processes can therefore save more energy. I think even if you're doing a task that requires a lot of thought, on average, the brain probably uses burns only 40 calories per day. So that's almost nothing. I could be wrong on that number, but I sort of do remember reading it because I had wanted to, utilizing the occult, remove that cap on how much, calories the brain burns so that I could, not only lose weight, but sort of exceed my processing capacity. As to whether it worked, I do seem a lot smarter than I was back then by leaps and bounds, so who knows. But that aside, other devices could use the technology to self-tailor to the consumer's needs. Medical implants with neuromorphic computing, says Lee, could send signals along an injured nerve to help people regain use of paralyzed fingers or toes. That's actually great news because I would honestly kill to see my father be able to walk around again, go out and drive. Honestly, miss those days so much. You get older, things get worse. That's all I can say. Well, as life gets, as we progress, things just get worse. I know I'm being depressing here, but this brings me into a sort of painful nostalgia of what was lost. Independent from human programmers, such a device would make its own decisions based on biological fluctuations. Consumer products will require greater advancement in the neuromorphic computing field than this sole study. However, here habituation and sensitization appeared as chemical reactions to hydrogen and ozone, but computers run on an electrical current rather than hydrogen or ozone gas. So what they would have to do is find a new analog to sort of replace electricity or hydrogen or ozone gas. And I believe that can be done. I mean, I'm not smart enough to figure out how to do it, but I'm sure someone out there already has. Being able to do all of this by electrical stimulus would be fascinating. In fact, I'm going to diverge again and say that, you can also probably create something that, such as, hand-worn devices that are powered by the human body. Because we do release a lot of excess heat. Anyway, being able to do all of this by electrical stimulus will be fascinating. Then you can start to use the traditional stimulus that is historically used in electronics, Ramanathan says. So, we are making some fascinating headway here. Honestly, the only thing I really pay attention to these days seem to be more science-related things because, at some point, everything else seems to be going its own direction. Now, there is an interesting article that Douglas showed to me about a sort of, only because it's amusing to me, a kickboxing champ dies after refusing to admit he has COVID, checking himself out of the hospital. This is as of 2 days ago. An anti-vaccine kickboxing champion has died from COVID-19 complications after he refused to acknowledge he was severely ill and discharged himself early from the hospital. This is so hilarious. I love Darwinian selection. Stupid people give smart people something to be entertained by. Frederick Sinistra, 41, known in the kickboxing community as The Undertaker, has died in his home in in Sydney, Belgium, according to an announcement posted to his social media earlier this week. Sinister's death comes after he was admitted to the hospital in November at the request of his coach, according to Yahoo Sports. During his treatment, Sinister shared photos and videos of himself inside an intensive care unit while maintaining that he would come back even stronger and telling fans he was feeling better and better. I was born premature, and I will continue to fight to the death like a man without ever giving up and dying without regrets. I'm sure he died without regrets, all right. He wrote in an Instagram post. The three-time world champion also criticized COVID-19 restrictions while in the hospital, writing he was disgusted to learn that a kickboxing match scheduled for December was canceled. Then in late November, Sinister decided to check himself out the hospital early, calling COVID the little virus, according to Yahoo Sports. At that time, the kickboxer was reportedly treating himself with oxygen at home. Yes, he decided to take the Joe Rogan approach. Yeah, I'm just going to treat myself. Fuck the medical complex. This is just how completely retarded it's completely how retarded, males are. The athlete succumbed to the virus via cardiac arrest. Nearly a month later, Fox Sports recorded. His death was announced on social media by his wife on December 23rd.
By the way, you holding up all right?
Yeah, I'm holding up fine.
Good man. Thank you. Just finishing the last pieces of these watermelons to refresh myself. Chunked up watermelon. You take your time.
Nice.
And,
I like watermelons.
Yes, of course.
All right. So the wife says,
"From the bottom of my heart, thank you all for your support and beautiful tributes to my husband."
I so hope someone wrote, "Your husband was a dumbass."
Who are we talking about?
Oh, remember that article you sent me of that kickboxer who died from COVID-19?
Oh, shit. Yes. Oh, my God. We should bring Daniel Arola on to talk about that next time. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Sinister's wife, who has not been identified in media reports, I'm fairly certain she wouldn't want to be. You have a husband that dumb. Wrote on his Facebook page,
"My husband was a generous man with a big heart who wanted to help others against everything."
Why did she put against twice? I don't know. Was that sick? Was that intentional, or was it
maybe a typo?
Unintentional?
Maybe a typo.
Who knows?
Yeah. It's,
in this same post, his wife refused to admit that the anti-vax athlete died from COVID-19 complications, adding that
never would he have accepted that we used what happened to him to spread the fear and call for vaccination.
Oh my God, this is this is hilarious. I love it.
I will fight to the end so the truth is restored and his name is washed away from all these slanderers, both family and around his death.
Well, geez. Okay, so that's admitting that people probably call him a dumbass.
Yes. There we are. Yes.
Oh, man. The Schadenfreude right now is really great. I love this. Sinistra has won several world and European heavyweight kickboxing titles throughout his 39 wins and 9-loss career, and claimed a national title in Belgium in 2004, according to Yahoo Sports. At one point in his athletic history, the 40-year-old was even dubbed Belgium's strongest man. I will never forget him, his friend Jordan Sefaraza wrote after his death on social media, according to Yahoo Sports. He was the strongest in Belgium in the heavyweight category. Oh, he was strong, all right, strong in that stupidity. Yeah, this is just Oh, interesting. Okay, well, I'm glad I went on the site because MSN, because they actually have more about that Denver shooting.
Oh yeah,
Um,
tell us about that.
Okay, so supposedly he wrote books previewing the attacks. A man accused of killing 5 people in a rampage in Denver is believed to have written fictional books, self-published online, that name some of his real-life victims and describe similar attacks. Yeah, well,
Oh yeah, was he like a tattoo artist or something? Because I think he was hitting mostly
yeah,
like tattoo
he
parlors
was.
and shit, right?
Yeah, he was a tattoo artist with a failing business, and one of the women, one of his first victims was a woman who was an indigenous woman who was a tattoo artist. And I found it really funny because not only was this the 13th shooting of Colorado, but his second victim worked in a tattoo parlor called Lucky 13.
Oh wow, that's the name of a bar
So
in San Francisco that Beaver used to love to frequent. Go on.
so I just happen to love those little occult gems there.
Hmm. Yeah, no, definitely. There are there. So go on, please, by all means. You're holding out so well. Honestly, you might as well take us to the top of the hour while I get my head out of my ass here and finish chewing this. I'll shut down the mic so people won't hear me chewing. Probably refresh myself before I come back. So, carry on. Thank you.
All right. The writings are part of the investigation into what led Lyndon James McLeod to carry out the shootings, which took place in less than an hour Monday at several locations around the metro area. Now, again, I just want to state here that, for people who are saying guns don't kill people, the reason why this is retarded is if he didn't have a gun, if he had a machete or some shit, it would have taken him a lot longer to kill people and he would have killed less people. And who knows, he might have even been stopped by someone who would have probably knocked his ass out or some shit. So yeah, guns make it so easy to kill people that you can wipe out a small amount of people in a fast amount of time. So yes, for those who are like rabid gun Second Amendment assholes, which the Second Amendment doesn't even speak of a right of citizens to own arms, but speaks mostly of a well-armed militia, which would be organized by the state, which has nothing to do with citizens owning firearms, mind you. Guns do kill people. Let's keep that in mind. McLeod 47 knew most of the people he shot through business or personal relationships.
By the way, we have Sammy Romero back with us, and I just want to bring him on to speak with us as kind of a roundtable. So, Sammy, can you come on? Let's check your audio.
Can you guys hear me?
A
Yes.
little bit. You're kind of tiny and tinny. Are you like in a mobile, as we used to call the car radio? We used to call that.
Yes. Yeah, I'm in a car. Want to speak louder?
Yeah, I think we can hear you. I don't know if speaking louder will help that. It's kind of like I said, still a tinny sound, like you're in a car, but I think it's tolerable. But like so.
Yeah, it sounds.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Let me get
sounds
off
like.
Bluetooth.
Okay, it almost sounds like you're talking
Okay,
on like.
how about now?
Oh,
Now
that's
you're clear.
infinitely better. How the fuck did you do that?
I got off of Bluetooth. Let me try to get you guys on speaker though. Let me see how bad that sounds. Hopefully not.
It's probably gonna be horrible, but give it a try. Oh my god. And,
Well, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Say it doesn't sound good. No, we prefer what you were doing before that. What? So, is it? Oh, whoa! You can't do that because you're driving, right? Are you driving?
Yes. Hold on. Let me get my earphones on. Let me see how. Because all right,
Okay.
hold on.
Yeah. Stay safe.
Yeah. Do not drive and look at the cell phone at the same time. I honestly I don't grasp how people can do that.
Hello.
Yeah. Hey.
Yes. Now you're clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So are you
ahead.
able to drive safely with that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
They're my earbuds. That's it.
Yeah. So are you like heading home? Just curious.
Yes, I'm heading home. I had to run an errand with Isaac. And fortunately in Southern California it's raining like cats and dogs, but I kind of had to do it. So
Yes.
we're,
Yeah.
yeah.
And so definitely Glad to hear from you, and tell us a little bit about. I don't know if you were able to hear anything we were speaking about throughout the night. Were you?
A little bit. I a little bit heard of Peter. You guys talking about Omicron variant, and also I caught a little bit of the Marjorie Cameron stuff, but I had to go in and out, so I didn't really catch it. But did you already talk about what happened to you?
Yes, you can hear about that when you play the replay.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, I'll replay it. Okay,
yeah, but definitely, I look forward to your feedback on it. When you haven't caught COVID, have you? Oh my God!
No, it's my throat's kind of dry. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
No worries. And so by all means, what's going on right now is that our man Jameson is reading through just a number of stories to get people up to date on how crazy the world is. But if you want to just kind of join him on this and kind of make it a round table, I would appreciate that, because what I'm doing is getting my head together, getting it out of my ass, and I plan on, just trying to look around on the internet and get some points on my in my mind that I can put together into an arc of narrative tonight. I have a feeling which direction I'm going to take it in. But in the meantime, I need you guys to hold the stage. So you think you're up to that, Sam, to help Jameson do that?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Please.
As much as I can, and anything happens, I'll let Jameson know. But I at least I can contribute somewhat.
Oh, by all means. So I'm going to go mute. And both you guys go at it, and Jameson will go on with some stuff, and you can pitch in, and by all means, take the lead sometimes if you want, and this way both of you kind of break each other. So I'll be back soon enough. We got 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Should be on very shortly after that, but probably gonna refresh myself, and like I said, finish some refreshments here as well. And love you both, and both of you, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. So, I'm just speaking about this guy who went on this killing spree in Colorado. He knew the people who he shot, and some of them were like either business or personal relationships. 4 of those were at tattoo shops, and he killed he also wounded like 2 other people, including a police officer who shot and killed McLeod after being hit.
Oh wow! That's crazy. We actually had an incident about a week and a half ago at a clothing store here in North Hollywood, where this jackass had a biker chain and was beating the pulp out of a lady. This crazy Mexican guy, this POS, piece of crap, was beating the hell out of a lady with a biker chain, and LAPD came, and they ended up shooting him. The problem is they ended up shooting also a young lady. I guess she was hiding in the dressing room, and a bullet went straight through her head, and she died, I guess, because of she was a casualty in that. But
holy fucking shit! They can't even shoot straight.
LAPD, this is LAPD. LAPD, they're idiots. If it's not this, I don't know if you remember a couple over 4th of July where they lit off the fireworks in South Central LA, literally setting off a bomb in a residential area and blowing everybody's house windows to smithereens. Like, this is LAPD for you. Like, this is the reason. By the way, I heard you guys mention OJ. One of the reasons why, to me, the OJ case is so infamous in Los Angeles because of it literally embarrassed LAPD. LAPD hates that case. No, seriously, Jameson, this is. I mean, I'm sure you have stories of NYPD, with the stop and frisk bullshit. But LAPD, they're something else. It's so repugnant, and it's so embarrassing how stupid they are. But the OJ case is literally one of the reasons why. They hate that case. They can't stand that case because of the Mark Furman and what tamper evidence he did. They can never catch OJ because of what they did. That that case is forever tainted. Even if they found evidence, you can't really retrial OJ. I'm assuming somehow they can try to, but I mean, from what it is, you can't retry OJ. You know,
what they did was they got it on some other bogus bullshit charges with him like stealing his own paraphernalia. How the fuck do you arrest someone for stealing their own? It's completely, they wanted to get him on something. That's all that matters.
I mean, of
they
course,
were pissed about that.
Of course, because God forbid they want to kill the white woman, not a quote unquote black dude. They want to do all the killing. It's not like, and I don't even think they cared about the Goldman girl. What's her name? I forget her name. Simpson's wife at the time. They didn't care about her. They were mad that they didn't get to kill her. Good looking lady, but at the same time too, it's Hollywood. And Hollywood, you believe it or not, a lot of people do a lot of crazy things in Hollywood, and O.J. Simpson was part of Hollywood. So like I said, it's not black and white completely. I'm sure there's more aspects to her. And from what I've heard, she wasn't no angel herself. She was heavily involved in drugs. I'm not saying that justifies her getting stabbed to death, but it's not just one single-handed blow. But this happened, to get back to the case at the clothing store. If you have time, this young lady got killed by a stray bullet LAPD, and this guy had a biker chain. I want to know why they could have shot him in his leg or something, but I guess these cops are trigger happy, and they ended up killing this lady. And there was actually a press conference. I guess Benjamin Crump, that lawyer, is behind it, and I guess they want to bring justice to that cop that shot her, and which I don't think they're gonna, I don't think that's gonna happen, with that. But by the way, did you hear about that guy that shot up the synagogue?
No. When did this happen?
This was that synagogue. I think it's happened last year. But this guy's a complete nut. He was given the how Polynesians do the sign with their pinky and their thumb? You ever seen that? Like a surfer sign? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Who probably know that is Daniel, but they do the
if you there's also a white supremacist sign where it looks like an OK sign.
Okay, well this might be a version of that, but this guy's a complete psycho. If you see him, he had a smirk on his face. They gave him an extra. He has 2 life sentences. They gave him like an extra 30 years on top of his 2 life sentences. Like it matters, but I guess they did it as a statement. But when he heard the verdict, he had like some type of smirk in his face, like he didn't give a damn.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at this right now. A California man who opened fire at a synagogue, killing 1 person and wounding 3 others in a 2019 hate crime.
Yes, that one.
Sentenced to an additional term of life in prison. This guy was 22, so he gets life plus 30 years on federal charges for the attack on the Shabbat of Poway, the last day of Passover, and the attempted arson of a mosque in March 2019.
Yeah. Now I'll be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a military background. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, the guy does look like he fits the profile. Let me see here. This is CNN now. I wonder why did they I'm gonna find out why they added the second life sentence. He was sentenced to life plus 30 years in prison in federal court on Tuesday after previously pleading guilty to a 113 count indictment that would include hate crime and weapons violations, according to a Department of Justice news release. He was previously sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole following a plea agreement in state court. Lori Gilbert Kay was killed in the shooting on the last day of Passover in 2019 when Ernest, who was 19 at the time and armed with an AR-15 style rifle, entered the crowded Chabad of Poway Synagogue and began shooting. He also admitted to setting fire to a mosque in nearby Escondido just weeks before the shooting. Ah, I see. So he's definitely someone who was probably a white supremacist, without a doubt. The defendant targeted his victims because he hated the Jewish community and Muslim community. Hatred that has no place in our society, and hatred that will never win. Unfortunately, it did win because it's taken somebody's life, said Randy Grossman, U.S. attorney in California. So yeah, this guy, yeah, he's a very strange looking guy all around.
Hey, James.
Yeah.
I want to ask something. Do you know the story? Do you remember Boys in the Hood? You remember that movie?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you remember when Trey is running, and the character that is it Trey, the football player, the brother? Morris Chestnut, the character he plays.
Yeah, I don't
Morris
remember
Chestnut.
the actual characters because
Okay.
when I saw it, I was like so young that I don't even remember half of it, honestly.
Okay, Ricky. You remember Ricky when he's running down the alley and that gangster blows his back, like he shoots him in the back. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you ever read the story of that guy, that actor that played that gangster?
No.
Okay.
What about
his name is. He has a very interesting way of how he died. This guy's an actor. He came out in another John Singleton movie called this is with Tupac and Janet. What's it called? Poetic Justice. He came out in Poetic Justice. So obviously he knew John Singleton. So he was part of that little group. Well, this guy, I guess, started getting into his roles a little too much. And this guy, his name was Avery. His last name was Avery. I forget his name.
Lloyd Avery II?
Yeah, Lloyd Avery II. Okay. It's very interesting how his life ended. And it's very interesting because of how he got killed. He started getting into gangs. Okay. He pretty much started living the roles he played because he got typecast a little bit. Okay. Good looking guy, no homo. But, he got into his roles. He actually joined the Bloods right there in the jungle, right there in that part of LA. So for a while he was a gangbanger, and he just decided to take on this persona or just make it his life. And interesting enough, before he went to prison, because I guess he caught a case.
Yeah, he was sentenced to life in prison because he actually killed somebody.
Right. He actually shot a movie prior to getting busted. He played a gangster. So this guy lived. He was living that lifestyle, and he was still an actor. He was still acting in those roles. But the way he died, he became a born-again Christian, and he actually got killed in prison in 2005 they put him in with a Satanist. The guy's name was Kevin Roby. Okay, and he's called the self-proclaimed, satanic Christ. He's some Satanist. His background is interesting in the sense that he was an Air Force cadet, and he actually ended up killing. Kevin Roby ended up killing. Either he raped one of his sisters and killed her, and then he killed another sister, I believe, and he stuffed both their bodies in a trash can and filled it up with dog food. And then when LAPD, I guess, were investigating the murders. By the way, if I'm talking too fast, I'm sorry. Investigating the murders, he said that ninjas came and I guess killed his sisters, and they ended up finding the two bodies of the sisters in trash cans with dog food on top of them, and that's why he got caught and he went to prison. But he
he's ex-Air Force, like you. I'm not saying you're mere murderer or anything. But he's a Satanist, and he actually did a ritual on that guy. But my thing is this, and this is where I started thinking, because I read this story about a year ago, okay? And you just start reading the story and it just starts unraveling, like you just can't stop. The internet is. You just end up. Well, this guy is a Satanist, I guess, and I guess he warned the actor or the former actor, hey, I'm a Satanist, can you please not do that? According to him. And if later on, if you want to research it, it's very interesting. He warned him like, hey, don't, I'm a Satanist. Can you not do that? And I guess, when you're born again Christian, if you're radical, in other words, you're radicalizing that, and you guess you want to share the gospel, which I understand, I'm one, but there's common sense. And not saying it's there's just knowledge, like, hey, look, you just can't you can't have tunnel vision. You have tunnel vision when it comes to your beliefs, and it's just not good, right? If you're not aware of other things. Well, I guess his actor just kept on haggling him about, trying to convert him, and he ended up hitting him over the head and choking him out, and he did a blood ritual, I guess, on him. And they did the head count, and if you read the story, it's crazy. And I really don't want to ruin it for you, but it's just very interesting.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. They say that, let's see.
And I've been wanting to ask you about it, if you ever heard about it. That's why.
No, I haven't. And so this is what Avery said. I know God has him around me for a reason. He knows very well that I am a devout Christian, and I pray for him to the Lord every day that he gives his life to God, he wrote in a letter to Clark. Yeah, you don't do that to a Satanist. Honestly, we don't like being prayed for by Christians because we see that as a psychic attack. That's probably why he got killed. All right, according to the prison reports, on the evening of September 4, 2005, a spiritual dispute erupted between Avery and Robbie, which turned violent. Robbie later explained, he was pushing his agenda to convert me to Christianity, which led to us fighting. The clash ended with Robbie choking a battered Avery unconscious. The victim beating caused a large volume of blood in his lungs, resulting in his death. Robbie placed Avery's body in the bed under the covers, and over the course of the following day and a half, a total of 11 counts of inmates were made by correctional officers, including a standing count at 4:30 p.m. on Monday. During each of these counts, Avery was tallied, even though he was already dead. In the meantime, Robbie ate both his and Avery's food rations and spent some of that time writing a flirtatious letter to one of the former actor's pen pals. Interesting. And they show him here, too. In his own recollection of the murder, Robbie told prison officials he tied a piece of string around one of Avery's arms and tugged it to the inmate movement, much like a marionette, in order to fool the guards into believing he was still alive. Shortly before the Tuesday midday count, Robbie positioned Avery's body into a pentagram he drew on the floor of his cell. When correctional officers entered the cell, they found the walls were painted with Avery's blood as part of a satanic ritual that Robbie performed as a warning to God. He would later say, God is next on the agenda once I accomplish what I want to accomplish in this realm. Robbie was handcuffed by the guards, and Avery's body was transferred to the infirmary where medical personnel attempted to administer CPR. Yeah, they're going to try to administer CPR after 5 days of the guy being dead. Are you serious?
Well, here's my thing, Jason, okay?
Oh, my God, that's hilarious.
The reason why I even bring this up is, in the Christian aspect, I'm a Christian, right? Look, how did I say this? Just common sense, man. And this is why I understand your views and how you you view your left hand path and what you do, right? Like we were talking about, the world's not black and white. There's many shades of gray. And I experienced the worst in my path, where people are far worse. At least they're dishonest, and their dishonesty creates destruction, and it's a big mess. Okay, because they do things in the name of God, in the name of the God that I serve, and it's worse because they're doing an inversion of it, but they don't want to admit they're doing an inversion of it, even though they do know. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's far worse because you're deceiving people in a sense. And I'm not saying, that, it's completely lost or bad. It's just, in a way, I think this actor was really not aware of his surrounding, in a sense that, look, you can have differences with somebody, but you can also have a common ground in that difference. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah. And another thing is, who is he kidding? Honestly speaking, look, you don't kill someone and all of a sudden you're born again, and it's bullshit. At that point, once you, what I'm saying is, like, once you kill somebody, there's no going back. You're really, it doesn't matter what you believe in at that point.
This guy's like, and my thing is this though, because he's a killer, and I guess, and this guy killed his sister. If you read Kevin Roby's background,
he killed and raped.
You killed and raped, so you have to understand the person you're with.
Yeah,
and the person you're with is also another lion, and just because you change your life and your perspectives changed, that doesn't negate the fact of what you did. And even if, let's say you think let's say he thought he was innocent, or he just forgot about it, then you're lying to yourself, and you're not being responsible for what you did, and you end up getting choked out and killed by somebody that's at least honest with themselves and says, look, I am what I am, and back off and know your boundaries.
Yeah, well, it's for this reason why we're always taught, there's always someone more powerful than you. There's always a bigger beast in the room. So,
and like I said, I'm not here trying to convert Jameson Reese into, you're going to be leading Sunday service. It'll be hilarious. But no, I in a way, I respect your vision, but what I do admire about you is you're honest. You're honest about who you are, and I can respect that. And unfortunately, I think your path is a lot easier than mine. Mine's very difficult because I had to navigate more through forgiveness and mercy, because I am faulty myself. I think,
to be honest with you, my path is just as hard as yours, because it demands of me to, let's just say that I'm more restricted than other people in this path, in that I can't just go around beating the shit out of people and say, I don't believe in morals anyway, I'm Satanist. No, there's a certain refinement that the powers I'm working with demand of me. So just like it demands for you to be honest and forgive people, I'm being, in my own way, even based on what happened over the weekend with, today with my family, I'm being, they're demanding to me that Jameson stop drinking. Jameson stop drinking.
And what?
And so I have it. It's just hard. It's when you're devout, it's just as hard, regardless of what path you're on.
Okay. And see, that's where this is where I have to learn more, and not learn more, but be more sensitive. Because honestly, just like me, okay, just like you, okay, like you can't, some things about my path is different that you don't understand. For example, I don't know what it, I don't understand, for example, why you seek the left-hand path. Now, do I really, in a sense, care in a sense to change you? No, because that's who you feel who you are, and you have free will, and part of your free will is that's the path you want to take. And that's called being an adult and respecting your views. Doesn't mean we're enemies. No, absolutely. I don't think we're not, and at the same time too, if I respect you, I'm not going to threaten you by saying, oh, Jameson, you're wrong, and condemning you to hell when your view of hell is completely different from mine.
Yeah. My view of hell would be a paradise, and I would have to say that your view of heaven would be a nightmare for me.
Right, and see that, and like I said, that's me, and this is where I think, at the same time too, because obviously, in a sense, you kind of get the idea of my level of understanding the left-hand path. It's very minimal, and in a way, it's helped me. In a way, too, I have to know my limits and saying, look, this is a big world, and it's okay you don't know everything. Just be honest with yourself and say you don't know everything. You don't have to act like you know everything. And I think this guy that got killed by that inmate, I think his head was in the sand too much, in the sense that you can't be out here trying to change the world and not understand where you're at,
Yeah, I mean, your heart can be, in his case, your heart can be in the right place, but if your timing's off or you're at the wrong place at the wrong time, don't do it. There has to be some degree of restraint, and it's like all of a sudden, I think the Robbie fellow didn't think that he was being respected by this guy saying, I'm going to pray for you, I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to do that for you. I think he felt it was disrespectful for him to do that. And honestly, if somebody had told me, someone who's Christian said, I'm going to pray you see the light of God, and the only thing I could tell them is, how do you know I haven't seen the light of God? How do you know that's not the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing? You get what I'm saying?
Right. No, and you know what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Say what you're
okay. No, and like I said, I don't seek, because you and I are from, we're yin and yang, obviously. So, but
not
what
really.
I do,
we probably have a lot more in common than you think.
Well, and you know what? You're right, because a lot of, for example, when I do have have encounters with the left hand or with bad spirits, or what I call bad spirits, I hear them. In my dreams I hear them, and I know what they are because you just know what they are. So I've learned to, how I deal with it is how I deal with it through prayer and understanding what it is. That way it's not, it doesn't, I don't have a panic attack. You know what I mean? How people just freak out, or some people that are, you understand. So I do understand that, yes, it is a spiritual battle, and there's a metaphysical, in other words. So in that, I do understand you. And because I've seen how the inversion of my path, because people do invert it, and I've been manipulated. And one of the things that I remember you saying is, looking the part is the lowest form of black magic. Am I correct? Didn't you say that?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you're right. You're right, and I have to tell you you're right, and I have to give you credit. You're right on that, because I had someone real close to me that was in the ministry, and yeah, man, they don't really portray a lot of not Christian values, but a lot of love when you think they're supposed to, and forgiveness, and that's human nature. But man, they sure keep grudges, and it's not even nothing I did. It's just they ostracize you because, well, you don't need me. Well, I don't feel like you don't depend on me, or quote unquote, or you're not part of my cause. So I'm just gonna ostracize it because that's the best way to deal with you, because I'm immature in how I deal as an adult, because I can't use the fact that you have a good heart and you're for something. So I want to use that for my benefit. But now that you've kind of seen my BS, well, I don't want to own up to it. So what I'll do is ostracize you. And to me, it's like, wow.
Yeah, that's anti-human.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
the thing is, I'm not anti-human. I might be a Satanist, but I'm not anti-human. In fact, what I will say to most of the listeners is, if I was anti-human, I would not be supporting Douglas Duane Dietrich, who's probably the only man out there who is actively showing an interest in human evolution.
Right.
Well, they're my cattle after all. I do feed off them.
Well, and see, Jameson, this is where I think you could help me in a sense that I don't want to be ignorant, because honestly, a couple years ago, if you would have told me I'm talking to someone from the left-hand path like you, I would be trying to act like that actor and say, well, Jameson, why don't you want to be a Christian? I'm not trying to bash I love my faith. I love who I am. And, I'm sure you can respect that.
I totally respect that.
But when somebody is like that actor, like I told you, and this is where, I think in my background, where sometimes my when I talk about my family is, and especially my cousins, is that I think sometimes born again Christians are so tunnel vision when it comes to their understanding of God, and it's great, it's beautiful, but you can't have tunnel vision because there's still the world out there, and you can get manipulated. I'm not saying it's bad, and that's one thing me and Isaac debate on that, because Isaac, is a little bit more reserved than me. He doesn't come on here as much, but because he's busy. And Doug will soon find out why I've been on here so much. Okay, there's reason behind that, and it's nothing bad. It's part of what's going on in my life. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, Jameson, where you've helped me a lot in the sense that, look, Sam, there's a big world out there, and obviously you've been sheltered a lot. And a couple years ago, Jason, I would try to be like this actor and say, well, and kind of find out, more about the Bible than I do. Okay, I already can tell you that. Okay, so I'm not that as far as a scholar, a Christian, but like I said, you don't understand that. At least I didn't understand before how much, when it comes to these comes religion, a lot of people take religion a lot more, I want to say more serious, but as far as doctrine and everything, or just knowledge, a lot more than your quote unquote American Christian. You probably know more than I do, and I can tell you that. But what I can tell you now is this: at least I'm gaining knowledge that you're not a baby raping Satanist. That you know what I'm saying?
I couldn't be. If the minute I do something like that, I think Satan would just crush me out of existence.
And see, this is where I fell. And this is why, not that I fell, but this is where it's hard, because, like I said, my background, not that I've never been around a Satanist. It's just, I've had to evolve in a sense of my thinking of the world around me, because my world has been a little dot, and that's all I've known. And the fact that your path is what it is, we can still be, friends, and we can have an understanding, but at least I know my boundaries and say, look, Jameson, I don't feel comfortable me doing your rituals, because I'm not that. Just like you're not leading Sunday service, because it'll be hilarious.
Honestly, I would consider doing it, because I'm sure I would at least be able to get some, get laid.
Well, exactly. No, you know what? The biggest freaks are in church, okay, when it comes to women, okay?
Hell yeah.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, it's been very interesting, and it's been a learning, as far as learning from you. I love the Lord, and I mean that I know what Christ has done for me, but I also understand too, and through Doug, that the Christ is in every religion, and the left-hand path and the right-hand path still come from God, and the good and bad comes from God. We can't have the left without the right, and vice versa. So there is that balance. There has to be, because it's just logical when it comes to, God. So, I've learned a lot, obviously with my limits and my boundaries, because no, it's just being honest with myself. But that case with the actor from Boys in the Hood, I kind of had to use that example with you, Jameson, because I kind of saw a little bit of myself in that actor, in a sense that if you are not aware of, if you're not sensitive to other people's beliefs, then it can go wrong, because then you look like an idiot.
Oh, trust me, I've learned that same lesson the hard way when dealing with my mother, who does not like the fact that I believe what I believe in. But I'm learning to articulate it in such a way that it reassures her that I'm safe because she loves me, rather than saying, yes, and I'm going to burn the world down with a giant inverted pentagram. Because if I walk around saying that shit, then I might as well hang it up and start move to the streets. You know what I'm saying?
and I understand, because you do have loved ones and you do love your parents, and I love my parents, so I see a lot of myself in you when it comes to that. And like Doug too, he took care of his parents for a long time. So obviously you have love in your heart. You care about your loved ones. You loved your cat, and loving a pet is like almost like you're having a kid. It's like you literally had a child with this cat, was a part of your life, and you just lost him, but you always have the ability to love. And that's the thing about them, obviously it's a myth now, because no, as Christians, the only thing I know about the left-hand path is just the examples in the Bible. But like I said, in a real sense, I'm still ignorant with the Bible, because you need to reread it, and God reveals to you different things when you have to over and over again read it, because your view, books and writings tell you different things the more you read them. Like I said, knowledge is through the eye of the beholder, So yeah. I still need to I still need to study more and continue my path, because it's to gain more respect from my other counterparts from their side, because it's just only natural. And in a sense, you helped me. You've helped me in a sense to understand my path and how not to be ignorant, because you could if you really wanted to, you can do you could not cause them harm, but there's always tactics. Just like I can pray to change you, and that you can take that as a threat. I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I can also say, well, because this person has a good heart and they mean well for me, I can also accept your prayers and say that, yeah, I don't believe in your God, and yeah, I don't have to take you praying over me to a God that is antithetical to mine as a threat. I could take it as your heart extending warmth to my heart as well. You see, so it can be taken in so many ways. It's not funny.
Right.
And what going through this path, as well as having gone through Christianity, has taught me is how much I don't know, and how much I have to learn about even what little I do know. Even what little I do know, it's almost like sometimes something else is acting through me and guiding me to unlock certain things. Whereas, where I can't take credit for, what little I've done on my own, because it's almost like being possessed by something that moves me. But whatever it intends, the intentions are never bad intentions. They're never intentions that are anti-human.
Thank God.
If anything, what it has done is it has made me more human, oddly.
Yes. But by the way, you're both doing so well. Keep going. Yes. Respond, Sam, please. Yes.
No. And in part of what Doug, and this is a thing about.
Oh my God.
I've learned a lot that why Doug is the real deal, Holyfield, is that he's not just a Presidio. That's not what he is, and he's not just a Kino.
Oh my God.
And I think when people just bring that up, it's pretty much discrediting to him, or it's just an insult, because that's just what part of his life. And because of what he exposed and what he talked about and what he had to come out the gate, guns blazing with this information. Yeah, man, that's to a person from the right-hand path. I think every person from the left-hand path is, is insane. And the more I start thinking about it, there's a reason why Aquino used, the evangelical movement and why Trump panders to them, because it's easy. There's one saying that Doug, I don't know if you said it, Doug, but it's easier to reach down than up, and when people are self-righteous and think they're holier than thou, then it's easier to corrupt them, because that can be used against them. That inversion of their quote-unquote self-righteousness, they become more evil than the person doing the left-hand path. In my opinion, not that I want to do the left-hand path, but I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
it's
hubris. It's hubris. They start to become greater than even the God that they're preaching for.
Right.
Because the God becomes their ego.
Right. And see, that's why
it's just about trampling on everyone else just to show how good they are to themselves. At that point, right. It's not about, loving their God. It's not about finding some kind of spiritual truth. It's not even about the spiritual experience anymore. It just becomes raw ego.
Right. And James saying, honestly, I could have been leery. I was very leery at first about you, and not that you're a bad person. It's just, come on, you talk about, what you do, and not understanding that, it's just the world's not what you think it is. And it lets me know how much little I know the world. And, even when Doug talking about, the many types of creatures are in the world, which, vampires and werewolves. And I hate to say lichen, I guess is what you call it. I don't like to call them like this, because, you're talking about
lycanthropes.
Right. And, all these, the old ones he talks about, all these other creatures, the hominids, a different type of hominids. I definitely have lived in a bubble, and I'm not saying it was a bad thing, but you have to grow up eventually and start not questioning, but wanting more knowledge. And I consider you a friend in the sense that I respect your path. I don't understand it completely, and not that I don't understand it, is I'm happy with what I know, to put it that way, because as I know my limits, in the sense that I'm still working on my path. But I would tell you this, you're a very decent human being, and you're a great guy, dude, as far
Thanks.
as you're very understanding, and that there is showed me a lot more than some of the people that I've been around that are quote unquote, in a church.
Well,
and,
I mean, I could give a good example. I mean, if you remember Derek Talley.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Meathead.
clown.
You call him Meathead?
Meatwad.
Meatwad. I'm sorry, Meatwad.
Yeah. He would love to preach and hear himself talk, and but in the end, he turned out to be a Judas. He turned out to stab Douglas right in the back.
And that's and I'm sorry to say it, and I love Peter, okay, and I think everybody here, I think at least you, I and Doug, and I love Peter. I'm not saying he's but it's almost like this, okay, and even me, okay, as far as being a supporter of Doug, okay, you have to also understand that, as far as me, I don't want to speak for anybody but myself. I have to understand that this truth that Doug is talking about, as far as history and really humankind in general, a lot of people already know, they just don't want to know. And I don't know if that makes sense.
Yes.
Well, that's the reason why they turn away from it, because deep down there exists the fear that this is the reality. It touches, it resonates with them on such a level that, you know, unconsciously they're like, oh fuck, it's true. I mean, I'm someone who's been relatively blessed compared to many of the other listeners in that I've experienced some of these serpent people, and I've seen them like materialize in my room and then just disappear and leave like this cold after image. And no one has to believe me, but that in and of itself was enough to blow my mind and make me say, holy shit, there's a hell of a lot more to this world that I don't understand.
But of course, you always knew that, whereas what Sammy is saying is that deep down, everybody else knows that. And that's why they hate me so much, is because I vocalize their deepest fears. And of course, give concrete ground to that which they would never want to believe. In a sense, everything he says is true, that they know it's true, and that's why they react so violently. They react so violently because it's true. But they can't face it, even though it's the only thing that makes sense. The one thing that they really have left is simply America won World War II. Is simply, by God, we won the big one. And then they might go a little bit further and say back-to-back winners, World War I and World War II, without even remembering anything about World War I or how that ended. But when I put it into perspective how it did, then that really fucks them up. So it's that's where we're at. So when you bring up your experience, of course, in your experience, it's almost anticlimactic. In your case, it's anticlimactic. There's no way you could imagine otherwise, other than the entire matrix is of illusion. But this is the hypocrisy again, similar to the whole gun control issue about we don't want it here, but by God, we imposed it on the Japs fantasy. Then the whole insanity here is that they want the red pill.
I mean, look at that. They impose it. All right. Let's play devil's advocate. They impose it on the well, gee, you impose paradise on the Japs because they're living a hell of a lot better than you are.
Right.
I mean, shit. You know, either way, there is some acknowledgement that one, they have it better than we do, and they're so stupid they don't even see that that's better than what we have.
No, they're too. They can't look at other countries. They just turn a blind eye. They only want to see the worst aspects of other countries. And if there aren't worse aspects there, they'll make them up. By the way, just going into the chat room, I want to bring to your attention Jennifer Williams. Jennifer Williams, hey, honey, thank you for staying here. I don't know what happened to your one. And also Veronica Barrera, Senora Veronica Barrera has joined us. Sarah Thomas might still be with us. My kiss to both of these wonderful ladies.
I don't recall taking anything down on Jennifer
Okay,
Williams.
So you're seeing what she says then. You're seeing what
I'm seeing what she says. I did not take anything down. I think I don't. So if she can type in the blog again that she's speaking of, because you know, I honestly didn't see that.
Sometimes, Jennifer, I notice that when I put in certain links that they are not allowed. There are certain links that are not allowed. By YouTube.
So they don't allow you to put links in the in the chat anymore.
Right.
I see.
Right.
They restricted that. And I'm going to take care of these bots, of course.
Yeah, and he's hitting the bots now. And I want to bring to Sammy's attention. Apparently, both of you were talking about. Jennifer says, I saw the footage of the Hispanic guy whipping the random woman in the clothing shop. I didn't realize it was a bike chain. He was off the chain. It was brutal. He seemed hyped up on something. You two gentlemen were speaking of this earlier, I take it.
Yeah. That's the incident where where a 14-year-old girl got shot by the LAPD because she was in the dressing room, and she got killed because the bullet went through her head, and she probably died immediately. Because gunshot wounds to the head. Yeah, the head's pretty much like a tomato. If you've ever seen someone, if you've ever taken a,
if you've ever taken a knife and just jabbed through a tomato, that's what happens.
No,
to
by the way,
head.
I'm not laughing at what he's describing. The human body as... By the way, Jameson Reese did get that from me. He used to say the human body was like a watermelon, but I brought up, no, it's a fucking tomato that the human body splatters. By the way, Kurt McElvey, I'm fine. Bless you. Thank you so much. He said... he said... Now, there is a time delay. There's a time delay. So Kurt McElvey is saying... and so Jennifer Williams says, okay, no problem. I just can't find the whole post now. And it's called Blog in Search of Black Assassins. Okay, that sounds fascinating. So she got that. Okay, it's a blog called in Search of Black Assassins. So you got that out there, honey. Now, Kurt McElvey, apparently there's not that much of a time delay, but I'm wondering if he heard earlier. I don't know if either of you guys heard earlier, the microphone fell down. So maybe that's what he's talking about. Did you hear that when the microphone fell down? I basically, basically what happened was my computer, I have it on what Laura Lee Solomon used to call a flotation device. So basically, this is an old box that is taped together by a lot of duct tape, and when the duct tape gets older, and that fades, then the box continues to disintegrate. It gets soft in parts. The screen fell down and crashed on top of the microphone, and so I was wondering, did anybody hear that? Because
I didn't hear it.
Okay, because the microphone will oftentimes pick things up even though I'm on mute. People can hear me right through it. So he says, oh, phew, sounds like everything is okay, I hope. Yes, it's fine. I don't want to jinx myself by saying that. Then then somebody shows up at the door or something. Anyhow, so she says it happened last Thursday. Jennifer Williams, I don't know if she's talking about the young lady who got shot by the LAPD. I saw that, some news about it. I had no idea what went on behind it. I thought it was just like a mistaken, what would you call it? Like a stray shot. I thought it was like a stray shot. So what's going on? It's like somebody was beating her and then the cops came and shot her? What the fuck? Wait, what was that? Who was getting beat
what
by
happened was a Mexican guy was beating a woman in the store with a bike chain. Okay. So to stop the Mexican guy, the LAPD comes in and they shoot him. And apparently they wind up, their aim is just so fucking horrible because, these guys do nothing but eat donuts and shit on cars that, I guess a bullet must have hit a dressing room where they didn't know there was someone inside. And that bullet struck a 15-year-old girl in the head, killing her.
Yeah, 14 from what I read.
14, yeah, because the kid is just, 14, 15. The numbers look the same from, I don't know, my mind's all...
Don't worry about it. It's just awful. Whatever it is, I don't care if she was 60. That's that's fucking awful.
That's very awful.
Yeah, that should not be happening. That's just horrific.
And so I think the family's trying to sue them.
Of course.
But and of course they don't want any part of it. And they're saying, it was just an accident.
Well, they can't do that. The city's going to have to pay. So the city, the city will pay for that. And hopefully the cops involved will get fired. This is just awful. Though, in truth,
they never fired them for that.
No, well, I was going to say, in truth, of course, it's as bad as that is, and they should be fired anyway. But the reality is that's one of those things where that's collateral damage. It's not like they intended that. That's just it's just how can you aim? You don't see the person in the dressing room. You're not thinking. But at the same time, the guy's just got a fucking chain, right?
He's
got other options than your fucking gun.
Couldn't they go taser?
Yeah. There you go, taser. That's
isn't that why they carry those things?
Thank you. Not only that, but the baton. Come on, let's see some martial arts action here, right? You got the batons.
Yeah, you guys are trained by Steven Seagal.
Yeah.
Show us some keto.
Yeah. Hey, is Sammy still with us? I'll let you guys get back at it for a while, a little while. So Sammy, you're with us, right? Sammy? Oh shit. Is he all right? Holy shit, maybe that's the medical problem this guy's.
Yeah, he's...
Hello?
Yeah, you there, Sammy?
Yeah.
Oh, come back on with us. Okay, continue where you left off, by all means. Thank you.
No, you guys talking about LAPD. These are the same guys that blew up those fireworks in that residential area here in South
Yeah.
Central.
Tell us about that. Yeah, tell us about that.
No, it's embarrassing. It's an embarrassment. It's just, again, they have the head up their ass, and pretty much the taxpaying electorate is going to end up paying for it, for their mistakes. But that's the blue mafia you talk about. They're just what it is. It's their union, and their union's strong in the sense that they can push their weight around, and it's the LA Sheriff Department is no different. They have their own gangs. They literally have cliques in their squads, and it's part of the city, and it's part of pretty much, if it's not the Bloods and Crips, it's LAPD or Sheriff's Department. It's pretty much all the same. Each gang controls their territory, and it's no different here. But it's just embarrassing. Like, you can at least try and be professional and not try to kill somebody every time. But this is just a number of this just goes on the list of a number of stupidity that they do, and it's just, you just shake your head. If you only can laugh, and might as well laugh and then cry.
No, I really appreciate what you're saying, of course, and I think that I'd best let you two go back to talking about what you were talking about, because you were doing it so well. I'll be pumping in a few minutes and take over and suck all the oxygen out of the room for the rest of the night. But honestly, I'm so glad to give these men a chance to talk. They deserve their platform, the platform. By the way, I got this notification that Rocco Fowler was broadcasting simultaneous to myself. Oh, I'm sure he sucked out all the ratings. I'm being facetious, but poor guy. Oh my God. Anyhow.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, no poo-pooing him, but I mean, you've definitely got something far more interesting as far as content is concerned, and the variety, and the fact that you can contextualize the experiences with the clarity that you do gives a perspective that even I wouldn't have seen.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
And I'm not what you call the most astute man in the world, but I would have never thought that all the mall, all the what do you call it, all the rating of the shopping centers and whatnot was all just a reason to make Kyle Rittenhouse look like a fucking angel.
Isn't that awful? It's one of those
It's
things.
beyond awful, and there are people who still think that piece of shit is a victim.
That's like a good deal of the population. It's truly frightening that people can be that warped. I
mean, it doesn't make my need to get a job. It doesn't make me that much more encouraged to go out there. I can just say that much. I mean, I know I have to by the New Year. I have to start looking for work. It's probably in my best interest.
Is this something your parents are trying to force on you again?
Well, I've kind of come to the realization that a lot of this had to do with my drinking. And them noticing it, and me drinking is a big problem because I don't hide it well. Let's just put it like that.
Just learn to fucking hide it. That's look. You can experiment with it, but the whole thing is that you're on the social program that you're on in terms of financial aid because you're unemployable.
Well, the thing is, they do have a program where the Social Security does have a program where they can get you back into work,
and then take your Social Security away. That's what will happen. So don't do it.
Yeah, well, there's a 6-month trial period where you still get your Social Security.
Yeah, well, that don't even bother.
But the thing is, whatever money I would get from working would be more than I already get with Social Security.
So what?
Hell of a lot more.
Once you're fired, then that's it. You don't get back on the Social Security. You can't get back. You'd have to get back for a completely different reason. So
What's the likelihood I'll get fired?
Because well, you and me have to speak about that in private.
Yeah, don't make me answer that.
No. You do have to answer it because I'm someone who is.
I would presume it's very high. It's simply because first off, we brought up the fact that you're not anti-human, but you're definitely antisocial.
Yeah, and then there's the fact that there's also the fact that there's the history of my proximity to you, which isn't going to go well when they do the background search.
Well, you're not trying to get a job with an intelligence agency. You're just, whatever job you get, that might come up, but that's not the major thing to worry about.
Well, the other reason why I think I'm entertaining the ideas is because it would be the only way for me to have an excuse to interact with women and possibly get laid.
It's better to follow. It would be better if you followed the stage magician fantasy. That's far more realistic and far more practical from your perspective. And just far more interesting, far more engaging. That would get you all the fucking woman you want. You could eventually buy your own Caribbean island like David Copperfield did. Let's get real, okay? Tell your parents you're unemployable and you just gotta start hiding your drinking. That's all. Better.
I'll settle with just not drinking.
Yeah, there you go. We'll try that.
It's gonna be painful.
My father did that. So think of that example. No, granted, my father was.
No, you're right. It can be done. I just got to stop going into the city every day because going into the city is just going to trigger it. And
I'd recommend stop going into the city too. Yeah,
I think I'll just stay home. I mean, not stay home. I could walk around the island. That has its own risk involved. In fact, I'm probably safer walking around the city than I am walking around the island, but at least I'm not going to drink if I'm walking around the island because I'm going to have that fear of, the white hand of oppression driving by on their big pickup trucks and opening fire on me with a freaking AR-15. So there's that.
Yeah, and
because Staten Island might as well be West Virginia or some shit.
Right. Now, I'm hearing some background noise. I think that's Sam. Sam said he had to back away for a while. So he might be dealing with work simultaneously while talking to us. And so in the meantime...
that could also be the interference of like the Homeland Security folks who work in the community.
You wonder why they do that. I mean, it's like all they need to do is tune in and listen. So it's like, why do they get in on the call itself? Is this so they probably so they can shut it down if they feel that they have to? But it's still
Well, it's because what are we threatening to expose that pisses them off so much?
Well, we've already done that. We've exposed everything.
What do they have, like a freaking time machine where they're like?
Well, I think that they think that because I expose new things all the time, they're always on edge, right? So,
if anything, they should just take it as an opportunity and listen as a regular audience member and hit a like while you're spying on us and maybe donate.
Yeah, there we are.
And check out the demystification, the Roswell deception and demystification of World War II for yourselves.
Yes.
And understand who employs you.
Yes. Definitely, I want to thank you for holding the stage. You go back to doing that for a few more minutes. Whatever you were enlightening the people about concerning before we brought Sammy on. You were talking about, what was it you were talking about? You were reading the article about the guy who died of COVID and his wife, and then you went on to something else, or?
Well, there was a guy who died. Yeah. We were ripping apart that fighter.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, in other news, they're thinking about using nukes to deflect asteroids, which is nothing new, I guess. But, I guess they're figuring at this point they don't have anything else to waste the nukes on. If those things even...
I mean, with their luck, they'll send something into space and detonate it, and it won't detonate, and the asteroid would just smash us anyways.
But by the way, this is a serious question. So the gentleman in the chat room who asked if there was a medical problem, it sounded like somebody was having a medical problem. You guys did not hear anything. So you didn't hear anything, at least. We can't ask Sammy until he gets back. When the microphone fell down and all that shit, you didn't hear anything?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
If I had heard it, I'd have probably said something snarky about it just to be comical.
Because I remember when Clarice Claudette came on, like an angel, and saved my ass. Then what happened was that I was taking care with a fire extinguisher of some shit in the background. You might remember that. And then
yes, I remember that. And then the thing is, when I played it back, when I was playing that episode, I didn't hear anything in the background.
Okay.
It
so
was
you
just
didn't
her
hear what
talking.
that guy heard, which the guy could hear, like he said, what sounded like a vacuum cleaner, but you didn't hear anything like that.
No, not on playback.
Interesting. It's just weird shit.
This guy's got whatever stereo system he has. I gotta get because that would be. It'd be interesting to hear little things like that. I can hear people. I can hear like the bloop of the freaking mouse and shit while people are recording music and stuff. I don't know. I'm just coming up with something that would be inaudible ordinarily.
Oh my god. So at any rate, let's check into the chat room again, and don't forget to keep checking in there and respond. Okay, so Kurt, back.
Well, Jennifer Williams did say is Aquino really dead? Yeah, he's gone. He's not coming back. Right. He is actually dead. His influence, however, is pretty much alive and well.
Okay. Oh, that's so weird. Yeah. Not that Aquino's influence is alive and well. God, I felt it just the other day. So I saw Jennifer ask that earlier, and I should have gotten back to that. But at the same time, it's one of those things where, honestly, Jennifer, I'll tell you, secretly, I wish he wasn't. But that's because I feel that with his death, a lot of game has gone out of the world, and the world has just gotten more chaotic. But
yeah,
he was
a ordering agent where the agents of darkness would congeal around him, so they wouldn't be as chaotic.
Yeah.
He had that effect of commanding the agencies of chaos so that they weren't chaotic. It's like a sort of lawful evil.
And
whereas in the absence of it, it's just chaotic evil, which is worse than lawful evil.
Yeah. And so Kurt McElvey says he's got high fidelity. He's got something just like the other guy did, who heard it when I was using the fire extinguisher.
Yeah, I don't have high fidelity on my laptop, so I can't.
So he heard the whole thing. He heard the microphone drop in, and by the way, at the time that happened, my ass was pointing towards the microphone. I was rearranging my pillows, and so when the screen fell down because this old box collapsed, like a soggy piece of cardboard that it is, then it fell down on the microphone. The microphone fell on my ass. So it literally went through between, basically went into my butt crack. And, not that it stayed there, just brushed through it while it was.
Well, at least you didn't fart.
Yeah. I mean, oh my God. And so when he heard everything, holy shit, it was like I was saying. And then when I turned around, you probably heard this kind of panting, so so he's rocking headphones too. So it was like I was having phone sex with him. Holy shit. So there you go.
Well, I do not envy that high fidelity at all.
Yes.
I could live without hearing the extra details.
Yes, clear as a bell. Fuck, it must have. Oh my God, it was like I was heavy breathing into his ear and shit. Oh God. So
yeah, it's kind of like the new TVs they have. My mom got like a new TV recently. And it's like this huge TV that takes up the whole wall. And it looks like giant people are walking around in 3D in the living room to me. Mm-hmm. Of course, to them, it doesn't seem like that. But for some reason, it's like, okay, it just doesn't look like looking at TV anymore. It looks bizarre to me.
Mm-hmm. Wow. That's well, that's appreciated. You can describe the effect of that. I'm going to leave you alone for a few minutes again, refresh myself again, and just kind of, so our man's holding the stage. I'll be here soon enough. It'll be the top of the hour all too soon, just in a few minutes. So I better refresh myself now and get ready to start hoovering, as I always do, everything out of the room, and then these two gentlemen won't have an opportunity to vent on the platform like they've been taking advantage of. And I hope that's all been entertaining and enlightening for everybody. And in the meantime, back to our man.
All right, so I'm probably going to pull up an article of something. Oh yeah, there is this, which was pretty gross. This is New York, of course, and it's just no surprise. It's as sleazy as you would expect from New York. But here we go. Retired cop says NYPD boss repeatedly raped her at Yankee Stadium. And, oh, is that you, Sammy? I can almost barely hear you.
Hey, para allá, para allá, para allá, rápido.
Okay.
Yeah, celular.
Okay, Sammy, back. Sammy, that you?
Hey.
What was that?
I hear a woman
in
the background.
In the background. Holy shit. So it was like Sammy.
Well, hola.
Yeah. Hey, honey. Who you got with you, Sammy? Hello? He's talking to someone in Espanol.
Yeah, he's probably talking to someone on the phone.
Okay, he left his mic open. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what happened. Yeah, periodically these things happen, folks. These are just, well, part of the things about.
I notice he does that a lot. He leaves he leaves the mic on a lot, and then in terms of Salman Sheikh's done that a few times, and we heard the stuff he was watching in the background was like Naruto and shit, because we could hear the Bruce Lee screams, Yeah!
Oh, I thought he was watching someone getting beheaded.
You mean like porn in the background or something?
No. Like like the gore stuff, where you watch the guys in Islam and they're like, Allah Akbar, and blowing some guy's brains out all over the place. And then oh man, I saw one where here's something interesting. Okay. You can tell somebody has been doing beheadings for a long time when they grab into the eye sockets and pull the head back rather than just trying to saw it off from behind.
Yes.
That's how you know that these guys have been doing this for quite a long time.
That's right. Yeah. That's how I do it.
That's how you tell the difference between a criminal cartel of people who just are trying to, because I noticed like in South America when they try to behead people, they're just like hacking away at the back of the neck, and it's like, oh, that's so excruciating, just kill them already. They just don't.
They're amateurs.
Yeah, you could tell the difference between the amateurs and the professionals, because the professionals they dig into the eye sockets, pull the head back, and just
yeah. Yes, there you go. And by the way, that woman giggling is so distracting. He's basically having sex. So our man Sammy is he's fucking some chick in the background, and we've got to do our best while they romance. Do our best. Fuck, I hope that guy comes back as soon as possible so we can shut him down and I can take over. Yeah. You can't talk while that shit's going on in the background. She's telling him what really turns her on and shit, and he's like just going through his, yeah, baby, yeah, you and me, baby. Yeah, he's basically telling her, I'm employed, see, I'm employed, not like most of these guys, yeah, I can hold the job. He's not telling her. He spends most of his time talking on, Doug Dietrich's show and shit about what he thinks is the meaning of life. Yeah.
I'm going to see if he could get a message from the Skype that tells him he's still
Yeah.
He's not on mute.
Thank you for trying that. I doubt he has time to look and read that, while he's, busy giving this woman the tour and shit. Yeah, I said, fuck, she's laughing and shit. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's where I
Okay.
like it. Yeah, that's where I like it, Sammy and shit. Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay, so here's
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Fuck, he's diddling her and shit. I hope our listeners are enjoying this shit.
maybe they can tell us what's being said. So
Yeah,
we can,
there we are.
enjoy it.
So Kurt McElvey says Sammy's getting some exotic action on the live stream. Fuck yeah.
Lucky guy, man.
Yeah.
It's been over a decade since I've been in a woman's presence like that. I feel like an old man.
Yeah, and by the way, he's bringing up, he thought it might have been having a heart attack, which is understandable. I'm sure it sounded like it. I turned around.
No, Douglas cannot have a heart attack. He's got the nano blood, and he's not, well, probably baseline human like the rest of us. Unlike my ass, who has sworn that I swore like the other night that I had a seizure. I probably did have a seizure, but I'm surprised that I still woke up with no problem to be able to tell about it. God, it hurt like hell too. Man.
Oh my God, sorry to hear
It
that.
felt like volts of electricity were shooting through my brain or something on the left side. Hopefully it wasn't a stroke or anything.
I doubt it, or you might be talking a little differently now.
Good. That's a good point. All right. So here's something interesting.
Okay, I'll let you take over the stage. Is this something you wanted me to hear? Because I was gonna, do you want me to hear about the Kardashians or what's going on? Is that the woman who died, who was involved with the Kardashians, or?
Yeah, how'd you know I was looking at that?
Oh, I saw it earlier. It was a nice photograph. Is that the one where everybody's blonde mostly? like unnaturally bleach white blonde. It's always intriguing to see people like that. Like they're all emulating Ellen or DeGeneres. Who is the dragon girl on the Game of Thrones and shit? Like they're all pretending they're part of her clan.
I have no idea.
Yeah. That was so stupid. They're bringing back the Game of Thrones, and because they know she was the most popular character, they're bringing it back from the Dragon Clan's perspective. But they don't have her, but they have all the people who they make them all look like her with the really white hair and the very pale ivory skin, but they got some black people who have that look. They're black, but they got the long white hair. So, I mean, it's just so fucking stupid because they want to be diverse and they want to bring black people in because they don't want it to look like this is all white supremacist and shit, right? So,
well, I don't get why they just don't say, listen, this is a European-based story. They could. I don't mind seeing a few more as a historical reference, but you're not gonna have people who look like American blacks walking around like, fucking fro with like blonde streaks and shit, like maybe some blinged out teeth. Yeah, man, I'm gonna slay a dragon, nigga. Like,
oh my God, yes.
Right, we all have to speak old English because it doesn't matter where you are in Europe. Everyone used this old English speak that is so faux. It's so American old English. It's not even funny.
Thank you.
It's just horrid. Sheesh,
Yeah.
How do you suffer through watching these things?
Yes, I know.
I can't.
It's like, you know what? I mean, that brings us to what was going on during the Obama era. I mean, just think about is Sammy back with us, or is just that him just... No, he's still there. She's telling him to shove some love. He's going, you like it like this? Yeah, you like it like this, baby? Let's see if he hears that shit. Yeah, we got to feed back to him. Give him some feedback. Yeah, they don't care. They're in their own little world. Man, I can understand why this guy wants to keep his job. I mean, yeah, this guy's he's got it all. Gets paid, gets paid, gets laid, right? Oh man. But with the Game of Thrones, in all fairness, since it's a fucking fantasy anyway, it's kind of Euro-based but it's not really. I mean, but still, they could do better. They could say like this is the African type continent where they're at the equator and they're dark.
But you know, if that's the point, put some Asians in there too.
Yeah,
fuck.
Yeah, thank you.
Give us some Hispanics, give us some Asians, give us everything. They're like, you know what? The history of this place, fuck it. This is a fantasy. So let's just have an interracial fantasy, folks.
That's what brings us back to, of course, the cringe of the Obama era entertainment. You know, remember that? What was that shit again? That you know, it had black people and women playing like Hamilton. Do you remember that stage play?
Yeah. Where none of that shit would have been happening in real life. It's like, but you see that's an attempt to sort of like to lower the negative press of Alexander Hamilton. This is like the PR of their estate trying to, you know, make all of a sudden a slave owning piece of shit acceptable to black people.
Yeah, make him black.
And so some dumbass would be like,
Sammy.
Sammy,
we were convinced you were having sex, dude. You're getting paid and getting laid. You got it made. Okay, you're back on stage.
My bad.
Do the roundtable bit again. Tell us what you know, who she was and how you managed that. I mean, oh my fucking god,
yeah. Give us some of the spicy details, man.
No, I was talking to my girlfriend, so sorry about that.
Oh, there you are. Well, we heard it all. Oh my god. Well, before
we're talking in Spanish. I don't know. Did you guys pick that up?
Well, we picked up the giggling and the laughing, and yeah, we got enough of it to understand what was going on. Let's put it that way.
Okay, it's our little secret then. You know how it is.
Yes.
Well, I mean, all the audience has heard it too.
Yeah.
So it's not much of a secret anymore.
Okay. Well, you know how it is, guys. You know, and my life ain't that exciting, but what did you guys actually hear?
Heard her giggling, and I like it here, and you were like saying, like this, baby, yeah, in the Espanol. At least I was serving as the interpreter. I said, I speak enough Espanol, and I told the audience, yeah, now he's diddling her. Yeah.
What I was pretty much,
go on.
I was teasing my girl, and that's how I tease her. She's pretty much.
Yeah, you were teasing her, all right. Yeah. You like it here? Yeah. Not down there, baby. Yes. All right. You can make up for it. You can make up for it by doing a bit of the round table with our man here again for a few minutes, and then when I come back, I'll take over completely. But you know, there you go. For right now, you guys take the stage. And by the way, our listener, you can take a look into the chat. I don't know if you can see the chat room, you know, my man Sammy here, but our man Kurt McKelvey was saying that, oh yeah, he was saying Sammy's, what was he saying in there again? He says, oh, Sammy's getting some exotic action. She sounds spicy. Yeah, he says hablo español. Yeah. Yeah, and so here we are. Let's see now what Real Tech Geek was saying. Amelia Clark Daenerys Targaryen. Yeah, he knows her full fucking name. He's a fan. We know he's got sex fantasies.
I can't even remember a name like that. Even if I was going out with a girl with a name like that, I'd be like, who are you again?
Oh, that's right. It's not the full name of 4 names. It's Amelia Clark is the actress who plays Daenerys Targaryen. So my bad on that, but yeah, he knows it both. And so yeah, so they're making the whole clan look like her, except they make some of them black, which is just so fucking stupid. I mean, it's
I mean, at least the black ones probably look better though, because I hate to say it, all white women do sort of look the same.
Anyhow, I'm sorry, what? What was that?
Well, I'm saying at least if they have black women, you know, we'll have some women that look more attractive, because it's just, to me,
just
all
by being
white
exotic,
women,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's because it just, you know, seeing all these white faces all the time, all my life, haven't been indoctrinated with that with TV. It's like they all look the same at some point. because that's the only image that you see growing up watching TV.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. And so Kurt McElvey was talking about the forced diversity. It reminded him of Kurt Vonnegut's Harrison Bergeron, which maybe he's talking about the short story in which everybody was forced to be equal and they were making everybody, do. Anyhow, it was just awful. But the Real Tech Geek says you're exactly right. The CW rebooted the 4400 with all black people. It's total garbage.
What is the 4400 anyway?
It was some like rapture science fiction or something, I think. And by the way, he was talking about, McAfee's talking about Sammy's getting some exotic action. Then Jennifer Williams was saying his knowledge of the occult and its relation to government organizations is extensive. His articles are immersive, full of images, and well footnoted. I guess she's talking about this guy who does that blog, Black Assassins or some shit.
I thought she was talking about Michael Aquino.
And so what was going on? Yeah. So Sammy, do come on. Don't be too embarrassed. This sort of thing happens. So yeah. So come back on with us and help hold the stage for a few more minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. So yeah. Tell us what you guys were saying. A translation, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, I was teasing my girl pretty much if she's going to resurrect Lazarus. The Bible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just joking and stuff. Pretty much just love language. I know it's choreography, but it's always joke around with her. You joke around your girl.
Well, I've never had a girl. I've paid prostitutes though.
Okay, it's with chicks. You just humor and stuff. It's funny. But one of the things that my girl was telling me about was that there was this lady that lactates. Because you read odd stories. On Facebook you have these odd stories.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess this lady's been lactating for, I think, like 3 years or something. And she donates her milk, her breast milk.
Oh, that makes sense.
This is a crazy story. How can someone lactate for that long? I'm like,
oh, well, there are actually hormonal imbalances where things like that happen. There could be something scientific behind it, which would be fascinating. But I'm sure that for her, that living like that is sheer hell. I mean, I can imagine that. Let me see if I can look that up. Woman lactates for 3 years, because it's just so oddball and interesting that it's new, that it might actually hold the audience's attention. Okay.
Besides me teasing my girl, which is hilarious. I can't believe I forgot to turn off the mic, but hey,
all right, so
what happens?
This might have to do with hormonal problems. It's called galactorrhea. It happens to about 20 to 25% of women, according to Dr. Sherry Ross, a OB-GYN at St. John's Health Center. Its most common symptom is one or both breasts producing excessive milk. The condition is most common in women, but it can also happen to men, and it can also happen to newborn babies. Wow. I did not know that. Symptoms may include leaking from the nipples that happens at random, enlargement of breast tissue, missed or irregular periods, loss of or lowered sex drive, nausea, acne, abnormal hair growth, headaches, trouble with vision. That sounds horrible. God damn. It has a wide variety of causes, and in some cases the cause is hard to pinpoint, since reasons for lactating when not recently pregnant can range from hormone imbalances to medication side effects or other health conditions, such as tumors, overstimulation of the nipples. Who knows? Maybe she has a boyfriend who just likes sucking on nipples.
Makes sense.
Medications that can cause it range from antipsychotics, antidepressants, birth control, heartburn medications, certain painkillers, blood pressure medications, and medications that contain hormones.
Okay.
Also,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let's see, thyroid issues, kidneys, liver disease, chronic stress, tumors, or any trauma or damage to the breast tissue, or high levels of estrogen can cause this as well. So it doesn't seem like it's totally uncommon.
Okay.
So
Hey.
this, yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, but to finish.
No. Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay. Well, just to get off the subject, one of the things that's, do you ever follow this? What YouTube channels do you follow? Do you mind me asking? I want to say all of them, but what's the main ones that you do, like, for leisure?
That ranges from, you know, thing to things that will kill you, to this guy who is this black kid who seems to know everything about animals, and he like goes into how fucking crazy other animals are, which actually makes me think more and more that humans aren't the worst out there. I've got so many channels that I'm subscribed to. I've got maybe a total of 100, 200, 300 different channels at a time.
One of the channels that I subscribe to, this guy, he does sports, right? But he also does truth behind, like, when it comes to the music industry, or just, you know, Hollywood in general, but especially like rap and music, right? But on the sports side, he talks about how sports now has become more like entertainment now, meaning it's just all scripted now, in a sense that, you know, there's a villain and there's a hero and an antagonist, you know, so on and so forth.
That's something I started to notice in mixed martial arts.
Right.
Actually, it starts to become a lot more like wrestling.
There you go.
Yeah.
And he talks about LeBron James, what's going on with him right now, where he's starting to see the cracks in the armor, in a sense of him being believable, in a sense that he's quote unquote the best player in the NBA, which is a bunch of crap, but it's more like he's the most marketed player, right? He's the most marketed player, and
isn't that also why he had to kiss China's ass?
Yeah, that too. And the thing about it is he's kind of like a fake activist, where he just jumps on a popular subject like the Kyle Rittenhouse, where he made fun of Kyle Rittenhouse and everything of him. You know, Kyle Rittenhouse was crying on the sand, and you know that whole.
Oh yeah, everybody made fun of Kyle Rittenhouse. I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse pretty much made fun of himself by trying to fake cry like an idiot.
Well, the problem with LeBron James is because his nose is up China's ass, and he only picks out what he thinks are beneficial to his cause. One of the things that you're trying to see with someone like LeBron James is how much of an egomaniac he is, where everything has to be about him, and he's like, you're old. You're 37 years old. I'm not saying that's old, but in basketball terms, you've been playing since 2003, okay? You know, that's a long ass time ago. It's going to be your 20th year, and you're old.
They've got to start marketing some different characters.
Well, one of the things that this channel was talking about is the channel is Casino for Life. He just does a lot of sports and you know, hip hop and stuff, but especially with rap. But what he talked about was LeBron James' ability. Pretty much the NBA has some type of magnet inside the ball. This is a theory that some fans are starting to look into, where there's a magnet inside the NBA basketball, where if it goes in the vicinity of the rim, it goes straight through the hoop. So if I'm LeBron James, I'm knowing, okay, this ball is rigged with some type of magnetic device or some type of device that makes it go through the hoop. The only thing I need to do is get it near a specific part of the rim so it can go in. And you know, you have these fans that break down stuff, and it's very interesting in the sense that it is entertainment. And I think sometimes people, and I don't really care because it's entertainment. I mean, my brother works in it. my brother Isaac works in that side of the entertainment when it comes to sports. Well, one of his jobs, and he tells me all the time, look, it's entertainment, dude. They have groupies lined up for them right there in Staples Center. Like, they're literally right there. Like, the NBA has them there and ownership has them there. It's like an unspoken rule, in other words, where it's like a concert. It's not really about sports anymore. It's just really who's marketable. And right now, that player is the one being marketed. He's the darling. But as soon as, they're done with him, no one's going to care. And it's really how much the person is marketable, where they can do, they go with the program, in other words. Well, you got other players like Kyrie Irving or Kevin Durant who are not really with the program. They're very talented players, but they don't really follow. Or someone like Kawhi Leonard, who is a complete introvert, who's a hell of a player, but he's more like numb to it. Like, okay, I'll play along, just keeping my check and stay the hell out of my life. But he's a good player. He's just not very marketed. When someone doesn't talk, and he plays along, but to a certain point. No, LeBron James is the complete opposite. He's like an egomaniac. He's the type of person, kind of like Jesse Jackson. You ever heard of Jesse Jackson when they shot MLK and Jesse Jackson was crying and he put blood on him? He put MLK's blood on him to make it more theatrical. Did you ever hear about that?
No, I've never heard about that, actually.
Yeah.
This is a first.
Jesse Jackson was pretty much, hold on, give me a second. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay.
All right. So yeah, well, to take over for a second until he returns. Yeah, it does seem like everything is being marketed, and this is actually pretty sad. This is a global cultural degeneration of the West because they've literally got nothing else. Or rather, shall I say that things that are there, they don't want to pay attention to because it's probably too real for them. I mean, that's honestly really sad. I personally don't follow sports. Maybe as a kid I used to watch things. There was a time when I was watching mixed martial arts, things like that, to a point. I mean, sometimes it's fun watching someone beat the crap out of someone else, but even that gets old with time. What I will say is, yeah, there's that same sense when it comes to this sort of renting, everything society that we have, where instead of like, and this is something my brother and I was talking about, where like, even with video game systems now, you don't like have a physical disc anymore. You're just pretty much buying time to play the game or things like that. It sucks. There are sites where you used to be able to purchase a service and you own that service for the rest of the time that the thing was operational. And now you have to like pay for time, like for a few months, for a year, for this subscription. So you're no longer even owning anything that you have. This is literally like the tail end of communism. This is communism. Honestly, this totally sucks because everything is just you can't own anything. Nothing's sacred anymore. That's why I often talk about very dark things like the destruction of the world. By world, I don't mean people. I mean the system as it is. This construct that's just ripe of festering bullshit and corruption. It's horrid. It's absolutely horrid. Now, what I can do is, in the meantime, while we're waiting for Sammy Romero to return, I can, look at something else. And of course, it's amusing in a sort of grim way. It's nothing that's a surprise, but U.S. sets a record for new daily COVID cases amid the Omicron surge.
the 7-day average of cases exceed 26,000, 267,000 on Tuesday, beating its January 2021 record of 251,232. And as you know, me and Peter were talking about earlier, is that there doesn't seem to be a real desire of the sort of Democratic Party to do anything different than what the Republican Party did as far as the combating this thing is concerned. It's all the same. It's all politicized. The United States has punched through its record for daily coronavirus cases as the Omicron variant has surpassed Delta in distribution across most of the country amid a massive surge. I have reached the point personally where I wear 2 masks because at this point there's no time for bullshit. And if I feel extra threatened, I will put on the eye goggles so that no one's spit can enter my eye and, you know, pass through my blood-brain, pass into my bloodstream. The 7-day average of cases exceeded 267,000 on Tuesday, beating its January 2021 record of 251,232, according to the New York Times database. Now, I believe that these numbers are actually lower than the actual amount because they have to downplay it, or there's gonna be no toilet paper left in America because everyone's gonna buy everything up, you know, just like what happened initially. Although I don't know what the hell that was about. The fast-moving Omicron variant now accounts for 59% of new infections, up from 23% a week earlier. This thing is going to grow very fast. Hospitalizations too are rising, though not to the extent of previous surges. Around 71,000 people were being treated as of Monday, fewer than during the peak of the Delta variant when 100,000 people were hospitalized. So that is some good news. But this also means that there's a lot of people who aren't hospitalized who have it, who aren't being tallied in, because those people might have almost no symptoms, or they might have symptoms such as a cough or a sneeze, because it's probably one of the mildest strains, even though it's the most infectious. On Monday, New York had the highest number of people hospitalized with COVID, with 5,772 patients, followed by Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, California, and Texas. Now, I'm going to put this into some perspective, but in New York, a lot of people seem to think that once you have had at least one shot of the vaccine, that you don't need to wear a mask ever again. And that is a misconception that was actually sort of mirrored on the sort of parody that was South Park, where they were doing the COVID-19 special, where they're like, oh, we're vaccinated, we don't need to wear these masks again. Now, the truth is, if you're vaccinated, whether you're vaccinated or not, you still got to wear a mask, or you're going to get it. It's that simple. So a lot of this is the result of stupidity. Deaths, too, are increasing, with a daily average of 1,243, less than a third of their January 2021 peak. The CDC says that after isolation, asymptomatic people should wear a mask around others for another 5 days. Notice they're not saying that you should wear a mask all the time. This is the fucking problem. This is why this disease is spreading. The CDC doesn't really care. The CDC is just as good as the what do you call it? Oh my gosh, they're just as good as those who are the people who are in China's pocket? The WHO. They're as good as the World Health Organization, honestly speaking. All right. Sammy is saying, my bad. Are you back on, good sir? Or wait, or is that from earlier?
No, that's from earlier. It just went on. All right, so I'm getting that message late. The surge comes as the CDC controversially cut the number of days that infected Americans should remain isolated to 5 days from 10. And as health authorities report a disturbing rise in pediatric hospitalizations. The CDC said that after isolation, asymptomatic people should wear a mask around others for another 5 days. Rochelle Walensky, director of the Federal Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, said, the new recommendations to reduce the isolation period
balance what we know about the spread of the virus and the protection provided by vaccination and booster doses.
But what if the people aren't vaccinated? However, unlike January 2021, an estimated 62% of Americans are now vaccinated and, in many cases, boosted. The CDC announced Tuesday that more than 1.5 million shots have been administered in the previous 24 hours. So we got all these shots, and the amount of cases are still going up. Yeah, there's a sort of something's not working here.
What is that? You talking something technological or something social? What?
Oh, this is a little of both. This is the fact that the U.S. has set a daily record for COVID cases with this Omicron surge. Yet, an estimated 62% of Americans are now vaccinated and, in many cases, boosted. So obviously, there's something not working here. It's not, and I'm not anti-vax, but I'm saying that, by telling people you only need to wear a mask, to prevent the spread, and that, people who have done the lockdown in 5 days need to wear their mask for an additional 5 days instead of all the time. They're sending the wrong message.
Right.
Definitely.
Thank you. What happened to Sammy, by the way?
Oh, he just cut off for a moment, and I don't know where he went.
Oh, okay. So
he said he had to leave for a moment, and he didn't come back.
I'm glad you're adapting. Glad you're able to adapt well. So go on. Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is that the CDC is as effective as who at this point.
Right. I agree.
They pretty much don't care, and this is starting to cause a disruption in U.S. economy again. Now, there is some positive that has come from this, because I don't have to worry about trying to apply for the income-based repayment for this college loan until May of next year. So that much there is some silver lining to this to Hastellich's dance of infection.
Yeah. Okay.
To which I am still grateful. I'm still to some degree grateful for that fact. The CDC announced Tuesday that more than 1.5 million shots have been administered in the previous 24 hours. And of course, as long as people are using their mask as chin diapers, it's not going to make a difference. This is what makes this country so funny, is that, this is literally the place to be for some of the worst cosmic humor you can ever expect. Meanwhile, the Biden administration has placed its emphasis on greater access to testing and in promoting booster shots to the vaccinated and convincing millions of unvaccinated Americans to accept the shot, which we know isn't going to happen anyway, because those who aren't going to get it aren't going to get it. The CDC reported as of December 14th, roughly 85% of adults ages 18 and over in the United States have received at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine, but 15% remain unvaccinated. Demand for testing has, in some regions, caused pharmacies to run short of self-test kits as manufacturers rush to produce and distribute any of the 8 approved by the FDA.
The increases in the U.S. and other countries have prompted the World Health Organization, which does nothing to warn of a tsunami of cases around the world, as if we don't know that already. In remarks to reporters on Wednesday, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, what the fuck? I don't even know what language or this what kind of, well, whatever. The WHO Director General said the higher transmissibility of Omicron variant was adding to the existing circulation of the Delta strain. Oh, this is some good stuff. I can see it. They're going to have, the viruses are going to have hot, non-living, living viral sex and create something new. That's the kind of loving I'm about. Yeah, spread the pestilence. This will continue to put immense pressure on exhausted health workers and health systems on the brink of collapse, and again, disrupting lives and livelihoods, Tedros said, on the second anniversary of the pandemic's emergence. Inevitably, war is going to need to be an outcome of all this. We all know that, of course, and astrological signs are pointing to that direction. Despite studies that show that Omicron variant produces less severe outcomes than previous strains, Tedros added that it would still test the world's healthcare systems, which in America is non-existent, but yeah, there we have it. There is this narrative going on, which is, it's milder or less severe, Tedros said, but we're undermining the other side. At the same time, it could be dangerous because the high transmissibility could increase hospitalizations and deaths. An erosion of democratic norms, an escalating climate emergency, corrosive racial inequality, a crackdown on the right to vote, rampant pay inequality. America is in the fight of its life. Oh, okay. Why the hell did they put an ad right on the bottom of this? Holy shit. This is some donation bullshit. And that was the end of the article. Wow. You know, I don't see a point of donating anything if the world's falling to shit. You'd be better off saving your money and buying provisions to stock up for the end of the world as you know it scenario, which means buy a lot of toilet paper, folks. Yes, make those toilet paper companies rich. Now, let's see what else we can pull out. What I was doing is I was looking further into the Necronomicon and the misappropriation of ancient text, because I did want to, we do need to, sort of slam into that asshole, Peter Levenda. Earlier this month, all right, this is an article written from back in 2015, but it does point to a sort of trend that we see in the occult community, which is sort of bullshit trend, if you ask me. Earlier this month, I traveled to Syracuse, New York, to attend the conference Sacred Literature and Secular Religion, hosted by Le Moyne College Religion and Literature Forum. The conference covered a broad range of topics centered around the terms secular and sacred, not as overlapping realms in opposition to each other, but as intersecting and interrelated concepts whose meaning is in a state of flux. Though many of the presentations concerned modern and medieval literature, ancient texts were very much in the air as well.
Uh-huh. Oh, what are we talking about now? Just curious.
Oh, the Necronomicon and how it's bullshit.
Oh, okay. And thank you. I appreciate your confirming that. By the way, I just want to let our man know, since he's more active in the chat room than anyone else right now, and that's fine. But Kurt McElvey was talking about Web3, so I'll address that as soon as I come on. So rest assured, I'll do that. And I do hope other people participate as well. Jennifer Williams was talking about the mind-controlled assassins guy. She seems very impressed by this guy. So
Yeah, I'm not so much because
okay,
he
you took a look
doesn't.
at that then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to really think highly of black people who choose the left-hand path. He calls them house Negroes.
Does
And
he really? You know about this guy? How did you find this out?
I looked through his blog and I was like, yeah, okay.
Okay,
Fuck.
so he's just another white supremacist who's
No,
basically.
he doesn't sound like someone who's white supremacist. He sounds like someone who's black but is against the satanic agenda of the Illuminati in entertainment. You know, that whole spiel, you know, that whole jazz, this hidden cabal of Satanists in entertainment. Yeah, they're everywhere. So what? I mean, yeah,
It's
yeah.
true. I mean, you know what? I mean,
It's
I
just,
really appreciate
you know,
you saying that. 'Cause it's
I mean,
like,
I have to say, who fucking cares?
yeah,
What
thank
does it?
you. Yeah, it's at that point for me. It's like,
Okay, so
you
so
know,
a rap star has the Baphomet symbol with his hands. So
yeah.
what?
It's thank you, thank you. It's and by the way, Sammy Romero is back. What was going on, Sammy, was that our man Jameson here was talking about the Necronomicon. I might take over very soon.
Yeah.
Now we've got how many? Let's take a look at the live stream and see how many hours we got left. We're gonna have let me see. So within a few minutes, we would have been on for 7 hours, and you guys did well. You guys did really well. At that point, we will have like what's 12 minus 7? Fucking 3 hours left. Oh fuck! I just better get started now. So I'm gonna start sucking all the oxygen out of the room now. I want to thank both of you gentlemen. I love both of you. Both of you do me a favor, say goodnight to everyone. And I'll take it from here. But of course, hopefully, both of you will hang around. And if I need some help, I'll be able to call you guys.
Yeah, I've got a lot of work to do, so I don't think I'm going to be heading to the bed like I did, last transmission. Because last transmission, by the end of the show, I was knocked out. You probably realize that.
Yes.
Unfortunately, today I looked over my stuff and I realized there was an error in one of my calculations. And luckily, the error just resulted in spells not working rather than backfiring. Although I do think one did backfire, and that was the one that was meant to heal my cat.
Well, this is the kind of thing that may happen, and don't flagellate yourself.
I'm not. It comes with the territory.
Nature of the
She. I mean, they said that whatever she had going on was probably a sort of hereditary defect that caused cancer in the inner ear. And that's not surprising because I remember the cat that was her mother that was purely an outside cat that we used to feed from time to time that started to deteriorate before it died. So, yeah.
Okay. Again, I know how attached people can be to their animals, are like their children. Go on.
I'm a little. Well, what I can say is that there's a sort of blessing to witnessing the being around death. Is that it gives you it's sort of maturation. And the thing is, like, ever since I was a little kid, I always had pets. I had fish that died, and it was always just as painful. I had all types of pets, snails, whatever you can name. And the thing about it is you get used to seeing things die.
Yeah. Well, you don't really. Not when it comes to pets.
Well, that's still burned in my mind. But yeah, I'm going to say my goodnights here, and I'll be in the background.
Bless you. Thank you. That's our beloved Jameson Reese and Sammy, please.
Oh, good night. I'm glad I provide a little bit of entertainment today.
You are wonderful. You're wonderful.
Without my knowing, but thank you, Doug, for having me on, and Jameson as well. I've learned a lot from both of you, and shoot me a message. I might be up.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sounds good. And we believe me, we learn a lot from you in return. And do give our love to your girl as well. And,
We'll do.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. And so let's start off with that pesky solicitation here, and just from there move on to my thoughts for tonight in what time we have left. And so in terms of the one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, for there you can access excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very same title, The Unfinished Man, or you can also review scenes from his cinematic documentaries on theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejedine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained the city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson, spelled like Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. So the tech visionaries are bickering over Web3. The former Twitter CEO, Jack Dorsey, one of the weirdest guys in the world, tweeted last week that the Web3 idea is not a force for democratizing the web, but instead a tool of the venture capitalists, which I actually find fairly reasonable. Venture capitalist Mark Andreessen blocked him on Twitter for that. Elon Musk said that Web3 is just marketing hype, and he doesn't understand it. Oh, well, Web3 is everywhere, and yet few understand what it's all about. And that makes sense. The concept is vague and confusing, and even proponents disagree about what Web3 is. Now, our man, Mr. In the chat room, let me get his name again, Kurt McKinnley, has been very gracious, and he has established what Web 1 is like. He says it's being like the early internet, read-only websites that you couldn't really interact with, whereas Web 2 is being the interactive web, services like YouTube, Google, Facebook, Twitter, etc., but all of those interactive services being centralized, whereas Web 3 would be an interactive web, a truly interactive, but because it would be decentralized. That would be decentralized services. And as McKinnley explains, utilizing blockchain technology and smart contracts, etc., or contracts, smart contracts, I guess, he means to say, or he did say, and, though I'm still kind of vague on which one is the real applicable term here, contracts or contacts, and it really doesn't matter, as he says. And just to kind of reiterate what he said from the way I would say it, Web 1, which was formerly known as Web 1.0, was the internet from the beginning to around 2004, whereas Web 2, also known as Web 2.0, was from around 2004 to the present. So Web 2 has enabled massive person-to-person interaction, social, commercial, and political, mostly mediated by big companies, big tech, with ultimate control over those interactions, aiming to profit from users through surveillance capitalism. That's the monetization of personal data. Whereas Web3, which is simply a term coined by the Ethereum co-founder Gavin Wood in 2014, is easily confused with Web 3.0. It is the semantic web. Now, you can safely ignore Web3. Today, Web3 is just a glint in the eye of some investors and cryptocurrency enthusiasts. It won't happen soon, or ever. So, for right now, that's what I have to say about Web3, okay? And that is something that I hope, now, of course, I'll have to back that up, right? It's one of those things where people are going to just, okay. Look, it's in terms of the semantic web that I was talking about and all that shit. It's confusing, right? A clear definition is possible. In general, Web3 is a possible future internet where all data and content is registered on blockchains, tokenized, or managed and accessed on peer-to-peer distributed networks in order to democratize the internet, put power into the hands of content creators, or take away control from governments and corporations. Now, if that mission statement sounds familiar, it should. That was the idea behind the original internet, with its internet protocol and domain name system. The decentralized nature of the internet was supposed to erase borders and make us all one world, a borderless world, like the OCLC was supposed to create libraries without walls. And as a librarian, that's what I was made certainly familiar with. Oh my God. So it was all supposed to put power into the hands of the users. Empower you, the common man, the internet, the information consumer. Remember? If not, way back in 1996, a man named John Perry Barlow. He wrote a Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace. Oh, God. Let me dig that up. Oh, my. I'm not going to read this whole thing. He wrote this from Davos, Switzerland. Where all the big boys meet. Davos. Sugar Daddy's been there. So that's how, he brought my son with him. That's how I was able to report on it. You might remember my doing that. But way back in February 8th of 1996, John Perry Barlow wrote, "Governments of the industrial world, you wary giants of flesh and steel, I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather." Ho, 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 ho. Oh, man. Jack off to that. We have no elected government, nor are we likely to have one, so I address you with no greater authority than that which liberty itself always speaks. I declare the global social space we are building to be naturally independent of the tyrannies you seek to impose upon us. You have no moral right to rule us, nor do you possess any methods of enforcement we have true reason to fear. Governments derive their powers from the consent of the governed. You have neither solicited nor received ours. We did not invite you. You do not know us, nor do you know our world. Oh, man, they know everything about you, motherfucker. They know the kind of porn you cruise for. They know all the porn I cruise for. I know that. Yeah. And that's why I get suggestions that come up like, you might like this. Yeah. They know you all right. They know everything you buy. They know everything you read, you dumb motherfucker. The corporations ran you to the fucking ground. They run your goddamn world, and they block you when they don't want you. Sure, they're too fucking big to succeed in the sense that, like mice, I've been able to break through their facial recognition block and shit. But, you, on the other hand, nah, your world never came to pass. So, anyhow, Web3 sounds like a great idea to cryptocurrency enthusiasts, techno-libertarians, and venture capitalists looking to place the next big bet. But it's irrelevant. You see, our man, fuck, I have to look up his name again because I forget everybody's name, and he hasn't been that active. Maybe I'll get to know his name more in the future. By the way, the Real Tech Geek speaks, and he says Web.3, aka Metaverse, is already a $20.59 billion market. It is predicted to be a $20 trillion market. He says it's already overvalued, and it's been great making money from it. So the Real Tech Geek, by his name, I'm going to presume that he knows what he's talking about. He knows probably more than I. He's making money from it, but he is not you and I. In other words, he's a technology professional. So as part of his work, he needs to know what's happening in technology now and in the future. But with each passing year, I can tell you that the biggest buzzwords point to increasingly vacuous ideas. So caveat emptor, buyer beware. My manageress, somehow she makes money off cryptocurrency. She does okay for herself. And but for the rest of us, we don't. So the two biggest buzzwords in tech right now are the ones that this man, the Real Tech Geek, and his name says everything, has just used. He's not you or I, okay? You're not in his league. And he's using terms like that all these tech guys use. The metaverse and Web3. Now, of course, my son married a billionaire who's kind of in this world. And what I know from my son marrying that man is that Metaverse and Web3 describe platforms that don't exist and aren't expected to exist even by boosters for a decade at least, and probably will never exist. Not in the sense that people think of them as their, shall we say, the vision that they're presenting you. Of the 100 top concerns for tech pros, Web3 is 101. Now, don't get me wrong. Blockchains, the NFTs, the distributed networks, the cryptocurrencies, and related computers, they all matter, all right? Web3 does not. And for those of you who might not be familiar with what an NFT is, they've got a whole marketplace for that shit. And it's a non-fungible token. If you want to know what it is, look up Melania Trump. She's been out of view for quite some time, but she came back and she's using this photograph of her eyes as a non-fungible token. It's a unique unit of data that employs technology that allows digital content, from videos to songs to images, to become logged and authenticated on cryptocurrency blockchains, primarily Ethereum. And so the main impact of NFTs is making it easy to own and sell digital content. And as our man Jameson says, idiots are buying her shit. Now, people aren't talking about Web3 because it's happening or going to happen. They're doing so because they're part of that minority, like the Real Tech Geek, with an ideological commitment to blockchains and the ideals of Web3. My managers is like that. They hope to make boatloads of money. And in the case of my managerius, my man Jairus, excuse me, and the Real Tech Geek, Selena Khan and the Real Tech Geek, they ought to get married and produce children together who can live in this world and possibly make it happen. But, you know, for the rest of us, let's see if he's responded to what I've been saying. Okay. So our man Kurt McElvey says, true, the implementation of Web3 at the moment is still very much based in the world of Web 2. We haven't quite made that transition fully yet. So far, so good. Just minted my first collection. Okay, so these guys are kind of like, they're fishing. They're, you know, not fishing like with a PH, like, you know, some kind of cyber criminal or something like that. But they're just fishing around in this world of high technology, because tech companies that make the right early bets can achieve multi-trillion-dollar valuations. Apple could hit $3 trillion US within weeks, and the individual tech visionaries can be worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Elon Musk's net worth is $253.8 billion United States dollars. So an intense competition has emerged to get in front of the next big thing, pushing the boundaries of credulity. Web3 proponents will tell you that existing digital assets based on the Ethereum blockchain are the beginnings of Web3. But that's the Silicon Valley marketing impulse at work. I live here, people. And always tie your little investment to some impossibly grand scheme. That's why Musk doesn't say he'll one day send a rocket to Mars. He'll send 1 million people to Mars within 28 years. You see, Silicon Valley investors can't help themselves. The truth is that it will prove basically impossible to get universal buy-in by users, companies, and others into a blockchain-based internet. Set wishful thinking aside and look at the revealed preference of web users. Not to mention, look at what happened to, who's our girl in charge of Theranos? Look that up for me, Jameson, will you? I want that girl's name. Anyhow, we already have decentralized social networks like Mastodon that offer users an alternative to the social networks owned by big companies. But the public largely ignores them and chooses instead to spend all their time on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, where you're all at right now, TikTok, and in China, it's WeChat. By the way, that girl's name is Elizabeth Holmes. Thank you, Jameson. Look at what happened to Elizabeth Holmes pushing a vision that was simply not possible by our technology as we understand it. And it's unlikely that blockchain will attract a majority of users either, or solve the problems plaguing today's internet. Blockchain has been proposed as a foundational technology for tracking news back to its source, for example, thereby authenticating it and enabling readers to avoid news from shady sources. Unfortunately, the problem with fake news is that many news consumers don't care where the news comes from, or actually prefer news from what you and I would hopefully consider disreputable sources, or else you wouldn't be here. Now, many, for example, would use blockchain authentication technology to block news from the New York Times and the Atlantic magazine, and instead get all their information from 4chan. So it's just going to exacerbate the problem. The problem with fake news today and in the future is that huge swaths of our population have been tricked into believing that real news is fake news and fake news is real news. Blockchain authentication can't help. It can't help there because you can't cure stupidity. You can't cure insanity. Well, actually, you know what? You've got a better chance with treating insanity and perhaps even curing it than you do stupidity. That's incurable. The big tech gatekeeper companies like Facebook, Google, Apple, and others aren't going to sign up to be replaced by Web3 applications and services. So that's a hurdle. And, you know, weird-ass Dorsey has a point too. The VCs investing in what they call Web3 startups want those small companies to become big companies, all based on the idea that Web3 won't be controlled by big companies. So you can't fucking win. It's the problem of capitalism, people. There's no such thing because it becomes monopolism. That's why the most popular board game in the world has always been Monopoly, not Capital. The Web3 advocates have all kinds of optimistic ideas, pie in the sky, starry-eyed, that involves everyone's participation. DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, are formed by users, each of whom own a stake in the company. DAO enthusiasts brag that they're getting tons of investment, but investors will want their pound of flesh. They're investing to make tons of money. They'll make tons of money by using the power of their investment ownership to steer those companies toward profits, not by handing control to users. Web3 advocates want to model the entire web after the Bitcoin world. But Bitcoin itself is far from egalitarian. I've been telling you people that for years. I know because I'm a criminal. And Bitcoin is for criminals. I don't use it because I'm not that kind of criminal. But there's a new study from Bay Street that proved roughly 0.01%. 1% of 1% of Bitcoin users control 27% of all Bitcoin in circulation. Exactly what I told you years and years ago. In other words, as Bay Street points out, what I told you decades ago, literally at this point, gotta be over 10 years ago, the Bitcoin economy is far less egalitarian than the dollar economy. But, okay, someone sent me an email. But why? So what? Why won't Web3 happen? Well, just to be cautious, I'll say it probably won't happen. It's one thing to have blockchain-based and tokenized services running on the web. It's an entirely different thing to replace the existing infrastructure. The former is inevitable, the latter improbable. I'm not attacking or defending the goals of Web3 or the proposed underlying technologies. But what I am saying is that the goals are borderline impossible to achieve, and the underlying technologies will exist without the web evolving into Web3. From being tangentially exposed to the world of cyberspace, I can tell you that I haven't learned anything about Web3 that makes it even remotely appealing to everyday users like myself, who actually do want the internet controlled by gatekeepers and governments. That's the stance I have, just like I'm pro-vax mandate. It's unclear how, on a Web3 decentralized web, users would be protected from crime and harassment, for example. That's why you need governments. That's why I'm a fascist. And when you come to me with all this libertarian shit, what do you expect a fascist to say? As with all faulty predictions, human nature is not being accounted for here. It turns out people don't want to take their food in pill form. The bottom line is that, despite the chatter, Web3 isn't happening. And you can safely ignore it. I hope that makes sense. Am I coherent? So, alright. Let's see how they're responding in the chat to that. Jameson says I'm very coherent. Thank you. Bless you. So, our man, okay, here we are. There we are. Real Tech Geek says Web 3.0 is extremely in its infancy. A lot of these things people are predicting, such as having jobs in the metaverse, virtual reality, I highly doubt that. So we're hearing it from the man himself. And Kurt McElvey says, agreed. It's barely gotten off the ground. As Douglas says, just a glint in the investor's eye at this point. We're seeing its early baby steps, basically. And the Real Tech Geek says, great, too much dough from it since it's super hyped up, that's all. He says, Douglas, El Salvador, the people don't even want Bitcoin, 89% of the population. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that. A lot of these Central American, impoverished Central American banana republics like Venezuela and Nicaragua, you know, these are like people who are part of that communist international that was formed called ALBA, which if you look that up, all you're going to find is Jessica Alba. So you have to say Latin America Alba communist. Yeah, communist Alba. Then you'll get it. And McElvey says I'm coherent. Thank you. That's important to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, because I've gotten drunk. He says, you have a very interesting take on this, Douglas, and it's making me think about some new things. Thank you. Bless you. And all right. So let's go from there to what I was going to say about Alec Baldwin. Anyhow, as I said, there'll be calls for Alec Baldwin to be prosecuted after Kim Potter was found guilty. And as for the when it comes to Kim Potter, understand that cops are not allowed to make fatal mistakes, but the insurance is that the cities pay for it when they fuck up. And the NRA, the nemesis of woke Hollywood, to use the term that the right wing always uses, the shall we call them the neo-nationalists, as I said. But the NRA, which is a death cult, could actually, if they wanted to do something constructive, they could have made Alec Baldwin's set safer. Let me get into this. Actor Alec Baldwin and former Brooklyn Center, Minnesota police officeress Kim Potter have one major life-changing event in common. Each claims to have only accidentally shot and killed an individual, just like the LAPD just did with that poor girl in the dressing room. Of course, that's not where the commonality ends for Kim and Alec. Hence, Alec Baldwin is once again in the hot seat following the sentencing of Kim Potter. The former Minnesota police officier has testified that she mistook her service weapon for her taser, which resulted in the death of Daunte Wright during a traffic stop that turned into an arrest on April 11th of this year. However, Brooklyn Center Police Commander Garrett Fleslin testified that the suburban Minneapolis police officeress named Kim Potter, who resigned 2 days after she shot and killed Daunte Wright with her gun when she said she meant to use her taser, was fully trained in her department's policies as they evolved during her 26-year career on the proper use of force, including stun guns, and repeatedly she signed documents acknowledging said policies. Yet after she was found guilty of both first-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter for the fatal shooting, many across Twitter became outraged that a police officier, policewoman, was facing up to 15 years in prison and or a $30,000 fine, while Baldwin still has not even been prosecuted for the fatal shooting he was a part of while filming Rust. Now, although Baldwin has gotten some media blowback given his role as both shooter and producer, a good deal of the coverage has been ridiculously sympathetic. Much of the blame has fallen on the teeny bopper armorer, and some have even suggested a cryptic bullet swap by some unknown Trump supporter. To be sure, Baldwin will spend considerable time in court, more civil than criminal unless my dreams come true, but he himself is still convinced that it is unlikely he will ever spend a night in jail. Let's wish the opposite for that son of a bitch. Because after a few furious days in April of this year, Potter The officier, the policewoman, received comparatively little media attention beyond Minnesota, almost none of it sympathetic, and she's facing as much as 15 years in prison, and if Derek Chauvin's 22-year sentence is any guide, she will likely serve a good chunk of it. Now, the first-degree manslaughter charge carries a maximum sentence of 15 years in prison and or a $30,000 fine. The second-degree charge has a maximum sentence of 10 years and or a $20,000 fine. Potter will be sentenced on the most serious charge. She'll only be sentenced on the most serious charge. For someone with no criminal history, the presumptive sentence for first-degree manslaughter in Minnesota is about 6 to 8.5 years, according to state guidelines. In Minnesota, it's presumed that a defendant with good behavior will serve 2/3 of their sentence in prison and 1/3 on supervised release, known as parole. It was in April that Potter shot and killed 20-year-old Daunte Wright. Without intending, the Washington Post's Kim Bellware explained in simple black and white, I use that term pointedly and ironically, why Potter has been treated more coldly than Alec Baldwin. When she wrote, police claim Potter, who is white, mistook her service weapon for a taser when she fired at Daunte Wright, who is black. Now, in the WAPO's, the Washington Post article on Alec Baldwin's lethal shooting of a white female cinematographeress, Halyna Hutchins, there is no mention of his or her, Hutchins's, race. Indeed, in no article that I have ever reviewed was there ever a mention of a race for either the shooter or the victim in that case. Conversely, in no article that I reviewed about the shooting of Daunte Wright were his and Potter's race not mentioned. Of course, given the media-preferred narrative, Daunte Wright is never biracial, like our man Jameson. He's always black. This despite the fact that his much-interviewed mother, who has been all over the media, is white. Bleach white. So, I'll use this term. Our boy, Daunte Wright, he's not really black, per se. So, he's hybridized as I myself am, or more parallelly, or more apropos per parallel, Jameson Reese. Now, Jameson Reese is saying the media's, they got their own agenda. I can open this up again because I didn't catch that. That was the corner of my eye there. He said the media is pushing the justice system. Laugh out loud. Well, the media is looking at, this as a black and white issue because they're pushing, if it bleeds, it leads. This is inflammatory. So they're pushing it because it's inflammatory. And so he says by 25%, white in his case. Yeah. Anyhow, Jameson's case. It's not Baldwin who fired the shot, according to
No. I have to back that up. I'm blacker than Daunte by 25%. It's 75% black, 76% black, and 24% white in my case.
Okay.
So yeah, we're not that parallel. You're probably closer to him. Being half and half.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but you never know. But in terms of, I was trying to say that about you. That's what I meant to say. It didn't come out right that time. So thank you. Anyhow, in the the Post article, the WAPO, the Washington Post article on Alec Baldwin, like most that I've read, attempts to minimize not only Baldwin's responsibility for the shooting, but also his very agency. Consider the following sentence, which I'll read directly from the article. How what should have been a safe prop gun ended up firing a shot that killed Hutchins, 42, meaning her age, and injured the film's director, Joel Souza, 48, is now at the center of the investigation into a shooting that has sparked debate about safety on sets. So, according to the Washington Post, it's not Baldwin who fired the shot, but the prop gun. And the Post article on Potter, Kim Potter, Carrie Potter, whatever the fuck her name is. I'll remember it soon enough. Do me a favor, Jameson. Put her name in the goddamn text box so I won't forget. Full name. Anyhow, the WAPO article on Potter puts the full weight of agency and responsibility on the police officier. It says here, Potter pulled her Glock 9mm handgun and pointed it at Wright, saying repeatedly that she would use a taser on him. 7 seconds later, Potter shouted, "Taser, taser, taser," and fired the gun. Kim Potter, thank you, Jameson. Bless you. So, get this shit. The cunt pulls a firearm that's in her hand, and she's shouting that she's going to use a taser on him if he doesn't stop seizing up. Then she fires. I mean, it's just, she knows she's got a gun in her hand. This is before, it's not like she just pulled it and shot a taser and fired. She had it in front of her for an infinity of time. There is one other stark difference between these two shootings. Hutchins did nothing to contribute to her own death. Daunte Wright did, but not until deep in this Washington Post article I'm looking at now do readers even learn that Daunte Wright was less than saintly. As the WAPO itself reports in the 13th paragraph, there's some occult reference for you, Wright had an outstanding warrant for a weapons charge. In the 14th paragraph, readers are told body camera footage released after the shooting shows Wright being searched outside the vehicle and then pulling away from the officers to get back into the car. Now, what the body cam footage actually shows is Daunte Wright violently resisting a black officer, her partner, not only that, but her student, really, because she's training him. He's an officer in training. So the black guy is trying to hold Mr. Half-White down, but Half-Whitey fights him off because he was trying to handcuff him before breaking free and attempting to drive away like a goddamn idiot. Daunte Wright, okay, just in terms of Darwinian selection here, deserved to die. Okay? There was no sane reason why he did what he did. And see, even Jameson Reese agrees with me. Yep. Now, in that frenetic moment, Kim Potter screwed up and she knew it. Now, Jameson Reese is saying stupid, gotta go. But Kim Potter, of course, deserves to die in her own right. There's some Darwinian selection there. Or rather, she certainly deserves what she's going to get and what she's getting. Now, on the video, she can clearly be heard yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," followed by, "Oh shit, I shot him." Now, Wright, yeah, then Jameson Reese says the two are a match made in heaven. Thank you. Anyhow, Daunte Wright, our favorite half-black, then drives for several blocks before crashing his car. Now, in the Post article, there is no mention of handcuffs or the black officer's race. The Washington Post fails to mention as well that the police stopped Wright for driving a car with expired plates and only then learned of a restraining order when they looked him up, looking at his ID and looking him up on their system. That was only then that they learned of a restraining order that prohibited Daunte Wright from contact with a certain woman. The fact that Daunte Wright had a female passenger heightened the officer's sense of urgency, because here's a man who's got a restraining order because he's been beaten up a woman in his life and he's got a woman in the back seat. So he may be abducting her. Now, she's still in that back seat when the guy breaks away from the black officer and tries to drive off. Again, okay, she was stupid as fuck, but this guy deserved to die, all right? I mean, being that stupid, all right? He may not have had any harmful intentions toward the woman in the back seat, but the cops don't know that. And so Jameson Reese says the piece of shit was a son of a bitch made to look like a victim by the media. Thank you. Thank you. Now, nevertheless, Kim Potter is also an idiot. And so an emotional Brooklyn Center Police Chief Tim Gannon released that body cam footage immediately after the shooting to his credit. All of this was released by the department, and he said the obvious. This appears to me from what I viewed and the officer's reaction and distress immediately after that this was an accidental discharge. Okay, I mean, he said that, well, I shouldn't have said he said what was obvious. He said what was oblivious. He's oblivious is what he is. Anyhow, Police Chief Tim Gannon's reflexive response contrasts sharply here with the forthright Capitol Police in Washington, D.C., and their response to the fatal January 6th shooting by that black police officer of his killing the white Air Force veteran, Ashley Babbitt, because he fucking had to. And that's where the Capitol Police were basically, they were trying to protect his identity because he's a black police officer who fought off a horde of white supremacists. And so the white supremacists on the line are all comparing Kim Potter, of all people, to Ashley Babbitt. You know, this thinking is at this point so fucking warped and convoluted. The pretzel logic is just, well, it's no longer logic. I mean, this is just insanity. Ashley Babbitt and Kim Potter have nothing in common. There is no parallel. There's no applicable analogy. And the black officer who shot her did what he had to do. And as for Daunte Wright, it's like, you know, we bleached the gene pool. We put a little bleach. We chlorinated the gene pool with that motherfucker. And we're going to take care of her as well by putting her away so she can't reproduce for a while. She'll be too busy having lesbian sex in the can. Now, Police Chief Tim Gannon asserted that Kim Potter's actions were consistent with her training and that Wright's death was accidental. And he claimed that Kim Potter had the intention to deploy her taser, but instead shot Mr. Wright with a single bullet. In the meantime, Kim Potter herself had been suspended pending the results of a Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension investigation. And that organization made a brief statement citing an active investigation, but that Kim Potter was on, at that point, standard administrative leave, meaning she was on paid vacation. Now, Brooklyn Center Mayor Mike Elliott quite rightly stepped in and concluded she should be terminated. He said, this bitch gotta go. So during a news conference, he so stated, my position is that we cannot afford to make mistakes that lead to the loss of life of other people in our profession. And so I do fully support releasing this officer of her duties. Good man. And Gannon's self-deception did him no good. Wright was shot about 10 miles from the site of Derek Chauvin's trial while that trial was still in progress. Violent protests and random looting followed as night follows day. The mob had to be satisfied, and within days, Gannon, her own police chief, and Potter herself both lost their jobs. And in the weeks after the shooting, activists took their protests to the home of Washington County Attorney Pete Orput, who responded with a second-degree manslaughter charge against Kim Potter. The Minnesota Attorney General, Keith Ellison, soon took over the prosecution of the case from Orput, and on September 1st, upped the charges against Potter, and Ellison's office thereafter stated, Attorney General Ellison confirms that the original second-degree manslaughter charge is appropriate, but also concluded that an upgraded charge of first-degree manslaughter is warranted. Now, Potter's own attorneys thought otherwise, and on the Ides of September 15th, they filed a motion to dismiss the first-degree charge, denying that Potter acted recklessly. And citing case law, her attorneys so noted that the state must prove that the defendant commits a conscious or intentional act in connection with the discharge of a firearm that creates a substantial and justifiable risk that she is aware of and disregards. So they were able to prove that. And as for Alec Baldwin, He pretty much confessed that when he got on his interview and said he cocked the goddamn gun, pointing it at her, saying, you see? You see? You see? Yeah, that motherfucker. He's basically, as far as I'm concerned, he's confessed to murder. Now, Kim Potter's attorneys note, too, that Daunte Wright's intentions were far from innocent. And unreported by the Washington Post was that Daunte Wright, this is to quote Kim Potter's attorneys, Wright sought to drag two officers along with him while they were holding on to the car that wasn't his. Now, all of that is true. And as I said, in the case of Darwinian selection, chlorinating the gene pool of stupidity, Daunte Wright deserved to die. Now, some attorneys conclude that Kim Potter believed the use of a taser was appropriate when she saw Mr. Wright's abject denial of his lawful arrest, coupled with his attempted flight. She could have shot him. Now, this is what some attorneys conclude, that she could have shot him and would have been justified in doing so. You know, if she had shot him and he was just injured, that would have been the case, but that's not how this works. Anybody who fantasizes like that, you have no idea what firearms do. Okay, firearms, when somebody gets injured by firearms, that's just like accident. You don't like, oh, I'm going to shoot him in the leg, I'm going to shoot him in the arm, and that just takes him down. And you see this in the movies. Okay, that's not life. That's not reality. You have no idea what it's like to be shot. I do. And there is, like, all judgment flays at that point. You have no idea. It's like, if you get shot in the arm or the leg, you're talking about bone shattering, arm hanging by muscle tissue. You are in agony and horror. There's no description for this. If you get shot in the leg, femoral arteries blow out. You just bleed out anyway. Only you bleed out in much more pain and agony than if someone had mercifully shot you in the head. So that's a no-go. It's non-applicable. Despite her, Kim Potter's, legal representative's all too ironic closing sentence there, she could have shot him, Potter herself bears full responsibility for the shooting and has never suggested otherwise simply because she can't. By the way, our man Jameson brings up all of the, everything else, seizures from the blood loss, etc. It's like, what exactly did he say? I mean, everything he says is, of course, medically accurate. Seizures from the blood loss. Yeah, people spasm. That's what I've seen all my life. People spasm. Now, throughout what would otherwise have likely dragged into a 30-year career, she herself trained other officers in both firearms safety and taser employment. Potter had been on the force for quite some time, originally receiving her police license in 1995, and even served as her police union's president, President Tress. Indeed, at the time of the shooting, Kim Potter was working as a field training officer, training a new police officer who happened to be a black man. And that said, her attorneys argued that the last thing Potter wanted to do was shoot Mr. Wright. That wasn't her conscious intention. Regardless, Potter could never have mistaken her gun for a taser. The standard issue guns for the Brooklyn Center Police Department all weigh significantly more than any typical taser. Further, tasers are designed to feel and look different from guns in order to avoid just this type of confusion. What's more, a gun requires disabling a safety locking procedure, a safety locking feature, in order to use it. In other words, there's a procedure to using a gun you may not think of. This isn't the old Wild West where you have a hair trigger. It is instead a world in which you have to work to make your gun work. Your gun won't work for you. So, Scott A. DeFore, a retired sergeant with the Los Angeles Police Department, so told the New York Times, if you train enough, you should be able to tell. The body camera footage does not show how Kim Potter carried her weapons. However, it does show one of her fellow officers, her police officer in training, the black man, with his gun on one side and his taser on the other. Rich Stanek, a former police officer and law enforcement consultant, told Minneapolis's ABC affiliate station that officers are trained to carry their taser on the opposite side of their belt from their gun, specifically away from their non-dominant hand, as instances in which a taser is used are not deemed life-threatening. This type of discharge, however, is still not any isolated incident in Minnesota. That's what shocked me when I looked into this. In 2002, Officer Gregory Siem, surname spelled S-I-E-M, Siem, he shot a man named Christopher Attack at close range while mistakenly using his Glock instead of his taser. Now, granted, a Glock's a piece of shit plastic gun, so you could almost understand that. Of course, it's not justifiable. That case was settled for $900,000 US because I believe the guy survived. And the police force thereafter committed to training their officers better. However, in August of yesteryear, the Star Tribune published a story referencing Minneapolis police data that proved that the predominantly white city's law enforcement disproportionately stopped and searched black and East African drivers and their vehicles during routine traffic stops. So the blacks are simply targeted. Between June 2019 and May of 2020, black drivers accounted for 78% of police searches for moving or equipment violations. Only 12% of searches in that same time frame were of white people, despite the fact that the city is made up of 63.6% white people. So there was every reason for the media to emphasize race. Now, Kim Potter's intention, as her own aforecited attorneys parroted per the aforementioned former Brooklyn Center Police Chief Tim Gannon, so putting it during his fatal news conference, fatal to his career, it's not the issue at stake here. Rather, it's that police officers, even the ones pulling people over for traffic violations, are fully armed and capable of killing, and by all evidence, continue targeting black citizens. Potter's intention, whatever it might have been, resulted in yet another black man's death. And to that point, Daunte Wright is yet another black man killed by police in Minneapolis, a city that has been in mourning from racist police killings for years, but especially since Philando Castile was shot and killed at a traffic stop while his girlfriend and child were in the car in 2016. Even more ironically, after a police shooting 4 years ago, Alec Baldwin self-righteously tweeted, "I wonder how it must feel to wrongfully kill someone." Well, now he knows. And Kim Potter's case proves that an accidental discharge that kills someone has another name. It's called manslaughter. Prosecutors could make as strong a case that Baldwin acted recklessly as they could for Kim Potter, but Baldwin's fate, for all the noise surrounding it, it's all an irrelevancy to the radicalized right. Potter's is not. Twitterers were now arguing that the severity of her treatment represents an anti-police trend, one that flies in the face of the 14th Amendment. After all, doctors are not allowed, doctors are allowed fatal mistakes. They can kill you and get away with it. They can commit murder and get away with it. By the way, Nathan Brooks says, "Love y'all. Greetings, team DDD." Love you too, Nathan. All right. All right, our man Real Tech Geek and Kurt McElvey, those two gentlemen are having a discussion as well. Good. Let me check into time remaining. Anyhow, let me try and get my voice back here. Now, again, doctors are allowed fatal mistakes. So for that matter, are prosecutors. In other words, if they send someone to the electric chair or whatever death sentence is to be had in their state, they're not going to pay the price for it. They're allowed some mistakes. Cops, increasingly, are not. To the white male incels, the involuntary celibates who dominate the internet, officier Kim Potter, like Derek Chauvin as far as they be concerned, faces a lengthy prison term for the simple reason that she is white and the perp resisting arrest was something other. On October 8th, state prosecutors asked Judge Regina Chu, the Asian American woman who was terrorized, as I spoke of a few transmissions last, they asked her for an upward sentencing departure in Kim Potter's case, just as they did for Derek Chauvin. In context, law enforcement officers fatally shoot about 1,000 people a year. But arrests and convictions are rare in fatal police shootings, partly because officers are able to use lethal force. Well, they're able to deploy lethal force to defend themselves or others as part of the job description. According to Philip Stinson, a Bowling Green State University criminology professor who tracks police misconduct, almost all police shootings are determined to be justified. It's like a 007 license to kill. And according to the Washington Post's database, created after the 2014 death of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, police have fatally shot more than 6,300 people since 2015. In that time, Philip Stinson, the doctor I spoke with at Bowling Green State University, the criminology professor who tracks police misconduct, found 91 officers were arrested on murder or manslaughter charges stemming from an on-duty shooting. That's out of 6,300 murders. Now, since 2005, 7 officers only have been convicted of murder, 37 were convicted of lesser offenses, and 53 were not convicted at all. Meanwhile, 45 more criminal cases concerning police are ongoing. Now, Kim Potter's own trial began on the 30th of November. This was the case that deserved the attention of the radicalized right. Alec Baldwin's case should be a sideshow unto they. My own advisement, aftermath the Kim Potter trial, is we don't need police with lethal weapons carrying out routine traffic stops. Reallocate police funding to unarmed traffic forces to remove even the possibility of state-sanctioned manslaughter. And while Alec Baldwin claimed he didn't even pull the trigger on the gun in his infamous interview, many were skeptical of his explanation of the events. Here at Critical Omissions, as a former professional security enforcement agent and combat veteran myself, I instantly mistrusted initial reports about the on-set tragedy in which actor Alec Baldwin fatally shot a cinematographer. Did I say tragedy? I should say travesty, because they reported that a prop gun held by Baldwin while rehearsing a scene misfired and accidentally killed Helena Hutchins and injured director Joel Souza, as if it were a weird freak accident that no one could have predicted. In fact, the term misfire refers to a defect in the primer at the back of the bullet casing that generally prevents the detonation of the powder charge that expels the bullet from the barrel. A misfire does not result in a gun firing, but just the opposite. It doesn't fire at all. Secondly, it isn't a goddamn accident when you point a loaded handgun at someone and pull the trigger. In real life, it's assault with a deadly weapon to intentionally point a firearm at someone, loaded or not. In the context of a movie, it's irresponsible and negligent, to say the least. I also reacted to the word prop being used to describe the firearm itself. To myself and to most people, I would presume a prop is a rubber, wood, or even metal representation of a firearm, a replica, but it is not an actual functioning weapon that is capable of firing real ammunition that can maim or kill. A prop gun is a realistic looking toy that movies use to play make-believe for the camera. If a Bengal tiger had been on the movie set and mauled two people, one of them fatally, would anyone call it a prop tiger? In just a matter of days, contradictory details emerged. The gun wasn't a toy, but an actual firearm. The police have seized some 1,000 rounds of various types of ammunition from that set, including blanks, dummy rounds, and live ammunition. At least 3 people appear to have handled that pistol before it was fired, including the armorer hired to safely handle these weapons, an assistant director, and Baldwin himself. This means there were 3 chances to make sure that firearm was not loaded with live ammunition. As far as we know, the film's 24-year-old head armorer, a girl, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, had no special training or licenses to ensure she was even qualified beyond whatever she may have been taught by her father, who is a well-known Hollywood armorer. By contrast, if animals are used in a movie, the set is usually supervised by an American Humane Society certified animal safety representative who oversees the treatment of the animals. Movie companies get their scripts approved by the AHS, the Animal Humane Society, in advance, and they sign off on the credentials of any animal handlers assigned to the film, which often include veterinarians. In exchange for following these practices, producers are permitted by the AHS, the Animal Humane Society, to say in their credits, no animals were harmed in the production of this film. So while Hollywood is very serious about the safe handling of animals on the set and the safety of the crew around those animals, for some reason this isn't the case with guns. There are guidelines covering basic rules of safety issued by studios on how to treat firearms under the safety on the set category. For Warner Brothers Studios' website, they even type them all in uppercase. They're all in capital letters, so you know they really mean business. I'm gonna shout them, their instructions, because they're all uppercase. Treat all firearms as though they are loaded. Do not engage in horseplay with any firearms or weapons. Never point a firearm at anyone, including yourself, and if called upon to do so, consult the property master. Whenever possible, simulated or dummy weapons should be utilized. Live ammunition is not to be brought onto a studio lot, stage, or location. There is such a thing as a licensed armorer for movie companies, but that license comes from their union, not any state agency or organization specifically engaged in firearm safety training. For an industry with a liberal reputation, Hollywood has a surprisingly cozy relationship with the firearms industry. And by the way, our man Jameson is saying he's starting to wonder if Alec Baldwin didn't kill her for refusing his advances. That makes perfect sense to me. I'll buy that. I'll fucking ride with that. Now, gun makers, of all people, love Hollywood for obvious reasons, because Hollywood loves guns. And firearms manufacturers don't have to woo Hollywood because Hollywood goes to them to ask for real guns to use in movies. The right gun in a movie can create icons, like the Smith & Wesson .44 Magnum that Dirty Harry carried. This revolver from that film isn't a very good firearm. It's huge and unwieldy. It packs a ferocious recoil, and it holds only 6 bullets. It's essentially a novelty gun built around the .44 Magnum handgun cartridge, once the most powerful handgun round in the world. And it still sells pretty well because it's immediately recognized as the Dirty Harry gun. We all remember John Rambo firing an M60 machine gun. John McClane in the movie Die Hard with his Beretta 92 FS and MP5. James Bond's Walther PPK. Forgive me, my voice is dry. And of course there's John Wayne's Colt single action and his Winchester 92. So guns and the violence they represent and encourage are big businesses in Hollywood. A 2015 report published by The Economist, a liberal British rag, concluded that gun violence in PG-13 movies has tripled since 1985. The Hollywood Reporter proved that the number of different models and types of guns seen in movies increased 51% in just the 5 years spanning 2010 to 2015. And, you know, the movies have changed as well. Once upon a time, the villain would be killed in the climactic scene with a single bullet fired by the hero. Dispatched, as it were. Hollywood actually seemed to respect, back then, what a loaded firearm was and what it meant to the future of the characters. Now, the violence is beyond extreme. Hollywood loves to make blood-drenched movies about heroes engaging in what could only be deemed mass murder, almost always with fully automatic firearms. How many movies have we seen with a lead character seeking revenge against the mob, the Russians, or a cartel because they killed his family and almost killed him? The bad guys only had to kill John Wick's dog for him to go on a killing spree. You know, in that first John Wick film, the only one I've seen while sober, that motherfucker played by Keanu Reeves, who I can't stand because I think I look much better than him and I'm far more intelligent, but he's a fucking vacuum, a blank sheet of paper that everyone projects their fantasies on, so as a half-Asian white male, a hybrid like myself, he gets a pass because he's just so fucking blank and empty. And his character, John Wick, killed 77 people on screen in 1 hour and 41 minutes. Over a dog! There have been 4 John Wick movies just like this. And movie bad guys don't die from a single gunshot anymore. They have to be blown to smithereens, riddled with bullets until they weigh enough where they sink when you throw them in the river. Given the fortunes being made in Hollywood with guns and gun makers themselves profiting along with them, why doesn't the movie business take a serious approach to firearm safety within its own industry? Politics and hypocrisy. Alec Baldwin is a longtime opponent of gun possession by the average citizen. Most recently, he signed his own name to an open letter by an organization calling itself the NORA, the NORA, all uppercase NRA, but a little lowercase o, stuck between the N and the R there. No RA, no rifle association. And this no rifle association, Alec Baldwin is a man who does want to take your goddamn guns away. Its stated purpose is to end the National Rifle Association as an organization. I'm with that only in the sense that it's become a fucking death cult. But that letter states, we're for moving culture into a less violent place by counteracting the influence of NRA money in the American political system. Now, I've argued for that before because of what the NRA has become. But here we have Hollywood going to move the culture into a less violent place by countering the NRA in politics? If you want to see what I ultimately influenced in terms of a movie where I show the hero being anti-gun, just check out the movie Shoot 'Em Up. That title delivers. As the unofficial consultant for that film, we give you all the bang 'em up you want, both in terms of sex and violence. But it's an anti-gun message. So it bombed in the box office. Nobody wanted to watch it no matter how much violence we delivered. But Hollywood, saying, oh, we want to make the world a less violent place, a less gun-happy place. Maybe that could be the plot for John Wick 4 or 5. John Wick 6 at this point? Or the 7th Jason Bourne movie? Maybe they could do what I advised and consulted and ultimately Shoot 'Em Up did. And nobody wanted to see that. Even though it had far more violence than the shit you see in John Wick or Jason Bourne. Just watch it and think about me when you do. I want your review. Hollywood stars and producers need gun control as badly as they claim the rest of us do. In fact, though they politically can't or won't admit it, they need the NRA. The Baldwin shooting, by all evidence, is not an isolated mistake, but a series of acts that flouted all the most basic safety rules of firearms handling. Taking the same serious approach to guns as to animal safety, Hollywood should require armorers working in the entertainment business to be NRA certified range safety officers. That's not an easy credential to obtain. You must first demonstrate proficiency as an NRA firearms instructor before you can work to become a range safety officer. Whether movie industry liberals like it or not, NRA officers are the recognized experts in firearm safety in this country. An NRA-trained range safety officer certification is pretty much a requirement to work on a firing range, whether public or private, because the insurance company insuring the range for liability requires it. NRA instructors provide virtually all the training for concealed carry permits in states that will allow it. The NRA does the bulk of firearms training for the nation's police officers as well. The range safety officer ought to be the standard for the entertainment industry to let anyone on the set with firearms. Anyone working for the armorer should be an NRA firearms instructor at minimum. They should also be licensed by the state in which the production is filmed and carry special liability insurance as a requirement to do this kind of work. The state where a movie is shot should also require an RSO, a range safety officer, on the set, and that safety officer should have the ability to close a movie down if there is any failure to comply with safe handling procedures. The most recent movie set shooting highlights the firearm safety problems that Hollywood executives' own politics prevents them from solving. The industry should stop playing make-believe with the lives of its own community and work with the NRA to ensure gun control on the set. And while it seems Baldwin is still being investigated over the travesty, I refuse to call it a tragedy anymore, with authorities recently issuing a search warrant for his phone, it seems this isn't enough for many Twitter users today who caused Alec Baldwin's name to trend after Kim Potter's guilty verdict. It seems those angry at the situation believe that Officier Potter, who also claimed that the fatal shooting was an accident in court, has received unfair treatment compared to Baldwin's treatment for his involvement in the murder, yeah, I'll call it that, of Halyna Hutchins on the set of Rust. In one of Alec Baldwin's first statements after the travesty, he claimed that the event was an accident. Well, to quote his T, "There are incidental accidents on film sets from time to time, but nothing like this. This is a 1 in a trillion episode." Oh my, you motherfucker. You fucking cocksucker. I can't go on, but, I want to shoot that son of a bitch. Like Derek Chauvin, Kim Potter was sent directly to state prison to await sentencing after the jury reached a verdict following 72 hours, 3 days of deliberations. Hennepin County District Court Judge Regina Chu denied a request from Kim Potter's defense attorney to release her on bail until sentencing, though I understand this has been reversed and she's loose now. I'll have to follow up on that, or James can. Presently, Kim Potter will be sentenced on February 18th, 2022 regardless. The filming on the Rust set has been suspended indefinitely following the death of Halyna Hutchins. I doubt we'll ever see that film. That can become a running joke. Hey, when we gonna see Rust? Yeah, oh yeah. Look that up and you're gonna find a series of quality science fiction short films, but that's probably the best you'll get. And I think it's a lot better than the shit Alec, James is saying Rust is rusting away. Yeah, the science fiction shorts you'll find on YouTube by the name of Rust are better than any shit Alec Baldwin would have churned out anyway. Now, by the way, in terms of how serious the situation is between Japan and China, you might remember that when fucking Donald Trump was having his meltdown and the general had to call China to tell them, don't worry, we're not gonna launch if he tells us to launch. And all the right wing said he was a traitor because he basically called the Chinese and told them that he wasn't gonna fire if Trump gave the order. So this is something that brings us to the situation where, thank God, we've got a fucking hotline to the enemy, the Chinese or the Russians, in a situation like that, because that's what prevents nuclear war. Of course, Jameson's saying, damn, I wish they fired, seriously. And I understand his nihilism to a degree. I mean, I've been there, that level of anger, and so at any rate, when you have this general considered a traitor because he called the Chinese to reassure them, that is something where we have a hotline for that very purpose. That's what the hotline is for. It's something that is there for that use. So, in terms of that general, he was Miley, I believe. And so he secretly called his Chinese counterpart twice over. So, yes, Jameson Reese is saying he should be celebrated for preventing a catastrophe, to be honest. Thank you. Yes. And so he called secretly his Chinese counterpart twice over concerns that then President Donald Trump could spark a war with China as his election loss loomed in its aftermath. So in that situation, what can we say about that? Basically, General Milley defended his call. His office defended his call. He was so fearful that Trump might spark a war that he made secret calls to his Chinese counterparts to make certain that that war would not happen. By the way, this is all outlined in a book by Bob Woodward and Robert Costa titled Peril. And in that book, you'll find out all the details you want to know about this, probably more than you care to know. And in that book called Peril, General Mark A. Milley, that's his name, or Milley, Milley, General Mark Milley called his Chinese counterpart before the election and after January 6th in a bid to avert armed conflict. That's twice in the final months of the Trump administration, when the country's top military officer was so fearful that Trump's meltdown might spark a war with communist China that he moved urgently to avoid armed conflict. And in a pair of secret phone calls, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff assured his communist Chinese counterpart, General Li Xiaocheng of the People's Liberation Army, that the United States would not strike. So, again, that's a book by the Washington Post's own associate editor, Bob Woodward, and the national political reporter, Robert Costa. So, the reason I bring this up, and the reason that it's relevant, is because things have gotten so bad between Japan and China that the defense ministers of the Empire of Japan and the Communist Chinese Empire have agreed to set up a joint defense hotline by the end of this year, or by the end of 2022, even as the two East Asian superpowers continue to be at odds over territorial disputes and military posturing. Tokyo is showing increasing concern over the situation surrounding my Taiwan, the self-governed island, or in a very real sense, the Dietrich Artilect, or AI-governed island that China claims as its own. Now, Japan and China also have a long-standing dispute over an uninhabited Japanese-controlled island chain in the East China Sea known as the Senkakus in Japan and the Diaoyus in Communist China. Over the last few years, the Japanese Empire has bolstered its air and sea defenses in response to Red China's displays of military aggression in the South China Sea and beyond. So, notice that these two powers are taking it upon themselves to communicate, and that America's not in the loop. And I think that tells you everything you need to fucking know. America's out of the game. And let's see if we got time to cover that. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 8 to 9, 7. We got 4 hours left. I can't believe we've got fucking 4 hours left. Holy shit. I don't know. Can I do this? I guess I can. I think I can. Fuck. I mean, my voice is kind of almost shot now, or rather my energy, but, you know, I think I can handle it. Now, all right. Now, let me get started. Let's talk about the Maoism of Donald Trump. Now, America may be reeling from the rising tide of Trumpism, but in communist China, his appeal, where he's known affectionately as Chuanpu, That's the Chinese rendering of Trump's name. His appeal in communist China is readily apparent. Chuanpu. They love his ass. In February of 1957, 8 years after the founding of communist China as an empire on the mainland, and 9 years prior to the Cultural Revolution. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you fucking will when I'm done. Chairman Mao Zedong made a speech at the 11th meeting of the Supreme State Conference entitled On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People, that defined his political philosophy. In that speech, arguably his best known, the great helmsman, as he was known to the Chinese, the great steerer of the state, the ship of state, drew a distinction between the people and the enemy. The people were effectively the in-group, while the enemy was nothing but a collection of demons and thugs to be vigilantly resisted. The us versus them dichotomy, a cornerstone of Maoism later enshrined in his Little Red Book, effectively painted our world in black and white, banishing all diversity, difference, or any considerations of civil liberty. Yet that worldview has found curious potency 60-odd years later in the mouth of another bombastic demagogue, reared in a wholly different political system, who shares the late great Chairman Mao's knack for polemical excess and xenophobic paranoia. And when America was still reeling from Trump's victory as the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, this was before he was even president, many Chinese, the red Chinese, watching on the mainland, across the straits from my Taiwan, from the other side of the world, viewed Trump's ascent as natural. The rise of another strongman whose politics of exclusion and rhetoric of hate both reprise and reflect Red China's past and present anxieties. So, in these United States, Trump cultism seems like a chilling wake-up call for members of both parties, forced for the first time to confront the deformed dynamics of their socio-political system. But in the communist Chinese empire, the appeal of Chuanpu, as the mainland Chinese render Trump's name, is readily apparent. From the start, Trump's campaign relied on a core constituency of beleaguered blue-collar voters, the people, Mao would surely have termed them, whose economic distress Trump masterfully channeled toward the creation of loathsome villains, the enemy. The ease with which Trump erected and proselytized this divide speaks to what the late great Chairman Mao would have labeled a ripeness for class struggle. As Eric X. Lee wrote, a Chinese man, in a thoughtful essay in Foreign Affairs, the comparison is unsurprising given Red China's Marxist heritage. Now, Eric Lee is a Chinese American, as you can tell by his first name, and in his words, as the Chinese suffered tremendously from extreme class struggles in their recent history, Western democracy seems to have reached an enviable position by erasing class lines. But the Trump campaign showed the world that this was all an illusion. America's working class is angry, and the communists can now relate. To understand Trump's Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, we need to look to Lenin and Mao. Because the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is behaving like a Maoist party. A decade ago, mainstream Republicans eyed the Tea Party movement with tight-grinned consternation. They would smile, but it's the kind of shit grin you have when you're pushing out a turd. That's what the Tea Party was. Many Americans suspected that the movement's ideological rigidity was so antithetical to the pragmatic political culture of these United States that it might undermine the electoral appeal of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency before it became just that. The party nonetheless continued its rightward march past disrupted town halls and government shutdowns. Then came Donald Trump. The Tea Party phenomenon is not historically unprecedented, though to better understand it, one must look beyond these United States. In fact, the Republican Party of 2020 through to 2024 looks more like the party of Vladimir Lenin than the party of Abraham Lincoln. Trump cultism represents the culmination of a conservative, nay, reactionary, vanguard party revolution that is now degenerating into a Maoist struggle against the establishment, a struggle in which the leaders of one faction mobilize the masses in a bottom-up campaign to undermine their competitors for party control. But you might ask, understandably, how can Republicans be Leninists? Well, obviously, I've touched on this before. And obviously, they do not espouse communism, and they do not promote the dictatorship, much less the interests of the proletariat. Historically, however, there have existed other non-Marxist, quasi-Leninist parties. Leninism involves a set of radical organizational practices designed to maximize partisan power to overturn conventional governance and impose ideological goals. Unlike liberal democratic parties in the West, the Leninist Party seeks to graft itself onto all levels of the bureaucracy and thereby construct the party state. Indeed, Vladimir Vladimirovich Lenin, or Ilyich Lenin, he devised many of his ideas after recognizing that the revolution would never arise naturally out of the contradictions of capitalism. The Leninist Vanguard Party itself needed to overturn the old order, which it proceeded to do in both Russia and China. Out of the rubble was built a single-party state controlled by ruling elites. Centralized government by conspiracy. A conspiracy of 5-year plans. The Leninist Party succeeds through fanatically strict party discipline and unconditional obedience to party decisions, and nothing disciplines Leninists more than a superhuman fidelity to party dogma. Lenin famously declared that, politically, the only choice is either bourgeois, meaning capitalist, or socialist ideology. There be no middle course. Hence, to belittle the socialist ideology in any way, to turn aside from it in the slightest degree, means to strengthen bourgeois ideology. Ergo, all Leninists abhor moderation. Lenin feared that workers had a penchant for such middle courses as trade unionism, which leads to their ideological enslavement by the bourgeois. party elites needed to scientifically guide workers toward acceptable forms of class struggle. When Russian workers and sailors demanded several liberalizing reforms in the Kronstadt Rebellion of 1921 that I've referenced on these transmissions before, Bolshevik forces crushed them. Today's Republican Party is identical to its Marxist-Leninist counterpart in its unyielding devotion to ideology and radical partisan aggrandizement. Conservatism is now the Russo collaborationist Republican insurgency's defining feature. Nay, reactionaryism is a weaponized instrument for the transformation of history. A party that once was led by white supremacist colonial imperialists such as Theodore Roosevelt or an arch-conservative such as Dwight David Eisenhower has evolved, or rather devolved, into an organization marked by reactionary absolutism. Ronald Reagan's 1980 triumph inaugurated an ideological revolution in which moderates were sidelined over the course of several decades. By the 21st century, most Republican politicians embraced the conservative label, and compromise on the main dogmatic tenets was taboo. Factional divisions within the party today are not over the merits of conservative ideology generally, or rather reactionary ideology generically, but over which aspects of reactionary conservatism to promote. The interests of a globalizing corporate elite are those of racial and economic nationalists and religious traditionalists. If one were to take Lenin's dictum and reverse the words socialist and bourgeois capitalist, a majority of Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent politicians and pundits would heartily agree with it all. Conservative absolutism or reactionary fundamentalism has been buttressed by a ruthless adherence to the party line, another feature of Leninism. The Republican Hastert rule, named for former House Speaker J. Dennis Hastert of Illinois, mandates that no bill will receive a floor vote unless it enjoys the support of a majority of the Republican caucus. This practice embraces the Leninist principle of freedom in discussion, unity in action. Similarly, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, the Republican from Kentucky, has joined the ranks of apparatchiks, party hacks, who have radically overturned all the political norms of their nation states. His party's year-long disregard for the Constitution in 2016 ensured absolute ideological control over the Supreme Court. More tellingly, the brazen contradiction between the Republican claim in 2016 that a judicial nominee could not be considered almost a year before an election, and their claim in 2020 that a conservative nominee must be rushed through confirmation the week before an election, represents a classic Leninist shift in the party line. Outsiders are always astonished by the logical inconsistencies of such behavior, but party cadres are driven by whatever tactics advance party power, and, in this case, by the compulsion to graft the party onto all levels of governance, including the judiciary. No one should be surprised by these similarities. Trump's own strategist, Stephen K. Bannon, declared on record in 2013 that "I am a Leninist. Lenin wanted to destroy the state, and that's my goal too." In the Leninist phase of Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent history, Republicans who deviate from the party line are denigrated as Rhinos. That's an acronym, all uppercase RINO for Republicans in name only. To avoid the prospect of being primaried, they edged farther rightward to enhance their legislative scorecards and protect the right flank. As in Russia and China, policy differences over complicated matters devolved into ideological contests, and party stalwarts were devoured in the process. Senator Richard Lugar, the Republican from Indiana, was branded a rhino and defeated by a Tea Party challenger in a 2012 primary for his purported ideological unreliability. While on a different scale than in Red China, where many were beaten or imprisoned, the process of ideological expulsion has ground on to bitter extremes that simply portend that. Half a dozen years after Lugar's defeat, the reactionary Tea Party are par excellence. Mark Sanford, Republican from South Carolina, was himself driven from office for the inadequacies of his partisanship. What the fuck was happening here? When a party is defined primarily by ideology, cadres must profess ideological loyalty. This is where the Leninist vanguard wobbles towards Maoism, in which a populist, anti-elite insurgency, usually manipulated by powerful forces lurking in the shadows, upends top-down Leninist discipline and demands mandatory performances of dogmatic purity. In the Communist Chinese Empire, the Maoist revolt against the communist establishment, which Mao denounced as capitalist roaders for introducing a few pragmatic reforms in response to widespread famine and mass starvation and cannibalism, embodied this transformation. There is a disturbingly strong historical analogy to the Republican Party's transformation into a cult of personality. The Communist Party of China under Mao Zedong. As well, at the CPCs, the Communist Parties of China's Lu Mountain plenary meeting in 1958. Marshal Peng Dehuai pointed out that Mao's judgment was flawed and that he could no longer be trusted as primus inter pares. The only question was whether the other party grandees could move ahead without Mao's charismatic link to the party's gullible base. But Mao struck first. While party officials such as Peng Zheng, Liu Riqing, Liu Dingyi, Yang Xiankun, and Deng Xiaoping were purged, Peng and Liu Xiaoqi both turned up dead, and the rest of the grandees got on with the program. In other words, they jumped on the Trump train. That program was the total chaos of the Cultural Revolution. Recognizing that those who had benefited from the initial purges would need to be kept insecure and toothless, the grand old man Mao continued to shake things up. Chen Boda was purged. My own relation, who shares my family name. The Grand General, the Grand Marshal of the People's Liberation Army, Lin Biao, was eliminated. And Deng Xiaoping himself, with his reputation for bureaucratic competence, was brought back into the fold, only to be purged again after being threatened with the promotion of Wang Hongwen, backed by the rest of the Gang of Four, as they became known, and King Shen, and then Hua Guofeng. Through all this shuffling, only two personnel qualifications mattered: obsequiousness and powerlessness. If the official in question fulfilled both, he would be praised, honored, and promoted. If he lacked one or the other, he would be taken down a peg, sent to work as a pipe fitter, or assassinated. The one exception was Zhao Erlai, whose unfailing psychophancy perhaps made up for the fact that he wasn't entirely powerless. Mao Zedong with Lin Biao, my relation, who would have killed Mao and taken his place, but himself was killed in what the Communist Chinese asserted was an attempt to flee to the Soviet Union after an abortive assassination attempt against Mao himself. He was descended from Commissioner Lin, who, left with nothing but a police force, attempted to fight off the Greater British Empire when they invaded China and were given Hong Kong during the surrender of the Qing dynasty, who sent Commissioner Lin into exile. His successor, generations on, General Lin Biao, who had grown up all his life in the Communist Party and knew no other lifestyle, was going to kill Mao Zedong and ascend to the chairmanship, but had to flee and died in the process, en route to Russia, on the deserts of Mongolia, where his plane went down. This process could be sustained because there was always an ample number of party officials who saw the chaos as an opportunity for their own advancement. But while differentially doing Mao's bidding could yield career advantages, he was old, low on energy, and on his way to meeting Karl Marx in the great beyond. So the court intrigue continued, with officials falling over each other to work toward the chairman, even though nobody but Mao's nephew and closest aide could claim to understand his incoherent grunts and scrawls. Even after Mao's death, various factions competed to show that they had been truer to his wishes than anyone else. Mao's immediate successor as party chairman, Hua, continued to quote Mao, "If you are in charge, I am at ease," while extolling the successes of the Cultural Revolution. Wang and the rest of the Gang of Four boasted that they were Mao's true ideological heirs. Even Deng Xiaoping maintained quietly that he had remained in Mao's favor after his second purging, and that it had been Mao himself through Wang Dongjing rather than Deng Xiaoping's military allies who had protected him from the Gang of Four. The comparisons to the Republican Party under Donald Trump should now be obvious. The most sycophantic and impotent Republicans are duly selected by Donald Trump himself for promotion, while those with any modicum of power or self-respect are cut off at the knees. Trump knows the latter cohort would seek to sideline him as soon as it gained power or forged its own links to the base, the population base of his cultists. So the purges are conducted from Mar-a-Lago, where Trump denounces his former appointees and aides as losers and rhinos, Republicans in name only. Hence, Nikki Haley, Trump's former ambassadoress to the United Nations, is said to have requested an audience and been refused. And everyone knows that Trump is disappointed in Mike Pence and regards Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell as one dumb son of a bitch. According to Donald Trump, the Democrats have all the advantage because they don't have the Mitt Romneys, the little Ben Sasses, and Cheneys of the world. Unfortunately, we do. Sometimes there are consequences to being ineffective and weak. In fact, to put it in his voice, because I was simply quoting him, they don't have the Romneys, little Ben Sasseys and Cheneys of the world. Unfortunately, we do. Sometimes there are consequences to being ineffective and weak. And yet the overwhelming majority of Republicans cling to Trump, hoping that appeasing him will benefit them personally. During the putsch attempt on January 6th, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy asked Trump, "Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?" But soon thereafter, McCarthy voted to overturn Biden's election, then crawled on hands and knees to Mar-a-Lago to pledge eternal fealty to Donald Trump. And why shouldn't he? Trump is a dangerous to cross, has a charismatic link with a gullible base, and will not be a political force for much longer. He is old, low on energy, and on his way to meeting Roy Cohn in the Great Beyond. Just as Mao went on to meet Karl Marx. Over the course of a decade-long cultural revolution, from the year that I was born, 1966, through to the bicentennial of the United States on its 200th birthday in 1976, political survival involved leapfrogging leftward over anyone who challenged one's ideological bona fides, resulting in a process of ever redder self-identification and ever more abject adoration of the party leader. Memoirs of the period relate how party indoctrinators were themselves attacked by the masses and obliged to acknowledge their own ideological inadequacies or perform the loyalty dance in veneration of the Red Sun, Chairman Mao Zedong. He was, unlike the Red Sun of the Japanese, he was the Red Sun of China. This process enabled Mao, the embodiment of the sun on earth, to seize total power in mainland China. Deng Xiaoping and the Communist Party don't deserve credit for Chinese economic power. China's economic reforms were bottom up, not top down. Now, set amid the dusty sandstone-colored hills in northern Shanxi, Yan'an is a hallowed place, taken over by the communists at the end of the Long March, the Great Retreat of 1936. It served as the temporary Red capital during the Second World War. Decades later, Yan'an had become the symbolic home of the ideal communist man, one who merged with the collective in war and work alike. The Yan'an spirit heralded selfless dedication to the greater good as people fused into a force powerful enough to move the mountains themselves. But when a team of propaganda officials arrived in Yan'an in December of 1974, they were shocked to find a thriving and sophisticated black market. The country was 8 years into the Cultural Revolution, a massive effort to purge Chinese society of bourgeois influences and move it closer to communist purity. But beneath the surface of total collectivization, something rather different was underway. One village had abandoned any attempt to wrest food from the arid soil, opting to specialize in selling pork instead. In order to fulfill their quota of grain deliveries to the state, the villagers used the profit from their meat business to buy back corn from the market. Local cadres, instead of enforcing the planned economy as they were supposed to, sided with the villagers and supervised the entire operation. Yan'an was not alone in taking to the market. Entire communes in Laonan had divided up all collective assets and handed responsibility for production back to individual families. Many villagers abandoned 2 decades of monoculture imposed by a state keen on grain to feed the cities and to barter on the international market, and cultivated crops that performed well on the black market instead. Some rented out their plots and went to the city instead, working in underground factories and sending back remittances to their village. In parts of Pucheng, propitious couplets in traditional calligraphy largely displaced loud slogans in brash red. Officials expressed little interest in reading newspapers, let alone keeping up with the party line. One report complained, I'm reading from the Chinese here, "Not one party meeting has been called, and not one of the prescribed works of Marx, Lenin, and Chairman Mao has been studied." In some production brigades, telephone conferences were not a realistic prospect since the lines had been cut down and were used by the villagers to dry sweet potatoes. Instead of working for the collectives, people with any kind of expertise offered their services to the highest bidder. There were doctors who gave private consultations for a fee. They were self-employed artisans. Meanwhile, millions of people were going hungry, some of them eating mud or tree bark. Did I say going hungry? Fuck, they were starving, to the point where they were eating people. In Jiang, where one inspector had come across a starving family of 7 surviving in a shed in the midst of winter, the local authorities had shrugged their shoulders. But elsewhere in the province, some cadres preferred to hand out the land to the villagers and let them try to survive by their own means, rather than watch them die of hunger or steal the grain directly from the fields. Such disobedience had a long history, but it became especially widespread after the mysterious 1971 death of my mother's relation behind the bamboo curtain, General Lin Biao, formerly Mao's heir apparent, and the man in charge of the army that had transformed the country into a garrison state after 1968. In some cases, local cadres took the lead, distributing the land to the farmers. Sometimes a deal was struck between representatives of the state and those who tilled the land, as the fiction of collective ownership was preserved by turning over a percentage of the crop to party officials. Bribery often greased the wheels of free enterprise, as villagers paid cadres to look the other way. The Cultural Revolution had badly damaged the Communist Party. Now, in a silent revolution, millions upon millions of villagers surreptitiously opened black markets, shared out collective assets, divided the land, and opened underground factories. Cadres were defenseless against myriad daily acts of quiet defiance and endless subterfuge, as people tried to sap the dominance of the state and replace it with their own initiative and ingenuity. These were the unintended outcomes of the Cultural Revolution. China's other cultural revolution in Mao's Middle Kingdom was all about the black market, books, music, and sex. Apologists for the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, never fail to mention that it lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, all too conveniently forgetting, rather ignoring, that a whole lot of that poverty was caused by the CCP's own policies since taking over the country in 1949. And the only reason any of those who made it did was because the rest had starved to death and were no longer competition for food. The party takes full credit for the country's economic rise, and Deng Xiaoping, its paramount leader between 1978 and 1989, is said to be its great architect. That claim has augmented the CCP's power. In the 1970s, it looked like the party might become yet another ramshackle regime. Today, it is flush with self-confidence, exploiting the country's economic prominence to throw its weight on the international stage in an attempt to render us all communists. I am left to vomit. Oh my God, I gotta take a breath. It's one of those things where you can't believe the gall of these motherfuckers. Now, I've gone over this before about the Chinese Communist Party during the Cultural Revolution. It's something that requires some intense discussion now. It's something that I need to just breathe a few minutes here, gather myself before I go into it. And I'll tell you something that, when it comes to where we're at here in this country, again, the parallels between our country and communist China, they're unbelievable. I don't understand how other people don't see it besides myself, but then I realize, of course, well, I was born in China. And that's why I can see it where no one else can. By the way, Jameson Reese, we got another one coming in, another bot. And checking into the time we have remaining to see if I can cover this. Now, the claim that Deng Xiaoping was the man who steered China on the capitalist road has augmented the Chinese Communist Party's power. In the 1970s, it looked like the party might become, as I said, just yet another failed state. But here they are today trying to conquer the world. And yet the CCP is not, in fact, the linchpin of modern Chinese economic success. 'Twas ordinary people, not Deng Xiaoping, began the reform of Red China's economy. Real change arose organically from below. It was not, contra CCP myth, the result of Deng's genius. Reconsidering that myth is vital, given that this unearned reputation for turning around the Chinese economy leads many people to misjudge the regime's capacities to this day. The Chinese party line, alas, has fooled all too much of the world. Exempli gratiae. Circa 2017, the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, effused that Deng Xiaoping created the state-driven managed economic system that is responsible for China's economic growth, to mark the 40th anniversary of Deng becoming the party's paramount leader. The Washington Post gushed that Deng Xiaoping laid out the foundations for Red China's success and instituted policies that unleashed the creative and entrepreneurial potential of the Chinese people. Far from embarking on a new correct path, Deng Xiaoping was trying to turn back the clock. He wasn't out to create a new economic system. He sought to restore the planned economy that had existed before the Cultural Revolution. The program he tried to implement after 1978 was based on the four modernizations Zhou Enlai had introduced in 1963, the year my sister was born, to revive the countryside after Mao's disastrous Great Leap Forward. During the Cultural Revolution of 1966 to 1976, from the year I was born to America's bicentennial, the Communist Chinese Party's radical elements encouraged renewed collectivization campaigns. Deng sought to reverse those extreme policies, not the planned economy itself. Now, give me a second here to again get my breath, pull my act together under my state of inebriation, and basically what we have is a situation where America is emulating the collapse of communist China. And in that sense, our future is dire. In communist China, an enormous part of the population starved to death. 100 million people died. Our equivalent here would certainly be tens of millions at the least. We're a nation that's headed towards mass starvation. So, this is something that you need to understand. Just as China is both weak and dangerous, so too is America, which is why we're likely headed towards war, because we're mirror images. Deng Xiaoping embraced reforms conservatively, after events on the ground had already made state restrictions obsolete. Upon taking control of the Communist Party, he endorsed private ownership of small plots, but forbade dividing up collective land to individual households. It was only in 1982, 4 years after he took power, that households were officially allowed to contract production rights on collective land. He raised the price of grain that farmers compulsorily sold to the state by 20%, a substantial concession, but hardly evincing the kind of vision that the title Great Architect implies. Indeed, the year after the Great Turning Point, in April of 1979, Deng Xiaoping and the party leadership of Communist China ordered those who had left the communes to rejoin them. The planned economy was undermined and subverted from below well before the communes were finally officially dissolved in 1983. Decollectivization occurred not because Deng Xiaoping's vision, but because ordinary people, under cover of the Cultural Revolution's chaos, left the communes. Several years before Mao died in 1976, as America celebrated its 200th birthday, it had become common for people to strike out on their own in search of economic opportunities. They had to. The Communist Chinese Party's leadership lamented that the countryside had gone capitalist, but couldn't reverse that trend. By 1980, half of all production teams in Guizhou province and more than half in Gansu were under household contracts. This system gave farmers secure tenures of collective farmland, which significantly increased both their productivity and health. One cadre in Annō province likened household contracting, as reported by the historian Frank Decotter in a 2016 article in the China Quarterly, to an irresistible wave, spontaneously topping the limits we had placed. It could not be suppressed or turned around. Now, Mao Zedong said, "There is great disorder under heaven, and the situation is excellent." Many years agone, in a letter to his wife, on the 8th day of July in 1966, writ even as I gestated at second trimester within my mother's womb, Chairman Mao expressed his determination to create great disorder under heaven. By this he meant that the disappearance of the old order offered the opportunity to build a new one. Surveying an apparently collapsing China, Mao Zedong coolly observed in Chinese that there was Tianjia, Dalian, Xingxi, Dahao, great disorder under the heavens, and the situation is excellent. The context was the disorder within Communist Chinese society in the early 1960s, that decade into which I was born into this vale of tears, favorable to Mao's revolutionary movement. Achieving chaos was a political end to his means, and Mao was happy about the chaotic development during the proceedings of the Cultural Revolution. And Mao's lessons apply to Trump's America. Beware of leaders willing to set their own country on fire. In the summer of 1966, while I kicked in my mother's belly, Mao Zedong, the father of the Chinese Revolution, chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, and leader of the People's Republic of China, called upon Chinese citizens to rise up in revolt against the very government and party he had been so personally responsible for establishing. He implored, "Bombard the headquarters!" 4 months prior, radical acolytes of Mao, none with formal positions in the communist hierarchy, had been circulating outlandish conspiracy theories about counter-revolutionary plotting and anti-Mao cliques in the highest echelons of the Chinese system, in which the party and state were one. Unable to press their accusations through the highly bureaucratized and tightly controlled media channels of the party center in Beijing, the radicals, with Mao's own quiet urging, published their claims in a Shanghai newspaper far from the nation's capital. In the resultant miasma of disinformation and innuendo, opportunists in politically important institutions, particularly universities, became emboldened enough to openly vilify what otherwise would have been considered the normal operations of the single-party state. In late May of 1966, Ni Yuanji, an undistinguished mid-level professor at Peking University, publicly accused the university's leadership, and by extension the Communist Party leadership in Beijing municipality, of being controlled by the bourgeois and engaging in counter-revolution, capital crimes in those days, punishable by death. Her posted accusations on a university bulletin board might nevertheless have amounted to nothing in this pre-internet era of analog communication, yet Chairman Mao endorsed the slanderous diatribe, ordering it to be read aloud on national radio and to be published in the party state's main newspaper, the People's Daily. But it was Mao's own public proclamation on August 5th, his call to bombard the headquarters, that fully set the nation ablaze. Mao, echoing and now formally putting his name behind the conspiracy theories that had been swirling for months, declared that comrades from the party center down to the organization's lowest level tendrils had adopted a reactionary bourgeois line, were committed to overturning the glorious revolution, and were actively imposing a white terror upon the people. The real threat to the nation's survival, Mao did argue, was no longer the holdouts from the old order, the capitalists, the landlords, the Confucianists, nor was it China's turncoat former allies, the Soviets, nor even was it the worst of the imperialists abroad, the Americans. Rather, the existential threat now resided within the heart of the Communist Party itself, in what today would be termed the deep state. Sound familiar? Mao, relishing disruption and basking in his own centrality to the roiling chaos, called upon young people to rise up, and rise up they did. From August to November of 1966, as I was exiting my mother's womb and being born in blood and the fluid of her loins into this world of pain and sorrow, millions of Chinese youth flocked to the capital to attend wildly emotional rallies. Little red books in hand, they crowded in Tiananmen Square to catch a glimpse of the chairman himself, revel in his politics of resentment, and bellow in unison their unwavering fealty to his eternal rule. 10,000 years to Chairman Mao! 10,000 years to Chairman Mao! 10,000 years to Chairman Mao! And impassioned in their newly anointed role as saviors of the revolution, the young, the impressionable, and the disaffected lashed out against the agents of authority all around them. The closer at hand, the better. Teachers, parents, senior colleagues in the workplace, and on and on and on. Indeed, on the day Mao urged citizens to bombard the headquarters, secondary school students, adolescents really, in the all-girls high school affiliated with Beijing Normal University beat to death their school's party secretary Bian Zhongyun. Murders of this type would be repeated almost 1,800 times in Beijing alone over the next 8 weeks. And that's not counting the suicides, the beatings, and all the other grievous injuries. That was just the beginning. By the fall of 1966, as my mother fed me, well, not by her breast for reasons I've explained before. That doesn't work with vampires. And into 1967, violence metastasized across China's cities. Gangs of radicals tried to seize local power, only to be countered by defenders of the status quo fighting for their own survival. Government agencies were ransacked and looted. Party officials were bound up, humiliated, and thrown before the mob, some never to emerge alive. Workplaces, neighborhoods, even entire cities descended into internecine warfare as faction battled faction, colleague raged against colleague, student pummeled student, and in many cases, family member turned on family member. Radicalized citizens broke into military armories and pillaged the contents, thus injecting automatic weapons, hand grenades, and artillery pieces into the nationwide melee. Red China, in just a few months, had gone from a rigidly ordered, superstatic society to Lord of the Flies. Though the final death count is still murky, we know that ultimately more than 100 million individuals lost their lives. And through it all, Mao wallowed in narcissism, delighting in the chaos he had willed upon his empire. As violence began to spread at the very start of this period, the great chairman famously rhapsodized in that letter to his wife, "There is great disorder under heaven. The situation is excellent." 5 months later, on the evening of his birthday in December 1966, he would raise a toast to the unfolding of nationwide all-round civil war. In retrospect, Mao's adoration of chaos and his indifference to the carnage wrought by all of it should have come as no surprise. His preoccupation with turmoil, his sanctification of violence, and his ever-ready willingness to light the spark that could set a prairie afire are all conspicuously present in his writings dating back to the late 1920s and early 30s. Equally obvious are his visceral disdain for stasis, his contempt for expertise, his loathing of bureaucratic administration, and his impatience with the effort required to effect positive change in situations bound by rules, laws, and institutions. To this day, the Chinese who lived through this period, survived it rather, the Cultural Revolution, have internalized one lesson clearer than any other. They know that all the most seemingly immutable institutions of society, the rules, the authority structures, the social hierarchies, the police, the armed forces, and everything else that seems so predictable and impervious to change, are but ephemera that can disintegrate in the flash of an eye. And they know that all of the human inhibitions so intrinsic to social life, the disinclination to violence, the ability to feel shame, the willingness to trust, and the subordination of emotion to reason, can so easily give way to the basest of human desires, particularly in the context of a mob and a manipulative leader. Witnesses to the Cultural Revolution are all too aware that what separates us humans from the state of nature is but a thin, fragile veneer, as transparent as Chinese rice paper. Why does this matter? On one level, it's important for understanding contemporary China itself. Xi Jinping today can proclaim all he wants the great renaissance of the Chinese people. He can parade his tanks, conjure the patriotic fervor of his citizens, and revel in triumphalism. But even the most casual observer can discern the flip side of all this jingoistic solidarity, the compulsive desire to stamp out potential dissent and thus potential disorder wherever it lurks, whether in unregistered evangelical Christian churches, the Chinese #MeToo movement, as personified in the tennis player who accused his second-in-command of raping her and paid the price, the culture and ethnic identity of the Uyghur people who are Caucasian and Muslim, or the desire of Hong Kong citizens to preserve their basic civil rights. Xi promotes solidarity, but beneath it lurks fear. Fear that the edifice of harmony and strength is vulnerable to collapse at any given moment. However, that's not the main reason why Americans should understand what Mao did in 1966, the year in which I myself was to first lay my eyes upon this world. Now, I myself, of course, was born in China across the Black Strait from the chaos on the mainland. And I'm now 55 years of age. Someone who personifies China in my own right. And over the course of my 55 years outside my mother's womb, I've been continually moved by the intensity, the drama, and the profound tragedy of Chinese history. I've valued and benefited from the wisdom of ethnically pure Chinese friends, colleagues, and mentors. And I've empathized with the particular challenges, hardships, and triumphs they've faced in all their lives. Still, their empire's experience always seemed so remarkably different and removed from that of my own. That is, until the present. Until Donald John Trump was made president by the Russians. In the United States now, I witness things that I never thought I would live to see at home. But that all feel ominously reminiscent of the Chinese experience. I see a national leader defiantly rejecting the most fundamental and time-honored of governance institutions while refusing even to entertain a peaceful transition of power. I see a national leader and much of the public trafficking in wild conspiracy theories about my country's public institutions and openly contemplating resolutions through violence and vigilante action. I see various societal leaders, including President Donald John Trump himself, president in exile, in effect, stoking the fires of intra-societal resentment and hatred. And I see the opportunists and avatars reveling in their transgressions of all norms, embracing the chaos and relishing their own moment in the sun. Oh, how tantalizing it is to play with fire and risk burning down the house. As the days go by and Trump refuses to concede, as the accusations of illegal voting and fraud grow ever more lurid and radicalized, if, God forbid, the social pressures deepen enough for violence to erupt upon the streets, thus providing Trump an opportunity to declare an insurrection, will our institutions prove any less fragile than those of Cultural Revolution era China? Are Americans as a people really so much better, so much more sophisticated, and so much further removed than the Chinese were in 1966 from that diaphanous veil separating civilized society from the state of nature? I say thee nay. In China, we had a socialist world turned upside down. The return to market principles was facilitated by divisions at the top, partisan wrangling and factional infighting among the communist leadership had resulted in constant changes in governmental policy. Cadres started deliberately twisting and bending various state directives, taking them far beyond what the leadership intended. Some opened up every portion of collective property to negotiation, from control over the pigsty, the fish pond, and the forest, to the exact dimensions of individual plots. They allowed a black market to thrive, realizing that their own livelihoods, including the food they ate, depended on free trade. They encouraged the villagers to leave the collectives and strike out on their own. A good example comes from Fenghuang, an ancient town in Yunnan where giant wooden wheels scooped up water from the river to irrigate the terraced rice fields. As elsewhere, the villagers seized 3 opportunities to expand their private plots. They did so first during Mao's Great Famine, the Great Leap Forward of 1958 through 1961, trying to escape from mass starvation as best they could. Then they used the initial crisis of the Cultural Revolution to reclaim more land from the state. They had to retreat after that, surrendering their gains, but in 1972 they pushed forward again, expanding their plots by more than 100%. Officially, private plots were not to constitute more than 5% of the land, and people were allowed to cultivate them only once their daily duties to the collective had been fulfilled. But in Fenghuang, as in many other places, some villagers, with the consent of the cadres, the political officers, interpreted the loosening of agricultural policy as a license to withdraw from the people's communes and work all day on their own. Many went private, growing vegetables, or fishing for shrimps. Wu Tingjong, for instance, declined the basic food ration he was entitled to as a member of his production team and relied instead on his own plot to grow potatoes, vegetables, and tobacco in sufficient quantities to feed himself and sell a surplus worth 400 yuan a year. The entire production team soon followed his lead, pooling their resources to focus on cash crops. It was a socialist world turned upside down, as those who answered the call of the market thrived, while members of the collective remained mired in poverty and starvation. Wu Qinghua, a loyal follower who obeyed every order from the People's Commune, earned barely enough work points to get by. He dressed in rags and lived in a converted latrine, literally living in a toilet, borrowing money from the collective to help tide him over for a bad season. Feng Wang was divided. The cadres leaned toward Wu Tingjong. This was their polarization across the Pacific. Even when local officials and team leaders decided to close their eyes or bend the regulations, people like Wu Tingjong and others still had to evade tax officials and other government agents. It was against the law to trade in commodities officially monopolized by the state, from grain to meat, cotton to silk, tea to tobacco. But here too, the state's grip weakened significantly. One example comes from Tang Wang Dao, a villager who fried peanuts and cakes at night and sold them by the roadside to travelers by day. Like many others, he hid most of his wares in the fields, carrying only a small quantity of merchandise with him. When he was caught, everything was confiscated, but there was no other punishment. Outside Tong's village in Hainan, a blockade was sometimes imposed to prevent the sale of grain. In the months before and after the wheat harvest in early summer, checkpoints were set up along the main roads to stop people from carrying away bags filled with corn or wheat on their bicycles. But the villagers knew how to avoid the militia, carrying small amounts under cover of darkness or making multiple trips with hidden containers to avoid detection. In any event, a weakened state was no match for determined individuals who had honed their skills over many years of hardship. Villagers who had survived the horrors of Mao's Great Famine were not about to be intimidated by a tax officer hanging about a roadblock in conspicuous uniform. This brings us to the ironic aftermath of Mao's Cultural Revolution. Deng Xiaoping was not changing history. He was swept away by it. As the historianess Kate Zhao wrote in her 1996 book, How the Farmers Changed China. She said, when the government lifted restrictions, it did so only in recognition of the fact that the sea of unorganized farmers had already made them irrelevant. Ordinary people, not Deng Xiaoping, resisted and reformed the planned economy. To understand how the Chinese Communist Party's control of economic activity slipped, one must look to the history of the Cultural Revolution. Mao's Great Leap Forward of 1958 through to 1962 had devolved into the Great Famine, killing hundreds, tens of millions of people, which ultimately aggregated to the 100 million that I've stated. While they starved, the Red Party ramped up grain exports to fellow socialist countries in order to increase its international prestige. This forced farmers to circumvent the state's orders. One had to lie, cheat, steal, smuggle, or trade on the black markets to avoid starvation. Apart from the party's loyal hacks, only the lucky or enterprising survived. In the early 1960s, my decade, Even Mao had to acknowledge that the Great Leap Forward had failed. The Central Committee introduced a few paltry safeguards against extreme collectivization. Villagers were thus allowed to cultivate private plots, but only in their free time. But Mao soon saw this all as backsliding, and he launched the Cultural Revolution to secure his hold upon the party. Revolutionary committees took control of Red China. The People's Liberation Army was ordered onto the streets, and the Sino-Soviet border conflict was used as a pretext to reassert control over the countryside. Private holdings were once more collectivized on a supermassive scale, but the party tore itself apart in the process. Its organization was vitiated by factional infighting. The Cultural Revolution broke the party's apparatus of control. It lost much of its capacity to coerce people's everyday behavior. During the turmoil, people took back some of their lost freedoms. They expanded private lots, left the communes, sold produce for private gain, moved to the cities, and even opened underground factories. It is here that we find the true origins of China's modernization. Successive waves of terror, starvation, and struggle sessions made many local cadres lose interest in upholding the party line. They instead focused on production. Some even parceled out every part of commune property to the highest bidder. Black markets flourished. Soon private firms, collectives only in name, sprouted up. Enterprising villagers set up unauthorized brick factories and metalworks. The party leadership lamented that the countryside had gone capitalist, as I had said, but there was usually little it could do about it outside major cities. Exempli gratiae would be, well, exemplary would be an overview of the transformation of Chinese society from below. There were few disturbances in the years immediately following Tiananmen Square, but the event irrevocably changed the Communist Chinese People's Republic. By the end of the 1990s, Red Chinese society was turbulent once more as individual protests, both in the countryside and the city, began attracting tens of thousands of participants. In early 2002, two of them, one by oil workers in Daqing in the northeast, and the other by factory hands in nearby Liaoyang, may have reached the 100,000 mark. In late 2004, Communist China's southwest, about 100,000 peasants protested the seizure sans compensation of land to build a hydroelectric plant in Sichuan province. Now, protests had not only become bigger in size, they are now more numerous. In 1994, there were 10,000 such mass incidents. By 2003, there were 58,000. In 2004 and 2005, there were 74,000 and 87,000, respectively. This is according to official statistics, which undoubtedly undercount. According to the legal activist Jeremy Cohen, a truer figure for last year may be around 150,000. Virtually every segment in society. Except, of course, senior communist leaders and wealthy entrepreneurs is participating in these public demonstrations. Almost anything, whether or not it be a genuine grievance, can trigger a sit-in, demonstration, or riot against party officials, village bosses, tax collectors, factory owners, or township cadres. This is what brings us to my defining underground industry in mainland China for you. Returning the land to the cultivators was but one aspect of a silent revolution in the countryside. Some wealthier villages not only planted profitable crops for the market, but began establishing local factories. Now, this otherwise would not have happened had I not, well, looked into this rather over the years, the decades. I would not have known about it, but grew up knowing about it, whereas most Americans thought Communist China was a monolithic superstate. Now, as I said, this local factory phenomenon, the cottage industry factories, this was common in many parts of Guangdong, in Chaoan, where entire villages had been reduced to poverty after embroidery was declared feudal at the height of the Cultural Revolution. Historic links with the overseas community were revived after the Ministry of Light Industry lifted the trading restrictions in 1972. 2 years later, up to half of the women in the same villages once again specialized in drawn work and embroidery. Their output was worth 1.3 million yuan on the foreign market. Others turned to manufacturing hardware and tools. While some of these village enterprises were collectively owned, many merely used the appearance of a collective to run a business entirely along private lines. A good example was Dongli Village, where all but 40 of the 420 families were members of a nail factory. They worked from home and were paid by the piece. All the profits went straight to the individual workers, who were also responsible for finding the raw material. Some purchased it from street peddlers. Others obtained recycled iron from the black market. And a few went to Shantao to buy in bulk. A good worker made 5 to 10 yuan a day, the equivalent of what an ordinary farmer made by working in a commune for an entire month. The village enterprises contributed to the market in more than one way. They not only sold their wares through intermediaries, but also used their earnings to buy grain and fodder for the pigs, as well as imported goods that the planned economy could not, I would say, how would I say this? They could, it's been so long since I looked at the economics of this. In terms of the memory and what my mother knew, because she would take me to specifically Maoist or communist Chinese stores in San Francisco, and they existed. And she would have me learn about what was going on the mainland. It was very important, she felt, that I knew what was going on. Now, as I said, when it came to the example of Dongli village that I learned about, where all but 40 of the 420 families were members of a nail factory, working from home, paid by the piece. They, as I said, needed their raw materials, buying it from street peddlers, or obtaining recycled iron from the black market, going to Shantao to buy in bulk. And a good worker was making 5 to 10 yuan a day, the equivalent of what an ordinary farmer made by working in a commune for an entire month. And how the village enterprises all contributed to the market by, well, more than one way. Not only selling their wares through intermediaries, but also using their earnings to buy grain and fodder for their pigs, as well as imported goods that the planned economy could not provide, from fish oil to aspirin. They sent purchasing agents to compete with the state sector for scarce resources needed to run their businesses, buying up the coal, the steel, the iron. Now, these examples I'm providing came from Guangdong, but rural enterprises were not limited to the south. In parts of Jiangsu, contracts were concluded between the production team and individual households as early as 1969, in blatant violation of the policies of the time. This process often began in regions where the land was unsuitable for agriculture. Along the coast, for instance. Some villagers at first abandoned the sandy soil and switched to raising fish instead. Then they gradually turned their attention to industry. In Kwaan̶aa, where the state mandated that villagers grow cotton, the industrial portion of total production increased from 54% in 1970 to 74% 5 years later, a rate of growth far superior to the years of economic reform after 1978. Now, in Jiangsu province, as a whole, industry represented a mere 13% of total output in the countryside in 1970, but a phenomenal 40% by 1976. These factories were often collective, if in name only. Tangzhou Village, with help from the cadres, established a metalworking factory with 250 employees in 1970. All of it in blatant disregard of the state's demand that the countryside grow grain. The village leaders now attracted political attention and started opening new enterprises under the umbrella of a comprehensive factory. The facade of planned unity was abandoned the moment Mao died in 1976. There were also underground factories that dispensed altogether with a pretense of collective ownership. Some were run by individuals who merely used the name, and often the accountant of the collective. In other words, they attached themselves to production teams and relied on state officials for protection. Officials in the higher echelons of power could do very little to combat these trends. There were periodic campaigns to cut the tail of capitalism, but they were met with widespread sabotage as villagers slaughtered their animals and diverted collective resources for their own use. When the garden economy created by private plots and rented land produced a surplus, villagers sometimes got on their bicycles and went into the city, selling vegetables, fruit, chickens, ducks, and fish. A few took their produce from door to door, and others gathered outside department stores, by railway stations, or near the factory gates, spreading out their wares on the ground or on small card tables. Public security services regularly chased them away, but they kept coming back. Sometimes the local authorities turned a blind eye as people met at an agreed time to trade goods at makeshift bazaars. Villagers migrated in large numbers despite the restrictions imposed by the household registration system. During the Great Leap Forward, millions had resettled in the cities, working in underground factories or on construction projects. Many were sent home during the famine, but they kept on coming back, carrying out the dirty, dangerous, or demeaning jobs that city dwellers were unwilling to do. All America runs on bad jobs. By the early 1970s, many Chinese villages had a well-established tradition of migration, knowing how to evade agents of the state, where to seek employment in the city, and how to look after family members left behind. Sometimes the cadres themselves encouraged a form of chain migration by agreeing to take care of children and the elderly as remittances from workers in the city contributed to the survival of an entire village. The migrants continued to submit their quota of grain either through relatives or by paying a fee directly to the village leader. Circles of relative wealth appeared round the cities as peddlers and farmers moved to fringe areas, where they cultivated vegetables or manufactured small goods sold to urban residents. Some set up food stalls or opened small restaurants near the local markets. Many lived in a twilight zone, constantly evading government control and running the risk of being sent back to their home villages, but large numbers managed to acquire the right to stay in the city. The numbers were staggering, counteracting the efforts of the state, or that the state had made to curb the urban population by 1968 through 1969. In Shanxi, major cities across the province grew by 250,000 people in 1970, and again by 1/3 the following year, reaching a total of 3.6 million. In Hubei, the urban population grew by a mere 1/3 between 1965 and 1970, but by 500,000 in the following 2 years. Even in Beijing, the authorities found it difficult to control people's movements. And thus, the Chinese people chose the capitalist road. The combined effort, or rather the effect, of millions of ordinary people engaging in trade and production on their own reshaped the entire Red Chinese economy. It all took place on the sly, hidden from the party leadership, had villagers organized in open defiance of party policies. It would have brought the full might of the state upon their heads. Instead, they outmaneuvered the state furtively. Cadres were helpless before massive non-cooperation. Indeed, many authorities soon realized that they could live together if they forgot politics and embraced the profit motive. These bottom-up reforms gathered such momentum that the Communist Party leadership couldn't stop them. Villagers established private firms and factories throughout the country. For example, I would say, when I think upon it, kind of close my eyes, go back in time, the rate of industrialization in the countryside of Jiangsu province in the early 1970s far exceeded the rate of industrialization under Deng Xiaoping. And it was these rural industries that fueled Red China's GDP, or gross domestic productive growth. Prosperity came not from the cities or from the state-owned enterprises, but from the countryside. The people who worked in these factories had often left the communes on their own initiative, not on party orders. When Deng Xiaoping became paramount leader in 1978, the silent revolution was already well underway. Not only were factories established, but markets linked rich and poor provinces. And in the coastal province of Guangdong, traders revived overseas trading links, especially once restrictions were eased in 1972. Deng Xiaoping is said to have begun the process of opening up China, but as early as 1974, the amount of money reaching people in Guangdong from overseas was twice what it had been in 1965. Black markets existed everywhere, and although the state maintained rigid monopolies on several key products, almost everything was sold openly on the markets. These markets benefited from the state's fixed prices. People were often willing to pay twice the fixed price for commodities, if not more, in order to get any at all. When the state lost its capacity to enforce restrictions on everyday commerce, private markets' higher prices gave producers an incentive to withhold their produce from the state. Thus crumbled major aspects of the planned economy. In province after province, local leaders divided collective property to individual farmers who lost no time in transitioning from state-mandated monoculture. Although farmers were required to produce grain, many grew crops they could sell on private markets and then brought back their state-mandated grain quota with the profits. Others rented their land to work in industry, sending their earnings back to their families. This occurred regardless of the wishes of the Central Committee. The party also lost control of people's movements. Villagers moved to the cities in search of opportunity, despite the state's efforts to keep them out. The household registration system was meant to keep track of people, but its agents were routinely outwitted. In Hubei province, the urban population grew by 1/3 of a million from 1965 to 1970, but by 500,000 in just the next 2 years. In Beijing itself, the Public Security Bureau had to employ more than 10,000 officers to keep out unauthorized travelers and residents. Many lived insecure lives, constantly looking over their shoulder in fear of deportation, but they could often bribe their way to a residency permit. Around 1/5 of residency permits in Hubei province were acquired by fraudulent means. During the Cultural Revolution, parts of the party promoted the zealotry that had characterized the Great Leap Forward in Dazhai province and in Shanxi province. They claimed farmers supposedly worked selflessly around the clock. And, well, in terms of that fiasco, what do I remember about it? Well, as I said, back in that one village, in some of the materials my mother brought to my attention, Dajai village in Shanxi province, they claimed that these farmers were supposedly working with all their heart and soul for the state round the clock every month of the year. In certain provinces, private plots were collectivized much as they had been in the late 1950s. But other factions of the Central Committee cautioned against such excesses. Policies and counter-policies generated much confusion on the ground. No one could be sure of the correct party line anymore. Kind of like us here in the United States. This confusion gave local cadres considerable freedom to interpret the rules as they saw fit. Far from Beijing's watchful eyes, cadres bothered less and less with politics. More and more, they worked with villagers to establish black markets and decollectivize the countryside. In one village in Shanxi province, a party report complained that not one party meeting has been called, and not one of the prescribed works of Marx, Lenin, and Chairman Mao has been studied. But, as I said, the great historian is Deconstructing. Riley noted in his 2016 book, The Cultural Revolution. Telephone conferences for some of these production brigades were not going to happen, since all the lines were cut down and used by the villagers to dry sweet potatoes. So, China's reforms of the 1980s were driven by a subtler form of people power. We now know that Deng Xiaoping as a reformer, and we credit him and the Communist Party for debating, then planning, and finally executing the startling transformation of Chinese society. Yet the truth is that reform progressed more by disobedience than design. Deng Xiaoping began his tenure in adherence to orthodox communist economics by trying to implement a 10-year plan. Double the 5-year fund. But his early failure to meet the plan's goals forced him to back away and permit individual initiative. At first under strict rules, peasants on large collective farms, for example, were allowed to form work groups to tend designated plots, but it was specifically prohibited to have for just one family to make up a work group. You couldn't hire an entire family to do just that. The prohibition did not last, however, because in clear violation of central rules, families started to till their own plots, and local officials looked the other way. That's what they meant when they said you couldn't have just one family making up a work group, because at that point you've got a family farm. Now, subterfuge on the farm was followed by subterfuge in towns and cities. Although private industry was strictly forbidden, entrepreneurs flourished by running their businesses as red hat collectives, private companies operating under the guise of state ownership. Such defiance would once have been unthinkable. By Deng Xiaoping's time, frustrated bureaucrats and countless individuals, including some of the poorest and most desperate citizens in China, were ready to take the next step, ignoring central government decrees and building large private businesses that now account for at least 40% of the Communist Chinese economy. This became China's economic miracle, brought to fruition even as government officials remained holed up in their offices in Beijing, preparing meticulously detailed 5-year plans. We had a counter-revolutionary culture. The new freedoms being seized extended beyond movement and trade, while the contents of bookshops changed very little, with row after row of works by Mao, Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. The range of books that circulated under the counter expanded enormously. Even at the height of the Cultural Revolution, as the Red Guards, Mao's militant ideologues, tried to eradicate all signs of a feudal past, some of them quietly pocketed titles that attracted their attention. Quite a few found their way onto a thriving black market. There were even reading groups that exchanged forbidden material and gathered to discuss common interests. One network of readers based in Beijing, with correspondents and other parts of the party, boldly called themselves the Fourth International Counter-Revolutionary Clique. So, despite government suppression, these clubs continued to gain members as a growing number of readers groped toward a critical perspective on the Cultural Revolution. Not that all literature that circulated was high-minded. On the black market, novels with erotic passages commanded the highest prices, proportionate to the degree of political danger. In this puritanical society, even Stendhal's Le Rouge et le Noir was considered erotic. A copy could command the equivalent of 2 weeks' wages for an ordinary worker. Such novels were copied by hand, and sometimes crudely mimeographed with simple stencils or hand-cranked devices. At the height of the Cultural Revolution, many units had begun publishing their own bulletins or newspapers. Some of that equipment had escaped from the hands of the Mao Zedong thought propaganda teams and was now being put to good use, as erotic novels and lewd songs circulated in factories, schools, and even government offices. Other social activities condemned by the state flourished. There were underground singing clubs as people gathered under the pretext of singing revolutionary songs, only to enact forbidden plays and sing banned tunes. In the Shanghai No. 2 machine tool plant, 100 young workers played forbidden music every Friday in the winter of 1969 through 70, attracting a lively audience from other factories. The old world made a comeback as people reconnected with past times the Red Guards had decried as feudal or bourgeois. The only widespread children's games by the time of Lin Biao's death was skipping, but soon enough whips and tops, hopscotch, and diabolo could be seen in the streets of Beijing. The sale of traditional painted silk kites was still restricted to foreigners, but some children knew how to fly ingenious contrivances made of strips of wood and bits of the People's Daily. Poker appeared in the narrow, winding alleys of the capital itself. Pigeons could be seen racing across the sky with small bamboo pipes attached to their tail feathers, producing an eerie, harmonious whistle. People started keeping birds in cages again, sometimes heading for the parks in the early morning to air their pets. Underground artists found refuge from politics and art, painting in a manner purposely detached from socialist realism. Many were deliberately apolitical, trying to carve out a personal space where they could reconnect with their inner selves. Their art was clandestine, but like the underground literary salons and singing clubs, informal groups of amateur artists shared their interests, using abandoned factories, deserted parks, or private flats and buildings with adequate dark hallways and isolated staircases. Some budding Beijing artists from diverse backgrounds came together in a group which received a name only much later, Wu Ming, or Nameless in the English. The historianist Wang Aihe wrote, "In an era when free association was a crime, the group had to be nameless, shapeless, and spontaneous. There were no regulations, no membership, no unified artistic principles or style. Many of them came from families defined as class enemies and had endured broken homes, ravaged schools, and crumbling communities throughout the Cultural Revolution. They took to the brush, at first honing their skills by following the propaganda campaign and painting portraits of the chairman, Mao. It was a good source of precious oil paint and linen canvas, which they used to begin experimenting in their spare time. Religion also went underground, allowing people to remain secretly connected to their faiths. When lamas, imams, and priests were sent to re-education camps, ordinary Christians, Buddhists, Taoists, and Muslims stepped in to hold their communities together. Local gods were also stubborn, subverting the state's attempts to replace them with the cult of Mao. In some villages, local festivals and public rituals were discontinued and temples closed down, yet many villagers continued to worship at small shrines or altars inside their homes. They burned incense, offered vows, invoked the spirits, or otherwise communicated with a variety of gods away from the public eye, from ancestral spirits and patron deities to rain gods and fertility goddesses. The ultimate act of subversion was probably to turn the chairman himself into a local deity. Larger statues also survived, even as temples were demolished or turned into granaries. In some cases, they were moved from one place to another, until by 1972, local communities felt it safe enough to give them a more permanent home. Sometimes a temple was built with collective funds under the pretense of establishing a school. The family endured sustained attack throughout the Cultural Revolution with senseless and unpredictable purges designed to cow the population, rip communities apart, and produce docile, atomized individuals loyal to no one but the chairman. Family members were expected to denounce each other at public struggle meetings. Love was considered a decadent bourgeois emotion, and sex itself was taboo. In the words of Ray Yang, one of the Red Guards dispatched to rural China, "We did not have sex or even think about it. Sex was bourgeois. No doubt about it. In my mind, it was something very dirty and ugly. It was also extremely dangerous. In the books I read and the movies I saw, only the bad guys were interested in sex. Revolutionaries had nothing to do with it. When revolutionaries fell in love, they loved with their hearts. They didn't even touch hands." But like so many other students sent to the countryside, Ray learned quickly by watching the farm animals. She was put in charge of breeding boars, having to guide their quivering genitals into a sow's vagina. And she ultimately related that it was like watching pornographic movies day in and day out. Once my mother's relation Lin Biao had vanished, young people began to meet socially and quietly pair up, seeking privacy away from collective dormitories and crowded dining halls. In Manchuria, with temperatures plunging to 30 degrees below zero, young couples on state farms had little choice but to take to the great outdoors. And despite the cold, they persisted, rushing back to the dormitories to embrace the heaters after less than 20 minutes. For students who did not work on agricultural collectives controlled by the army, living among the villagers instead, the opportunities for sexual encounters were much greater. In some cases, young people even lived together, a practice unimaginable in the cities. A few had children out of wedlock, refusing to marry for fear of being stuck in the countryside forever. Except for those students from the cities, the vast majority of people in the countryside were far less coy about sex. When they first arrived among their peasant hosts, quite a few young students were taken aback by their open displays of affection. One day, Wang Yuan, a 16-year-old girl sent to Inner Mongolia, saw a couple making love by the side of a ditch and reported the affair to the brigade leader. The old peasants, though, didn't treat it as anything and just laughed. As in so many other aspects of folk culture, the Cultural Revolution ran no more than skin deep. This brings us to that entire concept of Marxism and the great man history. Marxist theory sees history shaped through the interaction between material forces and social relations of production. But in practice, Marxists have always given themselves over to hysterical personality cults. Instead of rejecting the great man view of history, Chinese Marxism has succumbed to it. Mao thought that he could reshape the entire economy by inspiring the population into colossal feats of labor by sheer willpower. Deng Xiaoping never committed that blunder, but the fact that he is remembered as the man who almost single-handedly put China on a new historical path is a testament to how seductive the great man thesis remains. And now Xinhua, China's official news agency, declared that Xi Jinping is undoubtedly the core figure mastering the tide of history. But neither Xi Jinping nor Deng Xiaoping mastered the tide of history. Deng recognized that certain changes were inevitable, but his reforms were little more than legalizations of already occurring practices that he was shrewd enough to claim credit for. Why the party should still be thanked for it is another matter. When Deng Xiaoping ordered the tanks into Tiananmen Square, his soldiers and generals were ready to commit mass murder on the proposition that his leadership was in China's best interest. Had he not been forced to introduce reforms, the Communist Party's hold on power might have been much looser. Indeed, it might even have collapsed. Ironically, the party owes its survival to the very people it formerly condemned as capitalist roaders, the ones whose bottom-up reforms allowed the regime to survive. Now, in the 2 hours we have remaining, I would say the most nuanced segment of the story begs the question of whether any of this is byproduct of Mao Zedong's own cultural revolution. Without whitewashing the catastrophic crimes committed during the period, it is nonetheless indisputable that paradoxically, it was Mao Zedong himself, the great enslaver, who in his own way taught the Chinese people to think and act for themselves. The Cultural Revolution may have been Mao's idea of ruining his enemies, but it became a frenzy that destroyed the fabric of society itself. And as government broke down, its functions taken over by revolutionary committees and people's communes, the strict restraints and repressive mechanisms of the state itself dissolved. People no longer had to wait for someone to instruct them what to do. Mao had told them they had the right to rebel. For the radical young, this was a time of essentially unrestrained passion. In one magnificent stroke, the great helmsman had delegitimized almost all forms of authority. In fact, the defiant optimism of Mao Zedong should inspire us. Rather than bemoaning the crumbling of the old order, we should be looking to build a replacement for it that is less vulnerable to unilateral abuse, equally responsive to the requirements of increased flows of trade and capital between nations, and at least as stable and predictable. That will not be easy, but if we focus on the opportunities for innovation inherent in inevitable change rather than on the difficulties of adjustment it presents, we will find those opportunities. There is indeed great chaos under heaven, but today's chaos instead encourages political and social unrest. The situation is only excellent for the coronavirus. Never before, not even 2 years agone, has such chaos been seen. All against all, a maelstrom of so-called expert pseudoscientists, politicos, administrators, and journalists talking over each other and contradicting themselves from one day to the next. Out of an empire of nigh 1.5 billion people, Red China reports but 9 cases of Omicron. Really? Really? When will the rest of the world call out Red China's insanely implausible, indeed impossible, COVID-19 statistics? To hear Red China tell it, they have barely any cases, have had any cases of infection from the hypercontagious Omicron variant at all. The SCMP, the South China Morning Post, over again? Well, it just unplugged. I had to replug it. Let's hope that you can hear me. I need a reassurance that that's the case. Ah, there we are, Jameson. Thank you. Now, was it yesterday or was it the day before? Anyhow, it wasn't too long ago. Sometime in the past, we're in what? The midweek, right? It was during the weekend. Into the weekend, the South China Morning Post wrote, so far, China has reported 9 COVID-19 cases caused by the Omicron variant, which is spreading like wildfire everywhere else on Earth, including 2 who were infected by a man returning from Canada. Meanwhile, the United States is averaging more than 237,000 cases per day. And in the most recent CDC, Center for Disease Control analysis, almost 59% of new cases are currently Omicron. If we're to believe the official figures, the United States, with about 330 million people, is currently averaging almost 140,000 Omicron cases per day, while the Communist Chinese Empire on the mainland, with 1.4 billion people, is averaging about 1 Omicron case per day. Now, both figures are unreliable. In the United States, not everyone who tests positive in at-home testing is going to notify public health authorities, and there are probably a lot of asymptomatic people infected with Omicron walking around unaware that they've even caught the virus. Meanwhile, the Communist Chinese official health statistics are insanely implausible. Even if we want to give Communist Chinese policies of citywide lockdowns and quarantining people by welding apartment doors shut, which is what they do, the broadest possible benefit of the doubt, it's simply not plausible that a virus that has proven wildly contagious in every other country on Earth suddenly became shy and socially awkward once it entered the jurisdiction of the Chinese Communist Party. Except maybe because it's sourced from there, it would regard them as its masters like it were a demon or a jinn? Well, in recent weeks, COVID-19 cases have increased regardless, and sometimes skyrocketed in certain neighboring communist countries like Laos and Vietnam. Other countries bordering Red China like India and Mongolia have not seen dramatic increases. Perhaps this reflects widespread immunity after the Delta variant swept through, or climate, weather, and behavior patterns. Whatever the reason for the case rates in other countries, the official statistics of the Chinese Communist government contend that both the Delta and Omicron variant waves barely affected their empire at all. The Chinese Communists claim that Omicron variant simply hasn't impacted them is even more wildly implausible in light of research indicating that the Sinopharm and Sinovac vaccines are iffy at best against regular COVID and completely ineffective against the Omicron variant. Never mind straight answers on the origin of COVID-19 in China. We can't even get straight answers on the status of COVID-19 in China right now. Everyone in public health and international diplomacy knows it, and just about everyone averts their eyes from the nonsensically incredible official statistics from Beijing, because they're hoping that ignoring the current lie will make the Communist Chinese government more honest in the future. Over in Foreign Policy magazine, James Palmer wonders if 2022 will bring the massive rise in cases that the Chinese Communist government feared. To read a paragraph from his article, even in a vaccinated population, a recent but pre-Omicron Chinese study estimated that an outbreak on the scale of that in the United Kingdom or the United States could cause upwards of 10,000 or 20,000 severe cases a day. A lot would then depend on hospital resources and experience. China was able to cope with the Wuhan outbreak in part because of its ability to divert medical resources from across the country to the stricken city. A super-spreading Omicron that hit the whole country within a few weeks would be a nightmare, especially given that Chinese doctors, although world leaders in early treatment, don't have the nearly 2 years of experience dealing with COVID-19 that clinicians in other countries do. He's presuming that all their lies are true and that they haven't had any cases to contend with. I would say they're probably the most experienced doctors on earth, not just at treating these diseases, or at least dealing with them, but hiding the fact that they exist. Now, what he's saying, that's indeed a possibility, but the more likely scenario is that Red China's efforts against the virus were never as successful as it claimed, and SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, CoV-2, has been floating around in Red China, drastically underreported, for nearly 2 years by now. The Economist magazine, in its effort to calculate the true death toll of the pandemic, estimates that since the start of the pandemic, Red China has experienced 1.8 million, that's nigh 2 million excess deaths compared to the normal trend. This figure would be roughly 17,000% more than the official COVID-19 death figure of 4,636. The communized Chinese people have probably been living with a lot more exposure to COVID-19 than the government in Beijing is willing to admit. That's actually good news for the Chinese people. If and when Omicron arrives in force, if it hasn't already, which it has, there will be far more people with existing natural immunity than the official statistics suggest. But for the rest of us, Red China is the same black box it was at the start of the pandemic, where we don't get much information from the government in Beijing, and the information that we do get is spectacularly implausible and, ergo, completely unreliable. In many cases, we are being told far-fetched lies to cover up a Communist Chinese government policy or decision that failed. Are Olympic athletes likely to catch the virus while in Beijing? Nobody knows, but we'd better fucking hedge against it and assume they will. How much air travel to and from China is even safe? Nobody knows. Are there significant new variants emerging in China? Of course there are. Experience suggests, of course, that the Chinese communist government won't tell us until it's far too late. Hey, good thing these guys get to host the Olympics, right? So, is COVID Communist China's Chernobyl? The Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, he may be the Mikhail Gorbachev of the Soviet Union. As we experience the pandemic's toll upon the world, we can speculate about its implications for the Communist Chinese regime. 35 years ago, The nuclear disaster, known to the world as Chernobyl, wormwood in the Ukrainian, brought discredit at home and abroad to an inept and corrupt Soviet communist regime and signaled the end of the Soviet Union. In February of yesteryear, I began wondering whether the coronavirus outbreak, as we called it then, might spell a similar doom for the Communist Chinese Empire's single-party static regime. Although no one saw fit to listen to me then, the eerie parallels between the trois disasters continue to be provocative. It was on April 26th of 1986 that the number 4 nuclear reactor in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant near the city of Pripyat in what is today Ukraine suffered a massive explosion, large enough to blow the 2,000-ton reactor casting straight through the reactor building's roof. Even so, it wasn't until traces of radioactive fallout were detected at a Swedish nuclear facility the next day that Soviet citizens began to hear of what had happened from foreign news sources, as did the rest of the world. The number of short-term deaths from the disaster, those who died immediately or in weeks or months thereafter from radiation sickness, is about 54. Estimates of the long-term deaths as a result of exposure to radiation basically number the hundreds of thousands. The Chernobyl disaster cost the Soviet regime whatever credibility it had with its own citizens, and was the last nail in the coffin for the image of Soviet communism abroad. For the current Chinese communist regime in Beijing, the growing evidence that COVID does not have zoonotic origins, that it did not jump from animals to humans, as Red China still claims, but instead most likely leaked from a lab at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, complete with an umbrella corporation logo as its header, points to culpability for a global disaster far worse than Chernobyl. So much so that it is not unreasonable to speculate about its implications for the Communist Chinese regime's survival. Moreover, there is evidence that the Communist Chinese government covered up the severity of the outbreak in China while allowing the virus to spread abroad. Thus, it's also possible to speculate that Beijing saw the COVID crisis not as a tragedy, but as an opportunity to disrupt the world's economies and societies around the globe to the Communist Chinese Empire's advantage. A takeover ploy, a hostile takeover, emulating Emperor Hirohito in the most jejune and amateur fashion. Could the international furor over COVID reach a point where Xi Jinping's colleagues decide he makes a convenient scapegoat and turn him out? Given that he has modeled his reign after Mao's ruthless one-man reign and grip on power, that may be unlikely. Even if it were to come to pass, Beijing's total surveillance state would prevent Communist Chinese citizens from learning anything like the truth of what happened in Wuhan and why. When their Chernobyl disaster struck, the Soviet regime was already on its last legs. By contrast, China's bid for global hegemony is just starting to crest. It is an essential part of the Chinese Communist Party's identity, regardless of what happens to Xi Jinping. China's dictatorship has been engaged in a long march to global power since Mao Zedong came to power in 1949. Mao's successors, starting with Deng Xiaoping, have committed themselves wholeheartedly to that epic journey towards worldwide conquest and communization. Despite the friendly face he showed to the West, it was Deng Xiaoping who first described relations with the United States as a Cold War, and who made it clear to his colleagues, if not to the outside world, that the goal of his market reforms of the Communist Chinese economy was to enrich the state and strengthen the military. What Westerners assumed were reforms to integrate China into the global economic system were actually steps aimed at dominating and controlling that system in order to achieve hegemony at home and domination abroad. In the 1990s, Deng's chosen successor as General Secretary of the CCP, Jiang Zemin, launched Red China on a course of massive military buildup in the first decades of the century. Hu Jintao engineered China's high-tech total surveillance state, including the Great Electronic Firewall, and launched a Chinese cyber offensive that stole hundreds of billions of dollars worth of intellectual property from an unsuspecting world, the biggest transfer of wealth in history. Xi Jinping's grandiose Belt and Road Initiative and his Made in China 2025 master plan are only building on the superstructure his predecessors established to make Red China the world's dominant superpower by any means necessary, possibly including using or taking advantage of the COVID pandemic as a way to hobble the economies of China's rivals, particularly these United States. Indeed, Red China's surge into recombinant DNA research, as outlined in Xi Jinping's own 14th five-year development plan, could signal Beijing's interest in scouting out an even more virulent agent as their ultimate bioweapon, their follow-up to kill us all. It's to be hoped, however, that the world did draw lessons from Chernobyl, which revealed the moral bankruptcy of the regime that allowed that to happen and then tried to cover it up. COVID, in turn, has taught us a sobering lesson about the risks we all run in collaborating with or appeasing Beijing. 3 million now officially acknowledged as dead. Tens of trillions of United States dollars lost worldwide. It's a catastrophic price to pay for ignoring the present and future threat posed by a power-obsessed regime. That's why we must ultimately study that revolution from below. After Deng Xiaoping took the reins of state, he initially attempted to restore the planned economy to its pre-Cultural Revolution days. But he had neither the will nor the ability to fight the trend. Everywhere, in one way or another, people had been emboldened by the failure of the Cultural Revolution to take matters into their own hands. It was an uneven, patchy, and largely silent revolution, but eventually it would engulf the entire empire. In the winter of 1982 through 1983, the People's Communes were finally, officially dissolved. It was the end of an era. The covert practices that had spread across the countryside in the last years of the Cultural Revolution now flourished, as villagers returned to family farming, cultivated crops that could be sold for a profit, established privately owned shops, or went to the cities to work in factories. Rural decollectivization, in turn, liberated even more labor in the countryside, fueling a boom in village enterprises. Rural industry provided much of the country's double-digit growth, offsetting the inefficient performance of state-owned enterprises. And this change, all this change, was driven from below. As the historianess Kate Zhao has written, when the government lifted restrictions, it did so only in recognition of the fact that the sea of unorganized farmers had already made them irrelevant. The private entrepreneurs who transformed the economy were millions upon millions of ordinary villagers who effectively outmaneuvered the monolithic communist superstate. If there was a great architect of economic reform, it was the people. That's what brings us back to the American Mao. Trump's last days raise comparisons. to the great helmsman. When Donald Trump took over the U.S. presidency, hacked into the office by his Russian puppet masters, a parody of his inauguration speech blew up on the communist Chinese internet. The droll posting recast the Republicans' rousing populist rhetoric as Chinese communist propaganda slogans. "Make America Great Again" became an adaptation of the signature catchphrase of communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, "Struggle to realize the great rejuvenation of these United States. Vigorously carry forward the spirit of patriotism," read another, an ironic take on Trump's strident jingoism. And then, in a nod to the anti-establishment insurgency that carried Trump into office, one which finally degenerated into deadly mob violence in Washington in the opening month of this year, there was this rallying cry from the Mao era: "Overthrow bourgeois authority, establish a people's government." Trump may not be Mao, because he could never be as magnificent in his malevolence, although Red China expert Edward S. Steinfeld pointed out in an article published before Trump's own fanatical supporters stormed the Capitol. "In these United States now, I witness things that I never thought I would live to see at home, but that feel ominously reminiscent of the Chinese experience." There are alarming parallels. Mao despised elites, celebrated chaos, saw dark conspiracies everywhere, and ended up launching an all-out assault on the apparatus of government in a fit of late-life madness. At the start of the Cultural Revolution in the summer of the year in which I was born, 1966, he beseeched his Red Guard foot soldiers, "Bombard the headquarters." Chinese officials and state media are having a field day mocking the democratic institutions that the American president himself has turned against. The Chinese Communist Youth League called the riots a beautiful sight, a scornful reference to U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's enthusiastic description of pro-democracy demonstrations that filled Hong Kong streets 2 years agone. Well, 22 years agone was Tiananmen Square, but 2 years agone, they were rioting in Hong Kong. Deploying the sort of language, as the Washington Post so noted, U.S. officials might use to signal concern about the welfare of China's people, Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Hua Chunying of Communist China commented, "We hope that the American people can enjoy peace, stability, and security as soon as possible." To be sure, Red China's tyrants have never confused Trump for a Democrat, even with a small d, because they are in every way kindred spirits, flag-waving nationalists competing to promote their own narrow interests, though the rivalry sometimes taketh other forms. Remember when Xi Jinping tried to steal Donald Trump's thunder by posing at Davos as the defender of globalization? True, the Trump administration has sanctioned Commu-Chinese officials connected to the mass detention of Muslim Uyghurs in Xinjiang, Uyghuria, and it has imposed penalties on prominent individuals accused of undermining the independence of Hong Kong. But these moves are better seen in the context of White House efforts to contain the Communist Chinese Empire rather than any principled defense of human rights. In his tell-all book about his time as Trump's national security advisor, John Bolton writes that the Republican told Xi Jinping in a face-to-face meeting that building the Uyghur internment camps was exactly the right thing to do. On Hong Kong, Bolton said Trump's conversations with Xi Jinping over many years left the communist Chinese dictator thinking he basically had a free hand. Like the madmen who run the communist Chinese empire, Donald Trump himself is no fan of a free press. He is also a master at manipulating facts. That's given authoritarians everywhere, including Red China, cover to crack down on the media and civil society more broadly. Now they have even less reason to fear censure, because they know even the United States censors the worst of their crimes so that its American public never learns what communist China's dictators are doing to all the world. All this is a supermassive win for the Chinese Communist Party and its narrative of American decline. The nationalistic, the term I use is nihil, not neo, nihil, N-I-H-I-L, this nihil nationalistic Global Times, the party rag, the state organ of Communist China, described the far right-wing riots in Washington as a sign of America's total internal collapse. President-elect Joe Biden's efforts at that time to build and lead a coalition of democracies to stand up to Red China ran up against the reality that 147 red Republicans supported Trump's efforts to void the election on patently false claims of voter malfeasance. And those 74 million people who voted for Donald Trump remain a potent force, armed and primed to kill. The Republican Party wants a white republic, and they will kill the rest of us to get it. Uncompromising zealotry paradoxically empties ideology of all meaning. The communist Chinese simply exhausted themselves, while the Republican situation is exacerbated by the class contradictions of a party cult that promotes the economic interests of wealthy elites while inflaming the racial and religious resentments of a white working class base. A death cult on a campaign to ethnically cleanse America. The process of Leninist degeneration in both Red China and the Red Republican Party was completed through the apotheosis of their charismatic leaders. There be all too many differences between Mao Zedong and Donald John Trump, but all their similarities be uncanny enough to overcome any number of divergences. Both are sons of wealthy landlords. Both rely on ties to propaganda machines to stoke hatred of ostensible enemies. Both sabotage international alliances. The political rallies of both men are vermilion spectacles of adulation as the legions hold aloft their little red books or adorn their crowns with red MAGA caps. Such populist extravaganzas manifest their unparalleled political advantages. The Maoification of the Red Republican insurgency enables President Trump to do whatever he wants in the ostensible advancement of conservatism, a term which, like communism in China today, is rendered increasingly meaningless as it be equated with nothing more than party power and loyalty to the supreme leader. Such a party needs no electoral platform beyond supporting the president's agenda. The Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is the party of Trump, and the Republicans who beg to differ have now self-purged, to paraphrase Senator Mitt Romney, the Republican from Utah. Trumpian cult loyalists prove their fidelity by validating efforts to extort a foreign power into interfering in an American election and by embracing the Maoist red over expert model of governance that has driven legions of public servants from their careers. The term red over expert, you might not be familiar with what that meant. It meant that ideological communists were taken in terms of their opinion over people who had studied such subjects all their lives. the terminology of the period distinguished between read and expert. Oh, this brings us to what went down in the 1950s and 60s. Reds versus experts in communist China. Tensions between scientists and Red China's communist rulers existed from the earliest days of the People's Republic, and they reached their height during the Cultural Revolution. In the early 1950s, Chinese scientists, like other intellectuals, were subjected to regular indoctrination intended to replace bourgeois attitudes with those more suitable to the new society. Many attributes of the professional organization in science, such as its assumption of autonomy and choice of research topics, its internationalism, and its orientation toward professional peer groups rather than administrative authorities, were condemned as bourgeois. Those scientists who used the brief period of free expression in what was propagandized as Mao's 100 Flowers campaign. Let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 schools of thought contend. From 1956 through 1957, to air complaints of excessive time taken from scientific work by political meetings and rallies, or of the harmful effects of attempts by poorly educated party cadres to direct scientific work, were criticized for their anti-party stance, labeled as rightists, and sometimes dismissed from administrative or academic positions. All in the transition to socialism. From 1953 through 57, the terminology of the period distinguished between red and expert. As to what was red? Well, oh my God. It's a term referring to political and ideological attitudes prescribed by Maoist doctrine, usually juxtaposed with expert. The term was seldom used in the 1980s, but back in the day. Oh, and as for the term expert, that was usually juxtaposed with red, denoting special knowledge or skills, or both, relating to economic management, science, and technology. Cadres, the political officers, were required to be both red and expert, the emphasis on one or the other depending on the current political milieu. But basically, in the end, Reds became the enemies of the experts. And our Red Party in the United States has waged war against all expertise. Knowledge is seen as bourgeois by the Republicans. They want only redness, political cleavage. Although party leaders in communist China spracketh of the need to combine redness with expertise, they more often acted as if political rectitude and professional skill were mutually exclusive qualities, as the Republicans have aped them. The white monkeys are the white apes, emulating the yellow monkeys. They brought us down to the degeneracy of the planet of the apes. The period of the Great Leap Forward across the Pacific saw efforts to reassign scientists to immediately useful products or projects, considered immediately useful by the communists, to involve, well, they were forced to involve the uneducated masses in such research work as plant breeding or pest control, and to expand rapidly the ranks of scientific and technical personnel by lowering all professional standards to non-existent. Any man could claim he was a scientist. The economic depression and famine following the Great Leap Forward and the need to compensate for the sudden withdrawal of Soviet advisors and technical personnel in 1960 brought a renewed but short-lived emphasis on expertise and professional standards in the early 1960s. The scientific establishment was attacked the year that I was born. At the launch of the Cultural Revolution causing major damage to China's science and technology, most scientific research ceased completely. In extreme cases, individual scientists were singled out as counter-revolutionaries and made the objects of public criticism and persecution. And the research work of entire institutions was brought to a halt for years on end. The entire staffs of research institutes commonly were dispatched to the countryside for months or years to learn political virtue by laboring with the poor and lower middle peasants. Work in the military research units devoted to nuclear weapons and missiles presumably continued, although the secrecy surrounding strategic weapons research makes it difficult to assess the impact of the Cultural Revolution in that sector. In the most general sense, the Cultural Revolution represented the triumph of anti-intellectualism and the consistent, decade-long deprecation of scholarship, formal education, and all the qualities associated with professionalism in science. Intellectuals were assumed to be inherently counter-revolutionary, and it was asserted that their characteristic attitudes and practices were necessarily opposed to the interests of the masses. Universities were closed from the summer of 1966, before I even was delivered from my mother's womb, through 1970, when they reopened for undergraduate training with very reduced enrollments and a heavy emphasis on political indoctrination and manual labor, as if they were prisons. Students were selected for political rectitude rather than any academic talent. Most of them were idiots. Primary and secondary schools were closed in the year that I was born, 1966, and the year after that, 1967, and when reopened, were repeatedly disrupted by political struggle. All scientific journals ceased publication in the year that I was born, and subscriptions to foreign journals lapsed or were canceled. For most of a decade, Red China trained not a single new scientist or engineer and was cut off from foreign scientific developments. Reversing to the Dark Ages for all intents and purposes, barbarians with atom bombs. During the decade between 1966 and 1976, that bicentennial of the American Empire, Red China's leaders attempted to create a new infrastructure, well, rather, simply a new structure, paradigmatically, for science and technology, characterized by mass participation, concentration on immediate practical problems in agriculture and industry, and eradication of distinctions between scientists and workers. Ideologues saw research as an inherently political activity and interpreted all aspects of scientific work, from choice of topic to methods of investigation, as evidence of an underlying political line. According to this view, this paradigmatic filter, research served the interests of one social class or another and required the guidance of the all-knowing Communist Party to ensure that it served the interests of the masses. The early 1970s were characterized by mass experimentation in which large numbers of peasants were mobilized to collect data and encouraged to view themselves as doing scientific research. Typical projects included collecting information on new crop varieties, studying the effectiveness of locally produced insecticides, and making extensive geological surveys aimed at finding useful minerals or fossil fuels. Mao Zedong took a personal interest in earthquake prediction, which became a showcase of Cultural Revolution-style pseudoscience. Geologists were exiled to the countryside to collect folk wisdom on precursors of earthquakes, and networks of thousands of observers were established to monitor such signs as the level of water in wells or the unusual behavior of domestic animals. The emphasis in this activity, as in acupuncture anesthesia, was on immediate practical benefits, and little to no effort was ever made to integrate the phenomena observed into any larger theoretical frameworks. The effects of the extreme emphasis on short-term problems and the deprecation of theory were noted by Western scientists who visited China in the mid and late 1970s. Exempli gratiae work in research institutes affiliated with the petrochemical industry were described as excessively characterized by trial and error. In one case, large numbers of substances were tried as catalysts or modifiers of the wax crystals in crude oil, and little attention was given to the underlying chemical properties of the catalytic or modifying agents. Hence, Communist China's sciences are in the dirt. They flushed their brains down the goddamn toilet. The idea, the fantasy that they're producing hypersonic bombs. You have to laugh. And now the Republicans have taken on that model of societal insanity. Trump cultists, they have proved their fidelity to the American Mao by validating efforts to extort a foreign power, the Ukraine, into interfering in an American election, and by embracing Mao Zedong's red over expert model of governance that has driven legions of professionals from their careers. Fortunately, unlike Red China, Americans retain the electoral power to renew our nation, and the majority, conceivably, will vote, well, will at least opt for the middle course, so reviled by Leninists everywhere. Whether the new Trump cultic Republican Party would relinquish power without a struggle was determined after November 3rd or yesteryear. As Leninists, they did not. And now Donald Trump has led the Republican Party into a cultural revolution. Those uneasy parallels between Trump Republicans and Mao's communists lie in the fact that Trump may not be president, but he's acting like a dictator and purging internal dissent the way Mao once did. There is only one truth, the truth of the party, and the party is Donald Trump. That's what it comes down to, people. The Republican Party has been effectively transformed into a doppelganger of the Chinese Communist Party across the Pacific, with its own version of Chairman Mao Zedong at its head, and the first thing on the party agenda is a purge. It started soon after Trump lost the election last November. Who was out? Anyone who refused to help facilitate the big lie was pushed out by the Republicans' maximum leader. Brad Raffensperger, the Republican Secretary of State in Georgia, who turned down Trump's plea to find 11,000 plus votes so he could flip the election in that state. Oh! Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, another Republican who didn't sign on to the big lie with enough enthusiasm to please the maximum leader. Oh! Trump tweeted on December 30th, when he still had a Twitter account, at Brian Kemp, Georgia, should resign from office. He is an obstructionist who refuses to admit that we won Georgia big. CNN described Trump's purge campaign this way. Trump has taken his involvement in 2022 Republican primaries to a new level as he works to permanently mold the GOP in his image. Beyond Trump's public efforts to oust Republican incumbents he considers disloyal, he has quietly tried to clear potential GOP threats to his endorsed candidates and encouraged others to run against his enemies. Trump, well, I'll refer to him by his proper title. The maximum leader is endorsing candidates running against any Republican who voted to impeach him. Most prominently, Representative Liz Cheney of Wyoming, who has taken a lead role in the investigation by the House Select Committee on the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. She has already been stripped of her leadership position in the Republican House caucus and was censured by the Wyoming Republican Party. Trump has moved on around the country, endorsing people he considers loyalists, even when they come laden with baggage, as with his endorsement of former NFL star Herschel Walker in next year's, well, was it this year? I think it's next, the Georgia Senate race. Even though Walker was accused during a divorce of physically abusive and extremely threatening behavior. Yeah, that was this year. Including threatening his ex-wife with a pistol and knives. In the race for Pennsylvania's open Senate seat, Trump endorsed Sean Parnell, despite similar allegations in a divorce filing that Parnell was physically abusive to his wife and children. Parnell had recently suspended his campaign after a judge awarded his ex-wife primary physical custody and sole legal custody of their children. Back in Georgia, the maximum leader had also endorsed former Senator David Perdue to run against Kemp in the Republican primary for governor. Perdue lost his race for re-election to the Senate to Democrat Jon Ossoff in that January runoff I analyzed in depth. In Alabama, Trump backed a challenger to the Republican governor, Kay Ivey, in retaliation for her decision denying his request to hold a 2020 campaign rally at the USS Alabama Battleship Memorial Park. He also backed Representative Mo Brooks. Yeah, not Mel Brooks, but Mo Brooks in his campaign for the open Senate seat in Alabama. Brooks has been a fierce backer of Trump and a super spreader of the big lie, and appeared with the maximum leader at his January 6th rally on the Ellipse, where he helped rile up the crowd before the assault on our Capitol. Possibly the best thing that ever happened to Fox News was Twitter's permanent suspension of Trump's account 2 days after the assault on our Capitol. With the maximum leader no longer able to address his followers directly, he became dependent on Fox as his chief propaganda arm. It happened just in time, because after Fox News became the first network to announce that Biden had won the state of Arizona in the November election, many Fox viewers became so angry that they had fled almost immediately to even further right outlets such as Newsmax and the OAN network, One America News. On December 8th, Pearl Harbor Day, west of the ID or International Dateline, 2020, Newsmax achieved a ratings win over Fox News for the first time yesteryear when Greg Kelly Reports on Newsmax beat The Story with Martha McCallum on Fox in the 7 p.m. news slot. By March of this year, a public opinion poll by Fabrizio Lee and Associates proved that Fox had lost viewers to both Newsmax and OAN, although the network remained far ahead of both right-wing rivals, the rivals in the overall ratings. Now, panicked at the prospect of losing the Trump base, Fox News threw itself into the arms of the maximum leader and unleashed its dogs, encouraging its star evening hosts to go all in on super spreading the big lie that Donald John Trump was the true winner of the 2020 election. Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, and Laura Ingraham took their shows even further to the right than usual. Carlson produced a special called Patriot Purge, which premiered in early November on the network's new streaming service, Fox Nation. The three-part series attempted to make the case for the entirely concocted premise that the Capitol assault was not carried out by Trump cultists, but instead was a false flag operation run by the FBI, along with Antifa and other shadowy forces. More recently, there was the release of text messages sent to Mark Meadows by Fox stars Hannity, Ingram, and Fox and Friends host Brian Kilmeade, asking the then White House Chief of Staff to get Trump himself to call off the insurrection and send his cultists home. After that news hit the headlines, the Fox hosts reacted like they'd been bitten by a rabid hedgehog, denying that their texts had said what they said and pledging lifetime fealty to the maximum leader. Two prominent figures in the world of Fox News recently resigned in protest of Tucker Carlson's Patriot Purge series, Jonah Goldberg and Stephen Hayes. It was, how many weekends are gone by now? Fox host Chris Wallace announced he was leaving the network for CNN's new streaming service, CNN Plus. But none of the three really left of their own accord. They were purged. They weren't sufficiently Trump cultic. In a midweek column, Goldberg said he was leaving because he couldn't take the lies and hypocrisy, describing a culture within the network where Fox hosts would say one thing to my face or in my presence and another thing when the cameras and microphones were flipped on. Oh, believe me, I've been there. Everyone at Fox News knew what had happened on January 6th. It was their lies over the 11 months that followed that drove Goldberg out. This is what a cultural revolution looks like. First comes a purge of all opponents, or even doubters of the maximum leader, followed by a purification of the party in his name. In Red China, the Cultural Revolution lasted from the year I left my mother's womb until the death of Mao Zedong in 1976, and was aimed at removing Mao's rivals in the party, government, schools, and workplaces. Mao himself insisted that those disloyal to the party should be removed by violent class struggle. None of this stopped until he died. 10 years of hell, of eternal revolution, with no resolution, until he died, symbolized by his call to bombard the headquarters, including local government buildings, party headquarters, schools, and colleges. Books that were determined to run counter to Mao's teachings were burned. Scholars, professors, and government bureaucrats were sent into what amounted to in-country exile, in re-education and work camps. All you have to do is subtract the word camps to describe what the Republican Party is doing right now around this country. They are banning books in Texas and elsewhere. In fact, everywhere. They are collecting petitions to run recall elections against school board members guilty of teaching what they see as anti-white subjects in schools, by which they mean the actual history of slavery, segregation, and Jim Crow. In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis just proposed an anti-woke law, allowing parents to sue local school boards if they feel their children are being taught the mythical subject of critical race theory. That proposal is based on the Texas anti-abortion law that recently went into effect, allowing random citizens to sue anyone who facilitates an abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy. In both Florida and Texas, what amounts to cadres of vigilantes are being established to enforce the Red Party's will upon our populace. In this case, the will of the radicalized Maoist Republican Party. Every time a Republican stands up and points out that the emperor has no clothes, the party destroys he or she, which makes you wonder, how long will it be before you don't have to be a Republican to be purged or have your career destroyed? When will it come to pass that if you speak anti-Trump thoughts or write anti-Trump articles or attend anti-Trump rallies or even, God help us, cast anti-Trump votes, you will be put yourself in danger of losing your job? The most sycophantic and impotent are lining up to pledge allegiance to Donald Trump in a Maoist-style personality cult aiming to milk his gullible voting base. How does former U.S. President Donald Trump still command the Republican Party's complete allegiance? Everyone knows he has terrible judgment and a vindictive, petty personality. Even Trump's own daughter and son-in-law are distancing themselves from him. And yet, whatever Trump says is still gospel for the overwhelming majority of Republican office holders and commentators. For recognizing the legitimacy of President Joe Biden's election, Representative Elizabeth Cheney of Wyoming was stripped of her Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent White House leadership position. Or House leadership position, I mean to say, but it's a White House, get it? Then President Donald Trump delivers his first State of the Union address. When he did so, on January 30th, back in 2018, supported by Vice President Mike Pence and House Speaker Paul Ryan, what does anyone remember about what they said? Nothing. Because they have nothing to say. Everything they have to say is only, worship me. I am the red sun, as Mao said he embodied. By the way, that was sun spelled S-U-N for him, not S-O-N, like he was the son of redness or communism. It was that he was the sun itself, that he embodied the sun. He wanted to be what the goddess of Japan is. He wanted to embody a male sun god for the Chinese to counter the female sun goddess of Japan. Now, the furthest any Republican will go in challenging their orange sun, their dear leader, is former Vice President Mike Pence's observation that he and Trump will never see eye to eye on the events of January 6th. This year, the day Trump incited a violent insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, in which some gullible Trump cultists who stormed the building seeking to block the certification of Biden's victory also wanted to execute Mike Pence himself by hanging. Mao unleashed the Cultural Revolution to destroy naysayers and enemies of the party. Stalin created the Gulag as an instrument of political repression to accomplish the same thing. More than 20 million supposed opponents of the Russo Communist Party were consigned to those camps. Between 1930 and 1953, the year of Stalin's death, the terror only stops when these men die. Notice that in both cases, the maximum leader had to die himself before his campaigns of political repression, punishment, and death were finally ended. Both the Soviet Union and Communist China had to go through a process of self-correction after decades of political repression, thought control, re-education, and mass murder. The Russian self-correction eventually led to the bankruptcy and breakup of the Soviet Union. The self-correction in Communist China led to the abandonment of communism in all but name and the remaking of the empire as a capitalist economy under centralized state control. Neither empire today looks anything like what it looked under the maximum leaders who brought them down. In this country, the Republican Party is Republican in name only, and seems incapable of self-correction. It would have to throw off the bonds of Donald Trump and his lies in order to even begin to come to its senses. It may be the case that there be doubters in the party ranks, or people who not only should know better, but actually do. But unless they can raise objections without facing political death, the Republican Party's cultural revolution will continue, if past be prologue, until the maximum leader dies. And even after he passes from the scene, various Republican factions will continue competing to show that they are truer to his wishes. That's how parallels work. America's soft power has suffered permanent damage. Defenders of the U.S. liberal order are in mourning. What standing does the American empire now have, they ask? To take Beijing to task for the mass arrests of pro-democracy campaigners and politicians in Hong Kong, a crackdown that took place on the day Trump incited his MAGA mobs to break into our capital. As the mayhem unfolded on that sixth day in January, Richard Haas, president of the Council on Foreign Relations, observed, "If the post-American era has a start date, it is almost certainly today. Certainly there be little chance that the American Republic will soon return to orderly governance. A substantial block of American legislators now see playing Republican roulette with U.S. fiscal policy as a fun game with no personal consequences. They think that wrestling on the edge of fiscal or monetary cliffs is a safe sport in which they can rack up points with their constituents. They believe that, however risky their behavior may seem, the foreigners who buy U.S. debt, hold the dollar as their reserve currency, and settle their trade in dollars do so because they have no alternative. Whatever doubts these legislatures' statements and actions raise about the competence of the U.S. government and its willingness to meet its obligations to its many creditors, they insist the dollar is, for many reasons, inherently stronger than all other currencies and that T-bills will always dominate global debt markets. They be sure that there be no safe haven comparable to the almighty American dollar. And for now, they be right. But those who live outside these United States may be forgiven for the conclusion that they had better now find or create alternatives to the U.S. dollar and to reliance on American debt. In time, of course, they will. It's notable in the meantime that both Americans and foreigners currently frame the issue in terms of an unstated presupposition that American hegemony can only be succeeded by that of another hegemon. Who might replace America? They ask. The answer, despite a lot of ill-founded speculation about Red China doing so, is that no one can. America dominates global finance in ways no one has since the Spanish Empire in the 16th century, when it stole all of the gold in one of the greatest exchanges of wealth in the history of humanity from the Americas. In the case of America today, like España then, no one wants to imagine the end of such hegemony or what might follow it. But we can no longer afford not to think about the consequences of America's eventual displacement from its 7-decade-old monetary dominion. This could happen in any one of three ways. Suddenly, following congressionally induced fiscal thrombosis. Gradually, in response to global hedging against future American irresponsibility. Or slowly, as others prudently expand their role in global monetary affairs and that of the dollar naturally retreats. But one way or another, it's going to happen. the United States now accounts for only about 20% of global gross domestic product, down from about 2/3 after World War II and 1/3 as this century began. U.S. trade is about 10% of the current world total. 10% of the current world's total means we're slightly smaller than Red China's. Yet, about 60% of the world's monetary reserves are still in United States dollars. About the same percentage of American currency is in the hands of non-Americans, with only 40% of dollars circulating domestically. The dollars we spend at home, it's less than 0.5% by far of the US dollars worldwide in other people's accounts who aren't even American citizens. About 90 countries peg their currency to the United States dollar, which is present in almost 90% of currency exchange transactions. Somewhat over half of cross-border loans and deposits are in dollars. Almost half of the world's private debt is dollar denominated. About 36% of world trade is invoiced in dollars, while about 38% is in euros. These ratios, they don't match up. The world is as grossly overdependent on the United States dollar as the US dollar is overextended. However one measures change, the global financial restructuring that American political recklessness has just thoughtlessly kick-started threatens tectonic shifts in the world's financial system, not just an earthquake or two. Delaying restructuring just exacerbates the underlying problems in these United States and global economies. It's hard to overestimate the potential for economic disruption as uncontrolled change proceeds. The staggering irresponsibility of the United States Congress in recent years has forced thoughtful people to contemplate the previously unthinkable. A world in which the American empire no longer reigns financially supreme. In such a world, these United States will no longer issue debt able to collateralize most banking transactions. The US dollar will no longer be the measure of all currencies and accepted as the universal medium for monetary reserves and trade settlement. Washington will no longer enjoy the exorbitant privilege of global seigniorage, which be the ability to pay for imports by printing money rather than exporting goods and services. But contrary to widespread presupposition, no single currency, country, or block of countries is likely to succeed the United States dollar or the United States in any of these roles. The renminbi yuan of the Communist Chinese Empire will not replace the goddamn dollar, nor will the impotent ruble. The dollar will still be a reserve currency and means of trade settlement, but the U.S. currency will not retain its hegemony. Instead, we will have a period of financial anarchy and depression, confusion and recession, or gradual adjustment, depending on the extent to which the United States trades its credibility for deadbeat status, otherwise diminishes its credit by generating financial risk, or yields gracefully to the inevitable. Then a new multipolar monetary order is likely to arise. It seems certain that the euro, which has stubbornly refused to die, will play an important role in such an order, if the European Union survives. In time, so will the Chinese yuan, the internationalization of which Beijing has just accelerated, with London farsightedly making a play to become a global trading hub for the renminbi. So, very likely, will other currencies willing to risk a significantly greater place in global reserves, including some still to be crafted plurilateral currency linkages within the various regional trading blocs that are emerging from the disintegration of global efforts at trade liberalization. Whether the transition to a new world financial order that has been set in motion is catastrophic or manageable depends in large measure on how these United States handles it. Some elements of change can be managed, sans reference to Washington. Some will likely prove unmanageable by anyone. Currency markets will be volatile. The period before us is likely to be defined in part by a broadening international effort to find workarounds and substitutes for reliance on the dollar and dependence on these United States. A recent example is the proliferation of Chinese currency swap arrangements, including the unprecedentedly large swap contract that was made between China and the European Union not too long ago. Another is the ongoing international effort to forestall the extraterritorial application to trade with Iran of U.S. policies and laws by avoiding dollar settlement or the New York-based U.S. banking system. Trade settlement in currencies other than the U.S. dollar is growing, but, well, with use of the yuan rising especially rapidly. The Communist Chinese Empire's emergence as the world's biggest oil importer has boosted its efforts to buy oil in its own currency rather than U.S. dollars. The euro's difficulties temporarily scared off those trying to stitch together new plurilateral currency adjustments. Now these efforts are resuming among groupings as diverse as ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the Gulf Cooperation Council, the Union of South American Nations, the West African Monetary Zone, or the so-called BRICS, the BRICS, all uppercase acronym for Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Given widening fears of overdependence on the dollar, there will be others yet undeclared who begin to explore doing the same. Demands to set aside American dominance in the key institutions of global financial governance are certain to become steadily louder and more insistent. In the normal course of events, Red China and other countries whose share of the global economy is increasing would have expected their part in global governance to grow apace with their expanding roles in global trade and investment. After the latest irresponsible behavior by the United States Congress, their efforts to seize control of global financial institutions or develop alternatives to United States financial hegemony are bound to accelerate. The Xinhua news agency's editorial calling for a de-Americanized world is portent of this. The United States is unlikely gracefully to yield the positions of privilege it has long occupied at the apex of the international financial order. Widespread dissatisfaction with American politicians' casual indifference to the international effects of their quarrels over domestic issues guarantees the outbreak of struggles over governance in the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the IBRD, or other economic and financial institutions, in fact, all of them. If these global bodies cannot be made more transparent and democratic through deals to share power between America and newly rich economies, plurilateral arrangements will supplant them. This has already happened in negotiations over trade and investment issues since Doha Round went into Akoba concerning, well, myself, in the sense that, well, I'm the only one exposing any of this right now. You see, for the past 7 years, liberalization of economic intercourse between the world's nations has proceeded almost entirely through regional and bilateral talks rather than at the global multilateral level. The same trend away from American-dominated multilateralism now promises to appear in the monetary sector. Unwelcome as this devolution of authority and accountability may be, it parallels developments in other spheres. After all, the transformation of the United States image and the ebbing of American global political leadership over the past 2 decades have also had the effect of distributing power to the world's regions. Increasingly, in Southwest Asia, the so-called Middle East, Europe, Latin America, Africa, and Asia, regional affairs are driven mainly by regional actors, not external powers. U.S. military prowess remains without peer at the global level, but most problems are not amenable to military solutions. All political decisions are local. Few abroad still defer to American imperial interests or policies. In part, this is because when the world now looks at these United States, it is no longer reminded of the decent respect for the opinions of mankind with which the country began, at least in propaganda and myth. Nor does the American empire evoke thoughts of freedom, hope, constitutional democracy, or even the rule of law. Instead, the world sees aggressive electronic invasions of privacy, even in American allies, an inordinate fear of terrorism, government shutdowns, Guantanamo Bay, and drone warfare. The sky once seemed the limit for an idealistic, affluent, and purposive America. America of purpose. Now references to Washington bring up images of lowering debt ceiling and profligate monetary policies that flirt with tapering but shrink therefrom. America appears to be in the midst of a national nervous breakdown. These United States have never seemed less capable, less wise, or less inspiring than our union does now. In addition to declining prestige abroad, America suffers from an accumulation of serious domestic problems and impairments. These include decaying physical infrastructure and school systems that no longer produce workers with the competence needed to compete with their peers in nations like Die Neue Welt Deutschland, the new United Germany, the Empire of Japan, the city-state of Singapore, hell, even Finland. And most certainly not the Communist Chinese Empire without significant remedial training, which is just basically sending them to school all over again, except one that works this time, with them as adults instead of children. Adult education, for God's sakes. How's that for a conflicted term? The United States tax system badly misallocates investment. exacerbates the maldistribution of income, and impedes social mobility. Our empire now ranks well below other industrial democracies in terms of equality of opportunity. It has acquired a permanent proletariat in its cities. By most metrics, standards of public health in America are now among the lowest in the developed world. Post-crisis financial regulations and banking practices are choking off the flow of capital to small and medium-sized enterprises. Participation in the labor force has dropped to historically low levels. Innovation, once a remarkably robust feature of the American economy, is beginning to slip. The United States continues to live beyond its means, pampering its military by pyramiding debt while disinvesting in its civilian economy and running persistent global trade and balance of payments deficits. Most Americans imagine that, that the United States continues to be the world's best in each of the categories I have articulated. There be a strong belief, no facts involved, in American exceptionalism that fuels complacent denial about our country's condition. It is therefore unrealistic to expect that the United States will confront and correct our problems in the short term. But it would be a huge mistake to count America out in the longer run. These United States may now be badly off our game, but we're still gifted with greater strengths than any other nation of comparable size. The causes of both our distress and the world's dissatisfaction with ourselves are self-inflicted political paralysis and parochialism. If forced by circumstances to awake from denial and to address what ails us, America has the talent and resources to rebound and to do so with uncommon vigor. Let me illustrate the potential for American recovery by using the example of the Communist Chinese Empire, which so many put forward as the plausible candidate to succeed these United States as global hegemon. It's indeed hard for the unimaginative masses to think of another. But if global dominance were the aspiration of Red China's leaders, they would give anything to have the United States rather than their own country to work with. For these United States are flanked by wide oceans and bordered by Canada and Mexico, two of the least menacing and most congenial neighbors one could ever hope to have. With the Mexicans, they have, I'm not unaware of the dangers, and we're seething with white supremacists in Canada up north, but hey, they're almost nothing but whites up there, and the Asian Indians, or rather all the Native American Indians, their First Nations peoples, live so far out from those whites that they're hardly threatened. They're on a world of their own, as a matter of fact. They've practically been given full autonomy in Nunavut, which is the greater part of northern Canada. Now, in its 237 year-long existence, 238 by now? Like Jameson Reese says, maybe they can just fight the Mexican gangs. Let me get the full statement he's got here, if I can call up the screen. Everything's twitchy with how my computer's behaving. After my computer's been on for too long, it becomes really, how would I say it? It starts acting really glitchy. So right now I've got the Skype screen up, but it's all blank. I gotta wait for it. So there it says, maybe they can just fight the Mexican gangs bypassing the shithole and vice versa. At any rate, yeah, in its, Peter Moon was bringing this up. Yeah, we've been around, this many years. Yeah, in its 38 year-long existence, the United States has been raided 3 times, in 1812, 1941, and 2001. But in terms of its CONUS, or continental United States, we've never been invaded and occupied thereafter for any length of time. 1812, of course, was when they burned down the Capitol. The British ultimately threw Canadians and blacks. And in 1941, the Japanese occupied extensive amounts of U.S. territory in the Pacific and Alaska. In 2001, well, that's so complicated, I'm not even going to bother to start. But Americans know that in general, the Muslims didn't win the war. It's because the Muslims simply, for the most part, weren't waging it against us. Now, in contrast, across a narrow sea from the Communist Chinese Empire lies the Empire of Japan. And within the memory of the oldest living Chinese, the Japanese Empire invaded China and killed 100 million of their relatives and friends. Red China shares land borders with 14 nations, among which are numbered some of the toughest customers, the toughest customers anywhere in the world. Afghans, Asian Indians, Koreans, Mongols, Pakistanis, Russians, and Vietnamese. For 4 of the last 10 centuries, China was ruled by foreign occupiers. For longer than, twice as long, as a matter of fact, than America existed. U.S. intervention in the Taiwan Strait can be expected if the Dietrich elect threatens to shut America down. And Taiwan, long before the Dietrich elect was born as a child of my mind, was divided from Communist China by Japan 63 years agone. To this day, Taiwan's military confrontation with the Chinese mainland is backed by the Empire of Japan. And these United States may yet provide more than mere reassurances in terms of commitment. So the Communist Chinese Empire is pinned down by the realities of geopolitics in ways that Americans cannot begin to imagine. There are also great disparities when it comes to natural resources. The United States uses 12.5% of the world's arable land and about 10% of its water to feed and clothe a mere 4.5% of its people before exporting a huge food surplus. As a food power, we have much more clout than with anything we can do militarily. People don't want to starve to death. And we're the breadbasket of the world. China must sustain 19.5% of the world's people on about 7.5% of its arable land, with less than 7% of its water. It is the world's largest importer of oil, seeds, and other food crops. America has never had to be concerned about starvation. China has America has the vast, if notably inefficient, system of public health to theoretically protect us against disease when we have the political will to mobilize it. Communist China, or rather mainland China, where many pandemics originate from, cannot help but worry constantly about the possibility of mass disorder or death from famine and pestilence combined. The United States has been the global leader in science and technology for over half a century. Its language is the lingua franca of international commerce, engineering, and the internet. We command a network of alliances that enable us to aggregate the capabilities of most of the world's great powers to our own when the need arises. We have comprehensive military capabilities that no other empire aspires to match. The Communist Chinese Empire is just beginning to regain a significant role in science and technology for all the reasons I've already articulated, and to spread knowledge of its own national language. It has no allies, though its clients, well, that's all that Red China has, is clients that it must be prepared to protect. Like chicken shit North Korea, chicken shit Burma. Hell, the biggest hitter they've got is Pakistan. That has potential superpower status, but that would take some explaining. Red China's military is only now developing a credible capability to defend its territory and the approaches to itself in its near seas. Until recently, at least, United States civil liberties and social mobility have been the envy of the world. Enormous numbers of foreigners have aspired to transform themselves and their families into Americans. There be many ethnic groups in these United States, but none seeks independence or is in a state of open rebellion. The last serious effort to dismember America occurred a century and a half ago in the war between the states. By contrast, Communist China has no political allure for foreigners. It attracts no foreign immigrants of note in terms of numbers. Several of its ethnic minorities and regions seek to separate themselves from it, sometimes through violent means. As recently as the 1960s and 1970s, it experienced a state of anarchy. The difficulties that are now making Red China and other countries impatient to end American financial hegemony originate neither in American weakness nor lack of potential. They stem almost entirely from the growth of political incivility, gridlock, and indecisiveness, as well as bad financial practices in these United States. America's financiers continue to be too clever by half. They contrived a financial collapse into recession and lower long-term growth rates, not just for these United States, but for the developed world. They remain unrepentant, unreformed, and unconscionably willing to risk other people's money and well-being in the service of their own unconstrained greed. There be nothing wrong with America and the world that greater realism, revitalized leadership, and more far-sighted policies cannot cure. If the United States adopts these, it can reinvent itself and bounce back. I believe it can, but I believe that it will take a while. And in the end, really, only through my Vulcan intervention can it ever happen. Otherwise, without a Spock at the helm, a hybrid, navigating your starship, your starship of state is doomed to implode. In the meantime, the Communist Chinese Empire is doing very well despite having far fewer natural advantages than these United States. I'm acknowledging the return of my man Jameson Reese here. Oh, cool. That came up instead of a thumbs up, but that's all right. He deserves a gift. Anyhow, as I said, China's doing well enough considering how few advantages it has compared to us. Assets denominated in renminbi yuan are likely to be more secure than most, for now. But China has too many domestic and foreign policy distractions to be capable of realizing its wishes to replace America as the manager and mainstay of the global political economy, nor the capability to ever do so, unless we defeat ourselves, Americans being their own worst enemy at any point in history. China will react defensively, as it must, to the problems posed by the collapse of the American-led world order. But it will not take the lead in resolving them. Nor will other rising powers, none of which is up to the task of replacing America in the roles it has played in global governance over the past 70 years. We are entering an era in which there be no alternative to global power sharing. The world will have to get used to crafting collective solutions to problems rather than looking to American presidents to imagine, invent, announce, and impose them. This is true in foreign policy, where it is now universally recognized that there is no made in America solutions to the problems of Southwest Asia or the Middle East, the territorial disputes in East Asia, and also many other issues. It is also true for much needed changes in the global monetary and financial systems. There be indeed great disorder under the heavens. We must be prepared for the shocks and uncertainties of transition. But every crisis presents opportunity as well. Now, in the time we have remaining, 20 minutes now? Let me go into the chat room. So, I can't believe I actually pulled through. Gave everybody, 6 hours after what I'd been through yesterday? How I managed that is beyond me. And, hey, Vicky Johnson. Hey, honey. She says, love and peace to you. The thumbnail, though, and she's got the little emoji with the hearts for eyes and the kissy lips. Yes. So, let's take a look at what's going on here. Real Tech Geek and Kurt McKelvey earlier was, they were talking to each other, like I said. He was talking about just how the people have made the hedge funds lose billions of dollars from trying to short GameStop first at 140 times to completely blow up in their face. Same thing with AMC, it can happen. Okay, so Nathan Brooks was saying all cops are super cops via Supreme at Holding Terry versus Ohio, 1963 through 1968. Yes, I understand what he's talking about. He's probably talking about posse comitatus, which I've, and the penal codes, which I've articulated before. U.S. Penal Code, I'd have to look it up. The one that allows the, any police officer, so long as they're a sworn badge-holding police officer, to deputize you. Well, even if they don't have their badge, but so long as they're a sworn officer. Now, let me see. McIlvaney was talking about, he's reflecting, and then Entertainment Hub came in and said, Scots invented the world and British intelligence run it. The East used to be the West of the Orient. Now America is now at a crucial point. Good thing about America is you can be rich beyond your biggest dream. Yeah, in your dreams. And he says, glad I have Viking blood. Gonna need it. This is the guy in Mexico, right? You're in Mexico, right? Entertainment hub. Anyhow, he says, we forgot to connect to nature. We all think we're going to ascend, like it's all right. But what about nature? The American Indians got it right. Yeah. No argument from me. He says, stuff the technocracy. They steal resources from Africa. Tantalum, used for inside electronic devices. Quite so. Yes, quite true. And then Kurt McElvaney said, good night, Douglas. Kurt McElvey. Then Vicky Johnson came in, and Dragana says, good morning. All from Houston, Texas. Good morning. Let us know your gender so I know whether to throw you hugs or a kiss. And WTF joined us. Mr. What the Fuck says, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Love from down under. Or should I say locked up down under. Ozpol, the Gestapo government, laying back, listening to the last. He's talking about the Australian police. He calls them the Gestapo government. Laying back, listening to the last of tonight's transmission after a 17-hour day at work. Here's a stellar 2022 to all. Yes, except maybe the 1% and Trump. His little devil figures up there. And then Entertainment Hub said, if voting made any difference, they would not let us do it. Mark Twain. There you go. And then Entertainment Hub said, Frontman. And Clarice Claudette said, good morning, Douglas. Oh, honey, I love you. You have no idea how much I love you. Oh, you. A private discussion. I'm so sorry. I'm so socially obligated till just shortly after New Year's. But God bless you. If you have any connection to Facebook, go on there and you can see my promotional banner. And then you'll realize what I was through yesterday. And you'll understand, oh my God, what I've been through. Oh my fucking God. And, well, hell, if you listen to this, the opening hours, you'll hear what I was through. And Clarice Claudette said, May 2022 brings blessings, love, and joy to all with 3 pulsating hearts. Yes, honey. And then Peggy Wood joined us saying, good morning, Douglas, with her purple heart, saying, hope you have a wonderful new year with the little face with the little hearts around it. God bless you, honey. Love you. And Dragana says, the Macedonian queen, no worries, implying, of course, that he may be male, but a drag queen. So, love you dearly too. And Peggy Wood, love you. Clarice Claudette says, no worries. God bless you, darling. I love you. Dragana from Macedon. Yes. So there we have that. Okay. We got 15 minutes left, theoretically. Hey, is our man Jameson conscious? Or did he crash like yesterday? I think he's up.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm conscious.
You
Yeah,
are?
I had quite just quite a lot of writing, and I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out.
I can believe that. Yeah. Oh my God. Well, say good morning to everyone. I'm sorry. Go on. Say whatever you want.
Yeah,
We got 15 minutes.
Yeah.
14.
Good morning, folks. I've managed to clear up what I fucked up, and hopefully now things will work much better.
Cool.
It at least caused a lot of energy to buzz around the room, so I got to be on the right track.
There we have that. You still have some cats alive, don't you? You got, right?
Yeah, I got 2.
Yeah, there you go. And
I mean, they're great, but
Scully was special. I know.
Yeah, familiar. It's always a tighter bond than.
Of course, definitely. Scully was female, right? Yeah. Yes, definitely. You're familiar, and so there we have that, and we've actually got 12 minutes, I guess, left remaining because we can't let it go to the last minute or we'd fuck ourselves up. Clarice Claudette said, consciousness. They're trying to make us UN, as in United Nations, unconscious. Oh, that's adorable. Oh my God.
I would argue that the U.S. Most people have been unconscious before the UN even existed.
I mean, the UN is so impotent. I mean, it's so fucking, dude. We're talking about an organization that puts peacekeepers. There was this one case. These were Nigerian peacekeepers. They were recruited by the United Nations and then deployed to bear in mind, Nigeria is comparatively developed, and they were deployed to a far less developed area of Africa, and the UN lost all track of them. It lost them on the books, and they got rediscovered by a bunch of Irish peacekeepers or some shit like that who came in and said, "Who the hell are you?" I thought they were like some weird enemy mercenary army or something. And these black guys said, "Fuck, we're UN like you dumb sons of bitches, and get us out of here," or something of that effect. I think they were holding ground pretty well. I mean, they basically became like the local police, essentially. So they had kind of integrated. But there you go. I mean, you're talking about an organization that can't even keep track of its peacekeepers. These people are so impotent. How anyone thinks of them as a threat is beyond me. It's
yeah, well, I mean, looking back at what you experienced with the UN guys, I would say that they're, as an organization, they do nothing but hire a bunch of criminal mercenaries who just do whatever the fuck they want wherever they're sent.
Yeah, no, just to clarify.
I mean, you would be lucky if you get people who actually do keep the peace.
Yeah, no,
especially the Europeans who were sent to other places where they're in the majority of areas where people aren't colored. Oh God, they're horrible.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'll reinforce what you say by an example is United Nations peacekeepers who have been sent to places like Haiti, and all they do is like rape kids. This is like this is on record. And then they wind up complaining to the United Nations. These nations and the United Nations winds up trying to pursue this issue. There's nothing they can do, really. It's
it's like if you want to do something, stop sending the freaking peacekeepers.
Yeah, there you go. It's
because
like,
they're the ones who are destroying the peace.
Yeah, well, certainly not the United Nations peacekeepers. I mean, the potential that they destroy the peace is obviously high, depending on which units they send.
Well, what I mean by destroy the peace is if you're raping kids, you're
obviously no. I hear you.
But peace.
Obviously that deserves harsher words than that. So I get what you're saying.
I mean, what the hell is that going to produce
as
an outcome?
Nothing but pain and agony and more horror what I was going to say was, it's like. Yeah, it's fucked. It's totally fucked. But in terms of the United Nations, we definitely have to build something better. We've got to, as the Democrats say with their plan for the budget, build back better. We got to create a totally different United Nations. For one thing, a international body that has a totally different Security Council that doesn't have communist China on the fucking seat and Putinist Russia, and, all these shitheads. Get rid of that shit. As I said before, one example that might be at least a little bit more just would be, well, we won't get into that now. We got about 9 minutes left anyway, more like 6. Fuck it, but there has to be an international body similar to the United Nations, but one that functions. You agree with that, of course.
Yeah, something like Interpol or some shit.
Well, what I was thinking of was a United Nations that hired the French Foreign Legion as a mercenary force. That's what I've talked about before, because the French Foreign Legion is full of, comparatively speaking, it's preeminently professional comparative to.
Oh,
I get it. Right. There's
I'm
historical.
Looking back on what the French did to Algeria. Oh, right. Yeah, second thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Of course, the Algerians are not particularly, how would I say it? They had their own war of independence, and they're like, how would I say it? I'm not necessarily sympathetic to that.
No. I'm not. No sympathy for whatever the fuck their crazy empire was like, but no, Yeah, all the French were doing were mutilating guys and raping women, but I think that's just the commonality of war at this point.
Yeah.
It's as horrific as it is. It's humans suck. Just get rid of all the men. Honestly speaking, you know, I mean, there's got to be like oh God, somebody got to create some kind of virus that just targets mostly the Y chromosome.
Yeah, the Y chromosome is it's fucked up. But at the same time, what the
It's
hell?
fucked up in almost every mammalian species too. It's not just humans. It's like every fucking mammalian species. Shit. I mean,
That's actually pretty funny. That's funny.
well, I mean, yeah, one can look at dolphins, for example. It's cringe.
Wait, give us an example.
Well, they just like gang rape each other, but then the guys like will gang rape other guys too by raping them in a blowhole. So
Jesus.
Yeah, they're horrible. They're horrible. I found that out on that. Oh gosh, that guy who you gave a link to, the casual was it like Casual Geographic or some shit? the black kid who's just like dropping all these animal facts in a funny way, but it's quite informative because again, we're not the worst species out there. We're not the best, but we're definitely not the worst.
Well, there you go. Thank you. And
I mean,
I've got no sympathy for the ghouls.
Listen. I would look at Earth as a whole and say, whatever gods created each individual species, or I will say that nature had some equally fucked up gods in the we're gods of this or that pantheon. Yeah. It's everything is just really fucked in this realm, which leads me to believe that the entire